The story opens inside a crowded cafe, where the protagonist casually introduces himself as the everyday noise of people talking and typing fills the background. Nearby, someone taps away on a laptop and reveals that he is a web novelist, struggling with crushing writer's block, his deadline looming closer by the second. At another table, a young man in a tracksuit sits quietly with his head resting on his hand, staring at his screen. Nervous energy builds as he starts organizing unused apps on his phone just to pass the time, until his finger pauses over a strange treasure chest icon on his tablet, unknowingly setting off something far bigger than he expects. An unfamiliar app suddenly catches his attention, and he tries to remember when he ever downloaded it. Without warning, the chest twists into something alive, splitting open into a monstrous mouth and whipping out its tongue like a living creature. The ominous Godmaker logo appears, announcing the arrival of something dangerous and unknown. Elsewhere, someone notices a lone ant crawling across rocky ground, while frustration erupts over a game map so distorted and unreadable that it feels impossible to understand. Hesitating only briefly, the young man finally presses the screen. As he leans closer in concentration, the narrator warns that what follows will be complicated. An ant crawls towards someone's ear, and the narrator begins explaining the chain of events that led to a sudden hiatus. In the darkness, redayed insect monsters explode from the shadows and swarm forward in a brutal assault. One lone figure stands atop a mountain of fallen creatures, refusing to retreat as wave after wave charges in. Under the night sky, Ilshin raises his finger toward the enemy, divine energy crackling with electricity around his glowing hand. With fierce determination, he unleashes a devastating technique that tears through the advancing monsters. Explosions of power ripple across the battlefield as demons and insect creatures are obliterated. A massive beast bursts from the ground in a furious roar, while a horned monster stares in shock at a smoking crater left behind by overwhelming force. Floating in a cosmic void, a glowing divine symbol erupts from Ilshin, sending demonic creatures recoiling in terror. Firestorms surge forward, swallowing entire hordes in blazing waves. Ilshin walks calmly through roaring flames, embers drifting around him beneath the endless stars. He activates a radiant healing ring on his finger, restoring himself before boldly facing a colossal dragon surrounded by fire. With a glowing blue sword in hand, he charges forward and declares himself a web novelist, as monstrous beasts roar and rush toward him. Energy blasts tear through the chaos, though the narrator admits that everything unfolding may be difficult to fully understand. The scene abruptly shifts to a quiet, dim room, where a hiatus announcement appears on a laptop screen. The protagonist is forced to pause his work due to a personal crisis, and his phone floods with angry and disappointed comments from readers. Chat messages confirm the break as the webtoon goes on hold. On the smartphone screen, the monstrous treasure chest reappears as the Godmaker app officially begins its introduction, announcing the start of serialization even as frustration erupts across the community. Then the world changes overnight. Gates and dungeons suddenly appear across the globe, releasing monsters that plunge humanity into chaos. Yet within the disaster comes opportunity, as people gain supernatural powers and harvest energy and materials from defeated creatures. Hunters emerge and are ranked from SS class down to G class, with G class being no stronger than ordinary civilians. Still, hope grows as artifacts appear, and whispers spread about a hero who might save the world, especially since class upgrades after evaluation are incredibly rare. A schoolgirl pauses before a recruitment poster calling for a savior, her serious expression reflecting the weight of the moment. Bathed in sunlight, she reviews documents and submits a request for re-evaluation, hoping to push her lightning ability beyond its limits. The results confirm an AB+ rating for lightning powers, yet she stands alone in the lobby, frustrated and wondering if her efforts will ever be enough. Moments of awkward comedy unfold as misunderstandings arise in the hallway. A nervous boy in a blue tracksuit tries to explain himself, only to be met with suspicious glares. The girl charges her fist with crackling lightning, ready to fight, just as the boy's phone rings and he rushes off pretending to take a call. A receptionist announces the next evaluation, startling a student who scrambles forward. As the sun sets, the girl reviews 2 evaluation reports, learning that Sunmir's lightning ability has only reached B+ class. She clenches the papers in frustration, questioning whether anyone can truly break past their limits. Suddenly her phone rings with an emergency alert. An A-class thorn bull and soul monster have appeared, calling for high-ranking hunters to respond immediately. The next great battle is about to begin. The sudden appearance of the thorn bull sends a shock through everyone nearby. The massive monster storms through a city park, swinging its enormous weapon as civilians scream and scatter in every direction. With no hunters in sight to stop it, smoke fills the streets as people flee in blind panic. A man desperately pulls a terrified child through the chaos, while a girl crashes hard onto the pavement, and a nearby boy stares in frozen horror. Another young man kneels beside an injured friend, shaking as he checks if they are still alive. One person throws themselves in front of another, shielding them as danger looms closer with every second. The towering beast lets out a thunderous roar, freezing 2 companions in sheer terror. Red energy erupts behind them as someone shields a crying girl, and in the next instant, lightning crashes down from the sky. A young man steps forward to protect her, while electric energy explodes through the air. A determined girl charges across the glowing, shattered cityscape as the horned monster advances, forcing two frightened students to stumble backward along the ruined street. Shock spreads across their faces when they realize their attack has done nothing. Suddenly the girl descends from above, crackling with electricity, and slams a devastating strike into the massive spiked beast. Lightning surges violently as another explosive burst of power follows, and one figure launches forward at unbelievable speed. Through the smoke, a schoolgirl in a motorcycle helmet anxiously searches for signs of victory, only for a massive shadow with glowing red eyes to rise from the dust before her. Fear hits like a wave. A monstrous mouth full of razor-sharp fangs tears through the smoke, followed by a furious roar that shakes the street. A girl crosses her arms just as a crushing force slams into her body, sending her flying across the pavement. A red-haired girl smashes down with a fierce counterattack, cracking the ground beneath the horned monster. The street splits apart as another girl crashes hard, while the helmeted woman struggles to stand amid swirling debris. Bruised and shaken, the schoolgirl tries to rise after being completely overwhelmed by the A-class beast. Someone spots two survivors hiding among the rubble, but before relief can settle in, the helmeted figure spins around in horror as the reedied monster roars right behind them. At sunset, one character clutches another in a trembling embrace, whispering that they are safe now, even as danger still hangs thick in the air. Sensing the next attack coming, the helmeted woman stiffens with fear. A girl shields a boy and screams for him to run as destruction spreads through the street. Another woman urges everyone to escape while debris collapses around them. Refusing to back down, the girl plants her feet as the ground cracks open and a massive demon charges straight toward her. Its roar dominates the city, shaking windows and hearts alike. She gathers crackling energy between her hands, determined to hold the monster back, but suddenly stares in shock as her power begins to fade. The towering beast looms over her as she cries out in terror. From the shadows, glowing eyes pierce through her cracked helmet. Dropping to her knees, trembling and broken, she screams for her parents as tears stream down her face. Among the ruined city, she sobs in despair, then clenches her fists and swears vengeance as someone stands over her. Grief and rage explode within her, as she vows to kill everyone responsible. While another figure silently watches, she desperately cries out son Mary's name, only to be met with a stern warning that revenge will lead to ruin. Gritting her teeth, she rejects the words and gathers what strength she has left. Energy flares wildly as she refuses to accept defeat. A devastating special move erupts from her body, light and sparks spiraling in every direction. A psychic force surges through her as she rises into the air, lightning exploding around her. Blue electricity wraps around her form as she screams under the overwhelming power. The lightning intensifies, tearing apart the ground as she unleashes everything she has. Storm clouds gather in an instant, and a colossal bolt of blue lightning crashes down onto the street, releasing a blinding wave of destruction. When the smoke finally clears, the Thorn Bull lies defeated. Cheers erupt from the crowd as the B-class hunter known as the Lightning Empress stands victorious after bringing down an A-class monster. The girl stares in disbelief, realizing she has surpassed her limits. The helmeted woman looks down at her hands in shock as mysterious energy swirls around her fingers. Three survivors bow deeply in gratitude, thanking her for saving their lives. A man and a child express tearful thanks as the ruined city settles into uneasy silence. Ilshin cradles a young girl in relief, shielding her as people gather around them. The helmeted girl steps forward toward a damaged building, debris floating eerily in the air, then suddenly panics when she realizes someone has uncovered her secret identity. With renewed fire in his eyes, Ilshin raises his finger and unleashes his signature technique. In that moment, the character understands that the mysterious voice guiding them belongs to the figure standing before them. Later, the young man gently carries the little girl as they head home together. He remarks that the nearby bridge is infamous for suicides. A figure stands beside an SOS lifeline booth, choosing life instead of despair. By the riverside that night, the young man stares at his phone, reflecting on everything that has gone wrong. In his mind, a monstrous presence looms over him, pushing him to the edge. He glares at the screen, blaming it for his suffering, then storms onto his balcony and shouts at it in frustration. The story then shifts into a flashback from a few days earlier. Inside a warm, cozy cafe, people laugh and chat casually. A hand hovers over a laptop keyboard, trembling with hesitation. Ilshin sits alone at his desk, slumped in exhaustion, unable to write as his deadline approaches. He stares blankly at his screen, accomplishing nothing. Nervous and restless, he considers organizing the unused apps on his phone, until his finger pauses over a strange treasure chest icon. Confused by an app he does not remember downloading, he stares at his phone just as the chest suddenly opens wide, revealing sharp fangs and a long, writhing tongue, marking the beginning of everything that follows. A dark, ominous interface suddenly fills the screen, announcing the activation of the Godmaker system. At the same moment, an ant appears on the rocky ground, and a frustrated player glares at a glitched game display, where the text is warped beyond recognition. The young man stares at his phone, torn between fear and curiosity, then watches as the pixelated ant collapses and dies. Without warning, a heavy coin slams onto the screen, making him flinch. A massive golden coin shoots toward him, followed by another bursting from the laptop display itself. Before he can process what is happening, a message appears, declaring that number 1 has been crushed to death, and a dark god coin has dropped as a reward. He grips the cold metal in his hand as a chilling welcome message invites him into dark power. Reeling in disbelief, the protagonist realizes he may have gained a hunter's ability. The narrator reflects on how society has adapted to strange and supernatural events over the past 20 years. The scene shifts to an office building, where number 369 is called aloud. Laughter breaks out as one man covers his face in embarrassment. A woman announces that the test confirms an aptitude for abilities, and Ilshin freezes when he notices something unexpected. For a moment, he imagines himself as a heroic figure surrounded by admirers, claiming he does not even need to be top-ranked. Desperately, he hopes for a strong result, willing to abandon everything to become a hunter. The receptionist cheerfully announces a G-class result to the blushing boy in the tracksuit. His face drains of color as disbelief sets in. The woman points to the document, explaining the details while he studies it closely, realizing he has no special abilities at all. Still clinging to hope, Ilshin asks about registering for a G-class license, only to be stunned when told it costs $280. He immediately refuses, declaring it pointless since no dungeons exist for his class. Exhausted and weighed down by reality, he decides to go home and finish his work. A sense of foreboding lingers as tension builds, and his eyes suddenly widen in horror as a terrifying realization hits him. Late at night, he sits alone in a dim room, frustrated by his inability to write. Holding a remote, he hesitates, then watches a news broadcast announcing that an S-class hunter has cleared the disaster-class Dark Dragon's dungeon. A confident man in a suit adjusts his tie in triumph. Sitting on his bed, Ilshin quietly reflects on humanity's rapid progress. Soon, an advertisement appears for a highly sought-after product endorsed by a powerful hunter, with a woman cheerfully promoting a special cream for dungeon protection. Silence follows as an important term is revealed. Ilshin checks his phone anxiously, overwhelmed by non-stop news of successful hunters. Frustrated, he lies back on his bed with his laptop, deciding to rest and clear his mind before writing again. At 2:20 a.m. an alarm blares, jolting him awake. 2 minutes later, his phone rings sharply through the darkness. He lies there staring at the ceiling, thoughts racing, before the ringing startles him upright. Elsewhere, alarms echo through the night as a powerful martial symbol bursts into existence, signaling something hidden has been unleashed. A scoreboard flashes with censored rankings, stirring confusion. In the darkness of his room, Ilshin stares at his glowing phone as gold coins suddenly explode into the air around him. A pixelated ant with a glowing halo floats lifelessly above his finger, while another presence watches in silence. He gasps in shock, gripping his phone as coins scatter across the floor. A furious challenge echoes as the golden pieces rain down dramatically. Morning sunlight pours over a modern building, restoring a sense of calm. Back in his room, the boy collapses onto his bed in exhaustion. When he wakes, he sees gold coins scattered everywhere, and realizes many stacks are missing. Sitting on the floor, he notices the coin in his hand carries an incredibly high value. His heart pounds as he examines it in disbelief. Suddenly his phone lights up with a message announcing that the nameless god has unlocked the god's shop. Stunned, Ilshin stares at the glowing treasure chest icon, hesitating to open it. With a confident grin, he points forward as if daring fate itself, then slams his finger down on an S-rank card. At that same time, a grand hallway fills with distinguished political leaders and elite hunters. An official announces that Korea has unlocked the hunter shop, sending excitement through the conference room. Businessmen whisper eagerly about acquiring rare skills and powerful items. Guards stand as grand doors swing open, allowing sharply dressed figures to stride inside with dramatic presence. A composed hunter steps forward to be formally introduced as the one who unlocked the shop, followed by an S-class psychic brought in to explain the phenomenon. They are escorted into a guarded office where a stern man waits behind a massive desk, silently weighing the consequences of this breakthrough. Outside, dignitaries gather as officials declare the beginning of a critical meeting. Elsewhere, excited men announce the same news in disbelief. As discussions erupt, someone formally requests the activation of the hunter shop, shocking everyone present. Determination flashes across the young man's face as he pours energy into a glowing orb, triggering a powerful surge. A violent gust of wind blasts through the room, sending suited officials flying while one figure remains standing. Chaos follows as people scramble to their feet, checking for injuries. Just as confusion settles, someone interrupts the tense meeting. 2 men rush to search the area, but despite the destruction moments earlier, they find no trace of what caused it, leaving the room heavy with unanswered questions and rising fear. A man in glasses calmly explains that only the person who activated the shop can see it. Beside him, a composed woman closes her eyes and focuses, activating her psychic ability to perceive what another person is viewing. Instantly, 3 businessmen gasp in shock as a glowing presence appears before them. A massive holographic shop interface unfolds in the air, revealing rows of powerful weapons, divine items, and rare equipment beyond anything they imagined. The digital display shows countless legendary items, yet the total gold balance reads 0. Two men stare in disbelief at the treasures on offer, while in a nearby office, businessmen whisper excitedly about the outrageous cost of the lightning god's blessing skill, ultimately agreeing it is still worth the price. The meeting is abruptly interrupted when a man demands everyone's attention. The official at the desk issues a grave warning, insisting the entire operation remain strictly confidential, as the fate of the nation depends on it. It is declared that at least 2 S-class hunters will be assigned as guards. Throughout it all, a quiet woman watches with unreadable calm. Meanwhile, a system notification flashes on Ilshin's phone announcing that God's shop has been unlocked. He hesitates before the glowing treasure chest icon, then notices something important on the screen. With a confident grin, he taunts fate itself and slams an S-rank card down, spending 100 coins to activate the shop. A single coin vanishes in a flash of light, leaving the rest scattered around him. Staring at the strange golden pieces, Ilshin wonders if he might gain creation-type powers like the heroes in novels. When the shop interface opens fully, his eyes widen at the absurdly high prices. Confused and overwhelmed, he scrolls through the bizarre menu as numbers climb rapidly on his phone. Finally, exhausted, he collapses onto his bed, groaning about how long it took to earn 300 coins compared to the ridiculous costs of divine items. Suddenly, the interface highlights a mysterious product on its own. Ilshin blinks in surprise as the screen prompts a purchase. Unsure why, yet unable to resist, he taps it and buys something called the Blind God's Eyes Authority. The moment he confirms it, his vision plunges into darkness. Panicking, he tumbles backward off the bed as his phone slips from his hand and clatters onto the floor. Blind and disoriented, he scrambles desperately, fearing he has permanently lost his sight. His heart pounds as he searches for his phone to call for help. Then, in a flash, his vision returns. Breathing heavily, he kneels by the bed, staring at the glowing screen in disbelief. Strange letters and symbols now make perfect sense to him. He scrolls through a list of godly items, chuckling at their dramatic names, until he freezes upon realizing that this situation mirrors the stories he once read. Sitting on the floor, he reads about rigid hunter class rankings and rare exceptions, wondering if his own fate might be changing. Curiosity burning, he continues browsing until a new skill appears. God's crushing index finger. His eyes light up. With only 1 gold coin left, he doesn't hesitate. The coin glows and dissolves into swirling energy as the purchase completes. A divine power floods into him, and a radiant hand appears in his mind, raising its index finger in triumph. Ilshin stares at his own finger, stunned. A sudden mechanical beep breaks the silence, as the air conditioner hums to life. Lights flash from a nearby security device, as if responding to unseen force. Experimenting, Ilshin points at the appliance. In the next instant, an explosive surge of power erupts. The air ripples violently as his finger thrusts forward like a martial arts strike. He points at the television, at his desk, at his laptop, unleashing invisible blasts that shake the room. Only then does he realize he is still holding a remote control, stunned by how casually he nearly destroyed everything around him. Leaning back in disbelief, he mutters that at least the power cannot magically write his novel for him. His phone suddenly vibrates on the bed, heart racing. He answers a call from the person in charge. Nervously at first, then excitedly, he talks about how much he enjoyed the previous feedback. He freezes when he learns that his casual story about crushing an ant has unexpectedly gone viral. Praise pours in, and he eagerly asks which parts readers liked most, only to be jolted when serious news follows. There are no more chapters left. Panic grips him as he remembers the looming deadline. Someone urgently asks for 2 more days to finish the work. Encouragement follows, filled with unexpected enthusiasm and belief in him. Fueled by renewed determination, Ilshin grabs his phone and opens the mysterious game again. Cryptic messages appear as a coin floats beside him. He presses down with his finger, crushing a digital ant, and instantly receives another Dark God coin. Excited, he summons a pile of gold coins onto the wooden floor. They burst outward in a glittering cascade, and one large coin marked with the number 100 lands with a sharp spin, shining under the light. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist watches in awe as glowing coins drift together and merge before his eyes. His hand closes around the final 100-coin piece, marking a hard-earned milestone. Even so, worry creeps in as he wonders whether he still has enough to buy anything worthwhile. He carefully studies the blessing of the God of growth, weighing its usefulness against other upgrades, then sets a bold goal for himself to collect 1,000 coins. Without warning, more coins burst into existence and scatter across the bed, making him jump in surprise. His phone vibrates with a strange, cryptic message. On the screen, a giant finger repeatedly slams down in a pixelated cave, failing again and again to crush a stubborn red mutant surrounded by swarming digital insects. The massive finger startles a wave of ants, sending them scattering in every direction. Ilshin squints at the display, sensing that something has changed. A red pixelated monster materializes deeper in the cavern, hinting at a looming boss battle. Excited, he taps furiously, triggering the next phase of the game. Suddenly, a tiny glowing red creature appears on his hand in the real world, making him recoil in shock. The monster dodges his attacks effortlessly, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Determined not to lose, he boldly declares that he will prove his skills, as if challenging a rhythm game. Moments later, he crouches down, staring at a wallet, a fallen coin, and a mysterious ID card scattered on the floor. His phone flashes with alarming news, and sweat beads on his face as he realizes he has failed at something crucial. Back in the game, a massive red ant moves with terrifying speed, clashing against smaller black ants in the cavern. Ilshin watches the screen in growing unease as the ominous red figure dominates the battlefield. Lines of black ant-like creatures gather across a strange rocky landscape, confronting the monstrous red enemy. Consumed by anger, Ilshin screams at his phone, threatening destruction. A system message announces that number 801 has been crushed to death as golden coins rain down. Another sign declares that the nameless god's karma has surpassed 800, while shadowy figures gather nearby. A new message informs him that he needs 200 more karma to earn a powerful title, promising a reward once achieved. Exhausted, he falls asleep, clutching his phone, tossing and turning, as system alerts flash in the darkness. Notifications activate the blind god's eyes again, followed by another warning about a missed offering for nameless god number 404. The world abruptly shifts. A film projector flickers to life, flooding a dark room with light. Ilshin finds himself sitting alone in an empty movie theater. Startled, he calls out, but no one answers. Confused and disoriented, he struggles to understand where he is. A sudden burst of light blinds him, and a horrifying realization crashes into his mind. He sits in silence, deep in thought, until another realization freezes him in place. The scene transforms into a desolate desert, where a lone figure kneels under the overwhelming power of the Black Tribe god. A wounded warrior staggers across the sand, reflecting on the ruthless sacrifices made by the enemy, and vowing to warn allies before it is too late. The land reveals twisted trees and barren earth as a cloaked figure approaches a cracked cave entrance. Inside, demonic faces with glowing eyes twist into cruel grins as blood drips onto engraved stone, activating ancient symbols. Insect-like creatures stagger through sunlit caverns while hands stab into cocooned beings, releasing streams of purple liquid. Severed heads are pressed into bowls of blood as monstrous mouths descend to devour trembling captives, their jagged teeth snapping shut with terrifying force. Dark shadows crawl across stone walls as clawed creatures enter feeding chambers, where insect warriors feast in silence. A monstrous mob with glowing red eyes gathers, radiating pure menace. One beast grips an unconscious human by the head while another stammers out a report that captives escaped and survived a powerful enemy. Urgent warnings echo through the cavern before a cloaked figure arrives, sending the creatures shrinking back in fear. Demonic skulls mock the fallen, while a towering figure with blazing eyes silences the crowd with a single shout. Beneath a blackened sky, an army of insect warriors assembles. A powerful creature kneels before a massive sword, addressing a shaman in the shadows. Whispers spread of a great demon's awakening, and fear ripples through the ranks. When the truth is revealed, the monstrous beings bow in submission. A furious leader declares the land belongs to the emperor, and orders the destruction of the Black Tribe god. A demon's grin spreads as it realizes its enemy has been deceived. Walls explode outward as a massive demon bursts through, clutching its head, eyes burning red. Nature magic surges from a warrior's staff, striking the demon, only for glowing energy to instantly heal its wounds. An insect commander roars orders as the army charges forward. A lone warrior steps ahead, vowing to defeat the demon alone, while swarms of insect soldiers rush beside him. From the opposite side, Reed demons surge forward, screaming for blood. Ilshin jolts upright in bed, shaking and drenched in sweat. Morning light spills across the room as he breathes heavily, trying to steady himself. He mutters in confusion, wondering whether he dreamed of being an ant or if the ant dreamed of being him. Before he can think further, invasion alerts flood his phone. A new enemy appears on the screen, instantly irritating him. Flames flare dramatically in the game, as Ilshin grips his phone and shouts that he will defeat it no matter what. Then a chilling message appears, glowing ominously on the screen, hinting that something far worse is about to begin. The protagonist suddenly recognizes the bearded ant from his dream among the gathering in the cavern. Fear floods his face as the memory crashes back into him, eyes widening in shock. At the same moment, his phone erupts in blinding light, jolting him upright in bed. Heart racing, he frantically checks the screen for urgent updates. In a flash, the vision returns. He sees himself lying on the ground, stunned and bleeding after being caught off guard by a brutal attack. Blue energy explodes across the battlefield, as a lone figure stands firm against armored enemies. A menacing presence gathers power, releasing a massive beam that slams downward and forces monstrous foes back. At sunset, the young man in the tracksuit screams in agony as violent energy swirls around him. Nearby, 3 armored insect warriors celebrate triumphantly after their sage subdues an evil god, cheering in anticipation of the emperor's reward. One cruel creature offers mocking congratulations, leaving its target frozen in disbelief. Suddenly panic spreads as someone screams for everyone to run, while a terrifying light descends from above. Lightning crashes into enemy ranks, tearing chaos through the battlefield. More creatures fall from the sky as the group braces for destruction. A monstrous figure writhes in pain as red lightning engulfs it, screaming for others to escape. Blood sprays as someone is struck without warning. A massive blow crushes number 404 instantly, followed by another foot slamming down on number 808, ending their life just as quickly. Consumed by rage, the young man smashes his fist into the ground, releasing a violent surge of power. Through bloodied vision, he watches a system message announce number 809's death. Clutching his wounded side, he staggers through smoke and debris, shielding his phone as another attack rips through the area. Then a cold system message appears. He has acquired the Evil God title. Shock freezes him as pain drops him to his knees. Still trembling, he checks his phone to make sure it survived the chaos. In the next instant, he wakes up in his room, startled to find glowing gold coins scattered around him. Sweat beads on his face as he notices karma on the screen climbing rapidly. It hits 1000. A message announces the Evil God title once again, followed by another system notice, unlocking the Cruel Slaughterer title, increasing his battle luck due to high karma. Stunned, he realizes the requirement had been 1000 or more. Laughing in disbelief, Ilshin sits atop a mountain of gold coins, boldly declaring he can live without the law. The coins begin to swirl and fuse together, forming a single gleaming ring atop the pile. His breath catches as he picks it up, examining the glowing object closely. Curious, he lifts it to his nose and inhales. A refreshing scent floods his senses, clearing his exhausted mind. Slowly, he slips the ring onto his finger. Light surges across his hand, and warmth spreads through his body. In seconds, his fatigue vanishes completely, leaving him feeling stronger and sharper than ever before. Before he can celebrate, his cracked phone blares another alarm. The Eye of the Blind God activates automatically, appraising the ring. A new notification appears. Confused but intrigued, Ilshin learns it is the Ring of the Druid, granting elemental power. He tests it on a small object, eyes widening at the immediate result. Excitement builds as he begins practicing in his room, repeatedly activating the Eye of the Blind God to explore its abilities. The scene shifts dramatically. A spotlight highlights his everyday life, a television nearly paid off, a notebook with months left on its installment plan, and his worn-out bed that clearly needs replacing. Standing in the sunlit room, Ilshin wipes sweat from his face as reality crashes down on him. He rushes to the door trying to stop someone from leaving, then stares at his glowing ring in disbelief. Frustration surges as he remembers his G-class assignment. Clenching his fist with renewed resolve, he heads back to the Paranormal Phenomena Center, determined to change his fate. A system panel flashes up, revealing private health information. Nearby, a pregnant woman nervously checks her phone, unaware she is being observed. A man freezes in horror as his personal medical data appears in public view. Ilshin jolts upright, shaken by what he has just witnessed. His gaze drifts across the room, and lands on a glowing heroic poster promising a savior of the world. As a young girl stands before it, a data screen scans her, listing her age along with a strange tingling sensation. Ilshin senses something wrong. Among the crowd, a hidden name appears on the mysterious display. The girl stiffens as shocking information reaches her. Before she can walk away, Ilshin leaps up and rushes toward her, stretching out his hand to stop her. Fear tightens his chest as memories of everything he has seen surge back in a rush. A young woman steps forward beneath harsh, brilliant lighting, instantly commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Someone nervously asks whether others feel a strange tingling sensation as glowing energy fills the air. A digital screen flickers to life, introducing Sony, a thrilled 19-year-old girl standing at the center of it all. Before anyone can react, Ilshin rushes forward, clutching a rolled-up sheet of paper. A hand shoots out to stop Sony as she tries to leave, and Ilshin lunges after her, shouting desperately for her not to follow her curiosity. A nervous student hesitates nearby, unsure what to do. A boy awkwardly tries to get her attention, only for her to glance back in surprise and ask if someone is feeling excited. The scene shifts to a bright city, under a clear blue sky. Ilshin cheerfully calls to arrange a meeting with his niece, only to erupt in protest moments later, angrily arguing about being called a loafer just because he likes money. He ends the call in frustration on a crowded sidewalk, then exhales slowly, relieved that he passed the re-inspection, though uncertainty still weighs on his future. Soon he walks into a quiet park where long shadows stretch across sunlit steps. A young girl looks up at him in surprise, asking if he is really her uncle. His face flushes as he marvels at how adorable she is, though dark thoughts briefly surface about a painful past. A somber conversation follows about troubling updates, leaving him distressed with his head in his hands. The girl tilts her head and asks what update means. Unfamiliar with the word, trying to lighten the mood, Ilshin pinches her cheeks playfully, making her yelp in shock. She glares furiously while he apologizes over and over, hovering nervously nearby as she sulks on the bench. Suddenly, the Eye of the Blind God activates on its own. An appraisal completes instantly, identifying the pouting child as his niece Ilian, who loves chocolate ice cream. Surprised, Ilshin blurts it out, then eagerly suggests getting some to cheer her up. Inside a small shop, a cheerful worker greets them. Ilian enthusiastically orders chocolate ice cream, and Ilshin agrees, only to freeze when he realizes he has to pay. Counting his coins nervously, he changes the order to just 1 scoop. The cashier stares as he offers the coins, carefully counting them, while Ilshin sweats. A tiny scoop is handed over. Ilshin protests, convinced he is being treated unfairly, then suddenly pulls out his remote control with confidence. With a dramatic glare, he thrusts his forefinger forward, as if activating a powerful technique. In the next moment, the stunned worker hands over a massive spiraling cone of ice cream, apologizing profusely. Satisfied, Ilshin leans in and happily eats while encouraging Ilian to enjoy hers too. She refuses to share her bite immediately, but soon relaxes beside him as the warm sunset settles over the peaceful city. The calm shatters when warning alerts flash across Ilshin's phone. He jerks upright on the bench, as a tense notification announces a powerful skill activation. Another message reveals that an unknown god's battle luck has surged dramatically. Before he can process it, a sinister voice echoes beneath a blood-red sky, declaring it will devour challenges and ascend as a true demon god. Alarms blare. Red lights flare among ruined streets, as a colossal demonic monster rises above the city skyline. Ilshin freezes in terror while a woman screams for everyone to run, struggling to hold back danger amid falling rubble. A lion-headed beast roars with earth-shaking fury. Ilshin shields another person as a blinding burst of light erupts behind them. Power ignites within his eye as he prepares to release hidden strength. Nearby, an electrified figure stands defiantly against the towering monster. The name of the creature spreads in fear: the Thorned Bull, an ancient being seeking divinity itself. Later that night, Ilshin stands alone on a bridge, staring over the quiet city while studying a digital profile. He learns that the Thorned Bull seeks godhood by consuming the unknown god, and realization strikes hard. The Godmaker incident had targeted him all along. Memories of desperate shouts to run echo in his mind. Images of the battlefield and the Thorned Bull's corpse surface, along with the chilling death messages. A reward notification appears, announcing trial completion, ability rank up, and a special authority unlocked in the God Store. Another message confirms he can now purchase a low-class god's authority for free. Shaking with anger and exhaustion, Ilshin glares at his phone. Blaming it for everything that has gone wrong, he storms to his balcony, raises his hand, and prepares to throw the device into the night below. Ilshin lifts his phone beneath the quiet night sky, frowning at something unexpected glowing across the screen. A chilling message flashes before his eyes, and shock ripples through him as memories rush back. Standing alone on the bridge, he calls out desperately for the saints, his voice swallowed by the darkness. Elsewhere, 2 armored figures brace themselves before a vine-covered entrance pulsing with ominous energy. Fear tightens their grip on their weapons as a violent red strike smashes into an ant warrior. Another creature collapses, begging for mercy while trembling in tears, clutching a staff as a monstrous enemy towers above with blinding radiance. In a dim cave lit by flickering candles, a hooded figure pleads desperately to save their tribe, while another stands frozen in terror. A massive clawed foot crashes into cracked earth, sending dust spiraling into the air. Soldiers close in, blocking every path of escape, as a monstrous insect lunges forward, its tongue snapping like a whip. A girl stares helplessly, tears pouring down her face, just as Ilshin's phone vibrates with an urgent request to rescue a small, desperate creature. Before he can react, a terrifying apparition forms in the air. 2 frightened figures cower nearby, while a tiny creature anxiously wonders aloud if she still looks the same as before. An armored insect raises a cleaver high to strike, but a small girl with blue antennae plants her feet and refuses to move. A towering beast declares she will be offered as tribute, while another monstrous form erupts from smoke, screaming for the Emperor. Explosions of fire and lightning rip through the battlefield, hurling bodies aside in agony. Ilshin notices an unusually large ant displayed on his phone, just as golden coins spill out of the screen and clatter at his feet. Another message arrives, carrying the Holy Maiden's request to learn the true name of the nameless god. Stunned, Ilshin stops on the steps, staring at his phone as a new request appears. Moments later, a devoted follower begins worshipping him without warning. A system notification announces the acquisition of a divine title, Merciful Redeemer. His breath catches as he realizes he now holds both good and evil god titles at once. Another message follows, shifting his alignment from evil to neutral. Then comes a massive reward. 100,000 G-coins flood his balance, and Ilshin nearly drops his phone as the total jumps to over 100,000. He opens the glowing shop interface, heart racing as he scans the endless choices. Clenching his fist, he finally selects the blessing of the growing god. A glowing bottle materializes above the phone. He reaches out astonished, as the system appraises it. The description reveals it is bottled body fluids from a low-class god, capable of unlocking hidden mortal potential. Disgust twists his face as he inspects the shimmering liquid beneath the night sky, noting that it strangely has no smell. After a long hesitation, he drinks it. The screen flashes, energy surging wildly. Furious, he shouts at the phone, convinced he has been scammed, only to read that even low-class divine fluids can awaken dormant power. Grinding his teeth, he clenches his fists and accepts the challenge. Glass vials scatter around his feet as he stands alone on a rooftop, desperately trying to activate his new ability. Nothing happens. Exhaustion crashes over him, and he collapses onto the bridge. A system notice appears, announcing the assimilation rate of Godmaker has risen to 5%, boosting his inherent ability. The next moment, he jolts awake in bed, clutching his head in pain. Confused, he finds crawling ants surrounding him. His phone buzzes with another strange message, and he notices unsettling, insect-like markings spreading across his hand. Suddenly, red-eyed insect monsters surge forward through pouring rain on the screen. In real life, ants swarm across his floor. The battlefield has been upgraded due to the increased assimilation rate. Panic grips him as the massive swarm floods the room. He scrambles to the door, yanking at the handle in desperation as something monstrous roars behind him, spraying saliva. He stumbles, slicing his foot open as insects crawl over him. Blood smears the floor as he runs. Outside, he freezes for a moment, staring at the sunset in stunned silence before terror snaps him back to reality. He sprints down a blood-stained hallway, realizing he is still on the 3rd floor. Heart pounding, he braces himself, wondering if he is about to die. The door explodes inward. Ilshin is slammed back violently and crashes face first into the floor, blood pooling beneath him. A furious presence radiates overwhelming energy. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin roars in rage and commands his monstrous army forward. Lightning tears through armored enemies. Flaming spears and blazing arrows fill the sky. A massive demon screams in agony as soldiers rush in from every side. A towering figure boasts of the Empire's power before being drowned in chaos. Ilshin collapses, exhausted and wounded, gasping for breath as blood fills his mouth. He drags himself across the kitchen floor, barely able to stand, when his eyes lock onto a can of insecticide with a dead mosquito printed on it. An idea sparks. He charges forward with unstoppable force, scattering enemies as explosions rock the battlefield. Flames surge everywhere. A massive armored demon bursts through the inferno, unleashing overwhelming power. Fireballs fly, shockwaves shatter the ground, and a colossal explosion leaves everything shaking. Surrounded by roaring flames, Ilshin collapses again, coughing violently as smoke fills his lungs. A terrifying supernatural message appears before him, asking if he will accept a powerful evil god's gift. His hand trembles over the glowing yes button. Then he presses it. Sinister red energy coils around his body as power floods into him. His eyes widen in horror as realization dawns. The world shifts. A clear blue sky stretches overhead. A massive lightning bolt crashes into a mountainside overlooking the city, smoke rising from scorched earth. Nearby, a girl clutches a black egg in defeat as the thorned bull finally collapses. Lightning crackles as an armored figure raises her arms, silently swearing revenge. A sudden flash erupts behind her. She stands atop a hill, gazing over the sprawling city below. Back in the burning building, Ilshin struggles to breathe near a sealed window. A system message announces ability absorption, but he curses it as useless. Flames lick the walls as he unleashes another desperate attack, pouring out everything he has left. Energy erupts in a devastating blast. Then he collapses again, shaking and broken, wondering through pain and smoke if this is where his life finally ends. As explosions continue to rip the battlefield apart around him, a unique authority suddenly activates, instantly analyzing its target. Through roaring flames, a girl bursts forward and catches her opponent completely off guard. A dramatic spotlight introduces her as a fearless 19-year-old specialist, known for thrilling, high-risk combat. Nearby, a helmeted student leans forward in excitement, eyes shining with anticipation. Back in the city, a boy skeptically asks if the woman behind him is really his uncle. Without even looking up, the man casually confirms it. A bandaged man jokes around with the girl, quickly winning her over, while reassuring her even as an angry woman fumes behind him. The peace shatters when a sudden attack causes screams and chaos. The furious woman scolds the bandaged man as the girl trembles, nearly in tears. A knock echoes through the room. A boy rushes to answer just as someone grabs the bandaged man's face while he lies in bed. The door opens to reveal a visitor, and a basket of flowers sits outside with a note wishing Ilshin a speedy recovery, though the sender remains unknown. From a rooftop at sunset, a girl quietly watches the hospital. Inside, Ilshin lies unconscious, badly injured, his phone resting beside him. The defeated thorned bull fades into memory as a stunned girl stands beneath the glowing sky. Days pass, and Ilshin recalls that every time another person was nearby, his power surged. After 4 days, the girl begins to suspect he might be the key to breaking her own limits. Nervous and embarrassed, she wonders if she is stalking him, and turns to leave the rooftop unnoticed. Just then, Ilshin suddenly bolts upright in bed. A moment later, he collapses back down, groaning in pain, startling her. Far away, hooded figures kneel before a glowing shrine beneath a radiant tree, begging an imposing figure to reconsider a harsh decision. A woman clutches a glowing treasure, as an elder insect-like leader announces an irreversible choice for the tribe. A girl with antenna explains the treasure's sacred meaning, while others reflect quietly on being rescued from the army. A glowing gem is offered as a sacrifice in hopes of forgiveness. Back at the hospital, Ilshin thrashes in bed, clutching his ringing phone while angrily complaining. A bizarre prayer notification appears as insect followers begin sending offerings. His eyes widen as tribute offers flood his screen. Blushing, he realizes how important he has become, excitement replacing his pain. Auntie gently presents a glowing gem as it materializes before him. Soon after, another gift appears, the legendary Fruit of the World tree from Idrisil. Ilshin inspects it carefully, sniffing to check for strange smells. A system description reveals its stamina-boosting potential. Relieved after passing another checkup, Ilshin relaxes, unaware someone is still watching from the rooftop. Suddenly a bright light erupts behind him. Blue energy crackles violently as pain rips through his body and dark power coils around him. He screams in terror as the transformation surges, while Mina stares in shock at the changes unfolding before her. The strange fruit's effects kick in at once. The overwhelming saltiness, bitterness, and spice make him cough violently, but energy surges through his hand. His bandages unravel on their own, revealing skin completely healed beneath. Staring in disbelief, he realizes every injury has vanished. From outside the building, the girl watches anxiously, worried about the burns he had suffered. Inside, Ilshin flexes by the window, feeling stronger than ever, while a mysterious figure observes him from the rooftop. His phone glows again. A new notification announces the activation of a god's blessing. In a distant realm, a fluffy creature watches in amazement, as ants cheer wildly. Ilshin realizes he can now use offerings from believers to grant blessings, and begins considering what the ants might desire most. Back in the insect tribe, glowing particles fall from the sky after their offering. Alarm spreads as masked figures sense something wrong, but then power surges through them. Wounds vanish, limbs regenerate, and energy floods their bodies. The elderly freeze in awe while others collapse in tears, praising Ilshin as a divine savior. On Ilshin's phone, his number of true believers skyrockets. The system reports over 10,000 god coins earned from their enthusiasm as golden light transforms faith into currency. The scene shifts to a bustling city market. Under a bright blue sky, vendors shout high prices while customers haggle over rare monster parts like gorgon horns. Tension sparks as men glare at one another, and suddenly a fight erupts, debris flying. Uneasy, Ilshin slips through the shady crowd, searching for a place to sell items. He finds a quieter alley and reassures himself, unaware he is being watched. A scream rings out nearby, heightening his nerves. He steps into a shop and calls out. A cheerful shopkeeper greets him warmly. Nervously, Ilshin admits he is there to sell items, and that his abilities have awakened, though he lacks a hunter license. The staff immediately recognize what that means, and hand him a form to fill out. Sitting on a bench with a pen, Ilshin hesitates, unsure how to explain where his items came from. Around him, people complain about repair costs, while others enter and greet the shopkeeper like regulars. A muscular man quietly observes everyone, analyzing their weaknesses. As tension hangs in the air, someone offers useful items to support the struggling shop, and Ilshin realizes he has finally stepped into the real world of hunters, where power, danger, and opportunity are tightly intertwined. A man passes a heavy suitcase across the counter, and the woman behind it accepts it gratefully. Nearby, Ilshin flinches as intrusive evaluations continue, nervously glancing between his writing and the glowing appraisal device. His heart pounds until the assessment finally ends. Excited voices erupt as two people unveil a sparkling mithril armor set, its surface shimmering with magical light. Ilshin studies a pile of worn scrap iron armor beside it, noticing weak enchantments and a barely activated skill. Buyers gasp at the glowing mana flowing through the display, until a sharp voice cuts through the excitement and exposes it as a fake, sending murmurs through the crowd. A smug young man boldly demands 300 million in cash, shocking his companion. Nearby, a woman with glasses peers closely through a magnifying lens at an item stacked among boxes, while a man desperately offers to retrieve something from a safe to buy time. Sensing trouble, Ilshin reaches urgently for a crucial object and warns everyone not to purchase the fake. Anger explodes. A furious man shouts at the calm stranger who interfered, and the group freezes when something unexpected happens. One man slams a fist into another's stomach, launching him across the room. Someone demands proof as three hostile figures surround Ilshin, one raising a flaming fist threateningly. In that tense moment, Ilshin recalls the divine light he saw before. He points as power surges into the battered chest plate, causing it to glow brilliantly. Shock spreads across the room when the so-called worthless scrap armor radiates energy. A furious attacker lunges, throwing a heavy punch, only to clash head-on with a rival in a violent collision. Before the fight can erupt further, a burly man hesitates as someone important suddenly enters. Requests to leave are shouted, confusion spreading as the group rushes out. In the chaos, Ilshin is mistaken for a high-ranking hunter. A cheerful girl loudly thanks him, calling him a hermit, and leaving him completely stunned. Outside, a hooded figure slips quietly through the busy street, explaining how hermits avoid the hunter lifestyle. Ilshin stands awkwardly, struggling to explain himself. When the shopkeeper asks if he is selling items, he quietly confirms. Inside again, the woman with the magnifying glass examines an object anxiously while a man watches. The appraisal reveals only 12 mana, marking it as D-class junk. Disappointment spreads. Another anxious man quickly returns a ring, apologizing after discovering the flashy armor was fake despite its high mana reading. Ilshin stares at the appraisal device in confusion until it identifies a powerful druid's ring, even recommending it for Sunmiri. At that moment, crackling electricity fills the air as the Lightning Empress appears, instantly recognized by everyone present. Trade continues at a bustling stall, while a masked figure watches in disbelief, wondering how a low-ranked hunter recovered so quickly and obtained a top-tier potion. From the shadows, suspicion grows that Ilshin might be far stronger than he appears. The masked woman slips away into an alley, realizing she is following him again. Worried about her sister, she pushes through the crowded street. Suddenly, someone recognizes her disguised face and rushes forward. At sunset, a massive surge of power slams into a skyscraper, shaking the city. On a rooftop, scientists stare at an impossibly high reading. The girl realizes the ring amplified her power tremendously. She spins in shock as a familiar boy greets her casually, reaching out to stop her from running away. Breathless, he urgently offers her something, insisting it will help. In a blinding flash of green energy, a massive stone hand presents her with a glowing ring. She stands confidently in the spotlight as applause echoes from a balcony. Praise and irritation mix as leaders warn her not to overstep her rank. Later, laughter breaks out as a red-haired boy teases someone about their temper. Friends wave goodbye from the balcony, promising future raids. A girl shouts down loudly, startling someone below, while another issues a sharp warning that is firmly ignored. Watching the figure walk away, a resolute gaze hardens with thoughts of breaking limits and revenge. Suddenly, Ilshin jerks awake in bed, drenched in sweat. A system message announces the activation of the blind god's eye. In his vision, a terrifying command echoes, ordering a general to lead 5 million troops and eliminate the monster responsible for killing 100,000 soldiers. A new enemy appears, the Fourth Blade, Kamakiri. An armored monstrous army kneels in loyalty before their leader. Ilshin drops his phone in panic and gasps, realizing he was dreaming. Relief washes over him, only to be replaced by horror when it dawns on him that everything was real. He had barely survived 100,000 enemies, and now 50 times more were coming. Clutching his head on the messy bed, he spirals in fear until his phone lights up again. A chilling digital message offers him power in exchange for sacrificing 100 humans of the same bloodline. Rage surges through him as he clenches his fist. Another presence blocks his path, ignoring pleas to wait. The blind god's eye activates, flooding his vision with blue light. From the glow, a savage tribal monster emerges, bearing luminous fangs. A massive beast towers over the battlefield, threatening to tear its enemy apart. Ilshin freezes as the same glowing light from his dream appears again. A timer flashes on his phone, 4 days remaining. Fear grips him as blue light pulses across the screen. Around him, allies tremble, whispering about the Emperor's attack. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin steels himself for what lies ahead. A violent explosion rips through a building in daylight, debris flying everywhere. He struggles desperately to activate self-analysis, frustration building until the digital display confirms success. Relief lasts only a moment before harsh flaws are exposed, making him protest in disbelief. Another blast tears a massive hole through a wall, and the reality of the coming war crashes down on him once more. Ilshin sits on the edge of his bed, scrolling through his phone as he reviews a recent purchase from the Hunter store. Curious, he activates Gehenna's fire through his fingertip, only for a pitiful little flame to flicker to life. His face twists in disbelief. Realization hits hard. He has been scammed. Frustrated, he nearly throws the glowing device across the room, but hesitates, staring at the screen and wondering what to do next. A shadowy presence seems to loom behind him as another demanding manuscript message flashes across his phone. Barefoot beside the bed, Ilshin bows nervously, apologizing for everything that has gone wrong. Then another unexpected message arrives. His eyes wide, he shouts for Papkas, urgency echoing through the dim room. Outside, 20 soldiers prepare to storm the building through a massive hole blasted in the wall. At the same time, a system alert rings out. The Godmaker assimilation rate surges from 5% to 10%. Another notification follows, announcing strengthened inherent authority. Then the Merciful Redeemer E-title activates. A violent blast tears through the upper wall of the building. Inside, Ilshin collapses before his laptop, exhausted, surrounded by empty bottles. Despite the destruction, he finishes his major task and triumphantly prepares to send the completed report to his supervisor. Elsewhere, a girl walks down a sunlit street, excitedly announcing that she bought cake. Her steps slow as she reaches a damaged building, suddenly anxious about showing up uninvited now that she knows his address. She clenches her fist, steels herself, and slips cautiously inside the hallway, gripping her bag tight. Her heart pounds as she stands before the door, holding a pink box. Inside, Ilshin dozes at his desk, mumbling about buying beef before drifting off. The girl raises her finger, hesitates, then presses the intercom. The camera clicks on. When the door opens, she peeks inside and steps into the dim room, softly calling his name. Her eyes widen when she finds the place empty, and notices the massive hole smashed through the wall. At the same time in another office, a worker grows impatient, checking the clock as someone remains late. A young man looks down at his phone, pale as a new deadline message appears. Suddenly a hand slams onto his desk. A confident figure stands before him, arms crossed, smirking. Papers pile up mercilessly. Overwhelmed, the young man stares at the workload, then clutches a sheet as tears threaten to fall. Ilshin, watching later, blushes slightly and smiles, touched by the emotion. Soon after, two people stroll down a crowded street, happily planning a Korean beef dinner. The mood shatters. Ilshin wakes to find himself bound to a chair, ropes tight around his body. Three men circle him, mocking and taunting. Someone yells an urgent order for food nearby as chaos brews. A blur flashes through the room, startling everyone. A furious man raises a flaming hand and confronts the captive, while thugs restrain him. Firelight dances across Ilshin's terrified face, as flames crackle inches away. The captors laugh, showing off weak flames and mocking their own strength. Another evaluation declares two of them weak despite their muscular builds. Ilshin's heart sinks as he realizes his power is being suppressed. Then he recognizes one of the men, a swindler hunter from before. Tension spikes as four men confront each other, demanding to know what is going on. A glowing artifact is revealed while threats fly. A system confirmation appears, sealing some twisted evaluation. A timer flashes, announcing the approach of a massive army. Panic erupts. Ilshin shouts to be untied, and for his phone to be thrown away. A violent attack explodes nearby, blood spraying as red energy slashes through someone's chest. A towering red glowing figure materializes, sending terror through everyone present. Outside, red armored monsters surge forward in endless waves. Inside, flames burst higher as captors conjure fire to intimidate Ilshin. A massive wall of flame erupts, trapping him in scorching heat. He screams as fire roars around him. Sparks fly as a huge door shakes violently. One man presses a glowing red object against Ilshin's chest, while another stares in horror as blood pools beneath a rising stone-like relic. Shock ripples through the group, as dark energy gathers into a massive weapon. Orders are shouted for catapults to be prepared. Elsewhere, terrified figures pound on locked doors, screaming for help as armored monsters close in. The exits refuse to open. Trapped. Surrounded by fire, blood, and approaching armies, Ilshin realizes the nightmare has only just begun. A monstrous creature roars and commands a fiery assault. Red energy rips across the battlefield as shattered rocks fly like weapons. Blood sprays through the air as a young man recoils in horror, clutching his face when he realizes that even massive flames failed to stop the incoming strike. Another wounded figure slams against a door, barely clinging to life, while someone raises a battered shield in a desperate attempt to block the chaos. Bound in chains and drenched in sweat, Ilshin finally understands that his enemies are far stronger than he ever imagined. Panic twists his chest as he curses the game that dragged him into this nightmare. A challenger steps forward to confront a demonic figure, declaring that all of its subordinates have already fallen. In response, Ilshin is coldly threatened with execution, promised as food for a higher authority. Surrounded by the dark arena and an overwhelming crowd, fear tightens around him. Then a system message flashes before his eyes. The small miracle ability activates. Electricity streaks across the wooden ceiling as blue lightning detonates at the center of the room, blasting bodies backward and flooding everything in blinding light. Ilshin jerks aside as danger erupts around him. A demon-like figure charges through the smoke, hurling blue lightning with murderous force. A furious guardian counters, while a cloaked warrior unleashes energy toward a hidden enemy, demanding they reveal themselves. From the shadows, a menacing presence emerges. A glowing profile flashes briefly, introducing a thrilled 19-year-old girl. Chains rattle as Ilshin shouts, while a masked figure releases another surge of lightning that explodes through the battlefield. Soldiers are hurled into the air as a raging woman pours out blue energy. A demonic arm slams into someone, sending lightning scattering wildly. One fighter mocks the chaos, while another charges a massive attack. The girl channels blue energy and summons a powerful follower as rubble breaks apart. From within the debris, a monstrous evil god rises. Its presence suffocating, it declares its intention to destroy the empire and seize the throne. An enormous insect-like creature roars that it will die on this battlefield, while another snarls, vowing to take at least one follower with it. Blue lightning crashes again as the girl strikes, forcing Ilshin to recoil despite his chains. A masked girl joins the assault, electricity blazing as a boy cheers among the swarming insects. Warnings echo as armored defenders brace themselves while monstrous enemies pour in. A dragon-like beast kneels, begging for immense authority. In a horrifying ritual, an armored figure sacrifices his soldiers' heads to seal a pact with the creature. Cries of retreat ring out, but it is too late. The general is struck by an unseen force, and two warriors collide with glowing blades, releasing a shockwave that shatters the ground. A helmeted student jolts in disbelief, while the chained boy watches in terror. A towering armored demon raises a massive weapon wrapped in dark energy. A blazing figure fires a devastating attack that sends fighters tumbling. Ilshin trembles as blows land all around him. A general targets Smear's neck with a 1,000-blade strike, while a red energy demon materializes beside him. A woman is struck down by a glowing weapon. As a terrified man screams, rage consumes another monstrous figure as it lunges to kill. Suddenly the girl surges forward with impossible speed, blue lightning bursting from her hands. She slams a massive attack into a shadowy opponent, while a towering armored enemy answers with a storm of blue and red energy. Ilshin looks up in horror as the raging lightning storm is split apart. An insect lands gently on a helmet visor. In the next second, a massive weapon swings, releasing a flood of red energy. Sunlight streams through shattered windows as Ilshin screams in panic. A powerful surge of glowing energy erupts again, shaking the entire structure. He squeezes his eyes shut as a deadly slash barely misses him. Pain tears through his body as mist swirls around him. Another impact slams into the room, rattling chains and walls alike. Across the battlefield, a bloodied schoolgirl lies motionless while someone rushes toward her in despair. A death sentence is pronounced over a figure soaked in blood for defying the emperor. Another chained victim faces a monstrous executioner as blood pools beneath them. Fear crushes Ilshin's chest. Then in the darkness, a colossal eye opens, blasting blinding light across the arena. A gaping monstrous mouth looms before him, as an ally watches tensely nearby. A chilling presence whispers that fate has already been decided. Anger burns in Ilshin's jaw as he struggles against despair. A wounded fighter collapses nearby, cursing their enemies. A towering monster vows to kill Ilshin and send him to join the fallen. But something inside him changes. Bound and bleeding, he realizes he still has the power to defy fate. In his heart, he swears to repay those who saved him. A glowing interface appears. Change mortal fate. Cost 100,000 god coins. Ilshin roars his acceptance. A towering insected creature rises as divine force floods the battlefield. Ilshin's eyes blaze with power as time itself begins to bend. A glowing blue sword tears through the air in a crackling arc of energy. The schoolgirl charges alongside it, lightning roaring around her as she strikes the monstrous enemy. Another student watches in terror, realizing the insect before them is far more dangerous than anything they have faced. An armored figure unleashes a devastating red energy attack, draining 100,000 god coins in an instant. Chains explode apart under overwhelming force as fate shifts violently. Smear's destiny changes. Ilshin raises a glowing shield, bracing himself against the incoming storm. As someone grabs another by the collar in the darkness, the final confrontation spiraling toward its breaking point. The character brought his weapon down in a devastating strike, and the force of it sent his opponent flying backward in a violent burst of energy. Before the dust could settle, a monstrous creature emerged from the chaos, its terrifying presence making the fighter in tactical gear recoil in fear. Ilshin immediately stepped in front of Anti, chains swaying ominously in the background as he unleashed his power. Nearby, a woman in a helmet suddenly realized the truth about the man standing before her. Shock spread across her face, and with trembling hands, she began to remove her helmet. A young man rushed to check on her as she knelt in her armor, and she quickly assured him that she was fine. An enraged armored figure charged forward without hesitation, releasing a deadly attack toward the enemy. The shadowy opponent glared back with pure contempt, his presence heavy with menace. The monstrous creature flinched in sudden shock as it sensed a powerful threat closing in. With a fierce shout, the protagonist invoked a terrifying act of divine condemnation, his power surging outward in judgment. Then, with open defiance, he thrust forward his glowing middle finger, launching another overwhelming attack. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, a damaged building stood alone in the distance, its barred windows glowing faintly with light. Without warning, the structure erupted in a violent explosion, sending fire and debris flying in every direction. From the burning wreckage, a lone figure emerged, walking forward through swirling smoke and flames with unshakable resolve. From within the inferno, a monstrous face burst forth, roaring with fanatical loyalty to a powerful emperor. Amid the chaos, a young man shielded a coffin girl as fire raged around them. In the blazing light, one character stood fearless while another stared in awe. Nearby, a mysterious knife was lifted high as one person stood tall and confident, while another trembled behind them in fear. Ilshin stumbled backward, raising his arms to shield himself as a sudden blast of flames surged toward him, and a looming figure closed in. Ilshin froze in uneasy silence, uncertain of what would happen next. Later, sunlight washed over the city, as a person lifted a trowel with determination. A girl knelt beside him, gripping her own trowel and urgently volunteering to take responsibility, shocking the young man with her resolve. Moments later, she burst into the room carrying a massive sack, startling the boy sitting on the floor as he awkwardly tried to greet her. Bilshan stopped in front of a closed door, anxiety clear on his face as he hesitated before what awaited inside. Elsewhere, one character carefully examined a strange device while another watched in disbelief. A girl, holding a helmet, excitedly asked if the other person was a hermit. Tension grew as one character became increasingly nervous, while the other blushed, smiling brightly as she hugged an object to her chest, completely misunderstanding his intentions. Suddenly, overwhelmed with fear, one person dropped to their knees and begged their intimidating master for mercy. Another girl knelt as well, pleading to be made stronger and swearing to do anything, while a mysterious figure observed from the shadows. Realizing time was running out, the young man grew frantic. A boy typed furiously on a laptop, while a girl leaned in beside him, both staring intently at the screen as they investigated something important. At a nearby table, one character worked on a laptop, while another happily accepted the nickname Lightning Empress, insisting on being called by her own name, creating an awkward yet lively exchange. A determined girl stood firm in the doorway, declaring she would not leave until she was taught. Flustered, the boy insisted he was just an average G-class person as he nervously faced the schoolgirl. She proudly held up her ring, acknowledging its power and the person who had given it to her, while Ilshan hurriedly claimed he had only picked it up and meant nothing more. Desperate to make things right, the girl begged for another chance, leaving the boy stunned. Soon after, the two stood on a floor covered in newspapers, paint rollers in hand, admiring their freshly prepared living space. The protagonist suddenly shouted in shock when he noticed someone standing confidently in the cluttered room. Before he could react, a loud crash shook the space, making both of them look up in alarm. Trying to lighten the mood, one student asked about the weather, only for the other to admit they were simply hungry. They decided to reward themselves with black bean noodles after their hard work. However, the plan was abruptly cut short when a girl received an emergency alert on her phone, instantly putting both of them on edge. The young man read the message, his face growing serious with every word. A girl hurriedly strapped on her helmet as a nearby boy stared in confusion. Another character handed over a glowing vial labeled Blessing of the Growing Gal, leaving the recipient wide-eyed in amazement. The girl excitedly questioned how the boy had pulled off such an incredible feat, and even offered him a drink from her thermos. Later, she happily thanked her master for a small gift, while he brushed it off as nothing special. Wearing her school uniform and helmet, the girl dashed away across the rooftops with boundless energy as the boy stood in the doorway, waving goodbye in disbelief. He watched silently as she vanished into the distance. Left behind, Ilshan sat alone as a steaming pot of food was placed before him, his anticipation obvious. The calm of the restaurant was suddenly shattered by a news broadcast, reporting that an S-class Drake monster had emerged from a gate rift at Congress Parliament. A frustrated man complained loudly about the crisis, half hoping it would worsen, though he noted that a hunter had already arrived. The reporter urgently explained that the hunter facing the Drake alone could only buy time for civilians to escape. Hearing the name, the young man spat out his drink in shock. The hunter was none other than the B-class Lightning Empress. The revelation stunned everyone, completely challenging what they believed about her strength against an S-class threat. On the streets, the monstrous creature rampaged as two terrified schoolgirls scrambled for cover while emergency calls were made to the Hunter Association for reinforcements. The live broadcast continued, announcing the S-class threat as panic spread. The monster snarled, unleashing its fury. A massive hand slammed down as the dragon-like creature screamed in pain. The ground was struck again, triggering a devastating explosion that ripped through the city. The two girls were hurled to the ground, one desperately shielding the other amid the destruction. Fighting back fear, one urged the other to run while she stayed behind to face the monster head-on. Standing alone in the massive crater, the girl steadied herself and prepared to confront the S-class monster. The creature delivered a chilling threat, and her anxious reaction made it clear that the battle ahead would be far more terrifying than anything she had faced before. The girl hurled herself from the rooftop straight toward the monstrous black creature. As debris spun wildly through the air, Mary snapped out of her hesitation and steeled herself to face the beast. Above her head, lightning gathered in a blinding surge before she released it in a ferocious strike. A female warrior crashed down from the sky wrapped in blue lightning, smashing into the ground with overwhelming force. The thunderous impact sent shockwaves across the street as another bolt tore through the massive serpent, making it thrash in agony and demolish everything around it. The reporter's voice rang out across the broadcast, announcing that the Lightning Empress had defeated the Drake. Hovering above the shattered battlefield, she radiated power and confidence as the crowd erupted into cheers. She clenched her fists in triumph, celebrating her hard-fought victory. Suddenly, a helmeted figure was hurled backward by a violent spiral of energy. The monstrous beast surged forward, releasing a deafening roar and a devastating wave of destruction. It loomed over the kneeling schoolgirl, who finally realized she had been far too weak to win. The reporter and cameraman recoiled in shock as the crowd turned toward the renewed chaos spreading through the city. On the ground, the injured girl clutched her leg in frustration, struggling to rise. A stern woman barked orders for the B-class hunters to stay back as blue energy twisted through the air, making a helmeted fighter gasp in alarm. Startled, the girl dropped the glowing potion bottle at her feet. Amid the wreckage, the Drake towered over the trembling survivors, while the Lightning Empress had vanished from sight. The panicked news crew abandoned their cameras and fled as danger closed in. A towering armored figure staggered back just as a blinding light crashed down from the sky. Energy crackled violently as a warrior advanced through the storm, a potion flask slipping from numb fingers and shattering on the ground. Lightning exploded around the girl as she faced the monstrous enemy head-on. Electricity surged through the air as she gathered her strength, preparing to unleash everything she had. The Lightning Empress returned to the battlefield in a blaze of power, the atmosphere vibrating with raw energy. A massive monster suddenly appeared before the group, freezing everyone in terror. The reporters flinched and spun toward the sudden upheaval, just as a powerful attack slammed into the creature, blasting debris in all directions. The girl followed with another devastating lightning strike, charging the air with blinding brilliance. Back in the restaurant, startled diners turned toward the television as the broadcast erupted in noise and chaos. 3 of them stared in awe as the Lightning Empress appeared on screen. Ilshin heard the report claiming that the A-class Hunter Lightning Empress was overpowering the S-class Drake, and he nearly choked in disbelief. Moments later, a live interview began. The flustered girl in her school uniform awkwardly answered questions about defeating the giant monster, her face burning with embarrassment. She soon beamed brightly, flashing 2 thumbs up and thanking everyone, especially for the potion that had saved her. Later, a young man sat on a bench staring anxiously at his phone, stunned that an influencer's video had already reached 2 million views. At home, 2 people shared a meal, one happily eating while the other worried about getting back before their family grew concerned. Sitting alone at the table, the girl quietly admitted that no one ever worried about her. Bilshin checked his phone and reflected that any parent would worry about their daughter. Then a girl suddenly announced that both individuals had died in the Nether Dragon incident. The protagonist froze, sweat forming on his brow as terrifying memories of the Nether Dragon surged back. The world had once united to defeat that monstrous force, but not before it caused unimaginable destruction and countless deaths. Frustration twisted his face after he blurted something out, while the girl behind him watched in silence. A concerned student offered food to the exhausted girl sitting on the floor. Another character paused, tense and thoughtful, processing everything that had happened. A cheerful girl eagerly agreed to something from across the table, her energy cutting through the gloom. Suddenly, the boy jumped when an unexpected message appeared on his phone. As the girl prepared food nearby, a system notification appeared, announcing that favorability and trust targets had been met, and that faith could now be activated with a specific phrase. Another prompt revealed the exact keyword required. The protagonist stared at his glowing phone, a cold realization washing over him. He wondered if activating faith would earn him as many god coins as before. Memories of the saintly figure and praying followers flashed through his mind, making him sit on edge, half expecting another ambush from the ant army. A grin slowly spread across his face as he plotted how to gather even more god coins. Nearby, one character sitting on a box hesitantly asked for a favor. The girl in a school uniform immediately knelt, eagerly offering to help with anything. On the phone, the young man nervously repeated instructions, stumbling over his words. The girl admitted she trusted Ilshin completely. He dropped to his knees, urgently assuring the voice on the line of his trust despite his shaking hands. Suddenly, the young man jolted upright in shock. The determined girl declared her unwavering faith without hesitation. Bilshin gasped as another unexpected message appeared on his phone. Kneeling on the floor, the protagonist received confirmation that faith had been successfully formed. As the other watched, another alert appeared announcing a new follower, making Ilshin nervously wonder how many coins he would gain. A new skill-sharing menu unlocked on his phone, leaving him stunned. He learned that he could now borrow the abilities of his followers. Moments later, frustration exploded as he shouted at his phone after losing a game. Nearby, the startled girl knelt beside a glowing black portal, confused by his strange behavior. From around the corner, she cautiously observed a group of covered bottles. Elsewhere, a man froze in horror as he realized the woman before him was the feared antagonist of the Black Tribe. Masked figures scoffed in disdain as one condemned the king's controversial appointment. The officials whispered together, plotting to inform the evil god of the ruler's generosity and preparing for the coming war. Back in the room, the protagonist discovered he could use Lightning Storm whenever he wanted. Nervously, he decided to test it. Ilshin raised his hand and activated the skill-sharing ability through his phone. Blue electricity slammed violently against the building. Lightning exploded through the cramped room, electrocuting intruders and sending shock through everyone inside. A massive bolt struck the high-rise with a thunderous blast. From the raging storm, 3 monstrous figures with glowing blue faces emerged, revealing the terrifying power of the evil god. Electricity crackled around the girl as she surged forward in exhilaration, unleashing her strength once more. A neighbor leaned out a window, shouting about the constant noise, while the girl excitedly marveled at the man's lightning powers on the shattered rooftop. Ilshin clutched his phone, nervously steering the conversation away from the real problem. One person collapsed in despair over the repair costs, while another urgently demanded to know what was wrong. Finally, in a grand hall, a figure dropped to their knees in shock, as the entire assembly erupted in response to a stunning revelation. A trembling subordinate burst into the hall, barely able to speak as he reported that their entire delegation had been slaughtered without warning, wiped out in a storm of erupting lightning. A terrified noble in royal robes was immediately blamed for suggesting contact with such a dangerous existence, and desperately tried to defend his decision. Before he could finish, a monstrous figure dressed in regal attire was suddenly impaled by a spear. Blood sprayed across the ornate palace floor, staining the polished stone. Enraged, the armored ruler struck down another enemy with a glowing weapon, punishing him for daring to insult the king. From the shadows, a figure with burning red eyes stepped forward and demanded the head of the enemy god to restore the empire's honor. Around him, loyal subjects dropped to their knees, swearing absolute obedience to their half-god ruler. As dusk swirled around the towering palace, a young woman sprinted forward at full speed, lungs burning as she pushed past her limits. Nearby, a stunned young man stood at the edge of a massive crater, silently taking in the devastation. Impressed by her speed, Ilshin asked if she should continue her training. The girl stared in shock as he calmly stated that he had already completed 100 laps around the track. He handed her a drink, urging her to rest before going on. Mary hesitated, but finally drank the glowing potion while someone watched closely for any reaction. Ilshin paused, then decided to help his disciple by giving her another potion. Energized, she eagerly asked for her next task, and he casually told her to start doing squats. Ilshin then realized he could use Blind God's Eye to evaluate her condition and adjust her training properly. As the girl prepared to activate a special ability, the boy observed from the steps, while the narrative emphasized the importance of understanding an opponent's state of mind. Suddenly, a dark and ominous presence enveloped Ilshan, making him recoil in shock. In the next instant, he found himself alone in a swirling, unfamiliar void. A blinding flash of light forced Ilshan to shield his eyes. From above, a colossal spectral tiger formed of chained lightning descended with terrifying force, its massive body crackling with energy. Someone gasped after noticing something deeply wrong. A notice appeared, revealing that Mary's true power had been sealed for 10 years by an SS rank chain. Ilshin explained that her SS rank strength had briefly resurfaced when God's cursing forefinger had broken part of the seal. He realized that shattering the chain completely would unleash the tiger spirit's full power. Raising his finger, the young man gathered crackling yellow energy, preparing to strike. Later, students streamed through the school gates, eyes glued to their phones as the sun dipped low in the sky. When class ended, the boy waved goodbye and reminded the teacher to drink the potion before leaving. Elsewhere, a young man in a tracksuit suddenly dashed down the city street, at uncontrollable speed, startling pedestrians. He wondered just how powerful she would become once her restraints were removed. Ilshin soon found himself facing the chained spectral tiger once more as a lightning-wreathed figure appeared in the distance. A divine force smashed into the chains, triggering a blinding explosion. One figure struggled in frustration against the glowing restraints, while another questioned who could have possibly sealed such immense power. A student walked away as stunned onlookers tried to comprehend what they had witnessed. Ilshin wandered down the street, when he noticed a suspicious presence in the crowd. A hooded figure tipped their cap, and stepped directly into the path of a girl with a backpack in a dimly lit alley. Suddenly Shin screamed in terror, clutching his head as overwhelming fear took hold. Nearby, a man stared in horror at the wreckage of his destroyed home, then stood on the shattered rooftop anxiously checking his phone after receiving an unexpected message. Another notification from Soundless Nightmare appeared, infuriating a character who had already blocked it. The hostile blade glared with unmistakable resentment. The protagonist finally realized the figure before him was the owner of the blade. The weapon declared itself the 1,000 blades that cut all, a god blade capable of slicing even deities. A provocative message flashed across the phone screen, making the protagonist snap in irritation. Panic surged when he realized his thoughts were being read. Ilshan cursed furiously about being harassed by 2 relentless stalkers. System messages flooded in, urging him to unlock one entity and return the god sword to another. Ilshan shouted angrily into his phone, furious that he had risked his life to obtain the blade. He exploded in outrage when an offer appeared to exchange the stolen tribute of 2.2 million god coins for it. Then another offer appeared, promising 10 million god coins. He froze in shock, quickly calculating how much power and how many potions that reward could buy. While another competitor grew uneasy at the rising stakes, startled by sudden system messages, the protagonist watched two powerful entities argue. One mocked the other, which responded emotionally and even offered its authority in exchange. A new authority appeared, Ultrablade, and the protagonist's eyes lit up as he read about its terrifying power. Ulchin clenched his fist in excitement, admiring the weapon's potential. Another tempting offer followed from Soundless Nightmare, proposing a dark authority called Rose that blooms at night. The boy in the tracksuit nearly burst with excitement as he stared at his screen. Standing amid the rubble, the young man boldly challenged anyone to offer more. Notifications flooded his phone, confirming he had received Ultrablade over 2 million god coins, 3 uses of the Thousand Blades treasure, and the Rose that blooms at night. Sitting among the ruins, Ilshan weighed his limited treasure uses and debated whether to test Ultrablade or the Dark Rose ability first. He sat cross-legged, lifted his phone, and activated his power decisively. Nothing happened. He tried again from the ledge. Still nothing. Frustration boiled over when he discovered that the mysterious power only activated while he was asleep. Slumping onto his bed, he angrily prepared to use a different ability. Leaning against the shattered wall, he exhaled heavily, exhausted from the chaos. Nearby, a furious man screamed into his phone, accusing scammers of betraying him. Suddenly, the young man activated Ultrablade, determination blazing in his eyes. A crushing, unfamiliar urge surged through his body, making him clutch his chest. Overtaken by madness, he grinned wildly, consumed by an overwhelming desire to cut everything. Red energy engulfed his shadowed form as he gripped a dark, empowered dagger. Breathing hard, he pressed the blade to his face, trembling with manic obsession. Then, with wild eyes, the man in the tracksuit charged forward, weapon raised, as chaos erupted around him. As night settled over the city, workers inside a building exchanged tired words of appreciation after a long day. A woman waved goodbye as she left the restaurant, while 2 co-workers discussed finishing their remaining tasks before heading out. In the kitchen, a woman in a red apron excitedly announced that someone had arrived. Another person remarked how a longtime regular, rumored to be a web novel writer, often helped with chores. Through the window, they watched in shock as a wild-eyed young man violently chopped vegetables with frightening intensity. Moments later, the same young man collapsed in the hallway, completely drained, his body giving out from exhaustion and despair. The character urgently warned that the knife was far too dangerous, explaining that it could control people on its own. Shaken by what had happened, he fell back onto the bed, swearing he would never touch the object again. Moments later, he rolled onto the mat, wincing as pain shot through his sore hip after pushing himself too hard. Elsewhere, the insect-like figures reported that the evil god was currently asleep. A menacing leader smirked confidently as he rallied his allies, declaring that they would be the ones to claim the honor of killing their enemy. Another sinister figure announced his intention to take the top seat among the 10 blades, replacing its former holder. At his command, a squad of armored beast-like warriors surged forward. Back in the room, Ilshan lay on his back, lost in quiet thought. Suddenly, a magical rose burst into bloom from a person's chest, radiating brilliant light. Nearby, a group of humanoid insect warriors froze in shock as an unexpected presence appeared. A glowing red rose erupted above the person's chest in a surge of power, as the authority known as Rose that blooms at night was finally activated. The insect warriors charged aggressively, led by one wielding a massive spear. From the earth, a monstrous spiked plant erupted in waves of purple energy, devouring the insect-like enemies, while a figure bearing the rose emblem lay motionless nearby. An arrow struck the ground beside the monstrous plant pods, triggering tense reactions all around. Trembling in fear, a character recoiled as a terrifying ominous energy surged forward. Before them stood a colossal magical rose, its carnivorous buds lined with sharp teeth and pulsing with dark power. From the shadows, an unseen villain's voice echoed, warning that true nightmares were about to begin. A shocking revelation followed, naming the creature the Nightmare Flower. The earth split open as the monstrous flower rose higher, its jagged mouth snapping hungrily. One character desperately recalled an ancient catastrophe that had once wiped out most of the continent. As their companion anxiously demanded what they should do, a mystical flower suddenly burst from the man's chest, causing him to writhe in agony on the bed. Meanwhile, a monstrous leader raised his spear and roared orders to his insect warriors, commanding them to face the coming battle without fear. A horned beast with glowing red eyes charged toward an armored figure standing high on a cliff. Rows of armored insect soldiers lifted their spears and swore allegiance to Salju. Acting swiftly, the squad maneuvered around the deadly branches, closing in on the Nightmare Flower's main body. A monstrous figure swung its massive weapon in a wild frenzy. Another beast lunged forward, its gaping jaws swallowing several winged warriors whole. A spiked weapon came crashing down toward the fleeing group as one of them screamed in terror. Entangled by glowing, rose-tipped vines, The armored figure steadied herself for a final stand. She lifted her sword and declared her intent to destroy the enemy once and for all. A fierce red aura exploded around her as she launched a devastating attack from above, ripping through the battlefield with overwhelming force. A massive sword charged with red energy pierced straight through the serpent-like monster's mouth, tearing through it in a single catastrophic strike. The enemy recoiled in horror, realizing its ultimate attack had been completely absorbed. Another monstrous creature shrank back as menacing pink energy surged from a massive figure entering the scene. A shocked voice broke the tense silence, crying out in disbelief. The enraged character tightened his stance, preparing for the clash ahead. Back in the real world, Ilshin slept fitfully, mumbling about wanting more beef as drool slid from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he jolted awake, confused by a strange disturbance. Clutching his stomach, he struggled to understand the overwhelming feeling of fullness. Annoyed, he grabbed his phone, only to freeze at a new message flashing across the screen. Elsewhere, a terrified figure surrounded by enormous trembling ants begged desperately for rescue. The young man's face drained of color as he read the news, shouting out in alarm. A system message activated a powerful ability as pain shot through his body while he gripped his phone. An evaluation appeared, revealing that the leader and her 101 followers were addicted to the killer bee tribe's venom. The revelation left him stunned. He frantically searched for answers online, panic rising as he tried to figure out how to save the ants. In response to his sincere emotions, the miracle menu unlocked. He stared in shock as a new miracle ability appeared, granting the power to influence believers' faith through divine acts. Another prompt offered him the chance to spend divine power and 100,000 god coins to perform a miracle of healing. Without hesitation, Ilshin offered all his divine power and coins in a desperate attempt to save them. A system notification confirmed that 100,000 god coins had been consumed. Using the fruit of the world tree, a miracle was performed. As Auntie watched anxiously, Ilshin suddenly felt unbearably sleepy despite having just woken up. He collapsed beside the bed, reaching weakly for his glowing phone before losing consciousness. While he slept on the floor, the system upgraded his title of Merciful Redeemer from E-Class to D-Class. Another message revealed that his alignment had shifted from evil to neutral. Across the divine realms, several benevolent gods, including Bountiful Abundance, began to take notice of him. On the battlefield, a bandaged figure collapsed, vomiting thick, dark liquid. Two others dropped to their knees, choking as poisonous mist engulfed them, tears streaming down their face. A desperate survivor prayed for a miracle to save their tribe. In response, a brilliant beam of light crashed down from the sky. Auntie, wounded and bleeding, looked up in shock as the light struck nearby. Another lone figure stared upward as golden rays poured from the heavens. Rain followed, washing away the venom from the land. As the people erupted in grateful cheers, a powerful voice called out Ilshin's name. One woman stepped forward and bowed deeply, her voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. A determined leader then rallied the crowd, urging them to honor their savior with unwavering faith. The crowd erupted with excitement, eagerly gathering to offer tribute as a show of their unwavering faith. Slowly, the young man stirred on the ground, blinking in confusion as consciousness returned. Later, he awoke on a futon, disoriented and exhausted, muttering about the time and wondering why his body felt so heavy. Suddenly Miri burst into the flower-patterned room out of concern, startling Ilshin completely. A woman leaned forward to inspect a tiny glowing figure standing proudly on the table, boldly demanding attention. At the same time, the young man in the tracksuit abruptly sat upright, confused by his surroundings. A status screen appeared, revealing that the Black Tribe had created a statue of Ilshin in gratitude and obsessive devotion. Though it was shockingly ugly, a terrified character flashed back as a flamboyant figure made an absurd, over-the-top entrance. One person recoiled in disbelief while another curiously examined the strange creature, finding it unexpectedly cute. Excited, someone asked for a small statue of it, and after hesitation, the request was reluctantly approved. Still bewildered by everything, Ilshin learned that training had been cancelled because the building wall had been destroyed, leaving the bedroom in ruins. He finally tried to sit down and write his script, only to be interrupted yet again. Growing increasingly irritated, he watched as a group of ant-like creatures gathered around a tiny sprout, bowing deeply while a fluffy white one led them. A sudden notification revealed that the World Tree's sprout was sick, and would wither in just over 24 hours. Shock rippled through everyone. Ilshin desperately tried to activate a divine blessing through his phone, but nothing happened. Then realization struck. If he could grow the fruit, he could sell it and earn money. He examined his phone more carefully and uncovered important information. Among the discoveries was a rare god-tier item called the Tears of Bountiful Abundance, along with the surprising conditions required to obtain it. Nearby, a metallic claw snatched up a red and white capsule from the ground among several others. Elsewhere, Ilshin reluctantly picked up trash on a busy street, questioning whether this humiliating effort was truly necessary to save the World Tree. He checked his phone and groaned in frustration at how slowly his good deed score was rising. Suddenly, a man confronted a young intruder in a narrow alley, demanding to know what he was doing there. A towering figure loomed over the shocked boy as tension thickened the air. Another older man shouted from off to the side, warning someone not to enter the area, and accusing them of being homeless. The young man nervously tried to remember where he had seen this intimidating person before. Trying to calm things down, he spoke carefully, but fear crept into his voice. In desperation, he offered all his money to the older man, which only provoked an angrier reaction. Then a spectral presence demanded arms, terrifying him so badly that he recoiled in panic. Suddenly, memory struck. The S-Class hunter had once been a street cleaner. Under the evening sky, the older man stepped forward dramatically, calling out with authority. He confidently accepted the younger man's awkward gesture. As the boy bowed in shock, he checked his phone, confused that his good deed score had not increased. Nearby, someone angrily scolded another for wasting donated money on alcohol. Bilshin suddenly shouted at an older man on the street, demanding his attention. Nervously, he held out a trash bag and offered to handle the garbage when the man did not respond. The tall man mocked him loudly in front of a crowd, humiliating him until he admitted he was just a freelancer. Before things could escalate further, an ominous rumble echoed through the street, making both of them freeze. News spread quickly. Monsters had appeared in the city. An older man stood firm, while the younger one reacted in alarm. Nearby, another casually opened a bottle and took a drink, unfazed. Civilians began arguing anxiously about what to do next. One confident man calmly confirmed that the prediction had been correct, while another nervously prepared to flee. Without warning, the older man grabbed the younger by the arm and dragged him down the street. Despite protests, he hoisted him over his shoulder and leapt high into the sky. The young man jolted awake, drenched in sweat. In the next moment, he found himself plummeting from a skyscraper toward the city below, screaming in terror. Elsewhere, a white-haired man carefully surveyed the area near a warehouse, alert for danger. Two men sprinted across the yard as one muttered that the chances of a rift appearing were high. One man sneered at his unconscious opponent, mocking the gap in their strength. Another recoiled in shock when he discovered someone collapsed at his feet. Under a stormy red sky, the white-haired fighter taunted the monstrous Baylub, preparing to strike. Nearby, a predatory figure crept toward a helpless young man lying face down, pleased to have found him first. A towering beast lunged to seize the fallen boy, but a resolute man stepped in and blocked its path. The older man glanced sideways in tense silence. A massive armored creature confronted them both, one standing strong while the other remained motionless on the ground. Furious energy surged through the older man as he rushed forward, lightning crackling around him. He slammed a glowing punch into the beast, shouting for it to leave while the defeated young man lay unconscious behind him. After the violent clash, a male figure collapsed, unmoving. A system alert suddenly appeared, warning that the owner of a certain ability had detected danger. At the same time, a monstrous entity unleashed a devastating attack, ominous energy radiating outward from a glowing rose embedded at its core. A glowing system notification rang out, announcing that Soundless Nightmare had activated the authority known as Rose That Blooms at Night. At the same time, a monstrous creature charged forward, only to be met by a figure who stood firm and struck it with a crushing punch. The older man followed with a sudden assault, catching the beast completely off guard. He drove his foot down with brutal force, crushing its head beneath him. In a tranquil clearing, a mystical tree shimmered softly, radiating gentle magical energy. Nearby, a disoriented young man knelt on the ground, clutching his head as he tried to understand where he was. His eyes widened when he noticed a hooded figure standing before a candlelit altar in the darkness. Nervously, Ilshin stepped forward to confront the mysterious presence. Inside a ruined building, the hooded figure noticed someone regaining consciousness and calmly greeted them. The young man froze in astonishment, stunned by what he was seeing. Suddenly, Ilshin materialized in a strange space filled with swirling energy. He spun around in shock, gripping his phone as reality warped around him. Not far away, a wounded man bled heavily on the ground while another screamed in terror, believing he had just witnessed death. Ilshin recoiled in disgust, shouting about the overwhelming stench coming from the figure in front of him. A system message flashed across his screen, announcing that the evil god's subordinate had been defeated and peace restored to the world. Ilshin stared in disbelief, realizing he had somehow accomplished the impossible. The quest progress bar surged far beyond its limit. Another notification appeared, revealing that he had received the item Bountiful Abundance, which would heal the sick world tree sapling. Laughing in triumph, Ilshin lifted a glowing gem into the air as streams of money floated around him. A final triumphant message declared the revival of the world tree. Standing over a fallen foe, the protagonist paused, reflecting on what to do next. A reminder appeared, explaining that as his followers' influence grew, so would his divine powers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an ambulance sped down an empty road. Another alert appeared, announcing that the Black Tribe had rewarded him with 2 stone statues of Ilshin for reviving the World Tree. He stared in shock at the unexpected gift. Elsewhere, 2 men discussed how, despite a long absence and recent hospitalization, Gangan had effortlessly defeated the monster without injury. One confidently praised his enduring strength, while hinting that something important was coming next. The other turned in surprise as his companion hesitated, preparing to explain. A man arrived carrying flowers, only to trigger a sudden allergic reaction that sent medical staff rushing in. Later, 2 officials confirmed that preparations with the Academy hunters were complete, and that the project would begin as soon as Choi Gang was discharged. Someone remarked that a promising mentorship was about to begin between a legendary teacher and a gifted student. In a damaged room, a shadowy figure scowled at the massive hole blasted through the wall. Nearby, 2 muscular stone statues struck exaggerated thumbs-up poses, light gleaming from their hands. Ilshin glared at them furiously, demanding to know why they looked nothing like him. His phone buzzed again and he froze when he realized it was the same ant contacting him once more. A system notification announced that his sympathy rate with Antrinia had increased by 105 thanks to the Olanin stone statue. Staring at the screen, Ilshin realized in shock that he could now communicate with ants through text messages. A desperate plea for help from a wolf-like creature suddenly appeared on his phone. A terrified follower explained that demonic beasts had attacked their group. Fury surged through Ilshin as he demanded to be taken to the beasts immediately, declaring he would handle them himself. In the forest, followers gathered and bowed in gratitude as they received blessings. A massive giant apologized for his excitement, and allowed them to guide him forward. 2 figures sprinted through the sunlit woods, fleeing together. Ilshin followed impatiently behind his ant-like guides, annoyed by their slow pace. Suddenly he froze in confusion as something unexpected appeared. One companion trembled in fear while another stared in shock. His phone lit up beside his glowing laptop as a scanning interface locked onto a target in the forest. From the shadows, sinister insect-like monsters emerged, their red eyes burning. Ilshin panicked and ran straight toward a swarm of giant ants. A warning flashed that the summoned cockroach beasts would duplicate in 1 second. He turned and recoiled in horror as a mass of enormous cockroaches swarmed behind him. Another alert repeated the same terrifying message. The monsters multiplied instantly, spreading like a living tide. Masked figures broke into frantic retreat as chaos consumed the clearing. A determined figure with blue antennae shouted for the group to stay strong and remember their mission. Another rallied the tribe, declaring that their god would protect them. Ilshin sprinted desperately as black-robed figures closed in from behind. With a sudden motion, Anti hurled someone through the air while stunned onlookers gasped. Panic exploded through the crowd as darkness pressed in. Someone hesitated, questioning whether their choice was truly right. Elsewhere, a cautious subordinate reported to the throne about the demonic beasts that had appeared during the last war. A menacing ruler vowed to deliver the evil god's corpse within 3 days, while a commanding voice warned that failure meant death. A frantic messenger rushed down the grand hall, shouting about an urgent report. Moments later, terrified cries revealed the horrifying truth. The demonic beasts had multiplied into hundreds of millions. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes confronted a regal reptilian being, radiating pure menace. A sudden explosion shook the forest, filling the air with thick dust. Under heavy guard, a sealed container was opened, smoke pouring out. High above, massive stone platforms floated in the sunset sky as mysterious figures gathered upon them. Barefoot and unscathed, a lone figure surveyed the battlefield, now littered with the charred remains of giant insects. Nearby, a young man in a tracksuit gasped into a towel, struggling to catch his breath after the brutal fight. Suddenly he uncovered something important beneath the rubble. Bracing himself, he prepared to deal with more cockroaches using the insecticides he had bought. Among the fallen, he noticed one enemy was still alive. Ilshin stood atop a mountain of defeated monsters, grinning confidently at the aftermath. Then he froze. Below him stood a shadowy, ominous figure. Nearby, a flustered girl begged desperately for recognition after defeating all the demonic beasts. Moments later, she collapsed in tears, overwhelmed with guilt and feeling unworthy of her devotion. In the ruined room, the boy remembered the desperate request he could not fulfill. Anxiously checking his phone beside a cracked wall, he saw a new system notification announcing the creation of a unique authority. Without hesitation, he spent 100 coins to unlock it. He laughed at the exaggerated comments flooding his screen, amused by their dramatic praise. Rushing into the damaged kitchen, Ilshin prepared to test his new power. Another message arrived, and frustration crossed his face. Then horror froze him in place. An urgent order demanded an immediate meeting. Later, a nervous young man blushed as he poured liquid into a pan, while at a restaurant table, one man poured a drink for another. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared beside them, making the young man nearly spit out his drink. He snapped, demanding to know why someone was staring at him. Elsewhere, A manager slammed a table, furiously scolding his team for working too slowly. Confusion spread among the employees at his sudden outburst. At another table, one man shouted angrily about his discomfort, while the other stared in shock. A frantic alert then arrived about demonic beasts attacking the black tribe. The young man barked orders to take action immediately. Outside a bright building, two students clashed violently as bystanders shouted for them to stop. Night fell over the forest, embers glowing beneath a full moon. A massive surge of energy exploded as two hands clasped together. A masked figure raised their arms and proclaimed a miracle. Elsewhere, a lone silhouette lifted their hands toward a gigantic crimson moon, crying out desperately to a god. With glowing red eyes, a fierce warrior swore that every demonic beast would be wiped out. At last, a system message echoed across the world, announcing the defeat of the demonic beast of calamity and the reward of 300 million god coins. The scene shifted to a deserted city street at dusk, where the quiet glow of fading sunlight created a calm yet uneasy atmosphere. A sudden notification startled the protagonist, informing him that a powerful sponsor had volunteered their support. Another system message followed, explaining that because he had reached C rank and earned the title of Benevolent Savior, he could now select any authority as a special reward, with all costs covered by everlasting bountiful prosperity. Leaning against a wall in the night air, the young man grumbled about the constant noise around him. Drunk on excitement and irritation, he decided to choose the most expensive authority available just to spite the system. A notification instantly confirmed that an authority had been selected. On the grid appeared an overwhelming power known as the creation of heaven and earth, an authority exclusive to a transcendent god and valued at an unimaginable price. The young man slumped against the wall, gasping for breath as his phone slipped from his fingers. A warning flashed across the screen, stating that the authority could not be used because his level was too low. Another restriction followed, allowing only a single modified use of the power. As dusk deepened into night, the city came alive with glowing lights and bustling streets. A system alert announced that part of the world was undergoing a massive transformation. Elsewhere, someone stepped out of the bath, bare feet touching the misty floor mat. In another room, a person in pajamas confronted someone standing quietly by the window. Two women suddenly pointed toward the sky, their faces filling with worry at something unusual above them. Nearby, someone lifted a crumpled soda can with metal chopsticks from among scattered cigarette butts, recoiling in shock. Across the city, civilians stared upward in fear as the heavens changed. In a silent office, two men in suits faced one another, tension thick between them as neither spoke. A red-haired young man paused mid-step and glanced back, sensing something wrong behind him. Deep in the forest shadows, Il-shin stiffened as he noticed a disturbing presence. Above the city, two moons appeared in the night sky, one of them glowing gold. A man narrowed his eyes, staring forward in tense silence as he evaluated the unfolding situation. Another reacted in shock upon hearing the name Lightning Empress. Among scattered bodies, one man interrogated a trembling survivor while another figure observed from above. A confident leader announced the beginning of a significant event, while a visibly nervous subordinate asked how many would be required. The commanding figure calmly decided on 2,000 lambs. As energy swirled beneath the twin moons, a muscular man poured dark power into a glowing orb, promising to grant a supernatural wish. A booming voice echoed across the sky, declaring that divine salvation was near. Far above Earth, the crew of exploration rocket NTS-2 reported to Houston that approaching the second moon was impossible. Suddenly, mysterious green energy struck the spacecraft, throwing the crew into panic. The ship spiraled uncontrollably into a glowing green gas cloud. Back on Earth, a strange green moon abruptly appeared in the sky, stunning the entire city. News broadcasts quickly warned that the mysterious phenomena could cause a sharp rise in gate openings and dungeon breakouts. Korea's Hunter Association immediately called for an international assembly to confront the second moon crisis. Back at the training grounds, the young man collapsed, exhausted, announcing that he had finally finished running. He froze in shock when the girl proudly declared she had completed 500 laps in just 4 minutes. They began discussing their next workout, agreeing to start with planks. Il-shin realized he needed to enter Mary's inner world once again. From the stands, instructions were shouted as Mary steadied herself and activated her unique authority, Blind God's Eyes. The system initiated the transition into her inner world. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Il-shin tried to joke to ease the tension. Before him, the chained electrified tiger snarled menacingly. A tremendous force smashed through the enchanted chains, shattering them in a blast of energy. Il-shin watched in relief, sensing that the beast's exhaustion had eased and their progress had improved. Laughing nervously, Il-shin prepared to test whether Mary's strength had increased, only for the glowing tiger's massive paw to smack him playfully. A gigantic bolt of lightning tore down into the city. Mary proudly commented on how much stronger she had become, while Il-shin nervously urged her to be careful because of the people nearby. Scratching his head, he smiled awkwardly, relieved that nothing had gone wrong. Suddenly, he heard the announcement of another brutal 200-lap training session and nearly collapsed. As Mary sprinted away, a digital creature sent a message to Ilshin, begging to be given a proper name instead of being called Saint. He thought carefully, debating names on his phone while chaos continued around him. One man angrily criticized his terrible naming sense, as dark smoke curled from the device. With sudden inspiration, Ilshin suggested the name Auntie. In a sunlit clearing, the young ant-like girl stood smiling brightly, eyes sparkling with excitement. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, overwhelmed with joy. Around her, countless insect-like followers begged eagerly for names of their own. Overwhelmed, Ilshin began assigning simple numbers to each of them instead. Later, someone returned home, comforted by the familiarity of the neighborhood. After finishing repairs, Ilshin tried to rest, only for another alert to interrupt him. His mobile game suddenly displayed the evolution of the ant tribes, surprising him with a sleek new interface. A notification announced an unexpected level up. Then another system message appeared, revealing the creation of a new ability called Civilization Renaissance. On the ant world, the ground trembled as the forest rapidly transformed. A devoted follower gazed upward in awe, convinced another miracle was happening. Ilshin realized excitedly that he could now customize things directly through his phone. A determined ant warrior stood guard with a spear beside growing crops, while others stared in amazement. Beams of light illuminated the village plaza as new structures formed. A proper training ground rose, along with sturdy defensive walls, ensuring the village could now protect itself. An insect-like leader passionately rallied the worshippers to praise their god. Back in the kitchen, Ilshin stared at his phone, overwhelmed by floods of online praise directed at him. Nearby, ant creatures gathered around a tiny moth, someone commenting on how adorable the Formica tribe looked. Ilshin studied his phone carefully, wondering if the ants would continue to evolve. Scrolling through the mysterious interface, he eagerly explored its new functions. A new challenge appeared, introducing the ominous Warrior's Tower, a deadly trial with an almost zero survival rate. Suddenly, a menacing armored creature leaned forward and released a chilling laugh. High above the terrified group outside the castle, a massive gargoyle statue crackling with purple energy slowly emerged in the sky. Ilshin stared in disbelief as he learned that entering the warrior's tower was almost certain death. Alarm surged through him immediately. A massive hand moved to collapse the outer wall, sealing the entrance as ant-like creatures rushed to defend the fortified structure. Before anyone could react, a powerful unseen force blasted through the area, violently throwing several figures backward. Ilshin shouted urgently for everyone to stay away, warning them not to enter the tower even out of curiosity. In the crowd, a follower spoke in awe about Lord Yulin, praising his strength and mentioning the terrifying challenge of the tower. Ilshin remained apart, watching silently as the group dispersed, water dripping slowly from his hand onto the ground. Suddenly, chaos erupted as people scrambled to flee while a terrified man stood frozen before monstrous beasts with glowing eyes. Nearby, a young man clenched his trembling fists, vowing through fear to become stronger, even if only a little. In a grand hall, a figure dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by a suffocating ominous presence. From the mist, a clawed armored hand burst forward, ready to strike. A terrified person sprinted down a smoke-filled corridor, screaming for help as a monstrous creature roared and released a surge of dark energy. A furious leader declared he would handle matters personally, while a subordinate begged him to reconsider. Water dripped steadily down cracked stone walls, amplifying the tension. In the darkness, a shadowy monster recoiled in agony as a devastating blow struck it. Another hostile entity emerged, radiating murderous intent. An armored figure turned sharply toward the intruder, greeting them with cold hostility. Nearby, a being with glowing purple claws commanded punishment in the depths of a cavern. A cursed needle was revealed, unleashing ominous power into the air. A monstrous voice responded with a chilling threat. Elsewhere, someone urgently made a desperate request beside a smoldering pit near the shadowed forest. Back in the real world, Ilshin smashed at his laptop keyboard in panic. A menacing figure appeared on screen, threatening to cancel his contract and serialization if the quota was not met. Desperate, Ilshin typed furiously, forcing himself to keep working late into the night, despite exhaustion. Later, he sat quietly checking his phone, wondering about his friends. That night, someone watched the group sleeping peacefully in their cabins. Suddenly, strange voices echoed from a mysterious tower, startling a nearby listener. On barren land, a massive rock began to move. A muscular fighter slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent debris flying everywhere. Ilshin stared in shock at a massive unfamiliar threat looming above him. A Gami warrior was introduced, known for training relentlessly to protect his people. Nearby, a powerful man observed the Gami tribe's evolution with keen curiosity after witnessing their transformation in battle. Resting in his chair, Ilshin thought about how he might help someone evolve. Without warning, a glowing potion bottle dropped from above, making a muscular man look up in shock. Another figure recoiled as a radiant golden artifact appeared, pulsing with magical energy. The muscular man dropped to his knees as he received the ornate gift, clutching the glowing orb to his chest, and realizing that a higher power was watching over him. Back at his desk, Ilshin forced himself to continue working as supportive figures looked on. While researching, he uncovered information about the rumored evil god. In the shadows, a sinister figure revealed that the one who had eliminated the third was also a member of the 10 Swordsmen. A powerful monster confronted the white bloodsucker, demanding to know their request. Another creature eagerly asked to taste the evil god's blood, shocking those nearby. A confident woman leaned forward and agreed without hesitation. From the darkness, a red-eyed monster emerged as the white bloodsucker Masta was summoned. An armored warrior taunted the enemy while pouring power into a glowing sword. Meanwhile, a scheming shadow plotted to use the evil god's blood to seize the throne and surpass the emperor. Behind Ilshin, a menacing red aura descended alongside a monstrous presence, creeping closer without his notice. Completely unaware, Ilshin continued typing frantically as his pursuer mocked him. The creature lunged forward with a brutal attack. Power surged as it absorbed energy, growing stronger and pinning its victim to the ground while red lightning crackled around them. A massive hand swung down toward Ilshin Sip's head. Pain exploded. He jolted awake at his desk, clutching his forehead in shock. Annoyed, he noticed a fresh mosquito bite on his hand. A sudden chill ran through his body, making him shiver. Ilshin sneezed violently, accidentally releasing a burst of uncontrolled magical energy. Moments later he grimaced in disgust as he tasted the awful noodles he had been eating. Exhausted, he walked nervously down the hallway to wash his face. Suddenly, a disturbing memory flashed through his mind. Staring into the mirror, he froze when a strange mark appeared on his forehead. A curse notification flashed on his phone, and another sneeze hit as the chill's curse activated. Panic surged as more curses triggered at once. Fever burned through him, muscles ached violently, and weakness spread as anemia took hold. Sweating and desperate, Ilshin searched his phone for anything that could cure him. His eyes locked onto a rare medicine pill, its description and price flashing across the screen. Without hesitation, he bought it. A young man in a hoodie stumbled out of a doorway, trembling in fear. Above him, a quest notification appeared in the sky, making someone curse in frustration at yet another task. Barely able to stand, Ilshin staggered down the hallway, struggling to reach the hospital. Elsewhere, a long-haired man bathed in divine light proclaimed his unwavering faith in fulfilling a sacred mission. In front of a mirror, another man pulled on his hoodie, hardening his resolve to complete what lay ahead. A robed man stepped forward and declared that he would sacrifice himself for the purification of the world. Nearby, a fanatical follower strapped explosives across his body, shouting his unwavering loyalty as he prepared to give his life for the leader's mission. A yellow taxi screeched to a stop outside the hospital, and the protagonist hurried out, thanking the driver breathlessly. Clutching his stomach in pain, he barely made it a few steps before a menacing figure wrapped in swirling purple smoke appeared in front of him. A desperate quest notification flashed before his eyes, demanding that he save 100 people to survive. His heart pounded as chaos erupted around the hospital. Inside, a man grabbed a woman as a hostage, pointing a weapon at the crowd while she screamed for help. Down the hall, another woman crackled with lightning as she restrained a nurse, demanding control of the situation. Electricity filled the air as tensions exploded, leaving several people frozen in fear. Another villain seized a hostage, shouting threats as the protagonist stood stunned. Suddenly, a girl in a helmet stepped forward, blue energy surging in her hands as she revealed herself to be an unexpected ally. A shocked student in the crowd screamed for help, drawing everyone's attention to the growing disaster. Outside the hospital, desperate cries echoed for assistance. A crazed man restrained a terrified woman, declaring she would be the sacrifice for a dark ritual. A furious schoolgirl confronted him, shouting that the person he insulted was her teacher. A bald man with a skull-like mark on his forehead grabbed another woman, accusing someone nearby of radiating wicked energy. Blue lightning crackled around the enraged student as she threatened anyone who dared insult her teacher. An injured student begged desperately for medical treatment, while the crowd argued in confusion over the teacher's true identity. Suddenly, a villain raised a hostage and threatened to detonate the bomb strapped to his body, sending waves of panic through the group. The bald-marked man screamed in fury as his memories were forcibly read, raging against anyone who tried to stop the sacrifice meant to purify the world. A digital notification confirmed that the memory extraction had succeeded. Images from his mind spilled into view as he howled, daring anyone to challenge him. A masked figure coldly ordered that the sacrifices must experience extreme fear before being killed to complete the ritual. Turning sharply, the figure demanded to know if the other was truly willing to make such sacrifices. Rain poured outside as a commanding presence summoned a massive warrior. The warrior swore unwavering loyalty, eyes burning with determination. The protagonist noticed the glowing mark on his own forehead and panicked, realizing he might die if the ritual continued. A man bearing the same symbol seized someone and screamed a battle cry to the god of destruction. His hand slammed down on a glowing red button, releasing a blinding flash of light. A determined fighter lunged forward, lightning exploding from their body as they tried desperately to stop him. Another surge of electricity blasted toward the villain gripping a hostage. One character's eye swirled with glowing purple energy as a powerful ability activated. In the darkness, a sinister figure clenched his fist and grinned, preparing to strike. Two fighters charged at once, their coordinated attack tearing through the hallway. Blue lightning erupted as one of them unleashed a massive surge of power, forcing the villains to recoil in terror. A man was struck head-on by blinding blue energy. Another devastating lightning blast followed, crackling violently through the air. An injured attacker convulsed on the floor, electricity ripping through his body as the bomb devices on his chest sparked wildly. Cautiously, the helmeted girl approached the fallen man among the wreckage. Another helmeted student rushed in to announce Terabium's defeat, only to freeze upon seeing their teacher collapsed on the ground. A male figure dropped beside the body, realizing the teacher was unresponsive. From the toxic mist, a monstrous presence emerged, declaring a deadly threat. At the same time, a cursed symbol flared on the protagonist's forehead as the necrosis curse activated, freezing him in terror. A girl desperately shook the unconscious teacher, while another watched in horror. Ilshin suddenly collapsed, the glowing sigil burning brighter on his forehead as he cried out for his teacher before losing consciousness. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure gazed intently while speaking in a low, intimate tone. Another confidently vowed to kill the evil god with poison, insisting that no further interference would be necessary. At the mouth of a dark cave, two figures discussed the dangerous risks of their plan and the possible wrath of the emperor. One gravely revealed that the leader of the plague was a stubborn, greedy being. Surrounded by dark energy, a monstrous entity focused on the glowing gem embedded in its chest and swore never to release anything it claimed. Suddenly Il-shin regained consciousness in a bizarre realm filled with floating debris. Disoriented and alone in the foggy landscape, he struggled to understand where he was, remembering the strange voice he had heard before the curse took hold. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a terrifying presence pressed down on him. A monstrous creature appeared, delivering a curse of eternal suffering and endless death toward a small glowing figure. It followed with threats of despair and destruction. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as the villain ranted about horrifying punishments, and he realized with growing dread that the creature was getting carried away with its cruelty. A massive demon suddenly appeared, sending the surrounding monsters into blind panic as a lone human stood firm, ready to confront the nightmare before him. A glowing quest window materialized in the air, declaring that the diseased one must save others to survive, with the counter already reading 1,238 out of 100 lives saved. Nearby, a masked and badly wounded woman collapsed from exhaustion as people rushed to support her, just as a bright notification announced the quest's completion. Moments later, he jolted awake in bed, heart racing, still shaken by a mysterious message burned into his mind. A cheerful student excitedly welcomed the newly awakened teacher, who suddenly tasted a medicinal elixir in his mouth and stared in confusion. To his shock, he realized his body had completely healed. The empowered girl who had used the elixir now stood surrounded by an admiring crowd, receiving endless praise for her bravery and newfound abilities. The young man quickly ended a phone call and continued walking when a crowd suddenly gathered in horror around an unconscious body, while a lone figure observed from a distance. Elsewhere, a nervous subordinate reported that the bomb situation had been checked repeatedly, yet remained unresolved. Another panicked voice insisted the mistake had to be someone else's fault. Before a silent, intimidating figure, a trembling young man dropped to his knees and apologized frantically, only to be waved off dismissively by a muscular man. Soon after, a long-haired woman delivered a cold 4-day ultimatum to the guild leader. A commanding superior echoed the deadline, ordering his subordinate to eliminate the hunters and capture their target, while the subordinate silently questioned the true motive behind the command. A long-haired man mocked another, questioning his ability to recognize true worth as a silent figure lingered in the background. Elsewhere, a man laughed arrogantly, declaring his overwhelming superiority as swirling energy gathered around him. A woman stared in disbelief, sensing an immense divine power radiating from his body. Outside a brightly lit building at sunset, someone shouted in relief. Back in his room, Bilshin lay on the bed, marveling at the astonishing effects of the elixir of Huatu. His phone suddenly buzzed with an urgent message, and his expression shifted to alarm as a desperate plea for help appeared. Exhausted on the floor later, he stared in shock at another request for more medicine. Moments after, even more alarming news arrived, leaving him frozen in fear. An injured figure collapsed to the ground, trembling as he cried out for help. Far away, a determined warrior swore to conquer every trial of the warrior's tower to gain the strength needed to protect his tribe. At the tower's summit, an ancient glowing door slowly creaked open above a mist-filled staircase. Amid ruined battlegrounds, a challenger stepped forward and prepared to climb as the objective appeared in glowing text. Reach the second floor by clearing the trial. A bandaged young man began ascending a staircase engulfed in flames. As the trial started, another fighter excitedly announced his level up and new soldier class after drinking a special potion, proudly showing his upgraded armor. One battered warrior clenched his fist as fiery energy erupted behind him. A massive explosion followed as a blurred figure unleashed terrifying power. A fireball smashed into a stone wall, detonating in chaos, while another fighter collapsed under a violent surge of energy. A terrified opponent begged desperately for mercy. A cold system message confirmed that someone's memories had been accessed. Smoke swirled as a battered figure collapsed before a massive sealed door. Ilshin stared at his phone in horror, remembering how he once killed an ant for fun. Nearby, a spectral ant hovered anxiously as another wounded figure writhed in pain. His phone glowed again, announcing that someone's life would be suspended in 10 seconds. Panicking, Ilshin prepared to activate the blessing of the god of growth. His frantic attempts to stop the countdown failed. 7 seconds remained. 5 seconds. Then a mysterious reward appeared on the screen. His eyes widened as he spotted divine healing medicine in the digital shop. After spending 100 coins, he nervously activated its authority. Green healing energy erupted as a desperate healer poured everything into saving the dying person. A glowing bandaged hand slammed into the ground, releasing a surge of power. A stunned figure looked down to see a much smaller person below, equally shocked. Cries for help rang out as Ilshin angrily shouted over the phone, warning someone not to enter the dangerous tower. Realizing the risk, 2 figures immediately retreated toward the glowing door. A blue-haired man desperately tried to open the sealed stone entrance but failed. A system message declared they could not leave the warrior's tower until clearing the 50th floor. A panicked voice on the phone begged for guidance as Ilshin listened in disbelief. Later, Ilshin sat up in bed, frustrated by another mysterious notification. A sudden knock at his apartment door made him call out nervously while gripping his glowing phone. 2 companions hurriedly drank restorative potions as one prepared to leave. Annoyed, Ilshin rushed toward the kitchen, complaining about what he thought was a scam while answering a call. A mysterious figure suddenly confronted him at the doorway, demanding to know if he was Hunter Yu Ilshin. In the dim corridor, a stern scout introduced himself, followed by a serious man with glasses who asked for a quick conversation. Caught off guard, Ilshin hesitated, struggling to respond. Despite a bleeding wound, he later forced himself up shattered stairs once more. Determination flared as glowing crystals surged with power along the grand staircase. A flaming boulder hurtled toward him, and he answered with a fiery punch that exploded through the air. The enormous stone barrier shattered under his strike, and another glowing blow cracked the ground itself. A system message declared that the challenger had cleared the trial of rock and received the blessing of rock for conquering the first floor of the warrior's tower. Another announcement followed. Challenger Ilho was attempting the second floor, the trial of wind. Moments later, the display confirmed its completion. In an office, one man stared in shock as another casually offered an annual salary of 300 million and urged him to sign immediately. A stern executive interrogated Ilshin across the desk. Overwhelmed, Ilshin dropped to his knees at the number alone. In his mind, he imagined writing freely, eating luxurious food, and buying gifts for his niece. The offer grew even sweeter when 70% of monster hunting rewards were promised, sending Ilshin into dreams of investment and success. But tension surged when an imposing man demanded his full attention. Ilshin stammered out an apology under the stern gaze. Suddenly, Ilshin accidentally appraised the man before him, and a digital profile appeared, revealing Kim Taeman, a human male who had served for 34 years as a lackey of an unnamed god of destruction. The scarred man with glowing glasses issued a chilling ultimatum, openly revealing his divine connection. Realization hit Ilshin like lightning. The enormous offer had been a trap. Rage erupted within him as a towering presence loomed closer. Terrified, Ilshin shrank back, desperately making excuses and suggesting they speak later, knowing he had just stepped into something far more dangerous than he ever imagined. The stern man demanded clarification about the conditions, while the other hurriedly explained that he still had a manuscript to finish. Flustered, Ilshin insisted that his motivation for working was not solely about money, even though he had just been offered a far higher salary. One man apologized awkwardly, only for the other to react in surprise. Leaning forward, the man in the suit earnestly conveyed the guildmaster's request to bring someone along. Panicking, Ilshin tried to stall by claiming he needed to use the toilet. Before he could finish speaking, the stern man grabbed him roughly by the face, silencing him instantly. After a tense pause, permission was granted for him to leave, though the man made it clear he would be waiting. Inside the bathroom, Ilshin gripped the sink tightly, his reflection trembling as he questioned the true nature of the person he had just met. His mind raced back to the appraisal information he had seen earlier. The identification profile had clearly described a male human who served as a lackey of an unknown god of destruction. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as realization struck. It was the same type of servant as the hospital bomber. Clutching his phone in panic, Ilshin debated whether to contact the Hunter Association or the police. Before he could decide, a violent blast of energy struck him, tearing through his body and sending him crashing backward. The menacing man in the suit lunged forward, cornering him aggressively as Ilshin tried to cry for help. Frozen with fear, Ilshin realized he was in serious danger. The stern man coldly demanded to know who Ilshin was trying to call. Trembling, Ilshin stammered that it was an urgent call to a publisher. Steam filled the tiled room as the shadowy figure closed in. Another violent surge of red energy exploded, blasting Ilshin across the room. A fiery strike slammed into his torso, leaving him slumped against the debris-covered wall. The towering man approached, looming over him with murderous intent. Grabbing Ilshin by the throat, he threatened to knock him unconscious and drag him away. He slammed Ilshin against the wall, choking him as red energy crackled behind him. Fingers tightened mercilessly around Ilshin's neck as the man demanded obedience, promising to put him to sleep painlessly if he stopped resisting. Ilshin's body convulsed as he struggled to endure the crushing pain. Suddenly, a glowing emergency quest notification appeared before his eyes. A new quest was issued: save the next believer. Another alert followed, urging him to decide whether to accept the mission. Then a critical quest message flashed, instructing him to save the first member of the Earth Branch from death in order to gain their faith. Ilshin's mind reeled as he realized the truth about Mary's fate. The man in the suit loomed closer, forcing Ilshin to urgently plan his next move. Overpowered and barely able to breathe, Ilshin fought desperately, knowing he needed more strength to survive. Shock and disbelief washed over him as a sudden revelation struck. From above, a glowing figure descended, offering him supernatural power. A desperate warrior's voice urged him to succeed. A system notification announced the addition of the Gami clan Ilho skill-sharing ability. Energy surged violently through Ilshin as he activated Steel Body. Another message confirmed the shared skill's activation. Blue energy spread across his face, flaring around his body as the powerful ability took hold. Nearby, the older man with glasses noticed the unexpected blue glow in shock. A shirtless figure unleashed a massive energy blast, while the other recoiled in disbelief. The weary man quickly assessed whether Ilshin's power enhanced his body or created matter itself. Blue energy surged as Ilshin demonstrated terrifying physical strength, drawing the guildmaster's attention. A status screen appeared, revealing the Steel Body ability along with its class and elemental blessings. The man in the suit grimaced, realizing he had underestimated his assignment. Clenching his fist, he decided to stop wasting time and finish the job quickly by escorting the teacher away. As a shadowy figure watched nearby, the stern man stepped forward and signaled for the fight to begin. With glowing eyes, he launched a powerful punch. Ilshin took the heavy blow and slid back, but remained standing, bracing himself. The attacker scoffed, noting that Ilshin fought wildly without defending. Another brutal punch sent the red-haired fighter reeling, making him realize Ilshin was still a rookie. The man with glasses unleashed a fierce red energy attack in frustration. In an instant, Ilshin grabbed him by the throat, catching him completely off guard. A scarred man released a storm of lightning energy that slammed into Ilshin with overwhelming force. Pain tore through him as electricity crackled violently around his body, forcing him to endure the onslaught. He screamed, clutching his face as explosive power erupted around him. Radiating furious red energy, the muscular enemy raised his fists to finish him. Suddenly, glowing energy blades rained down, striking the shadowy brute head-on. When the dust settled, a glowing, muscular figure stood victorious while his opponent lay crushed and half-buried in shattered stone. Ilshin's eyes blazed as hidden power surged from deep within him, an intense aura surrounding his body. He desperately tried calling for help, but no one answered. With shaking hands, he pleaded with the system itself for assistance. At that moment, a new believer management system activated on his phone. Without hesitation, Ilshin spent 1,000 coins to activate it and locate the believer. A digital targeting interface scanned rapidly, locking onto Sunmir's location and condition. Ilshin fell silent, staring at the screen as his thoughts raced, knowing the next choice would change everything. A massive glowing sword crashed toward the ground with overwhelming force, shaking the battlefield as a shadowy man stood over his defeated opponent, his dominance absolute. Calm and emotionless, the tall figure assured his victim that it would not hurt as he prepared to strike. A glowing profile screen appeared, revealing a male human with a unique obsession with swords and 32 years of experience. Nearby, a wounded woman collapsed, desperately reaching out and calling for her teacher. With cold focus, the attacker raised his shining blade. In the next instant, blood erupted through the darkness as a brutal slash tore through the air. An achievement screen stained in red appeared, silently hinting at the horrific act that had just taken place. Realizing someone was in grave danger, the protagonist rushed to act. A vision flashed before him, revealing the disastrous fate awaiting Mary. Stunned, he stared at his phone in the kitchen as the shocking news sank in. A chilling narration warned that these events would soon unfold. Recognizing the pattern from his encounter with the death demon, Ilshin concluded that Miri might still be alive. Without hesitation, Ilshin accepted the challenge to change mortal destiny using divine authority. The profile of the enemy burned in his mind, especially the terrifying obsession with swords. Then he realized something crucial. He had a sword, too. Standing in the wrecked room over a fallen foe, a hand suddenly slammed a small knife onto the desk, snapping the tension tighter. Shirtless and trembling with adrenaline, Ilshin gripped the knife in one hand and his phone in the other, psyching himself up to charge forward. A message box appeared, warning that changing destiny would cost 100,000 coins. Another system message followed, announcing that the combination of his current title and the second door's effect would create a miracle. Ilshin stared in disbelief as his body transformed into a powerful, muscular form. A violent surge of energy erupted, swallowing the area in blinding light and obliterating everything nearby. When the glow faded, a wounded girl lay collapsed on the ground while a figure stood over her with a blood-stained sword. She struggled to kneel, trembling as she demanded to know why he had attacked her. The long-haired swordsman stood before the ruined building, calmly explaining that the killing was simply part of his duty. Suddenly, realization struck someone watching, eyes widening in horror. A scythe-wielding figure charged forward in a savage attack, as a terrified girl cowered behind the rubble. A weary swordsman confronted a mysterious man who had appeared without being noticed, bloodlust burning in his eyes as he prepared to strike. Elsewhere, a startled girl curled on the ground as a stranger emerged before her. Gripped by violent urges, a tormented man clenched a knife, slowly losing control, while a long-haired figure silently observed the chaos. After enduring countless battles, the narrator reflected on the brutal path taken to reach this point. The long-haired swordsman demanded to know whether his opponent served the Lightning Empress. In the shattered battlefield, a muscular man faced two enemies, as one of them cruelly threatened everything while holding a hostage at sword point. Ilshin recoiled as a hollow-eyed man raised a fruit knife, madness etched across his face. The crazed attacker trembled with the urge to cut, while Ilshin tightened his grip on his sword, bracing himself for the incoming clash. The masked figure rushed forward, striking with the fruit knife in a wild assault. A muscular man blocked a burst of glowing pink energy, while another fighter unleashed even greater waves of the radiant power, determination blazing. A confident swordsman mocked his opponent, boasting that even S-rank hunters could not withstand his blade. A sinister man twirled a glowing dagger, mist swirling around his grin. Ilshin swung his bladed hand in a decisive counterattack, only for the long-haired swordsman to stare in disbelief as the strike was blocked by a simple fruit knife. Nearly naked and standing amid rubble, Ilshin faced the sword wielder while a girl trembled nearby. Steeling himself, Ilshin prepared to counter the shadowy assault as his ally watched in fear. A female warrior unleashed a devastating glowing sword strike, certain it could not be blocked. Dark energy exploded outward as Ilshin answered with a violent wave that ripped through the air. Radiating shadow, he raised his knife to release another devastating blow. A muscular man emerged from a massive explosion and confronted an enemy wielding a glowing weapon. The long-haired swordsman froze as dark energy gathered ominously around him. With a furious roar, someone shattered glowing restraints and unleashed terrifying power. Ilshin surged forward, channeling destructive force through his sword in a crushing attack. The wounded woman finally realized the truth. The man before her was the secret unofficial hunter, rumored to be controlled by both the government and the Hunter Association. Clutching his blood-stained blade, the swordsman understood why he had never recognized his opponent. His identity was completely unknown. The woman braced herself and prepared to inject a mysterious syringe, fully aware it would shorten her life. Surveying the ruined city, the shadowy figure prepared to end everything with a single strike. Dark flames wrapped around his sword as sinister power poured out. The long-haired man screamed as purple energy exploded from his blade, his body trembling with strain. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as he gathered his resolve. With a fierce cry, he charged forward, sword crackling with dark energy. A wild-eyed man grinned maniacally, threatening with his knife. Shrouded in darkness, Ilshin unleashed a devastating slash. Power erupted wildly as control slipped away. The battlefield exploded into chaos as one fighter charged while the other countered with a cursed black sword. A glowing projectile was deflected in a blur of motion. Ilshin released another powerful energy blast before the ruined building. A shirtless man leapt backward as twin bursts of purple energy tore up the ground beneath him. Suddenly, a massive spectral figure wielding a sword materialized in the sky, leaving Ilshin frozen in shock. A dark energy blast smashed into the ground with thunderous force, followed by a cloaked figure crashing down in a storm of dust and debris. Kneeling with his blood-stained sword, the long-haired warrior reflected on his victory after the brutal duel. Nearby, a woman gasped as a blade narrowly missed her. At last, a defeated fighter dropped to his knees in disbelief as his sword shattered, and a menacing presence slowly advanced toward him, signaling that the battle was far from over. Stunned by his opponent's terrifying endurance, the young man could only stare in disbelief. A violent frenzy overtook the crazed attacker as he snarled that everything in sight must be cut down. Suddenly, realization flashed across another face, eyes widening in shock. The muscular man with glowing eyes grinned wildly, brandishing his knife as madness poured from his expression. Without hesitation, Ilshin charged forward with unexpected speed and precision, leaving onlookers frozen in disbelief. Amid the rubble, the long-haired warrior bearing a devilish mark spun around sharply as a sudden disturbance echoed behind him. Before anyone could react, a deadly threat descended from above. Terror flooded the air as one figure stared ahead, convinced death had finally arrived. A massive clash of blue and pink energy exploded, obliterating the ground beneath it. Another fighter watched in horror as the two overwhelming forces collided violently overhead. When the smoke cleared, the long-haired man stared down at his hands in shock. Not a single scratch marked his body. From within the ruins, a towering muscular figure stepped forward, confronting the kneeling survivor who trembled among the debris. Drenched in sweat, the man gazed upward in disbelief, unable to understand why he had been spared after facing such crushing power. The muscular warrior demanded the cloaked figure's identity, his voice echoing across the shattered landscape. With a twisted grin, the man raised his glowing knife and began to declare who he truly was. Realization struck like lightning. The legendary sword god stood revealed. Beneath his overwhelming presence, the weary challenger sat frozen in awe. At that moment, the steel body skill faded, draining Ilshin of his empowered state. He gasped in shock as his strength vanished. Desperately, Ilshin tried to awaken his weapon, but it reverted into a simple fruit knife, his lack of authority sealing his defeat. Ilshin collapsed onto the broken street as a wounded woman cried desperately for help beside him. Suddenly, he jolted upright among the ruined buildings as a new notification appeared. The sword god ability was now ready to evolve. Swirling sword energy filled the air as a devoted figure dropped to his knees, pledging his life to the sword god after witnessing such overwhelming mastery. Reckless and breathless, the shirtless young man shouted that he would obey any order without question, while the hooded figure watched in disbelief. A system message announced the arrival of a second fanatic follower. Nearby, a girl collapsed as two others rushed to support her. Another wounded girl cried out before being struck down by the long-haired attacker, leaving a stunned witness frozen in horror. Someone urgently demanded to know what was being given to the unconscious woman as a bottle was forced between her lips. A potent healing potion flowed down her throat, offering a fragile chance at survival. Another system message appeared, recognizing the protagonist for inspiring fanatical faith. The follower redemption test had been completed successfully, increasing faith by 100. Ilshin stared ahead in shock, realizing someone had truly called him the sword god. Later, he stood by the water, frustration burning as he reflected on the endless clashes with unknown guild members. Turning sharply, he demanded answers from a trembling man beside the unconscious girl. The terrified figure dropped to his knees, begging for punishment. While another questioned his sanity, the shirtless follower swore that once he found a blade, he would harm himself if ordered, growing suspicious that their enemy was connected to the Sheen Guild. Without hesitation, Ilshin commanded the elimination of the Sheen Guild. The order was accepted with absolute confidence. One man reacted in shock, demanding to know why the task could not be completed immediately. Sweat poured down another's face as tension thickened the air. At sunset, Ilshin stood shirtless, staring silently at the figure before him. A kneeling follower pledged unwavering loyalty, swearing to fulfill the sword god's command. Ilshin dismissed the failed assassin and declared his intent to personally crush the Sheen Guild. Again, he ordered the seated man to wipe them out. A shocked voice demanded an explanation for the broken promise, while another glanced nervously aside, sensing what was coming. Among the ruins beneath the fading sun, Ilshin crossed his arms, confronting his kneeling follower in suffocating silence. The devotee bowed deeply, pledging complete obedience. A digital alert chimed. The conditions to unlock a new authority had been met. A prompt appeared. asking whether to activate the proliferating thumb of God authority for 100 coins. Ilshin erupted in joy. In his imagination, mountains of gold stacked sky-high as wealth multiplied endlessly, while another character stared in disbelief. That night, a quiet building glowed softly from a single lit window. Breathing hard, Ilshin sprinted down a hallway as a pursuer blocked the far end. He burst into his bedroom and tore through drawers, desperately searching for his emergency stash. Grabbing his piggy bank, he shook it violently. Only 101 coins fell out. His face twisted in horror. He activated his new ability, energy glowing around his thumb, only to stare in shock at the wrecked room. The power did nothing. His skill could not be used on objects. Frustration exploded as he screamed into the messy space, wishing for an easier life. Within him, powerful forces clashed as he steadied himself, sensing an advantage if he struck first. He looked at his phone and asked how he could become stronger. 3 divine entities debated whether to build karma slowly through good deeds or rapidly through carnage using a celestial sword. Ilshin weighed his options carefully. Then he made his choice. He would take both. A monstrous one-eyed being announced the arrival at Godmaker, warning that his actions would determine whether he became a good god or an evil one. Grinning eagerly, Ilshin planned to multiply his ants. With a single command on his phone, 1,000,000 troops were summoned. A system announcement thundered across the screen, declaring that 1,000,000 Gami tribe warriors, empowered by a god, were advancing toward the Imperial Army for the next 24 hours. Lying back on his bed, Ilshin laughed wildly as he ordered his digital army to annihilate every enemy in their path. Ilshin noticed something strange as he watched the ants marching across his phone screen, their movements far more organized than before. Elsewhere, a young girl channeled divine healing energy into an injured companion, leaving a stunned onlooker staring in disbelief at her sudden power. A saintly figure gently restored a child's broken arm, and the surrounding crowd erupted with awe and gratitude. A passionate preacher raised his voice, urging everyone to place their faith in Lord Yu Ilshin. The crowd responded in unison, their devotion growing stronger by the second. The narration explained that as believers increased, so too did Ilshin's good karma. Yet unease crept into Ilshin's heart. The devotion felt dangerously fanatical, even as it continued to fuel his rising karma. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The manager was calling. Startled, Ilshin answered as a stressed voice demanded to know why the manuscript was delayed. Ilshin hurriedly defended his break, explaining the pressure he had been under. Another scolding followed, criticizing him for not starting serialization yet. Frustrated, Ilshin rubbed his face and glanced at his glowing thumb, hesitating as a thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he used the proliferating thumb of God on himself? Energy crackled around his hand. Heart pounding, Ilshin pressed his thumb to his forehead. A violent burst of red lightning exploded outward, blasting a hoodie-wearing figure across the room. Dust and debris swirled as Ilshin stumbled back in shock. A massive surge of divine energy followed, shaking the entire space. Steam filled the air as the ability stabilized successfully. One figure stared in amazement. Another watched carefully. Ilshin clenched his fists, realizing it had worked. He now had another self. Without wasting time, Ilshin resolutely assigned the task of writing the manuscript to his duplicate. Chaos followed. One brutal punch sent someone crashing backward. An angry shout echoed as a boy was knocked onto his bed. An older man viciously beat a younger one until he collapsed in pain. After the violent scuffle, 2 exhausted figures sat on the floor, gasping for breath. A tense confrontation erupted as one reached for the phone on the ground, demanding answers. Another man hurled insults, seething with rage, while the other remained silent and shaken. Suddenly, deadly power surged. The Cruel Slaughterer ability activated. A sinister red aura wrapped around a horned figure as dark energy gathered violently in his hands. A monstrous book erupted with magic atop a glowing smartphone. In a distant battlefield, a creature hurled a warrior through the air, sending shields flying. A towering green monster advanced as terrified soldiers stumbled backward. One trembling warrior admitted they were far too weak to fight. A monstrous plant-like being laughed excitedly, boasting about the Black Tribe as menace radiated from its massive form. Armed figures and creatures alike stared skyward as a crimson light bled across the heavens. A warrior was engulfed by raging flames, screaming as power tore through his body. 2 insect-like fighters froze beneath the blood-red sky, spears shaking in terror. The slaughter pushed the title forward. Cruel Slaughterer advanced to C rank. From a massive crater, an armored monster with glowing red eyes emerged. Someone whispered in horror. It was the legendary evil god. An armored fighter in purple was blasted backward by an explosive strike. Another coughed violently and bowed in apology at a tense war table. A gravely wounded soldier collapsed, reporting that every troop had been wiped out. Fury erupted as a monstrous commander demanded whether a single evil god had caused such devastation. A wounded man was flung across the room as he screamed not to challenge the evil god. Black energy consumed him in an instant, leaving nothing but drifting ashes. Terror rippled through the survivors. Officials rushed to alert the emperor, only to learn he was sealed away in deep meditation. An armored leader demanded immediate reinforcements, but an advisor warned it would leave them vulnerable to monsters and enemy nations. Gritting his teeth, a commander ordered that the evil god's head be taken before the king emerged from meditation. Nearby, a determined woman watched silently as a lone warrior stepped forward, vowing to personally slay the evil god. Back in the real world, bruised and exhausted, Ilshin collapsed onto his bed, barely able to keep his eyes open. Moments later, he jolted awake on the floor, heart racing as he tried to process what had happened. Pain exploded through him as his duplicate attacked him in the empty room. Groaning, Ilshin sat up and stared at a strange message on his phone asking about his attractive other self. Panic followed as he checked further. 121 missed calls. Dozens of messages. Then another notification appeared. His contract had been terminated. He had to return the down payment immediately. Before he could react, a storm of system notifications erupted, announcing rewards, levels, and achievements. Ilshin threw his hands up in confusion, overwhelmed by the sudden gains. Somewhere in the city, someone screamed in frustration at the sky. More game-like messages followed, announcing massive promotions, the capture of over 130,000 prisoners, and the advancement of multiple units. Ilshin snapped. He shouted at the game in pure rage, furious that despite all the chaos, the rewards felt meaningless. Desperate, he rushed to his computer and tried to cancel the supernatural contract. As he typed frantically, a dark presence loomed silently behind him. Sweat poured down his face as he hurried to send a message. Suddenly, a quest notification exploded onto the screen. Rescue a fanatic believer. Another prompt followed, demanding an immediate decision. Grinding his teeth, Ilshin forced himself to keep typing, trying to ignore it. Then his laptop screen flashed. Before he could react, a glowing blue portal burst open and swallowed him whole. The world twisted. Blue panels of light appeared, shifting the perspective to reveal the fanatic believer known as the Sword Demon. In a dark chamber, a woman mocked her chained captive, taunting him to break his silence. Another figure yanked the rope-like restraints tighter, aggressively demanding answers. A glowing profile screen appeared, revealing a stern, long-haired woman capable of wielding devastating flames. She slammed a man against the wall, threatening him as another stared in shock. Ilshin's eyes widened. Someone had been captured during the attack on the Sheen Guild. The woman struck the chained prisoner again in boredom, while a muscular man watched coldly. Suddenly, a new figure stepped forward, his massive frame and ominous profile radiating danger. Nearby, a menacing presence observed as a muscular man restrained a struggling woman. An invisible force began invading the prisoner's mind. Ilshin froze. A terrible realization crashed into him. The scene shifted to a memory. A young boy collapsed beneath a crushing stone during brutal training, sold to the Dark House and forced into the life of an assassin. And Ilshin understood that the fanatic believer's past was far darker than he had ever imagined. A man stood over his fallen, bleeding enemy, sword still dripping as the decisive victory settled into silence. Beneath his hood, the shadowed figure sensed it immediately. New rivals had appeared. Elsewhere, one young man lashed out in frustration, questioning why the other was always first, why he alone was denied the chance to dream of a normal future. In a snowy clearing, the tension finally erupted as three rivals clashed, steel flashing when one drew his sword in response to the heated words. The swordsman unleashed his most advanced technique in a blinding strike, completely overwhelming his stunned opponent. Another fighter lunged forward, driving his knife with fierce determination. At the peak of victory, the protagonist felt an unexpected wave of shame wash over him, wondering if reaching this goal truly meant the end. Back in the dark chamber, the chained prisoner endured relentless interrogation as his captor demanded to know who had ordered the attack on the Sheen Guild. Two captors argued bitterly, one eager to kill him, the other insisting they keep him alive for the promised reward. A muscular man glowing with blue energy threatened to kill a nearby woman if she interfered, but she boldly defied him. Nearby, a long-haired man lowered his head as a glowing ethereal hand seized him in judgment. The tension thickened as a menacing figure loomed over the chained believer, making onlookers realize things were spiraling out of control. Suddenly, Ilshin burst forward in a crackle of electricity, activating Steel Body as he charged in to save the endangered follower. A furious bald man launched a savage attack at the blue-haired fighter as energy whipped violently around them. With a single punch, chains shattered apart while a cautious woman watched from the side. The muscular guard spun toward the intruders, demanding to know who they were. Ignoring shouted warnings as one ally lay injured, Ilshin prepared to act immediately. Lightning surged across his body as he tested the lightning tactic skill while maintaining steel body. Energy snapped violently as he declared with reckless confidence that a single blow could wipe everyone out. Then reality struck. A system limitation flashed before him. He had reached the maximum for sharing powerful believer skills at his current divine level. Power spiraled out of control. Crackling energy tore through his body as he screamed in agony, triggering a status overload. A figure wrapped in ominous power stared him down with a chilling glare. Rage exploded. Red and blue energy twisted together as Ilshin unleashed a devastating attack. A brutal punch smashed into his face, snapping his head sideways. Even the monstrous enemy hesitated, sensing something was wrong. One man convulsed as lightning surged through him, while another cried out in terror. Despite the overload, Ilshin forced himself to endure. Steel body holding together as spectral screams echoed beneath him. His muscles trembled in unbearable pain. Nearby, a woman rushed toward a man who had barely survived beside a burning pit. A frantic girl shook her partially frozen companion, sobbing as she tried to wake her after narrowly winning their fight. Fury boiled over as a young woman pinned her opponent to the ground. Another was suddenly slapped aside by a crushing blow. From above, a fierce warrior rained fire down as a wounded boy screamed in fear, flames closing in. One young man calmly withstood the scorching heat of a hot spring using a special skill, while another sat beside him as if nothing was wrong. Steam rose as they soaked, catching their breath after the chaos. Believing she had won, a young woman froze when the fight suddenly turned. Her opponent activated a powerful defensive skill, blocking the lethal strike and shocking her completely. A confident fighter celebrated their perfect setup as the determined challenger emerged from the mist, ready to continue. Fire roared as a furious woman unleashed a massive wave of flames. Ilshin countered with a blazing palm strike that tore through the heat. Nearby, a woman trembled in terror as danger approached off-screen. Another brutal slap sent someone reeling backward. The protective skill faded a heartbeat later, narrowly sparing the blue-haired man from death. A system alert chimed. The rescue quest was complete. Ilshin's eyes lit up as he eagerly awaited the new talent reward, hoping it would finally improve his writing. Back in the prison area, one man smirked confidently in the foreground, while Ilshin stood shirtless behind the bars, wary as they sized each other up. Ilshin glared forward, dismissing the opponent's move as unimpressive. When one hesitantly admitted uncertainty, the other snapped in frustration. The shirtless man suddenly burst out in praise, shocked by how the blue-haired youth had defeated enemies using techniques he had never seen before. Ilshin stiffened under a harsh, judging stare. Two survivors stood over their collapsed allies, urgently deciding it was time to leave and go home. As they moved, a surprised man discovered a thin, shirtless prisoner standing defensively inside a cell. One character acknowledged Ilshin's strength with calm respect, leaving their companions stunned. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward and introduced himself with chilling confidence. A worried ally whispered a warning for Ilshin to be careful as he passed the cell. Then a powerful presence arrived. The truth behind the chaos was revealed. A portrait appeared, introducing a male priest responsible for sacrificial rituals to the god of destruction. Embarrassment exploded as one man covered his face while the others stared in shock at the awkward accusation. A fierce challenger suddenly stormed forward, loudly demanding a fight with Ilshin. Someone realized in disbelief that they had just encountered a pervert. Tension broke when a young man clapped in applause, praising the confrontation. A sinister figure emerged from the darkness with a fang-like grin. The shirtless ally urgently warned Ilshin. Purple smoke rolled across the floor as a muscular man stepped out confidently, declaring that the author was behind everything. Another ominous introduction followed. A mysterious apostle, a living sacrificial offering. Dark energy surged violently as Ilshin realized a ritual was already underway. Crouched low, both fighters scanned the corridor, senses stretched tight. Then suddenly, a naked, unstable man charged straight at them, eyes wild, leaving everyone frozen in shock as the next battle exploded into motion. A long-haired figure stepped forward, eyes gleaming with excitement as he confronted the stunned pair, thrilled to finally meet another apostle. Before anyone could react, the long-haired man was suddenly slammed to the ground, pinned helplessly as shock flashed across his face. A tense voice warned sharply not to approach the sword god, irritation clearly rising on the other's expression. With terrifying ease, a muscular man crushed his opponent's resistance in a single hand and hurled another body through the air as the rest watched in disbelief. A devastating wave of energy exploded outward, blasting two figures backward and tearing the ground apart. The muscular giant turned toward a shaken man and demanded to know which god he served. After witnessing a shocking defeat, another powerful figure echoed the same question, his voice filled with suspicion. A frightened girl suddenly shouted, asking which god they were talking about, startling the young man beside her in the dim room. Ilshin roared and drove his fist forward, blue energy erupting from his body. Power flared in his eye as he activated skill sharing, and lightning burst from his hands in a violent surge. A woman was overwhelmed, as crackling blue energy swallowed her whole. Down the shadowy corridor, the horned figure slipped away, leaving behind a quiet, regretful farewell. High above, a winged warrior launched from the temple, soaring into the sky with fierce resolve to confront the followers of the evil god. It was revealed that the enemy weakened as believers dwindled, and deep within the forest, a massive fortress rose into view, signaling a looming conflict. Elsewhere, an adult warned two children not to venture deeper into the woods, though they ran ahead laughing. In the desert, three figures stared in horror as a colossal creature emerged from the sand. A bearded man trembled in disbelief as realization struck him. At the Black Tribe village, a monstrous being infused with green energy arrived, radiating pure menace. Red eyes flared as dark power crackled into existence. Above them, the winged figure released a poisonous cloud that blanketed the village. A glowing moth-like entity descended, weakening the evil god's power as two figures below screamed in agony. Furious, Ilshin unleashed a massive lightning strike at his desperate opponent. Blue electricity tore through flesh as the enemy writhed in pain. With another violent surge, Ilshin slammed him into the ground and stood over the fallen body, confirming that striking first had secured victory. Then dirty, steaming feet crashed down in front of him. A muscular figure screamed as lightning surged violently through his body. Ilshin hurled another crackling energy blast in a desperate attempt to destroy the monstrous foe. Smoke filled the air as one fighter struggled to rise while another collapsed. Yet the enemy remained unharmed. Horror washed over Ilshin as he realized the Lightning Empress's skill had no effect. Under harsh light, the monstrous figure crouched as someone muttered if their opponent was an immortal pervert. Laughing through blood, the battered man taunted that no attack could kill him because he always resurrected. Ilshin felt his heart sink as he realized his strongest skills were unavailable. A mysterious woman confirmed it coldly. Using her power was pointless. The enemy would simply revive again and again. Cornered and sweating, Ilshin challenged the unseen foe, while desperately questioning how he could survive. The muscular monster demanded more entertainment, clearly bored. Ilshin's mind raced for a plan inside the cell. Suddenly, danger surged. He activated the multiplying thumb of God, slamming his glowing thumb against his forehead. Dark energy erupted, forcing others to recoil in shock. One ally nervously asked whether his teammate might attack him despite the enemy nearby. Another stood ready, eyes locked on the threat. The long-haired man smirked and confidently revealed his alter ego, leaving the younger pair stunned in awe. Two students froze as a terrifying presence appeared behind them. Ilshin stayed silent, fear gripping his chest as he tried not to provoke the intimidating figure in the prison-like room. Debris swirled as three voices urgently argued about the tribe's danger and the risk of losing all divine power if the believers died. Wrapped in purple smoke, a menacing figure glared upward and issued a chilling command. A furious roar followed as dark energy exploded outward. A massive attack slammed into a defender who barely managed to block it. One body crashed violently while another sprinted forward through the chaos. A wounded young man collapsed, clutching his chest, gasping as he questioned whether his power meant anything at all. Ilshin shouted desperately for someone's attention. An order rang out to finish the weakened opponent. Shock spread across the smoky cell as a phone on the floor suddenly burst with violent red energy, and an unseen voice demanded if Ilshin was done with his tricks. In the next instant, someone vanished without a trace. A muscular figure released a surge of crackling purple power, his face twisted in agony. Ilshin crouched tensely by the bars, shaken by the threat of being burned alive. With fierce resolve, Ilshin unleashed a burst of fire and pointed upward in defiance at the shadowed figure. Electricity surged as he raised his glowing hand, determined to prove his strength. Dark energy roared back in response. Ilshin thrust his glowing middle finger forward, channeling power through the gesture. A woman froze in horror as realization hit. Ilshin shouted as energy surged skyward. Flames swallowed a figure in an instant. Inside the cell, a man's finger glowed with strange light as the woman nearby watched warily. Ilshin grimaced and conjured a small flame on his own fingertip, testing his growing power. Suspicion burned in the woman's eyes as she asked if that was his final trick. Suddenly, purple energy erupted from the dark-haired enemy, leaving Ilshin shaken and afraid. Steeling himself, Ilshin summoned another magical flame and ignited a mysterious spark between his fingers. Then everything exploded. A massive inferno roared outward as he unleashed his signature attack. The woman stared in shock at the sudden reversal, but the muscular enemy stood unfazed amid swirling fireballs, mocking him. The tension snapped as a warning rang out that the game was over. Above Ilshin, his monstrous alter ego unleashed a surge of purple lightning. Power crashed down. Ilshin collapsed, defeated, groaning that his downfall had come at the hands of a wild pervert. Nearby, the long-haired muscular man was consumed by twisting purple energy, screaming in agony. The wounded foe clutched his bleeding chest in horror as his regeneration failed for the first time, and in that instant, Ilshin realized he had triggered a dangerous skill far beyond his control. A towering, muscular figure wreathed in swirling smoke appeared before Ilshin, its glowing eyes burning with inhuman intensity. Ilshin froze, terror locking his body in place. A crushing aura slammed into him, and he struggled desperately as an overwhelming skill crushed down on his senses. Above him, purple energy erupted violently. Wrapped in crackling power, Ilshin screamed as a massive surge burst from his body. Dark energy twisted around him like living shadows, tearing through his muscles in waves of agony. Far away, a deadly cloud of poisonous force swallowed the Black Tribe. As the devastation spread, a radiant insect-like entity descended, unleashing overwhelming power. Two panicked enemies below screamed that the evil god's strength was weakening. Lightning flared as a furious warrior condemned his foe for serving an evil god. Nearby, a horned figure roared and released dark energy as the gemstone embedded in his chest glowed ominously. A startled woman spun around, sensing a sudden presence. A man charged forward in a blur, spiraling energy wrapping around his body as he launched a high-speed strike. Fighters rushed headlong toward the evil god of the ant tribe, unleashing everything they had in defiant challenge. A massive explosion of power tore through the battlefield. A glowing force slammed into Auntie without warning, sending her flying. Another survivor barely raised a shield as a blast detonated nearby. Ilshin stood beneath the sky as yellow lightning cracked overhead. Smoke drifted across fallen bodies while a cautious figure crept closer, checking for survivors. One person lay injured and barely moving as another watched silently from the rubble. A system alert flashed urgently, warning that the rapid loss of believers was causing a severe drop in power. The Godmaker alarm blared loudly. A glowing prompt appeared, demanding a costly choice to restore the believers. Lying on the ground in pain, Ilshin suddenly realized he could use healing on himself. A terrifying thought followed. If he could heal endlessly, he could become unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, he activated the healing technique as a wary man observed from afar. Green energy gathered in thick waves around his body. The pain faded, but shock flooded his face when he saw the cost. 10 million coins, far more than he had imagined. Heart-pounding, Ilshin still chose to use God's healing ring finger to save the ant tribe. Light burst outward across the battlefield. A reward notification exploded across his vision. Over 5 million white god coins gained. Ilshin gasped in disbelief and excitement. Nearby, a stunned figure watched as the kneeling man activated another glowing power. A desperate enemy hurled a last burst of purple energy. In front of the barred gate, Ilshin erupted with dark power, then instantly followed with a surge of lightning as he activated skill sharing. Charging forward, he struck with crackling energy. A furious foe taunted him, raising an electrified hand. Ilshin answered by thrusting his blazing, glowing middle finger forward. The impact blasted his opponent straight into the wall. Flames swallowed the defeated body as another watched helplessly from behind prison bars. Laughter rang out. A long-haired man mocked the scene, praising his disciple for exceeding expectations. Another warrior with a blazing hand roared that he would unleash his ultimate attack. Then he froze. A fiery, glowing object hovered near his chest. A man with long purple hair pointed forward, declaring triumphantly that someone would become his final and most powerful offering. Horror struck Ilshin as he realized the truth. The kidnappings, the sacrifices, they were all to bring down the god of destruction. The red-haired man laughed in victory, lifting the glowing stone toward his weakened captive. Suddenly, a massive beam of red energy smashed through the cracked ceiling. The magical barrier shattered in a blinding flash. Debris rained down as a crackling red rift tore open in the air. Two figures stood frozen before it. A terrified man recoiled as a long-haired monster grinned up at him. Ilshin roared and unleashed a devastating glowing attack, trying to stop everything. But a warning message blocked his authority. His power failed. Shock ripped through him. Nearby, a muscular man staggered, clutching his stomach as blood spilled from his mouth. The red-haired youth watched coldly. The injured man accused him of breaking a promise before collapsing. One figure remained standing as the other fell amid swirling energy. Desperate, Ilshin released a violent surge of dark explosive power. Tears burned in his eyes as despair crushed him. Was this really the end? The world twisted. A boy floated upside down among clouds, remembering a dream. A surreal landscape spread endlessly as a voice wondered if it had all been an illusion. Then a determined warrior tore through the sky, unleashing the true power of a legendary blade. Crimson energy spiraled violently, forming a colossal red beast. The abyss had awakened. With the maiden's death came devastation across the world. A monstrous shadow roared beneath a blood-red sky. Yet in the chaos, a lone figure stood beneath a beam of light, his peaceful nature shining through. Bilshan steadied his breathing. Change had come. Calm yet burning with resolve, he embraced the path of revenge. Before him stood a colossal stone sword as wild energy surged around it. The darkness cracked with tension as Bilshan looked up, answering the overwhelming call for vengeance. In the distance, a massive tower activated, sending shockwaves through the land. Bilshan's eyes hardened with determination. A massive eye burst open, unleashing sinister power and crackling red lightning. Another monstrous yellow eye opened within swirling darkness, pink lightning tearing the sky apart. Frozen in fear, someone realized they could not move to protect the calm figure ahead. Ilshan turned sharply. The sword demon stood there. One man boldly declared his plan to kill the enemy's god as another watched in awe. Suddenly, a woman screamed for help inside the smoke-filled ruins. Dark tendrils wrapped around her struggling body while a horrified man stared helplessly. And the true battle for divinity had only just begun. A trembling subordinate dropped to her knees, begging for mercy as a monstrous demon leaned in to devour her. Debris exploded through the air as another figure shielded a startled companion from the impact. Nearby, a wounded man screamed as spectral snakes tightened around his body, dark energy flooding his veins. Defiance flared as someone taunted the demon, staring straight into a massive fiery eye that glared back with murderous intent. A young man snapped, demanding to know why he was being stared at, just as the monstrous eye wrapped in writhing tentacles loomed overhead, freezing two people in pure terror. A woman gasped in disbelief as the man remained calm, pressing his palm against a cracked wall as if nothing could touch him. In a flash of light, a glowing sword tore through the air, forcing her to recoil in shock. She urgently pointed as a serpent lunged toward an older man. Suddenly, another colossal glowing eye burst open, releasing crackling energy across the battlefield. Ilshan activated his sword mastery, gripping his radiant blade with fierce resolve. Wielding the all-slashing heavenly sword, he unleashed a massive surge into the sky. The narration explained that the sword's authority fused weapon and wielder as one, unlocking their full destructive potential. More monstrous eyes tore open through waves of chaotic power. A demonic face erupted from the darkness, flooding the scene with terrifying energy. A muscular warrior charged and slammed an electrified weapon straight into a colossal glowing eye. Ilshan followed with a devastating downward slash that split the air itself. Another fighter descended from above with a massive glowing blade, as crackling purple spikes converged around him. A furious blast exploded, sending a searing beam ripping through the chaos and forcing the enemy back. The scene shifted to Ween City's District 12. Ruined buildings and shattered streets revealed the aftermath of unimaginable destruction. Soldiers swept through the wreckage while two civilians stood nearby, stunned. Two officials grimly discussed the catastrophic appearance of an SSS-grade rift. A man in a trench coat surveyed the devastation as troops combed the area. The director of the Hunter Association made the immediate decision to launch a critical project. Moments later, soldiers rushed in, reporting they had found a survivor in the rubble. Amid the ruins, a lone figure stood silently, realizing he had somehow lived. A towering presence suddenly demanded answers from a smirking man among the broken remains. Nearby, a man in sunglasses quietly studied someone's condition while an older official barked orders for emergency medical care. Elsewhere, a smaller figure bravely approached a monstrous glowing entity while a vast presence loomed overhead. A white-haired man trapped by writhing tentacles screamed in defiance as another recoiled in horror behind iron bars. Above them, a fiery explosion tore through the air as a dragon-like beast and a red-haired warrior braced themselves. Flames roared as a massive stone slab crashed down, pinning a gasping opponent beneath the towering aggressor. A young man gathered overwhelming power, fire blazing behind him. Moments later, a blue-lit figure stood triumphantly atop the slain dragon's head. A group of onlookers stared in awe, unable to comprehend how such terrifying mind control had slaughtered a dragon so effortlessly. Someone whispered in disbelief, questioning whether she was truly S-rank, especially since the beast was known to resist psychic powers. In a tense standoff, a fighter demanded the teleportation stone, while another hesitated in confusion. An armored man brushed it off with a teasing remark as icy projectiles crashed nearby. A woman angrily questioned why such an expensive stone was being wasted, only to be told sharply to stay out of it. Clutching the glowing stone, she complained bitterly while the armored warrior calmly observed. Later, he reflected on surviving the S-class dungeon, joking about his teammates' explosive temper and how lucky they all were to be alive. High above the city, two people carefully adjusted a device atop a modern building, one giving precise instructions. Below, a boy gently placed patches on an older man's aching back, teasing him about sounding ancient. A young man shot back defensively when a girl teased him about his age and marriage. Another girl expressed concern as a companion listened closely. A worried child suddenly pointed out a suspicious figure nearby, startling the young man. An ominous aura thickened around the sword demon as someone nervously called his name. Without warning, a fervent devotee threw himself to the floor, bowing dramatically and startling two people sitting on the bed. Another asked if they were going home, noting that he had secretly fixed the broken bathroom door. The fanatic suddenly proclaimed his undying loyalty to the sword demon, raging about the ruined house. Ilshin stiffened, instantly realizing the man was a fanatic. While Enti stayed close behind him, another companion scolded him for ignoring instructions and wasting time instead of focusing on his mission. Nearby, an injured man questioned why the robed figure refused to wipe out the remaining members of the Luminous Guild. Sensing something wrong, the special task force moved swiftly, dismantling the Korean black market as their leader crushed the criminals without mercy. Ilshin blinked in surprise upon learning that the woman mentioned was a famous model from television ads. Comparing two girls' names and faces, he realized they looked far too different to be sisters. After checking on Miri's condition, the group prepared to visit Sean's mother. Just as Ilshin planned to head to the hospital to heal someone, a sudden notification interrupted him. His godly achievements were being calculated. Ilshin stared in disbelief as his karma skyrocketed after stopping some of the clones from reaching Earth. Then horror followed, as Ilshin realized the monstrous eye they had fought was only one of 100 clones. A dreadful memory flashed through his mind as an enormous abyssal eye opened before him, far larger than anything before. The dragon itself had to be unimaginably massive. His phone buzzed again. A new notification announced that he was now eligible for a promotion quest. A glowing interface appeared, offering two god promotion paths, one of good and one of evil. Ilshin's breath hitched as he realized he was expected to handle both. Panic surged. Each quest demanded the impossible. One required gathering an immense number of believers. The other demanded killing just as many. Overwhelmed, Ilshin stared at the screen in horror. Then realization struck. He could accept both. His companion gasped as Ilshin explained his plan to turn his opposing pursuers against each other. Elsewhere, a tall man taunted a nervous girl, waving his phone and enjoying her discomfort. The scene shifted to room 5005. A patient in a wheelchair was pushed down the hospital hallway by a man in a suit. Ilshin approached the door, alarmed by the harsh breathing inside. After knocking, a tense voice told him to enter. He listened cautiously before stepping inside. Instead of a dying patient, he found a girl fiercely doing push-ups, sweat pouring down her face. A woman spun in shock as the tracksuit-clad young man walked in. Suddenly, a cheerful girl with animal ears rushed over, excitedly greeting him and asking why someone injured was training so hard. Another woman stretched confidently after resting while a companion checked on her condition. The girl proudly showed her healed wounds, leaving Ilshin speechless. Laughing, she even lifted her bandages to reveal her perfectly healed torso, startling the boy beside her. Just as tension flared between Ilshin and the ponytailed girl, another voice shouted from behind, breaking the moment completely. A hand shot skyward, releasing a violent surge of energy that ripped through the air. In the chaos, a man in a cap and glasses ambushed a woman from behind, while the blue tracksuited young man froze in shock. Ilshin staggered back in pain, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the woman. Before he could recover, she casually began removing her bandages in front of the stunned men. One of them shouted in embarrassment, turning away as his face burned. The mood shifted instantly. A hostile figure cloaked in red energy stepped forward, glaring at Ilshin and demanding his identity. Tension exploded when a furious woman seized Ilshin by the collar, shouting to know what his relationship was with her younger sister. Another girl gasped in disbelief. The woman threatened violence if her sister had been toyed with, while someone desperately tried to calm her down. Suddenly, she spun and defended her teacher, as a long-haired man grabbed him by the collar and mocked his appearance. Shock rippled through the group when it was revealed that the man was an instructor at the Hunter Academy. Voices overlapped in panic as one person nervously tried to explain himself while another tightened their grip on his collar. A third watched in stunned silence. A woman abruptly interrupted, trying to stop a secret from being exposed as the tension grew unbearable. The man insisted he was only a PE teacher, while suspicion burned in the other's eyes. Insults were thrown. Tempers flared. One woman grabbed Ilshin's arm just as another angrily declared she had claimed the teacher first. Amid the shouting, Ilshin stood alone, underestimated by everyone despite the hidden power within him. A young woman urgently warned not to underestimate the opponent, while a silent figure listened closely behind her. A long-haired man lifted a hat and confronted the pair with a sharp, skeptical question. Shock spread as another person stepped forward, pushing the confrontation further. Then the truth dropped like thunder. The famous celebrity hunter was the older sister. Everyone froze. Another argument erupted over attitude after advancing in rank, while confusion spread across one face. Electricity suddenly crackled through the air. A powerful mind control ability activated. Invisible pressure slammed down, forcing one woman towards submission. A blue-haired fighter grabbed another girl's head harshly, scolding her for being weak as a stunned boy watched. A figure radiating blue energy unleashed overwhelming power, forcing everyone to their knees. Nearby, a wounded woman trembled as dark energy surged through her sword. Another glowing warrior pressed down on a kneeling opponent, forcing surrender while onlookers stared in shock. Reluctantly, someone gave in under pressure as rivals glared at each other in a charged standoff. Ilshin stepped between them urgently, warning that the child could be hurt if things escalated. Too late. A furious attacker launched a powerful strike, sending someone flying backward. One man covered his ears in panic while another stood firm, refusing to move aside as a bystander trembled. Mind control erupted again, threatening to crush the unmoving target. Ilshin gasped in shock. Then it failed. The ability shattered uselessly, and someone awkwardly suggested settling things with words instead. Nervous laughter followed, as another praised Ilshin for resisting mind control. Embarrassed, Ilshin admitted his rank was low, making a woman freeze as realization dawned. Suddenly, she bowed deeply and asked him to look after the younger girl. Ilshin stared in surprise. Later, the woman firmly ordered the girl to eat her hospital porridge while someone quietly remarked on her caring nature. A profile window appeared. The girl was cursed by a destructive force known as the Abyss. Ilshin hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. When he gently asked if she was hurt or cursed, she looked at him in confusion. A hooded figure stepped forward, warning everyone about the terrifying curse of the Abyss. That night, Ilshin opened his door to find a mysterious girl in a cap standing silently outside. Tension filled the hallway. A sharp voice demanded to know how the secret had been discovered. Ilshin nervously admitted he had a detection skill, though he wasn't sure it was accurate. The man in sunglasses calmly denied everything, while Ilshin's unease grew. Soon after, one figure said goodbye to the stunned teacher, as another woman quietly watched from the couch. One left confidently, while Ilshin remained behind, weighed down by the pressure of an S-rank hunter's presence. Later, Ilshin sat in frustrated silence, his mission heavy on his mind, until Auntie cheerfully interrupted him. They decided to stick to the original plan and head to the rooftop together. A young woman beamed with excitement. Then lightning tore through the darkness. A massive glowing chain tiger materialized in a storm of crackling electricity, making Ilshin recoil in shock. He tried again to break the glowing restraints. Failed. Roaring with frustration, a gigantic electrified finger descended from the sky as divine power crashed down in a devastating strike. Golden energy exploded across the chains as a shadowy figure poured everything into the attack. Breathing hard, Ilshin strained against the bindings, muscles shaking as the magical chains refused to break. Even with his newfound strength, it was useless. Exhausted, one person collapsed onto a bench at sunset, while another stood nearby watching quietly. Nervously, they suggested moving somewhere else to figure out what was wrong. A profile scan appeared. The woman was an S-rank hunter with sealed abilities. Ilshin stared in disbelief as the scan displayed her age, rank, and emotional state. Her powers were still partially sealed. Focusing every ounce of willpower, Ilshin strained against the invisible mental lock. Sweat poured down his face. The panel confirmed it. Only part of the seal had been broken. Confusion erupted as someone demanded an explanation. Back in the hospital, a woman in patient clothes jumped when asked about her sister's whereabouts. Ilshin smiled with quiet confidence. He had made his decision. He would confront Mary's parents. Standing beneath the sunset sky, he steadied himself for what was coming. Far away, massive waves smashed violently against a rocky cliff as a storm battered a dark fortress. Rain lashed the walls. Inside, guards patrolled the dim prison corridors. In a lonely cell, a kneeling prisoner remembered hearing a miraculous voice at his lowest moment. Now, trembling in his uniform, he realized that hope had been a lie. He broke down, crushed by the truth that his devotion to a god had been in vain. A monstrous eye slowly opened, flooding the air with ominous energy. A man stood defiantly beneath its gaze, tension suffocating the space. Behind iron bars, another prisoner collapsed to his knees in terror as he realized a demon had appeared against his will. And the nightmare was only beginning. The older man recoiled in pure terror, eyes wide and mouth hanging open as fiery energy began swirling around him. He clenched his fists and focused, gathering power with unwavering determination. From the shadows, a dark figure erupted with overwhelming force, flames and energy spiraling violently around his body. Behind cold iron bars, a desperate voice cried out for help, fingers gripping the window as rain poured outside. A white-haired man collapsed to his knees, bowing repeatedly as he begged for forgiveness. Another man followed, lowering his head in shame as he pleaded just as desperately. Then he straightened. Resolve burned in his eyes as he prepared for the confrontation ahead. A trembling devotee raised both hands in reverence, tears streaming down their face as new faith in Yu Ilshin was born. Overcome with emotion, the older man dropped to his knees again, sobbing in gratitude for being accepted. Smoke curled through the air as a shadowy figure stepped forward, calling the distressed man by name. Red energy thickened around him as he demanded to know the truth about Yu Ilshin, his presence suffocating. In the rain-soaked prison cell, a terrified prisoner crawled backward as a masked intruder with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. The older man steadied himself and confronted the visitor, suspecting the Hunter Association had finally come to silence him. Another wary figure shifted into a defensive stance, ready for violence. The man in the prison uniform confessed to killing countless people, bitterly questioning whether public opinion would now decide his fate as the hooded figure listened without a word. Suddenly, the older man glared with murderous intent and declared that even if he was no longer an apostle of evil, he could still kill. The masked figure turned sharply, interrogating a bewildered girl about the abyss. Dark energy radiated from her as she swore she would never forgive the attack on her younger sister. Without warning, a massive, ominous heart manifested, releasing crushing power that sent the older man collapsing in agony. A violent surge of dark energy followed, striking another helpless figure as a piercing scream tore through the stormy night. Far away, Ilshin sat by his window, sighing softly, as he wondered why he still could not meet Mina. Someone nearby reflected on how difficult it was to ever meet someone as famous as a top celebrity. In another place, a long-haired man knelt and wrote a farewell letter, hands trembling as he prepared to leave his post. Later, a crumpled letter was held up in shaking fingers while another person broke down in tears at its harsh words. Ilshin's phone buzzed. He stared at the screen in surprise as a digital notice board announced that a human named Yoan had become a fanatic follower of Yu Ilshin. Nearby, someone gasped in shock. A quest progress window appeared, displaying the remaining number of ordinary and high-ranking believers needed for advancement. Ilshin's breath caught when he saw that one believer was marked as S-Class. He sank back in disbelief, struggling to understand how everything was changing so fast. Another notification appeared. His eyes widened in horror. The crucial S-Class believer had suddenly died. Before he could process it, a system message revealed that offerings from a fanatic could be absorbed even after their death. Confusion washed over him. Then a warning flashed violently across the screen. Absorbing an apostle's offerings could cause unbearable, body-crushing pain. Ilshin barely had time to react before his phone surged with mysterious energy. Red lightning exploded around him as agony tore through his body. Pink lightning lit up the rain-soaked night as a supernatural force erupted through the building. Gasping, he stared at the red energy crackling around his fists. He had absorbed something new. Frustration mixed with shock as realization dawned. He could absorb the abilities of fanatic believers when they died. Clutching his phone, Ilshin lay back on the bed, heart racing as he questioned how Yoan could have died so suddenly. Scrolling through the news, he discovered the truth. The black market leader, an awakener, had died in prison from heart failure. Silence filled the room. Ilshin reviewed both god promotion quests and confirmed it. A new ability had been gained. He stared at the ceiling, confused by Yoan's sudden loyalty and even more unsettled by his death. Part of him wondered if he should feel relieved. Frustration boiled over. He thrashed across the bed, yelling about the villain's twisted behavior. Slowly, he forced himself to calm down and think about what to do next. Becoming a hunter could bring money and fame, but deep down, he knew that was not what he truly wanted. Sitting alone in the dim room, Ilshin reflected on his failed writing career and the broken contract that had followed. He clenched his fists and muttered that writing should happen whenever inspiration struck. Fueled by sudden resolve, he uploaded 10 chapters at once. Exhausted, he slumped at his desk and waited for readers to respond. Heart pounding, he opened the comment section. Then he froze. A brutal message stared back at him, mocking his spelling and tearing apart his story. More comments followed, criticizing the plot and venting their frustration. Ilshin forced out a hollow laugh as he slumped over his laptop. Finally, the weight of it all crushed him. He decided to quit writing and look for a new job. Just as he stood up, a sudden knock echoed through the room. His breath caught as he slowly turned toward the door, bracing himself for whoever stood on the other side. The young man storms through the kitchen, furious that someone has returned sooner than expected, and in the next instant he bursts through the door, ready to attack. Before anything can happen, a panicked girl rushes in and startles the teacher, only to suddenly collapse in front of him. Shaken and confused, he catches her as she urgently begs for a difficult favor. With sparkling eyes and trembling hands, she pleads so sincerely that he finds himself unable to refuse. Moved by her hopeful gaze, he silently agrees, giving a confident thumbs up as she cheers beside him. Almost immediately, he is stunned when a notification appears, informing him that someone's faith in him has increased by 10 points, simply because he agreed to help. Watching the girl praise him with overflowing excitement, unease slowly creeps into his chest as he wonders what she might want in return. The next morning, students flood into the academy as the day begins. Reluctantly, the young man takes on the role of guardian for the cheerful girl after her sister is suspended for excessive absences. When a looming presence suddenly appears before him, he freezes in shock, trying to understand what is happening as the girl confidently steps forward. Remembering the sudden rise in her faith, he watches her approach energetically in the courtyard. As they walk together, she enthusiastically compliments his suit and casually offers to buy him more since she has plenty of money. She even insists on purchasing a high-end tracksuit as a gift. Startled by her boldness, he spins around with an uneasy expression, finally realizing that everyone around him seems to share an intense, almost fanatical devotion. The realization leaves him feeling uncomfortable and strangely guilty. Meanwhile, two people rush up the stairs, worried about being late for their consultation. In the hallway, a man suddenly confronts them, demanding to know how they are connected to Miri. The girl loudly claims the boy is her older cousin, but a muscular man studies them closely, clearly unconvinced. Flustered, she fiercely defends her story while a suited man tries to calm the situation, and another observer watches in growing confusion. Accusations fly as tempers rise. A clinical profile appears, highlighting a stern man's age and remarkable physical strength. Moments later, the girl confronts him, demanding he retract his comment about her brother's appearance, while he nervously insists he never said anything offensive. An awkward introduction unfolds near the elevator when someone apologizes for expecting a different person entirely, deepening the confusion. When questioned about his connection to a powerful hunter, one man quickly denies having any special abilities. Suddenly, a schoolgirl bursts into the elevator with urgent news. At the same time, someone arrives at the principal's office, where a mounted horn relic hangs proudly on the wall. A man stands in silence, staring at it as an older figure reflects on the long years that have passed. Without warning, a massive portal tears open above the city, directly over an elementary school. Soldiers below stare in horror as a colossal devil ogre emerges, unleashing a thunderous roar and threatening to wipe out Korea. Tension explodes across the streets at sunset as a furious soldier demands the hunters take action. Some stumble back in terror as the monstrous presence advances. A panicked warning echoes through the ranks as a beast roars again, only to be met by a determined man surrounded by swirling blue energy. He surges forward and drives a devastating punch into the monster. The creature transforms in fury, lightning crackling around its body before a violent blast smashes into the ground, sending people flying. The giant lunges at a terrified soldier, but another powerful Udar shakes the streets as a muscular man slams his fist down, unleashing a massive shockwave. When the dust settles, the crowd stares in disbelief. One man stands alone, having single-handedly defeated the S-Class Devil Ogre. Realizing the truth, a witness understands that the unfamiliar hunter must also be S-Class. Later, the muscular warrior reflects quietly by a window, remembering how he earned his infamous nickname after being dragged out of a peaceful life. Elsewhere, an elderly man stands in the sunlight, accepting his duty to guide the next generation at the academy. Inside, the top student encounters unexpected trouble during a magical demonstration. Outside, the old man reflects again, knowing a rapidly evolving individual must be closely guided, even if only the association's elites know his true identity. A determined man prepares to confront a colleague and assert his authority during an upcoming meeting. As they walk down the hallway, someone casually reveals he is writing a novel about ants on his phone, sparking curiosity. Suddenly, a muscular man reacts in shock after sensing hidden strength, while a calm young man silently confirms his suspicions. Soon after, the muscular man leads two students to the principal's office. A staff member knocks and announces the arrival of a student and her guardian. Both stand nervously, one adjusting his tie before entering. Inside, the guardian formally introduces himself, and the young man bows in apology as tension thickens the air. Without warning, the older man shouts for everything to stop. The younger man freezes in shock as he recognizes the burly figure drinking in front of him as the same homeless person he once knew. The suited man begins sweating as the horrifying truth hits him. That man is the infamous S-Class hunter known as Cleaner. Nearby, A woman watches in confusion as another man realizes the monstrous threat from the past stands right before them again. Trying to calm himself, one man insists his suspicions must be wrong, even as fear tightens his chest. The other backs away, warning him not to come any closer. Sensing danger, two people prepare to intervene as the principal starts behaving strangely. A stern warning rings out about the lethal threat before them, leaving everyone stunned. A student boldly confronts the principal's outburst as another man trembles, insisting a monster could appear at any moment. Gongon silently wonders why the principal is so terrified of Mir's cousin. Suddenly, the older man explodes in rage, shouting about an unpaid debt of 5,000. As others watch in shock, he lunges forward wildly. Energy erupts around the young man in the suit as he recoils, and in a furious burst of power he rejects the money outright. In the chaos, a figure crashes through a high window. Someone plummets from above and slams into the ground as three people stare in horror. Glass shatters again as a shadowy form appears inside the office. Moments later, a muscular man smashes through the door, filling the room with smoke and shock. The enraged older man storms outside, screaming at the top of his lungs. The muscular man quickly apologizes to the stunned students for the chaos, surprising them with how fast the principal had arrived. As silence slowly returns, one man mutters his concern about another's mental stability after a past rescue, while his companion listens uneasily, knowing that nothing at the academy will ever feel normal again. The muscular man spins away from the city sidewalk, vanishing into a thick cloud of dust. Inside the room, a stern older man breaks the silence by clearing his throat loudly. Everyone sits stiffly around the table, the tension so heavy it feels impossible to breathe. Suddenly, a girl in a school uniform jumps in shock beside a startled young man in the sunlit room. Blushing deeply, she hurriedly pulls out a container of cookies and insists that someone try them. With a bright smile, she urges the hesitant boy to take a bite, while the older man watches quietly from the background. One man remains rigid in his seat, feeling uneasy beneath an intense stare. Ilshin cautiously accepts the offered snack and eats it, surprised, while the girl nervously wonders if the tribute will be considered worthy. Across the table, a man glares with burning intensity as blue energy swirls around him, making others question why he is being stared at so fiercely. A suited man suggests speaking privately with a nervous white-haired man, but he quickly refuses as the girl looks on anxiously. Another man firmly orders everyone to sit, signaling that it is time to talk. In the office, a distressed student struggles to explain herself while a concerned man listens closely. A stern figure formally addresses Mary's repeated absences from class. A teacher recommends closer supervision, and the tense guardian promises to care for her better. The two men finish their serious discussion about arranging her future. Just as someone stands to leave, a desperate voice shouts for them to stop. An injured man blocks the exit, refusing to let anyone escape. Shock spreads across their faces as he confronts a woman, demanding to know if she understands how long he has searched for her. The older man lunges forward, ranting about destiny, while the younger man tries to make sense of it all. Elsewhere, a muscular man proudly brags about the academy's advanced equipment, while another listens silently. A stern authority figure orders the shocked girl to follow him for testing. Nearby, an older man clasps his fists and begs desperately for help. Ilshin refuses a demand, stunned and defensive, as laughter echoes behind him. A desperate plea follows as a man begs the principal in front of the students, promising anything in exchange for the test. A firm deal is made. All of Mary's absences will be forgiven, and she will be excused from training if they cooperate. The principal silences objections, declaring this the perfect opportunity. A voice announces the start, as the empty academy buildings stand ready. In a high-tech laboratory, two researchers watch a nervous man inside a containment chamber. One questions the ethics of testing an ordinary human, while the other insists it is necessary, even if the subject is only G rank. Suddenly, a monstrous presence appears, freezing them in terror. An information display explains the Orb of the Selector, a powerful artifact used by the Academy to measure human potential and separate followers from sacrifices. Ilshin recognizes its immense value at once and senses danger in the air. Slowly, he steps forward and places his hand on the glowing orb as the adults watch from behind the glass. The orb flares violently with golden light, energy surging through his body. He stands frozen, overwhelmed by the revelation. Another burst of crackling power signals the test's end. Relief spreads among the students as scientists stare at astonishing data. One young man beams with excitement, convinced he has finally proven his greatness. He eagerly asks what rank he received while another girl watches quietly. A stern woman delivers the results bluntly, and shock ripples through the room. A battered youth stares at the devastation around him in horror. Doubts rise about the machine's accuracy, but the scientist assures them the margin of error is minimal. Confusion follows as someone wonders about the closeness of two individuals they observed earlier. A profile reveals Kroi Yunai as the medical team leader of the academy and a relative of Cho Kong. Back in the office, one person insists on being called manager, another awkwardly agrees, and someone else questions whether two people truly resemble each other. Ilshin scoffs at the machine's ability to measure divine power and decides to leave. Meanwhile, an older man furiously questions a lab-coated woman about the shocking G-rank result. She stands firm, defending her report. Troubled, the man recalls the strange rooftop incident and suddenly realizes a crucial detail about someone who passed out. Elsewhere, a monstrous plant radiates dark energy as an older man watches with a confident grin, preparing to put his opponent to sleep. Two people walk together discussing food plans when the older man suddenly charges at them, startling them both. The white-haired man abruptly demands a sparring match, shocking the young man and the girl. A muscular fighter angrily dismisses the machine's usefulness, while the trembling scientist watches helplessly. The fighter refuses to cooperate, annoyed, realizing that everyone who fights him becomes strangely obsessed. Determined, another warrior prepares to challenge the older man, believing victory will earn him the S-rank follower he needs. With a confident grin, he readies himself as tension fills the air. A sudden threat makes three figures stiffen in alarm. The older man excitedly leads everyone toward the sparring room. A muscular man steps forward and boldly declares he will fight, stunning the group. Someone challenges the principal's involvement, but the decision stands. Inside the MMA cage, a fighter waits as onlookers gather. A hand grips the fence, signaling the start. One observer tests the barrier, wondering if it can contain the energy of the clash. Nearby, two men debate wearing protective armor, but the seasoned fighter confidently refuses, taunting his opponent's lack of experience. Standing tall, he reassures everyone with a confident smile, then glares fiercely, warning that regret will follow. A stern mentor snaps at a distracted trainee to stay focused during practice. As a concerned bystander listens, others discuss the legendary combat skill and real-world experience of a top-ranked fighter, leaving one listener stunned by the truth. The girl cheers wildly, shouting for the fighter to end the match with a single blow. Beside her, the older man watches calmly, while Ilshin stands drenched in sweat, bracing himself as a powerful opponent blocks his path, dark energy rolling off his body. Around them, students flood into the gym as a sparring recruitment test for a new teacher is announced. A worried man protests as the crowd pours in, only to fall silent when a massive boxer clears his throat and fixes him with a cold stare. Urged to hurry, Ilshin steadies his breathing as the tension thickens. Two men step into the ring, one mocking the other to strike first. As the duel begins, a frustrated student complains about someone's careless attitude toward rankings, while elsewhere a determined fighter steels himself, ready to prove his worth as a hunter. In the ring, the red-haired man launches a brutal punch straight at his opponent's face. The blow lands with a crack, sending the student flying backward in agony. The masked fighter reels as his attack is dodged, while a terrified student remembers the moment two enemies charged him, ending his lucky streak. Eyes glowing with fury, a muscular warrior drives a crushing punch toward a stunned opponent. Another fighter surges forward, red energy building wildly as he unleashes a finishing strike. Ilshin staggers as burning power erupts from his chest. An electrified blast slams into his opponent, shockwaves ripping across the arena. The students erupt in cheers, stunned by the overwhelming display of strength. Without warning, a surprise blow lands, forcing a man to recoil. A determined youth extends his finger and releases a surge of crackling energy, lightning dancing around him. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a violent burst explodes forward. A man convulses as electricity tears through his forehead, blood spraying from his nose as he collapses in disbelief. The lower-ranked fighter stands victorious, while his higher-ranked opponent crumples to the floor. Another older warrior remains standing in triumph as his foe drops, the crowd frozen in awe. After the match, Ilshin scratches his head in confusion while the girl cheers loudly, and the defeated fighter lies motionless. Nearby, a muscular man groans on the ground, still suffering from the brutal attack. A stunned onlooker watches staff rush in, shocked by how quickly the PE teacher was defeated, quietly wondering if Ilshin is truly just an ordinary person. An unconscious body is wheeled out of the cage as gasps ripple through the crowd. A young man grips the fence anxiously, peering through in fear for what might happen next. Suddenly, an older man aggressively challenges a younger fighter, catching him completely off guard. The young man recoils as he watches someone get slammed into the ground by a barefoot opponent. The battle-hardened warrior clenches his fists, preparing himself. A data profile flashes on screen, revealing a stern portrait and highlighting remarkable muscular potential. Inside the arena, a fighter hesitates before the towering opponent, considering whether persuasion might work better than combat. The blue-eyed man leans in with a cruel grin, taunting him as irritation flickers across his face. A shaken student reflects on witnessing his teacher's brutal defeat. Elsewhere, an older man faces a monstrous presence, remembering he has seen even greater power before. The tension spikes as one fighter prepares for a knockout, while another body lies still nearby. The standoff is suddenly broken when someone proposes a bet. With bold confidence, he declares that the loser must fulfill a single request from the winner. The older man agrees, stating firmly that nothing illegal will be involved. A student echoes the challenge, accepting the terms without hesitation. From the sidelines, a stern man glares, doubting the challenger's confidence while preparing a special keyword he once used to turn the tide. As the fighters square up, Ilshin suddenly notices something strange in the courtyard beyond. The muscular warrior declares that if he wins, the seated young man must grant him a favor. The challenge is accepted instantly, both sides certain of victory. Lightning explodes around the fighter as he roars, power surging violently. Ilshin is struck suddenly and stumbles back, barely managing to block the next crushing blow. The force rattles his entire body. With a furious scream, the warrior gathers every ounce of strength, lightning tearing through the air. Ilshin spins in shock as something unexpected happens, and both fighters unleash their abilities at once, energy colliding before the stunned crowd. An older man points sharply, demanding to know if the legendary S-rank hunter was the source of this knowledge. Another recalls an ancient prophecy about a figure both brutally fearsome and deeply honorable. The realization dawns that the prophecy may be referring to someone standing there now. When the academy is mentioned, Ilshin's expression sharpens instantly. A man yawns casually, brushing off an attack and complaining about his busy schedule. Suddenly, a massive shadow plunges down at terrifying speed. An older muscular warrior slams a devastating punch into a younger opponent, sending him flying across the cage. Another crushing blow follows as the crowd watches in stunned silence. Two women freeze in terror as a new threat radiates overwhelming energy. The older fighter clenches his fists, ready to strike again. The opponents lock eyes in an electrified standoff, power crackling between them. With fierce determination, Ilshin drives his fist forward, unleashing a powerful final attack that shakes the entire arena. The white-haired older man launches a devastating punch with fierce determination, his fist cutting through the air as it connects. Another heavy blow lands in the chaos of battle, sending an opponent stumbling back. A battered young man clutches his neck as raw energy surges through his body, pain ripping across his face. The older fighter is suddenly hurled backward by an overwhelming strike, crashing away as the crowd looks up in horror at what unfolds above them. Teeth clenched and eyes blazing, one warrior braces himself for the decisive moment. A brutal punch slams into the older man's face, snapping his head sideways. A crushing kick follows, smashing into a torso and sending shockwaves through the cage. A wounded fighter collapses to the ground, glaring upward as he struggles to rise through the pain. Inside the arena, the muscular white-haired man delivers another devastating kick to his brown-haired opponent. A sharp strike across the face sends blood spraying as a crushing punch launches a body across the cage. Even battered, the bandaged fighter raises his fists defiantly. Ilshin steadies himself, breathing hard, insisting he still has more power left. The two muscular men square off inside the cage, as one challenges the other for academy entry. The older fighter clenches his fist, gathering his full strength, while the younger man refuses to back down and prepares to fight. With a roar, the challenger charges forward. Ilshin plants his feet and faces him head-on. Golden energy suddenly erupts from the principal as glowing symbols swirl through the air. 3 students stare in disbelief while 2 bystanders panic, wondering why no one is stopping this. A furious punch is thrown, blood flying from the impact. One student shouts that even teacher Ilshin cannot handle this level of power and begs for intervention. Ilshin rushes forward, slamming into a glowing magical barrier. Lightning explodes as a woman's punch sends a boxer reeling. Eyes widen in shock as energy crackles everywhere. A notification flashes. The first apostle clears the Trial of Flowers on the 11th floor of the Tower of Warriors. Another message announces an offering request from a faithful believer. Back in the cage, 2 fighters charge at each other once more. After pushing past his limits, Ilshin channels overwhelming power, fists blazing as he attacks. Despite his injuries, he lunges forward again, refusing to fall. Their fists collide midair, energy detonating outward as their bodies crash together in a violent explosion of light. Suddenly, a glowing bouquet of roses materializes in front of Ilshin. He recoils in shock as ominous energy radiates from the flowers. The bouquet is hurled at a muscular man, then shoved into the older man's face, leaving everyone frozen in disbelief. A mysterious glowing flower pulses in the air. Without warning, a massive shadow looms. Terror explodes across the gym as one man bolts from the cage, smashing through glass and fleeing into the crowd. Smoke rises from the smoldering roses on the floor. Ilshin anxiously waits for his phone to confirm a new follower, wondering if victory has finally paid off. Inside the cage, the muscular man pauses mid-training as a message summons him. A massive prompt appears, asking whether to accept millions of non-believers into the city. Ilshin grins wildly as his follower count skyrockets. Orders are issued to expand the city walls. He rushes forward, reviewing progress as believers surpass 10 million. But excitement fades into desperation when he realizes how far 1 billion truly is. Mocking voices echo from afar. Someone proclaims a divine revelation while another blushes in embarrassment. Ant-like followers raise their arms and chant in perfect unison. Frustrated, Ilshin grips his phone at sunset, anger boiling over. He storms through the hallway, searching for the missing principal as more shocking messages appear. Deep in the forest, a long-haired figure staggers through thick foliage. A sudden grab on the shoulder sparks a tense confrontation. A critical prompt flashes, urging a decision to save a fanatic believer from suicide. Ilshin bursts forward just as a man raises a dagger to his chest. Morning sunlight pours across the forest as a body collapses beneath a wooden structure. A glowing portal rips open, and Ilshin steps through to find a trembling man clutching a cursed dagger. Shock fills his eyes as he recognizes the scene. A crushing presence approaches. The desperate man clutches his head, begging for help. A wrist is seized mid-strike as purple energy crackles violently. A hooked sword crashes into the dirt. A brutal kick sends bodies sprawling as weapons scatter. Anger erupts as one man demands to know why the other is trying to destroy himself. The threat in the air thickens. A masked figure with glowing red eyes emerges silently from the fog. Another appears behind Ilshin without warning. A frantic warning rings out about a hidden enemy, using a strange technique. Suddenly, someone shouts an accusation, calling the hooded figure a pervert. Silence crashes over the forest as everyone stares in stunned disbelief, realizing this chaos is far from over. Ilshin suddenly looks up, eyes wide, completely caught off guard by something he never expected to see. A shocking claim echoes through the forest, leaving one man frozen in disbelief. Moments later, a furious voice breaks the silence as a man confronts a startled woman among the trees, demanding to know why she is there. Nearby, a hooded figure senses danger and snaps into alert. The long-haired swordsman grips his blade tightly, struggling to understand why Songmina would betray him. A profile flashes in his mind, revealing the horrifying truth. She has been touched by the curse of the abyss and is bound to the god of destruction. A masked figure suddenly bursts into a dim room, aggressively challenging someone inside. Back in the forest, one man calmly explains his sensing abilities, while the others stare in shock. The swordsman admits that those who crossed paths with the sword god were truly extraordinary. A plague doctor mask clatters to the ground as a towering figure stands above it. Flames roar behind the long-haired man as he pulls on his coat, bracing himself for what comes next. One person remains calm, while another stares in stunned silence. In the tension, someone blurts out a flustered compliment toward the cloaked woman, drawing awkward glances from the others. A blinding beam of light erupts, but a man resists it, refusing to fall for the trick. He scoffs, claiming the fallen mask is protected by powerful A-class concealment magic. Suddenly, a violent energy blast shatters through a defensive item. Shock floods every face as overwhelming power crashes outward. One man steps forward, demanding answers while another watches closely. A warrior silently steels himself, ready to act. With a furious roar, a man charges forward, declaring his intent to kill. Two fighters spin in shock as someone accuses them of murdering the sword phantom. One of them breaks down, admitting he cannot defeat 10 terrifying enemies. From the shadows, a female figure with glowing eyes emerges, radiating a chilling presence. Someone boldly mocks the sword phantom as weak, drawing gasps from the group. Ilshin quickly steps in, urging everyone to forgive instead of spilling more blood. Another man reassures them of the truth, revealing the shocked newcomer to be the sword god himself. Electricity crackles around the long-haired warrior as he remembers a sudden and impossible moment from before. Power surges again as a furious woman refuses to back down after her sibling is threatened. A young man desperately begs for mercy, arguing that now the truth is known, killing is pointless. Another offers to surrender and take responsibility. A bold interruption cuts through the chaos, confusing some while others watch in silence. Suddenly, a trembling youth is accused as the next target. Fear floods his face as Ilshin confronts the mastermind, accusing them of orchestrating everything. A woman lashes out at Ilshin about Mary, only to recoil when her secret is exposed. The ceiling of her brother's abilities finally revealed. Realizing the danger of facing someone with advanced sensing powers, Ilshin tightens his resolve. Sweat pours down as he prepares to kill if necessary. Nearby, a blood seal curse eats away at a girl's life, while she risks everything to contain it. A powerful magical prison holds a shadowy beast captive, impossible to break by skill alone. Blue energy spirals around a warrior's eyes as he locks onto his target. Another questions why anyone would sacrifice so much for the seal, as floating rubble trembles around them. Lightning explodes as a furious woman accuses someone of jealousy and unleashes a devastating strike. A boot slams into the dirt in front of Ilshin, jolting him back into reality. Swords clash violently. A dark-armored fighter slashes through the forest as alarms ring out. A white-haired warrior counters with a savage downward strike. Energy gathers in glowing hands as magic attacks fire in rapid succession. Red power erupts forward, tearing into a bloodied body that screams in agony. Blue energy answers back, shattering the ground beneath their feet. A battered man crashes against a tree, coughing violently as his sword burns on the scorched earth. In the clearing, weapons are aimed as a deadly standoff forms. A hooded presence radiates crushing power, making knees tremble. With a casual flick of glowing fingers, a woman sends a fighter flying. Someone rushes to check on a wounded ally slumped against a tree. Gasping for breath, the injured man reveals a terrifying rumor. Songmina may not be S-class at all. She may be SS class. Lightning tears through the air as a blue-haired woman attacks, the stunned opponent finally realizing the massive gap in their power. The assault halts as a glowing energy sphere forms in her palm. A long-haired fighter calmly blocks a lightning punch with ease, confidence pouring off him. Suddenly, a massive glowing heart materializes, leaving Ilshin frozen in shock. Red energy explodes around a terrified man as darkness surges again. A sinister figure smirks, releasing crackling black lightning from his fingertip. A red-haired warrior fires dark power straight into the blue-haired woman's chest. The forest burns as someone recognizes the overwhelming presence of the sword god. A young man staggers as violent energy bursts from his body, triggering a terrifying transformation. Blue eyes glow as two fingers touch a temple, activating a hidden power. Without warning, a mysterious hand grips Ilshin's throat, crushing the air from his lungs. Someone screams for the sword god to survive as the wounded fighter collapses against the tree. Angry shouts echo through the forest while another figure silently watches from the shadows, knowing the battle has only just begun. Ilshin grits his teeth and endures the supernatural assault without showing even a hint of weakness. Another fighter staggers backward in shock, finally realizing the terrifying truth behind what just happened. Ilshin releases a long breath, his body finally loosening after surviving the ordeal. Across the clearing, a warrior stares in disbelief as his strongest attack fails completely, while his opponent remains calm and untouched. A woman acknowledges the unexpected skill before her, eyes sharp with respect. Clutching his side, a man admits his powers go far beyond mental manipulation, leaving the others stunned. Blue energy erupts into the air like a raging storm. A sword is raised in panic as realization crashes down on both fighters at once. Crackling power gathers between trembling hands, warning of an incoming catastrophe. Someone shouts that facing an SS-class opponent means certain death. High above, a terrifying apparition radiates overwhelming pressure, and Ilshin finally understands that there may be something beyond S-class hunters. His opponent's strength dwarfs anything he has ever known. Power explodes without warning. A swirling force rips through the space between them, and a horned figure descends from the sky, unleashing a massive wave of fire. Flames swallow the battlefield, followed by a thunderous explosion that shakes the earth itself. Dark energy creeps up Ilshin's arm as smoke clears around a massive crater. Two figures stand at its edge, staring in silence at the destruction. From above, a woman rains down a devastating attack, then follows with a surge of crackling electricity that leaves everyone frozen in fear. Another figure hovers, forming a massive energy sphere before hurling it downward. Suddenly, ice bursts outward, trapping limbs in frozen chains. A massive blue blast slams into the ground, triggering another violent explosion. Ilshin stares in disbelief, then panics as his ankles freeze solid. Watching the effortless use of attack skills, someone wonders in horror if she is a mind hunter. Power surges violently as a hidden force awakens within a fighter. Ilshin braces himself while another shouts that everything around them is an illusion. A ghostly swordsman stands silent as shadowy tendrils lash out, trapping two fighters while one desperately swings a blade. The truth is revealed. The battlefield itself is a mental illusion. Rocks begin to levitate, glowing with blue energy as reality bends. A violent blast sends a long-haired warrior smashing through a wall. Stone-like projectiles shoot through the air, narrowly dodged. With one hand, a colossal chunk of earth rises from the ground, lifted higher and higher by overwhelming force. A warning rings out that if the illusion is fully imprinted onto their bodies, it will kill them. Hovering above, a woman raises a massive, electrified boulder and threatens the man trapped beneath it, demanding to know who he truly is. Hesitating, he finally admits the truth. He has no talent. The revelation stuns everyone. Even ants, he explains, can become gods. Ilshin admits he has only been focused on helping Miri reach S rank and has no idea how deep this situation truly goes. A desperate plea follows for Mir's release as dark energy swirls violently. A furious figure gathers an enormous attack. The ground trembles, energy erupts. A gigantic electrified sword slams into the earth, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave. A swordsman grips his weapon in horror as he recognizes the sword god. The battlefield explodes once more as debris rains down. The horned figure crashes into the ground, glaring with open contempt. Shock spreads as the concept of skill sharing is revealed. A glowing fist surges with physical power. Golden lightning erupts from a muscular man, shattering the earth. Radiant energy engulfs another as a shared skill activates. Electric transformations ignite. A fighter bursts upward through stone, smashing barriers apart with thunderous force. Lightning detonates violently, blasting bodies backward. A woman screams in pain as electricity tears through her. Yet the muscular warrior endures it all through sheer strength, leaving everyone speechless. Embers drift through the air as chaos settles briefly. A shirtless man smirks confidently while another praises his sword skills in awe. Suddenly, the illusion is stripped away again. A blue-haired figure releases overwhelming power, shattering the ground. A fighter silences an opponent with a crushing sword strike, while a glowing presence watches from above. Ignoring desperate pleas, a warrior strides forward through the rubble. A long-haired fighter screams as energy explodes around him. Someone shouts urgently to the blue-haired woman. Speed blurs reality as she lunges suddenly, striking the shirtless man before he can react. A temple is touched, activating another powerful skill. A frustrated voice interrupts the chaos, demanding to be heard. A magical barrier flares into existence, runes spinning wildly as a levitating woman releases a surge of violent purple energy. A blast rips through the forest, sending a young man flying as power erupts from his chest. Ilshin freezes, sweat sliding down his face. Darkness closes in. When he wakes, everything feels wrong. A lone man walks through shallow water into an endless empty space. Bare feet step forward into swirling energy as strength floods back into his body. The silence hums with unseen life. He presses onward, ripples spreading beneath each step, and declares that limitless power surges within him. Suddenly, he senses a presence. The world shifts. He now stands beneath a glowing sky filled with endless stars. As he stares in awe, a furious voice shouts from behind. Lightning explodes. Ilshin flinches as blinding light floods his vision, and a woman unleashes another violent surge of electric energy straight toward him. Startled, the young man suddenly snaps back to reality, remembering that he is still in the middle of a brutal fight. A long-haired warrior draws glowing energy into his clenched fist, power surging as he prepares to strike. Without warning, Ilshin is dragged into a swirling magical swamp while two figures watch coldly from below. A dominant presence crashes down on the terrified youth, pressing him into the ground. Dark energy radiates from the towering figure as defeat is calmly declared. A massive glowing finger pins Ilshin to the earth, crushing the breath from his lungs. Water-like tendrils wrap around his face as he thrashes wildly, gasping for air. Realizing his skills are useless, he reaches out desperately while the woman above him remains disturbingly calm. Suddenly, he bursts out of the water beneath a star-filled sky, collapsing at someone's feet. A serious voice warns that being pulled into the swirling light would trap the body forever in a vegetative state. Ilshin sucks in air desperately as the water churns around him. Sweat pours down his face as a massive foot looms overhead. A girl flares with magical power and issues a final warning while the frightened boy begs her to calm down. In the shadows, a long-haired man demands a confession with burning fury. Pinned beneath a woman's boot, Ilshin stammers in terror as she demands his identity and motives. She leans closer, revealing that she can see something hidden within him. The tension abruptly breaks when a long-haired man freezes in embarrassment after accidentally glimpsing her white underwear. Before he can react, the woman launches herself from above. He sarcastically comments on her reckless move just as she unleashes a lethal energy strike. A crushing surge of water slams into Ilshin, followed by a splash to the face that leaves him dazed. From the swirling vortex above, a powerful figure emerges under the glowing star-street sky, commanding absolute attention. Silence follows as everyone processes what they are witnessing. Ilshin drifts into a strange, dreamlike darkness, suspended underwater. Fighting exhaustion, he reflects on the unresolved reason behind the seal placed on Miss Miri. As his strength fades, a condition is fulfilled. The night blooming rose activates. Elsewhere, A woman senses a disturbance and turns sharply. Another spins in surprise as a monstrous force erupts nearby. A lone fighter braces as a swirling blast tears through the air. In the glowing calm, someone thinks it feels like a peaceful dream, even as chaos rages elsewhere. A furious man shouts threats at an opponent struggling to stay afloat in churning water. Ilshin cries out again as the vortex traps him once more at the feet of a mysterious presence. A solitary figure steps forward as cosmic light spirals behind him. He silently analyzes everything, wondering if this realm connects to the Nether Dragon. Though the threat is gone, he decides it is time to leave the void and return to reality. Back in the world, a long-haired woman senses danger and rushes toward it. Another arrives glowing with supernatural energy. A lone warrior confronts a towering armored monster without fear. The creature roars, shaking the land. A massive golden limb smashes through smoke and energy, launching a body across the battlefield. A stunned woman stares upward as sweat pours down her face. Jagged fangs snap inches from a fighter as clawed limbs crash down with crushing force. A determined warrior rockets forward to counterattack, scanning the darkness as new threats emerge. Inside what was thought to be an impenetrable mental space, a monstrous plant suddenly appears, spreading confusion and alarm. A woman gasps as she recognizes a grinning man mocking her with a heart-shaped gesture. A beast lunges toward a lone floating figure. Terror freezes one man in place as sweat streams down his face. Deep underwater, Ilshin is trapped inside a giant rose wrapped in thick, thorny vines. He sleeps peacefully as energy swirls around him. The vines tighten as exhaustion drags him deeper into unconsciousness. Elsewhere, a battered fighter stands firm before a monstrous creature, breathing heavily while clutching his injured arm. Shadowy tendrils surround him in the rain, and the horrifying gap in power becomes clear. Helplessness crashes over him. A new armored monster rises from the ruins, spreading terror. The lone fighter refuses its demand. Thorny vines lash out and bind him tightly, sending panic through his body. Another victim screams as a serpent-like plant coils around her, squeezing mercilessly. The plant monster looms closer. Desperate pleas for mercy echo as jaws close in. Yet fueled by hatred for the Nether Dragon, the young man clings to life. Tears stream down his face as he vows revenge. Suddenly, a powerful blow slams into the monstrous plant. Someone steps forward across the cracked ground with unshakable resolve. In a ruined city, Ilshin appears, staring around in confusion. His vision blurs as he wakes inside a fragmented space, struggling to remember how he arrived there. Then glowing golden panels light up the dark wall around him. Frozen in shock, he realizes something far bigger has just begun. The young man walks alone through a cracked corridor that flickers and glitches like a broken dream. Suddenly, power surges through the chamber, bathing everything in blinding light as he freezes in shock. A stunned observer stands rigid before a glowing projector as Mina's sealed nightmare begins to unfold. The vision drags them 15 years into the past. The city erupts into chaos as the Nether Dragon descends from the sky, its massive form devouring hundreds in seconds. Screams echo as people scatter in terror. A desperate woman shields a young girl while buildings collapse around them. Two sisters cling together in horror as they learn their parents have been killed. A sinister force descends. Red energy brands the kneeling sisters as the dragon marks them as future sacrifices. While others flee, the curse is sealed into their bodies. Because of that seal, one sister gains S-Class hunter abilities. And after becoming S-Class, she dedicates every ounce of her strength to vengeance. Lightning tears through the sky as she strikes the Nether Dragon with overwhelming power, finally bringing it down. Yet she never believes it is truly gone. The curse continues to rot her from within. Blood stains the sink as her strength grows faster than her body can endure. Her life shortens rapidly. Eventually, she collapses, barely alive. Through tears, she confesses that the curse gave her power at the cost of her lifespan, begging for someone to understand her choices. Another woman bursts in, revealing she carries the same curse and is ready to avenge their parents as well. But when she tries to remove the branding, she fails. Desperate, she sacrifices even more of her own life to seal her sister's ability, preventing her from reaching S-Class and killing herself faster. Lightning crashes down onto the screaming sister as the seal is forced into place. Behind them, a chained beast wreathed in electricity looms like death itself. The vision shifts. A shirtless young man stands before a strange mechanical device, bracing himself. Then reality crashes back in as Ilshin falls to his knees in tears, overwhelmed by the truth of Songmina's broken mind. The mental space imprisoning him begins to collapse. Voices rush in. Someone checks frantically on the sword god. A worried woman confronts Ilshin for ignoring her earlier. Another congratulates him on defeating Songmina and eagerly asks what he will do next. Suddenly, a defiant woman demands to know if they plan to sell Mina to the Hunter Association. Panic erupts. Ilshin drops beside Mina's unconscious body, shaking her desperately. He checks her breathing and nearly collapses with relief when he feels it. Others rush to examine her wounds. A realization strikes, freezing him in place. A frail figure runs forward and clings tightly to him. Moments later, everything changes. The scene shifts to peaceful mountains and lush green forests. A small, secluded house rests quietly in a sunlit clearing. Mina stirs in bed, groaning in frustration as she wakes. Ilshin anxiously tries healing her, but nothing works. Desperate, he searches online for solutions. He rejects suggestion after suggestion in irritation. When the sword demands sacrifice, he snaps at it to go away. When the system insists he must reach higher god status, he angrily rejects the quest. Later, he wakes beside a glowing bed, disoriented. A luminous rose blooms in the darkness as a new ability unlocks. Elsewhere, a man writhes in black liquid while underwater. A massive rose cocoon protects an unconscious figure who slowly begins to awaken. Ilshin stares at a glowing device, stunned by what he has become. A message appears. Ilshin mocks the nightmare. Another urgent notification follows, making Ilshin's heart race with hope. Then the truth hits him. The only solution is sleeping with her. His face explodes with disbelief as even the creature confirms it. Morning sunlight spills across the room. Ilshin jolts awake. He sits quietly beside Mina, watching her sleep peacefully. He gently tucks her in and tells her he will make breakfast. She lights up, talking excitedly about food. He realizes something incredible. Sharing dreams with her is actually healing her. He softly asks her name and what she loves most. She smiles and answers, "My sister." Suddenly, fear grips her as monstrous flowers appear in her memories. She admits she is terrified of blooms as Ilshin reaches out gently. Exhaustion finally overtakes him, and he decides to sleep again. Then panic strikes. He realizes he may have technically kidnapped an S-rank hunter. News spreads fast. The Hunter Association launches a massive search for the missing S-rank. Ilshin retreats to a remote cabin, determined to stay hidden until Mina recovers. Elsewhere, someone rushes toward the house to inform Mary. In the forest, a long-haired man gasps for breath as the sword god steps into the sunlight. A masked man kneels respectfully before Ilshin and asks about training. In response, Ilshin hands him a legendary swordsmanship book. Ilshin stares in shock when he learns the heavenly demonic sword has been acquired. What once seemed impossible now feels achievable. Ilshin clutches his head in frustration as the system announces 2 new high-level followers. He learns that Ilho and Anti have both reached S-rank. Hope ignites. If they can do it, Sword Phantom might too. Determined, Ilshin vows to push all his followers to S-rank, stunning his companion. Suddenly, a long-haired figure pauses mid-step, gripping a closed book as he looks up sharply. Something unexpected has just arrived. Ilshin stares at his phone in disbelief, realizing he has just spent 20 million god coins on a sword book, only to discover the sword itself was merely bundled in as a gimmick. After flipping through the swordsmanship techniques, frustration boils over as he understands he has been scammed with non-refundable items. In the clearing, one trainee charges forward with renewed fire, while another watches with clear disappointment. Determined to speed up their growth, Ilshin prepares powerful potions he knows work without fail. A companion approaches and offers a drink to the exhausted trainee, who bows dramatically in gratitude while Ilshin heads off to make breakfast and orders him to keep training. One figure drops to his knees in desperation, begging for a different path, but Ilshin turns away, insisting on his own plan to make them both stronger. Beneath a massive glowing sword, the kneeling man swears to live up to the Sword Saint's expectations. Later, Ilshin scrolls through breakfast recipes while someone recovers behind him. A breaking news alert flashes across his phone, followed by a direct threat from an S-rank hunter. An explosion rocks the room, yet Ilshin calmly continues checking his screen as debris swirls around him. A sharp voice cuts through the chaos as an armored figure storms in through the smoke, demanding to know where Mina is. The man is introduced as a legendary human who has wielded flames for 26 years, hinting that his power surpasses ordinary limits. Recognition strikes, and someone suddenly realizes who he truly is. A black-clad warrior explodes in rage at the red-armored fighter, demanding the identity of the silent figure nearby. Then the truth drops like thunder. Ilshin is revealed as the legendary Sword Saint. Shock ripples through the group. To break the awkward tension, someone mocks the childish scene of floating rubber ducks surrounding the sword, begging for it to end. The humor dies quickly when a menacing voice warns that Mina may already be dead. A woman coldly exposes another man's dependence on the Sword Saint, leaving him visibly shaken. Rage ignites in a red-eyed fighter who swears that everyone will die if his suspicions are correct. A confident warrior taunts his exhausted opponent, refusing to let him rest. The red-armored swordsman steps forward, challenging a powerful foe as the others hold their breath. Dark energy explodes as a massive glowing weapon swings forward. Blazing sword fire engulfs a shadowy enemy, who screams as flames consume them. With a crushing blow, the red-armored warrior destroys the foe while a stunned young man watches. Silence follows as two warriors lock eyes. Then one vanishes in a flash of blue energy. Shock spreads as teleportation shifts the battlefield. In the chaos, a furious woman swings a massive axe, demanding answers as fire storms around them. Panic hits when someone realizes Mina is gone. The sky darkens. A colossal red dragon materializes, radiating overwhelming danger. A stunned man shouts in disbelief as the monstrous creature fills the battlefield. An armored figure grabs a young man by the throat, demanding an explanation. Flames roar as Ilshin pushes forward with a blazing sword, preparing to strike. A glowing finger rises, ready to unleash a special attack. Allies brace beside him as tempers flare in the fiery standoff. Fear freezes a red-haired fighter. Another armored warrior stands paralyzed as the dragon's massive eye snaps open. With a single command, the dragon vanishes. Shock follows instantly. Ilshin channels overwhelming energy into his hand as molten fire reshapes the battlefield. A lava-fueled dragon reappears, towering above them as blades ignite once more. The red-armored warrior shields her companion as flames erupt violently. Someone watches in disbelief as Ilshin's calm strength overwhelms everything. His sword crackles and begins transforming before their eyes. Accusations explode. A man is grabbed by the collar and shaken for answers. Realization slams into a red-haired fighter, leaving her trembling. Ilshin casually jokes about overheating from all the flames, adjusting his collar as if nothing happened. Anger returns. A wounded armored warrior collapses to one knee, bleeding heavily. Nearby, someone stares in shock, struggling to process how Becky Hin was defeated so easily. Another powerful skill is about to be unleashed when a furious scream cuts through the tension, silencing everyone. Inside the house, Mina shouts in frustration about the noise keeping her awake. Relief floods the clearing as a red-haired woman rushes forward and hugs Mina tightly, tears streaming down her face. Shock follows as urgent news is whispered. Emotion spills over as the embrace tightens. A girl in pajamas storms in, accusing the stunned adults of being terrible people. Someone cries out through tears while another comforts them. Suddenly, eyes glow. Energy erupts violently as a devastating attack crashes into an opponent. Lightning follows, blasting a red-armored figure through the air. A young man leaps in front of a girl just as a massive explosion tears through the ground. The armored warrior crashes down, blood pouring from a fresh wound as consciousness fades. Shock grips the survivors. One trembles on the ground while another stands silently beside them. Outside, a young man spins around when someone calls out. A worried woman rushes to check if he is hurt, her face pale with fear as the chaos finally begins to settle. The red-haired man in armor stumbles back in disbelief, struggling to process the revelation that has just shattered everything he thought he knew. Nearby, the woman in pajamas grips the nervous young man by the shoulders in the forest, offering gentle reassurance until he finally nods and steadies himself. Suddenly, a girl throws her arms around a startled boy, shielding him instinctively as the wounded armored warrior kneels behind them. The red-haired fighter calls out shakily, his voice trembling with worry. A woman affectionately pinches another's cheeks, warning her not to get hurt again, and the girl obediently agrees. One person nearly lets a secret slip in panic, and another catches it instantly, watching with sharp suspicion. Two figures stand side by side as someone in front of them stares in open shock. A woman gasps while the man beneath her flushes nervously as rumors about them dating begin spreading. Seeing all of this, Ilshin feels a deep ache in his chest, reflecting on how painful it must be to lose someone you love to fading memories. Suddenly, radiant energy bursts outward. A powerful healing ability activates, bathing the injured warrior in glowing light. His eyes widen in disbelief as every wound closes completely. An analytical assessment flashes through the group, explaining the miraculous cause and effect of the recovery. Then another revelation strikes. Despite his low rank, one individual holds the potential to transcend beyond normal limits. Shock ripples through the clearing. Purple energy orbs swirl violently as someone reacts anxiously to the staggering cost of such power, while others observe in silence. Ilshin's gaze sharpens as he realizes this is the perfect chance to gain elite followers. The red-haired armored warrior studies him with newfound admiration. Impressed by his sincerity, one character quietly plans how to secure a powerful follower, while the recently healed fighter still struggles to believe what just happened. On the barren field bathed in sunlight, the red-haired warrior stares at the healing power flowing through his hands, awed by its warmth. He resolves to build a strong bond with Ilshin as part of his strategy. A man steps forward to calm the tension, promising to explain everything properly. But suddenly, everyone stiffens. The sound of rotors fills the air. 3 helicopters descend toward the clearing. Realizing they are no longer alone, one person stands alert while another clings nervously to Ilshin's arm. Ilshin questions the red-armored warrior about bringing others, but he calmly insists he came alone. The helicopters land. Unidentified figures begin approaching. Sensing danger, Ilshin steps protectively in front of those behind him, while scanning the forest for hidden threats. His fists clench as more helicopters descend and armed troops pour out. Then something strange happens near the sword rack. Above, a helicopter speeds past as a determined figure leans from its open door, surveying the ground. Suddenly, the principal appears in a doorway with a stern expression, startling everyone. A powerful man bursts into the room moments later, shocking the frightened girl hiding inside. Elsewhere, a surprised young man and an energetic girl run together when she spots someone familiar. As helicopters lower toward the crowd, one woman raises her hands while another anxiously tries to understand what is happening. The chaos slowly fades. The scene shifts to a peaceful porch glowing under sunset light. The events are quietly recounted, including the moment when one sister sealed the other's abilities to save her life. A spectral tiger bound in chains roars as one woman lifts her hand while another casts a glowing spell to restrain it. At last, the truth sinks in. Tears stream as one sister thanks the other for risking her life. As the sun dips below the horizon, the 2 sisters embrace tightly while guards stand nearby, giving them space. Later, a stern older man and a woman in a lab coat present an important item to Ilshin. Under the fading sky, he receives a B-class awakened license and stares in disbelief, questioning why he is being promoted despite his low stats. Suddenly, panic spreads as someone spots a terrifying flower. A composed woman explains that his bizarre monster summoning talent earned him the license. Ilshin examines the monstrous bloom and recognizes it as the night blooming rose. An offer follows. He is invited to teach at the academy. At first he hesitates, mentioning his responsibilities and writing career. But a confident man presents a massive salary deal. The number leaves him speechless. Without hesitation, Ilshin accepts. The next scene opens on a modern academy building under a clear sky. A girl in uniform beams with excitement, announcing that someone very special is coming to class. The room falls silent as a nervous newcomer pauses in the doorway. Smoke still lingers from earlier chaos as Ilshin struggles to catch his breath. At the podium, a trembling student begins an introduction while whispers ripple across the room. Then a massive presence appears silently behind him. The substitute teacher steps forward and announces he will replace Mr. Gunwick during his sick leave. Gasps echo. A stern figure slams a sword staff into the floor, demanding silence. As the teaching assistant, Sword Demon sneers, declaring it an honor to receive the Sword God's instruction. The teacher announces the first class. Confusion spreads. Then he declares self-study instead. Groans fill the room. An exhausted student slumps over his desk, complaining about no sleep. Another is already fast asleep, drawing shocked stares. A towering guard with a massive sword warns that anyone who disturbs the Sword God will face Yong's wrath. The overwhelming aura silences the room. Days pass. Rain pours over the city as self-study continues. Clear skies follow, yet still no lessons. Students grumble about 4 days of being ignored while the instructor remains motionless at the front. Meanwhile, one young man casually plays a mobile game at his desk, completely unfazed by the chaos, earning sharp criticism for his shameless lack of professionalism. The girl with twin buns jolts upright in shock, nearly dropping her spoon as her eyes widen. In the cafeteria, 3 students eat together while one loudly complains about how bland the free food is. A smug boy mocks his friend for barely eating despite it costing nothing, while 2 others tease their quiet classmate, laughing as he keeps his head down and continues chewing. Someone scoffs about how pointless an authority figure must be if all they do is enforce self-study while dressing sloppily. Moments later, 2 students spot their teacher walking along the city sidewalk and shout out in surprise. One schoolgirl immediately teases her friend about the teacher's charm, leaving the other flustered and speechless. A girl checks her phone and suddenly realizes she has somewhere to be. Her friend stares at her in confusion as she waves energetically and rushes across the crosswalk. The other calls after her, demanding to know her plans for after school. But the cheerful girl disappears into the crowd. Outside the school, 2 girls stride forward with determination, one of them fully resolved to save their troubled friend from whatever is clouding her heart. Back at the academy, instructors announce a change. Instead of self-study, students will pair up for sparring exercises in the arena. Excitement ripples through the room. Ilshin straightens, preparing to finally unleash his abilities against his rival. One person backs away from the responsibility while another steps up to take control. A frustrated student storms forward, scolding the instructor for sleeping during class. Suddenly, someone spots something interesting and urgently calls for the teacher to wait. A girl shoots her hand into the air, startling everyone. The pink-haired girl stands boldly and announces she does not have a partner. Realizing he forgot to account for all 21 students, a tired boy reluctantly raises his hand. Then the pink-haired girl loudly asks to partner with the famous swordsman, triggering angry protests. She responds by lifting a massive hammer and taunting her opponent, stirring the crowd into chaos. A firm voice commands Sword Demon to be quiet. A determined young man steps forward and declares he will be her partner. Meanwhile, Bilshin pretends to look busy, terrified of getting punished for slacking off. A frustrated girl shouts at the teacher for mumbling too quietly. Flames seem to rage in the air as two opponents lock eyes. They step into the ring. Harsh threats fly from one side while the other remains calm and unshaken. The instructor hesitates when he realizes the angry girl glaring at him is Miri's best friend. Elsewhere, Ilshin sits at his desk, wondering why he keeps falling asleep in class. Morning comes, and he wakes clutching his aching head. He sits on the floor, having given up his bed so the two sisters can sleep together during treatment. Bilshin struggles to contain his anger, his glare sharp and burning. Someone complains loudly about losing sleep while everyone else rests peacefully. Ilshin surveys the messy room, unimpressed by the so-called elite hunters. A foot pokes the red-haired man in the face, telling him to go sleep at his own house. Ilshin clenches his fists when he realizes his opponent is still completely unfazed. Someone grumbles about freeloaders who have been eating and drinking at their place for a week. That night, 3 men gather on the street, celebrating one of them getting a new job. Drinks are raised, laughter fills the air. A nervous man grips his shot glass as someone slings an arm around him, making him stiff with discomfort. Later, 2 friends help a weakened man walk through the rain. Elsewhere, cheerful visitors arrive with beer in hand, surprising their friend. Soon, everyone is drinking together in a cozy room, teasing and laughing as the mood grows louder. A dazed young man is jolted awake by a tap on the shoulder. A woman in pajamas immediately demands food. The man beside her stiffens, sweat forming as he senses danger. A glowing red knife suddenly floats in the air, shocking them both. The woman casually offers to cook kimchi fried rice and a fried egg, while he desperately tries to pretend the floating knife is normal. Exhausted, he admits he has been drinking all week, while caring for someone and barely sleeping. Suddenly, something falls and crashes nearby. A phone vibrates between 2 exhausted men lying on the floor. A red-haired man slams his arm down beside a stunned older man as glowing news fills the screen. 2 S-class hunters are dead. Fear spreads instantly as rumors of a disaster-grade monster emerge. Adults huddle together in shock, staring at a revealing photo. In a dark bedroom, someone finds blood-smeared words on the wall. 2 men examine a phone displaying a cryptic African phrase, a sacrifice to God. They rush to leave as one activates a skill. Back in the kitchen, a cheerful girl suddenly teleports mid-cooking. Food flies everywhere as light bursts across the room. A glowing portal remains on the floor, and 2 people realize the others have vanished. Breakfast is hurriedly handed over with instructions to eat and prepare for school while an investigation begins. A cheerful woman explains she always leaves Mina with teacher Uni because Mina loves her most. Ilshin decides that is best. At school, the pink-haired girl confronts a seated boy on the court, accepting that she must act despite her earlier hesitation. A digital dossier appears, profiling Mungji and revealing her necromancer skills and years of experience. Ilshin considers the terrifying possibilities. With burning determination, the girl announces the start of a challenge and commands her subordinate to awaken. Someone whispers about Hades being the king of the underworld as another prepares to confront him. Standing inside a glowing magic circle, the girl raises her hands. A powerful spirit summoning skill activates, and the air itself begins to tremble. The girl with pigtails quickly forms a glowing magical seal, and behind her a massive spirit rises, towering like a guardian ready to strike. A colossal creature looms over 2 figures, and one of them steps forward without hesitation, placing himself between the threat and those behind him. The undead summon is revealed. It is giant zombie Hades, a fallen knight who once served the legendary mountain-crushing giant before being dragged into the underworld and reborn as a ranked undead warrior. Bilshin looks up with fierce resolve, excited by the challenge. The moment he realizes necromancy is being used to command the zombies, he explodes forward, driving his electrified fist straight into Hades' abdomen. Lightning detonates across the monster's body as energy crackles wildly around Bilshin's arm. Yet the towering undead slowly straightens, raising its massive arm in dominance before the building. A worried girl shouts for the shadowy figure above her to attack quickly. Suddenly, the monstrous summon bursts directly into the classroom. Students scream as chaos erupts. The enormous creature drops to one knee in awe while a much smaller girl desperately orders it to attack again. Her voice trembles as she wonders why her summoning command failed. Before anyone can react, Ilshin steps in. With effortless force, he subdues the massive undead in a single motion. Silence crashes over the room. The swordsman stands calmly as praise rains down on him, while the excited girl stares in admiration. Nearby, another girl struggles desperately to push the motionless monster, her face red with effort as someone watches helplessly. Ilshin briefly considers pretending the fight is harder than it is, already forming a new strategy. The masked figure suddenly senses a familiar, overwhelming aura and urgently begs him to retract his words. A name echoes in Ilshin's mind: mountain-crushing giant. His eyes widen as memories rush back. He recalls the ancient records. Hades was once a loyal knight who served that colossal being before dying and becoming a vengeful undead phantom that wandered the underworld for 1,000 years. A commanding presence places a glowing hand atop the kneeling warrior's head, bestowing a solemn blessing as divine energy swirls around them. Behind the summoner, a towering spectral knight manifests, radiant and imposing. Elsewhere, an armored warrior raises a massive shield just in time to block a roaring fire explosion, protecting a girl behind him. When the smoke clears, the shield lies shattered and blood-stained across scorched ground. The warrior collapses among the broken remains of his weapon. High above the devastation, a lone figure stands at the cliff's edge, silently witnessing the ruin. Ilshin's eyes fill with tears. Without hesitation, he selects yes on the succession system interface. He accepts the divine power of the mountain-crushing giant. At the same time, he agrees eagerly to a request over the phone. A system message appears. Giant zombie Hades has officially become the third believer of the Earth branch. Energy surges. Ilshin stares at his glowing hand in disbelief as the power begins evolving the undead. Swirling light explodes outward. Hades roars in agony as his body reshapes, muscles expanding, armor forming from dark and divine energy fused together. Lightning crackles violently across his frame as blinding light floods the gym. Students shield their eyes in terror and awe. When the brilliance fades, a monstrous armored being now stands in the ring. Dark energy rolls off him like smoke. A demonic aura pulses as glowing red eyes burn beneath his helm. The transformation continues until a colossal armored paladin towers before Ilshin, radiating overwhelming power. Everyone stares in stunned silence. A system panel reveals the truth. Hades is now classified as a dark paladin with the potential to transcend. The massive armored beast lowers himself, cracking the ground under his weight, and bows deeply. A fierce creature beside him also bows, swearing a soul-binding oath of loyalty. Another quest panel appears, showing 4 S-class and above believers with transcendence potential. Then something even more shocking happens. The transformed Hades speaks. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Ilshin suddenly staggers as dizziness crashes over him. He clutches his head, then breaks into a sprint across the pavement. People rush as a wounded man collapses in the courtyard. Back in the arena, the armored paladin steps forward, forcing students to brace themselves for battle. Ilshin collapses unconscious, pale as large black-clawed hands pin him to the ground, terrifying everyone. But the armored figure calmly reassures them. He is only asleep. He is unharmed. Later, a worried schoolgirl walks beside Ilshin as he struggles with exhaustion. The armored guardian remains close, ready to protect him from any approaching danger. A system message appears. Divine power must be consumed for believers to evolve. Ilshin exhales slowly, acknowledging how drained he feels after using so much power. The chaos finally fades. A peaceful wheat field stretches endlessly beneath a clear blue sky. Silence replaces battle, and Ilshin suddenly realizes the truth. He is inside a dream. Under the warm sunlight, Ilshin rests peacefully with his head on Auntie's lap, the two of them sharing a rare moment of calm. In another room, a young man lies in bed smiling as gentle fingers pat his hair, easing his exhaustion. With newly awakened power, a girl prepares herself to confront the stalkers she once could only see through floating status windows. A serene woman softly urges Ilshin to rest, reminding him how much divine energy he has already burned through. Healing light flows from her hands into a boy lying beneath a tree in a glowing field. He relaxes completely, overwhelmed by comfort as a warm hand smooths across his forehead. Yet beneath the peace, a troubling realization begins to form. Something dark is approaching. Sunlight pours through a window where one person works quietly at a desk while another lounges nearby, lazily sucking on a lollipop. Sitting on the counter, the girl grows restless, waiting for class to end so she can go play. Suddenly, excitement flashes across her face as an idea strikes. She unzips her jacket playfully while holding the candy, then grins and pulls a hidden paddle from her bag. With mischief in her eyes, she offers a lollipop through a doorway, only to smugly refuse to share it moments later, leaving the other person fuming. At her desk, a woman sighs in frustration, reflecting on how much someone has changed. Nearby, a woman with glasses anxiously thinks back on their trip to Gongwandu and the danger it may have stirred. Elsewhere, a powerful fist crashes down in the middle of a brutal fight. A woman looks up from her desk as a trembling figure approaches, sweat dripping as fear overtakes him. In the hallway, a lab-coated woman gently reassures a panicked girl about the remaining candies, but the frightened girl clings to her, shaking uncontrollably. A heavy sense of doom settles over everything. In the distance, a hooded figure stands before a towering, ominous building. He reveals that 2 sacrificial targets planted by the abyssal dragon are still in hiding. Inside, a chained girl stands helpless, while the hooded man impatiently demands to know why preparations are not complete. Suspicion rises as the stranger enters the building. A stern guard grabs him by the head, warning him about entering dressed like that, while another demands identification. The hooded man glares but complies. Suddenly, a red slash of energy tears through the air. A muscular man staggers back in shock while guards freeze in terror. Dark power erupts. A masked figure's glowing red eye burns brighter as shadow surges outward. Armed men rush forward as monstrous hands burst from the ground. A caped warrior stands his ground, only to be blasted down the corridor in a wave of destructive force. The building trembles violently. From the smoke steps a beast-like silhouette. A man with glowing eyes declares that sacrifices must be made to God. Alarms blare as debris crashes down. Outside in the alley, another cloaked figure looks up calmly while chaos unfolds above. The hooded leader coldly states that only 2 sacrifices are meant for God. Armed fighters charge together in desperation. Energy lashes back, throwing bodies aside. The hooded figure winces as power rips through him. A single eye bursts open with radiant force as cracks spread across the floor. Someone discovers a seed left behind by the abyssal dragon and gasps in horror. A cryptic warning echoes. Then destruction erupts again. A cloaked attacker storms into a group of girls, sending stone and dust flying. Explosions shatter barricades as defenders brace themselves. A terrified man demands to know who the mysterious intruder is. Shadow surges outward. A jagged stone is crushed in a furious grip. A fist smashes straight through solid rock. Dark energy floods the shattered room as another fighter counters with a devastating blast of blue power from his cane. Bodies are hurled backward. One figure pins another violently to the ground, gripping his collar. A massive glowing sword swings through the chaos, while a wounded fighter collapses behind it. Another braces behind a shattered glowing blade, teeth clenched as he struggles to withstand the crushing force. And as darkness and light collide, the peaceful moments from earlier feel like a distant dream, already slipping away. A furious voice cuts through the chaos, ordering everyone to evacuate to the bunker as an attack is blocked at the last second. A warning flashes that the principal and the S-class hunters will arrive in 10 minutes. Electricity crackles around a determined girl as she steps in front of her tense ally, commanding him to retreat instead of fighting. Another surge of lightning surrounds her as she orders someone to carry the injured to safety while she holds the enemy back. He refuses, insisting he will handle it himself. The hooded figure answers with a chilling laugh. A swordsman rushes forward, shielding the girl just as jagged spikes explode from the ground. Both freeze when something horrifying appears ahead. A massive muscular form is torn apart by dark purple energy as a monstrous creature charges through the ruins, roaring as debris scatters everywhere. A clawed hand forms a swirling orb of darkness, and a lizard-like monster unleashes a storm of corrupt energy that rips through the air. Dusk falls as dark power coils around the towering building. A glowing hexagonal barrier ignites around it. A colossal dragon mocks them, declaring no one is coming to save them. Realization hits that a territory barrier has formed, proof that a Lord-class monster has arrived. Lightning surges again as the girl urges her companion to flee while she distracts the rampaging beast. The massive spiked creature smashes through the wall and escapes, and someone shouts in panic about where it is headed. Determination burns in a fighter's eyes as he launches upward with a fierce kick. A blast of light sends him crashing through a shattered window. Another body is hurled through a wall as explosions of rubble follow. A scream echoes as someone is struck brutally, embers flying. From the smoke, the monster rises again. Lightning slams into its armored body as the girl attacks. Ilshin charges forward, eyes blazing with resolve. The creature roars, wrapped in crackling energy, as she braces to defend. Inside the bunker, one woman tries to comfort her trembling companion. Then realization strikes. Mary is still outside. A blast of power hurtles toward a woman in terror. From the stairway above, Lightning erupts from a girl's hands as she screams a warning. Blood splatters behind them. A massive claw crashes down, knocking her aside as the monster bursts into the building and lunges at a terrified schoolgirl. A wounded man collapses, coughing blood and begging for help. Mary is pinned to the cracked ground by a massive green hand, struggling as escape becomes impossible. Sharp claws descend toward a helpless boy as he screams for his teacher. A desperate command is shouted at a mind-controlled creature, but it fails. The ground splits as energy erupts around a dragon-like monster. It towers over a fallen woman as the horrifying truth is revealed. The nether dragon seed came here on its own. Panic surges. Someone turns to run as a glowing object vibrates violently against their chest. On a rooftop, a girl lashes out with a whip-like strike, desperately protecting her sister. Another activates her mental power as a destructive shockwave slams into the beast below. A man is smashed into the ground. A massive serpent coils tightly around a screaming girl. A monstrous limb hurls a woman through shattered debris. The creature's tail snatches another victim, declaring she will be the sacrifice. A furious brother charges forward with a spiked weapon, trying to save his sister. The ceremony begins. A glowing claw lifts as a monstrous hand yanks the girl by the hair. Cries for help fill the air. A woman collapses in tears while another begs desperately as the green tail tightens around her body. Suddenly, calm grass and fluttering butterflies appear. Two figures rest peacefully together. Power surges within one of them, eyes snapping open in shock. Confusion spreads as the glowing field fades. Exhaustion overwhelms him as he explains his divine power has not fully recovered yet. A warning follows about the deadly apostle of the god of destruction. Still, someone resolves to act. Back in the city, the monster rampages wildly. A case is snatched up with determination. A woman screams for help as an injured girl clings to someone for support. Another collapses, sobbing as fear consumes her. The blood ritual completes. A beam of glowing energy slices through the darkness, interrupting the sacrifice. A monstrous presence erupts into view. A massive tail slams someone into a stone wall, cracking it apart. The creature smashes the ground beneath the glowing hexagonal sky barrier until a sudden strike severs its tail. The beast howls in agony. A screen flashes. An SS-class apostle named Gustav, harvester for the god of destruction. Dark energy swirls as a menacing figure carries an injured girl away. Ilshin's eyes burn with manic fury, craving more violence against the crocodile-like monster. A scarred man drags a wounded student to safety as she cries out in confusion. Darkness looms behind them as Ilshin shields his ally. A sinister young man advances with a knife, shadowed energy pulsing from his body. A massive dragon trembles, demanding to know who has appeared. The crocodile monster lunges, but Ilshin dodges and fires back with a burst of red power. A massive fist crashes down. Claws seize a struggling victim while a grinning figure watches. The creature nearly swallows someone whole. A man is hurled through the air as blue energy blasts strike the beast. Another body flies toward snapping jaws. The monster is struck hard across the forehead. Bloodlust radiates from Ilshin as he advances with his blade, while a dragon-like creature is smashed from above by a sudden attack. The battlefield trembles, and the war for survival reaches a breaking point. Ilshin springs past the monster in a blur, narrowly slipping beneath its furious strike. His eyes blaze as a feral grin spreads across his face, power surging through his body with unstoppable momentum. A battered fighter presses against a shattered wall, staring in disbelief at the flawless swordsmanship unfolding before him. The towering monster looms over Ilshin in the ruined city, casting a monstrous shadow. A man in a tracksuit mockingly raises his knife, taunting his opponent as another armored creature emerges from the darkness, its jagged teeth and plated face promising death. Blood drips from the wounded beast's mouth as it admits defeat, only to erupt with even greater power moments later, swelling to a terrifying size. Ilshin merely grins wider, blade ready, thrilled by the challenge. The creature snarls that Ilshin will be sacrificed to its god. Dark energy surges through a monstrous arm, divine power granted by something far beyond human. A wicked smile flashes as a bloodstained knife is brandished, daring Ilshin to reveal his true strength. A system message complains that he used a sword, instead of relying on raw physical power. Nearby, cannibalistic flowers sway as a sinister figure cheers the carnage. After shaking off attackers, Ilshin exhales sharply in frustrated relief, only to recoil as a spiked monster with glowing red protrusions suddenly appears before him. Ominous energy rolls off its massive frame. He remains unmoved, mocking the creature's feeble attempt at intimidation. The monster lifts him by the throat. Ilshin twists free just as a deadly red slash tears through the air, but the strike fails to even scratch the beast's armor. His glare sharpens as realization dawns. Someone shouts in disbelief, "The sword god!" A foot slams into the ground in furious rejection, and with a manic laugh, Ilshin swings down in a glowing arc of destruction. Red energy crashes from above, followed by a relentless storm of sword strikes that explode across the battlefield. A dagger tightens in his grip. He plunges it forward as dark power coils around his arm. The monster laughs, boasting that no blade can cut its flesh. It crashes through the wall in retaliation, smashing Ilshin aside. Blood spills from his mouth as pain rips through him. A shockwave erupts, launching a red-haired fighter backward as purple energy detonates around them. The monster advances. Ilshin collapses, frozen as purple energy locks his body in place. A bandaged warrior screams in fury, eyes glowing crimson as he reaches his limit. The beast grabs a man by the head and unleashes overwhelming power through a shattered barrier. A writhing creature is thrown forward as a living sacrifice. Claws seize Ilshin's chest and skull. Blood pours down his face as a talon rips into his shoulder, flooding the air with dark energy. The demon transforms violently, howling as power explodes outward. Ilshin desperately tries to activate healing. Blocked. Insufficient divine power. A warning screams that death is imminent. Rain pours as the massive figure lifts him by the neck before the glowing barrier. His vision blurs, consciousness fading, as an armored warrior charges helplessly toward him. From the smoke emerges a towering skull-faced entity crowned in jagged gold. Dark waves tear across the ground. An armored fighter is hurled through a wall. The floor collapses beneath crushing force. Pinned and helpless, Ilshin wonders if arrogance led him here instead of escape. Someone screams his name. A wild-haired figure begs for strength to return. A girl prays through tears. Voices cry out across the city. Pain, fear, desperation. Ilshin feels them all. A system message appears. Divine power is being restored through the prayers of followers. Another message follows. New skills acquired. Sword Phantom. Heavenly Demonic God Sword. Hades. Immortal's Blessing. A spiked tentacle lunges toward him. His bloodied hand tightens around the jagged blade. Energy erupts. Ilshin blocks the incoming strike as crimson lightning surges across his body. The monstrous figure recoils as glowing red eyes burn with fury. Then Ilshin moves. Sword Phantom tears through the enemy in a blinding arc, severing its arm. Power roars as he activates the Heavenly Demonic God Sword. The arena explodes with overwhelming force, barriers shaking violently. Outside, two men pound helplessly against the shield of energy as flames rage around them. News spreads in horror. Gustav has gathered Korea's strongest hunters in Gangwon-do. A red-armored warrior grips a flaming shield, praying for a miracle as a wall of destructive power erupts before him. Above the city, a massive dark energy barrier expands outward, sealing the battlefield in ominous silence. And within it, the true war finally begins. The protagonist charged fiercely toward the monstrous figure, its body shrouded in writhing dark energy. The creature demanded an explanation, as Ilshin rushed forward without hesitation, eyes burning with intent to strike. A young man lunged with a blood-stained knife, his voice trembling as he threatened to kill his enemy. With a single, devastating punch, someone smashed straight through a concrete barrier, sending chunks of stone flying through the air. A menacing armored figure began gathering dark energy as the sky crackled with ominous power, debris raining down around him. A monstrous creature twisted violently as a massive burst of red energy slammed into its body. Bloody yet unyielding, the young man braced himself with a shattered weapon while swirling energy wrapped around him. Ilshin planted his feet as the ground split apart beneath him, preparing to confront the monstrous enemy head-on. The creature staggered back in shock. Its glowing red eye wide as sweat and blood streamed down its face. Another monstrous figure with crimson scales and bandaged arms collapsed onto the cracked stone floor, trembling in disbelief. The confident man smirked and taunted his opponent, revealing that the beast had already been defeated. Enraged, the creature charged forward, accusing him of deception. The monstrous enemy raised its power to strike while its opponent stood ready, unflinching. From the shadows, another terrifying figure emerged, glowing red eyes locked onto its target. A sudden, overwhelming blow sent the young man flying backward, leaving him wounded and stunned. Brilliant energy blades tore through the monstrous creature, carving deep wounds as it roared in agony. Still refusing to fall, the creature bellowed in defiance. Nearby, two figures watched in horror as a glowing barrier began to crack under the strain of immense power. A violent explosion erupted, swallowing the area in blinding light as both braced themselves against the destructive shockwave. When the smoke cleared, the man in the tracksuit stood victorious over the fallen opponent, glowing pink shards drifting through the air around him. The mutated creature writhed on the ground, stunned and furious at its sudden defeat. A skeletal monster recoiled as shadows spiraled wildly around its body. Above it, A stunned figure stared upward as Ilshin revealed his overwhelming true power. Ilshin stood calmly with his eyes closed, radiant energy gathering around him like a blazing halo. Fear crushed one onlooker's heart as regret flooded in for not fleeing when danger first appeared. Another sensed the terrifying presence of a powerful, majestic being drawing closer. Suddenly, a massive stone arm exploded apart in a violent blast. In the center of the plaza, the young man unleashed a roaring surge of energy, flames spiraling around his body. Power surged violently through him as he released his supernatural strength. A system message echoed through the air, announcing that a follower of the god of destruction had been slain and their power absorbed. Another notification followed, declaring that the sacrifice of follower Gustav was worth 5 S-class values. The young man collapsed to his knees, agony ripping through his body as cracks split the ground, and energy surged uncontrollably around him. The quest window updated, showing increased progress toward the promotion of the low-class evil god. One character crumpled from exhaustion, while another rushed toward him, shouting in panic as others followed close behind. An armored attacker raised his axe high, ready to strike, while a wounded man desperately shielded someone lying on the ground. A bloodied hand released its grip on a sheathed dagger, letting it fall with a dull clatter. A white-haired man screamed in anguish as a red-armored woman stared in horror. The armored creature and the red-clad warrior demanded answers, while the older man supported the unconscious figure, insisting their master was merely sleeping. The armored warrior could only stare in disbelief, as the young man slept peacefully, untouched by the surrounding chaos. Sunlight streamed into a greenhouse filled with vibrant flowers and clouds of blue butterflies drifting gently through the air. Without warning, a monstrous plant burst from the shadows, its massive vines lashing outward with deadly intent. Ilshin suddenly realized he was trapped within the soundless nightmare. The jaws of the monstrous plant snapped shut around him, and he understood in horror that he had been swallowed whole by the relentless creature. The nightmare explained coldly that once his bodily fluids were fully absorbed, a terrifying transformation would begin. Later, lying in his bed, Ilshin questioned whether his immunity to curses and poison truly worked. Suddenly tense, perched atop a monstrous red creature, he received a message stating that only one punch remained. He clung desperately to the spiked beast's back as it rampaged forward in madness. A young man screamed in terror as he confronted something unimaginable. Nearby, a monstrous plant seized another victim who cried out for help. Then, in a violent jolt, Ilshin awoke in his bed, heart pounding wildly. A woman quickly told him he had been unconscious for a full week. Ilshin stared in shock, unable to believe so much time had passed. The worried woman checked on him again as he sat up in the hospital bed, and he forced a weak smile, assuring her he was fine. A new notification chimed, announcing that a follower had been added after a wish was granted. Mina was officially recognized as a powerful ally, valued as highly as 2 S-class individuals. The quest status screen updated once more, revealing that 6 out of 10 required sacrifices had now been completed. Ilshin sat up smugly in the hospital bed and declared that Mina was now his follower, causing her eyes to widen in shock. When someone suggested asking for a kiss, Mina's cheeks flushed with hopeful embarrassment. Ilshin froze, blushing furiously at the unexpected idea. Before anyone could react further, a sudden force blasted through the room, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. A massive shark smashed through the wall, scattering rubble as the 2 characters recoiled in terror and clung to each other. Another monstrous shape emerged through the chaos as the huge blue creature collapsed nearby, leaving the room in ruins. A massive fish was dragged in and presented as tribute, crashing heavily onto the ground. On the seashore, a wild-haired man pumped his fist enthusiastically, shouting encouragement. One character clutched his head in agony, while another held onto him desperately, both overwhelmed by confusion and pain. Suddenly, another giant monster burst through the wall, causing a muscular man to stagger back in shock. 2 young adults rushed to support an older man who collapsed amid the destruction. Among the rubble, a grinning boy casually suggested having shark fin for lunch, startling everyone around him. A powerful hand thrust forward, unleashing a devastating divine technique. The building exploded outward as a massive force tore through it, blasting debris in every direction. The enormous shark was hurled into a deep crater, leaving 2 onlookers frozen in stunned silence. With a playful grin, the energetic patient joked that he would pay for the shark, lightening the mood as his companions stared in disbelief. A few days later, the scene shifted to a classroom door marked 3-3. Sunlight poured through the hallway windows as 2 young men paused outside, one of them visibly trembling with anxiety. The boy in the blue tracksuit cautiously peeked around the corner, carefully assessing what awaited them inside the classroom. Students whispered nervously as the teacher walked down the hallway, an alert S-class ally following closely behind while carrying a massive weapon. Inside the classroom, Everyone quietly acknowledged the student standing at the podium as the one who had killed the SS-class monster during the bunker incident, even though the principal had never spoken about it aloud. Without warning, the protagonist casually revealed that he could hear every single whisper, instantly freezing the room in tense silence. Before anyone could recover, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the classroom, startling the student at the podium. A long-haired man stepped forward, gripping his sword as he confidently declared the absolute supremacy of the sword god. The class president quickly stood and ordered everyone to greet the teacher, catching one student completely off guard as she realized her responsibility. In unison, the students bowed deeply and shouted their greeting as the teacher entered. Overwhelmed by their unexpected warmth, he blushed and covered his mouth in disbelief. The tense atmosphere finally eased, and smiles spread across the classroom as everyone relaxed after the Gustav incident. Nervously, a young man stepped up to the podium and announced that the class would begin with self-study. 3 students sat stiffly in their seats, silently enduring the oppressive silence that followed. Hesitating, he worried that assigning self-study might spark a rebellion. Laughing awkwardly, he quickly changed course and announced that they would have one-on-one counseling instead. Outside the counseling office, 3 students waited anxiously in the hallway, wondering who would be called in first. A determined girl stood and confidently answered the teacher's call, while a surprised boy watched nearby. Though she appeared perfectly healthy, a close look revealed she was secretly suffering from a blood disorder. Ilshin examined her carefully and instructed her not to move as he began the treatment. His finger glowed with radiant magic as he activated a powerful healing ability. A glowing green aura engulfed Ilshin, surging violently through his body and nearly overwhelming him. One student flexed a newly strengthened, glowing arm in amazement, stunned by his heightened senses, while another watched in disbelief. Calmly, Ilshin explained that the blood disorder had been healed and prepared to move on. Suddenly confused, he questioned why 2 unexpected people were now present. Both eagerly leaned forward at once, desperately asking for advice. He told the 2 girls to focus on training at home. A lively debate broke out about how school now felt completely different, with 2 students passionately arguing their points while another looked overwhelmed. With a tired sigh, Ilshin agreed to continue and asked who would go first. Instantly, 2 figures rushed forward, each determined to be chosen. They began arguing loudly over who deserved priority, as a 3rd student watched nervously. Visibly stressed, Ilshin finally agreed to handle both at the same time just to restore peace. Suddenly, a notification flashed before him, announcing a desperate prayer from a follower. Ilshin stared in shock as the message appeared. Far away, hooded figures knelt in the snow, desperately praying for salvation as they realized their powers were useless. A young man on a platform looked up in horror as chaos erupted around him. Ilshin recoiled as another urgent warning system blazed across his vision, signaling a massive new threat. Under a storm-darkened sky, a horde of red-eyed armored monsters marched relentlessly toward Entria. Thunder roared across the mountains as tension spread like wildfire. From flaming rubble, a massive dragon burst forth, dominating the smoke-filled battlefield. Moments later, a colossal, multi-headed monster wrapped in green flames erupted from the earth. A savage warrior beast, cloaked in dark energy, stormed forward wielding twin swords, followed by a terrifying fiery entity summoned by Arachne, its flames twisting with monstrous power. Horrified, Ilshin realized they were facing 3 terrifying followers. The narration warned that each of them was as strong as, or stronger than, an SS-class monster, making the annihilation of Entria's ant army almost certain. He understood then that his enemies were trying to sever the source of his growing power. A countdown began, announcing that the Empire's priestess and her massive insect army would arrive in just over 78 hours. Time seemed to unravel as alarms blared and mechanical chaos spread everywhere. Ilshin trembled as an enormous swarm of armored bugs surged across the burning battlefield. Realizing how completely outmatched he was, fear crept into his heart as he questioned whether he could truly protect the ant tribe. After barely defeating Gustav, 2 companions urgently confronted the normally silent figure, demanding to know why he was acting so strangely. Ahead of them, 3 monstrous entities, each radiating a different elemental force, locked into a tense standoff. Armored beast warriors and horrific creatures clashed violently, charging through fire and destruction in a brutal assault. Panic surged through Ilshin as he realized just how dire his situation had become. Then, suddenly, his expression lit up as he excitedly announced that he had received a low-class quest. Grinning mischievously, he pointed upward, drawing shocked reactions from some and indifference from others. A stunned girl gasped as the man known as the Sword God suddenly reappeared after a full week of absence. Another system message updated the quest progress, confirming that 6 out of 10 sacrifices had been completed. With renewed determination, Ilshin vowed to increase his number of followers. Someone reflected quietly that desperation often pushed people to cling to any hope of survival. In the nearly empty cafeteria, a muscular man ate alone, devouring his food with frightening intensity that drew uneasy glances. From behind a corner, Ilshin carefully watched, locking onto his target. He quietly approached Gangan, who continued eating without looking up. A status profile revealed the older man's immense strength and his gratitude for the rescue of his daughter. Ilshin tried to strike up a friendly conversation, but the stern man remained cold and unimpressed. In a tense silence, the older man shot him a suspicious glare. Suddenly, the man threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, radiating triumph. He firmly voiced his support, leaving Ilshin stunned by the sudden shift. Later, two people sat together in the cafeteria, discussing how strange the request had been. The muscular man slurped noodles as details of his power continued to surface. Ilshin scratched his head in frustration, realizing his attempt had failed, while two classmates watched in amusement. A woman scolded her distracted companion, telling her to stop staring and eat. The quest window updated once again, still showing 6 out of 10 sacrifices completed. Nearby, a girl was being fed by her sister, as Ilshin silently calculated that only 4 more were needed. He knew becoming a low-class god was his only chance of survival before the Empire's priestess arrived in 78 hours. He wondered why the key word failed when spoken by the older man, suspecting a lack of trust. With an eerie smile, Ilshin offered his help, hoping to earn that trust. The older man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, demanding to know what he was plotting. Furious, the man rejected any intentions involving his daughter, leaving Ilshin shocked. 2 onlookers stared wide-eyed at the sudden outburst. One person joked about not chasing older women, briefly easing the tension, while the older man sternly told him not to give up so easily. A girl snapped angrily, her flushed face burning with frustration. The older man clenched his teeth, eyes glowing red with rage, before slamming his fist down and releasing a surge of crimson energy. He lunged at Ilshin, roaring as he demanded whether the young man disliked his daughter. Ilshin froze, frantically thinking of a way to earn his trust. The man smashed his fist onto the table again, startling everyone as Ilshin quickly responded. Later, an authority figure questioned Ilshin's use of healing abilities. Thinking quickly, Ilshin explained that both the students and another patient had shown remarkable improvement thanks to the skill. With an eager grin, he enthusiastically offered to help even more. The imposing man then asked if it was truly possible to heal someone at the end of their lifespan, leaving Ilshin stunned. At that moment, a glowing digital window appeared. A new follower quest had been activated. Ilshin stared in disbelief as the quest instructed him to heal a friend in order to gain someone's faith. Another notification reinforced the mission, making it clear that healing would now become the key to earning new followers. Ilshin spun urgently toward the others, his eyes blazing with resolve. A wide grin spread across his face as excitement surged through him, and he urged everyone to move at once. Moments later, a triumphant announcement echoed, confirming the successful recruitment of an S-class follower. The scene shifted to a hospital building beneath a clear blue sky. Armed security agents guarded the VIP entrance, blocking all access. Inside, someone gazed quietly at the serene body of a white-haired woman lying in a coffin, surrounded by blooming flowers. Another person silently assessed her, noting her youthful appearance. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke the silence, demanding to know what he was staring at. The 2 men spoke in hushed tones about the mysterious woman's unchanging appearance, revealing she had not aged since the day they first met. Nearby, a solemn figure stood by a hospital bed, reflecting on the heroic sacrifices of a fallen comrade who had once fought beside them. In another room, a tranquil figure rested in ceremonial slumber, bathed in radiant light and surrounded by flowers. He abruptly stopped the nurses in the hallway after noticing something strange about the plants decorating the corridor. Inside one of the rooms, Miracle lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Someone explained grimly that her life was now sustained only by absorbing energy from nearby plants, as every medical attempt to heal her had failed. An older man turned with a stern gaze and challenged him to prove his abilities. Hesitant but determined, he promised to do his best despite his doubts. The woman remained in a deep coma, her remaining lifespan seemingly suspended. When he tried to read her age, he froze in shock as no information appeared. Someone quickly scolded him, saying it was improper to focus on such things. Suddenly, Ilshin stiffened as a powerful voice echoed from above. Energy spiraled around him as an older figure explained that Miracle had summoned him into her mental realm. One person placed a firm hand on his shoulder, entrusting him with an important task. The surroundings shifted into a glowing forest where a robed woman knelt among luminous mushrooms beneath warm sunlight. A white-haired woman leaned forward playfully, asking if the food tasted good, while another woman with golden eyes smiled slyly in greeting. Ilshin now stood outdoors in his tracksuit, suddenly realizing something was wrong. The world shimmered, and he understood he was inside someone's thinking space. Before him appeared a mysterious woman radiating a terrifying, overwhelming aura. His heart pounded as he realized she was the one he had been searching for, and she calmly confirmed it. Another calm figure informed him that he was a chosen one. The white-haired woman relaxed, dismissing her earlier fears now that she saw he was far less threatening than she had imagined. Ilshin fumed internally, struggling to process the subtle insult and wondering if he should even be angry. The woman admitted she had been prepared to sacrifice her remaining lifespan to destroy him if he matched her ominous premonition, but had restrained herself out of respect for his heroic reputation. They faced each other in the glowing forest as he demanded to know why he had been brought there. She revealed coldly that her physical body was essentially dead. With a wave of her hand, the golden-eyed woman pulled him into a secluded space for a private conversation. Panicking, Ilshin begged to be sent back, insisting he had no time for healing. A countdown appeared before his eyes. 68 hours, 1 minute, 5 seconds remained. The white-haired woman told him she could not be healed and challenged him to try using his authority on her within the forest. She encouraged him calmly, reminding him of the power he carried. Ilshin extended his glowing hand and cast a healing spell. Green energy erupted, swirling violently around her as radiant light surrounded her levitating form. Power surged intensely. Then a system message appeared. Healing failed. Divine power insufficient. Ilshin jolted in alarm as danger flared around them. A robed figure stepped gracefully onto the glowing field, flowers drifting in the air. The white-haired woman gathered swirling energy, preparing to unleash her own power. Someone realized in horror that there was not enough divine strength to complete the quest. Suddenly, Ilshin's eye glowed fiercely as hidden power surged within him. One figure collapsed as another rushed over in panic. Kneeling in the grass, the white-haired woman looked up and declared her trust in him. Then she burst into joyful laughter. A solemn presence entrusted the fate of Earth to Ilshin, kneeling in the forest clearing. A powerful new follower with extraordinary potential had joined, increasing the number of S-class followers. Ilshin exhaled sharply, realizing he still needed 2 more to reach his goal. Someone spoke hopefully about saving small worlds first, believing it would eventually lead to saving their own. Ilshin looked up in shock as visions appeared of 2 figures standing before a massive mystical tree, trying to connect the clue to Antria. A serene woman expressed her hope that the young god would save them one day. Ilshin reached out desperately to stop her from fading away. She smiled gently and assured him that a solution was close. Golden energy exploded around him as he lunged forward. A notification appeared. New skill acquired. Premonition dream. Ilshin stared in shock at the glowing prophetic ability. Another system message denied further action due to insufficient divine power. Someone stepped forward, breaking the silence. Back in the real world, Ilshin leaned over a railing, gasping for breath. An older man hurried to support him as sweat poured down his face. Desperately, Ilshin searched for a way forward. The scene shifted to the academy gym under a bright, sunny sky. A monstrous creature suddenly burst inside, stopping a basketball game cold, while one man calmly continued talking on his phone. After failing the principal's quest, Ilshin called someone, explaining his new plan to gain followers. Standing in his tracksuit, he confirmed delivery instructions, admitting he had drained every last bit of his savings and loans. Someone nearby silently worried whether the plan would work. Suddenly, Kong Geometry unleashed a devastating attack inside the gym. A long-haired man followed with a blazing sword strike as Ilshin watched in shock. Ilshin examined his new training weapon, the sword Phantom Varu, noting its heavy weight and suspicious origin. Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his fists, determined to make his costly investment worthwhile. A legendary book appeared as a free reward. The Wise Tai Sword. One man scoffed at the calm fighting style described, claiming it clashed with his extreme approach. A woman warned that learning another dangerous sword technique could be fatal, causing Ilshin to refuse. Without warning, a long-haired figure was blasted backward violently. Smoke swirled as another long-haired man entered the gym, casually resting a massive sword on his shoulder. A fighter wiped sweat from his brow, sharpening his focus. A monstrous figure loomed over a terrified girl, clutching a glowing basketball, while others screamed in alarm. The girl stared upward in awe. A sweat-soaked warrior gripped his massive weapon and shouted for his opponent to stop hiding. He clarified that his challenge was aimed at the summoned monster, not the frightened student beside it. The girl gasped in horror. A monstrous armored creature seized a student as another warrior approached with a massive sword. With fierce confidence, the challenger declared that today, he was finally strong enough to defeat his powerful opponent. Ilshin carefully analyzed the situation, questioning whether an A-class fighter could ever truly defeat an S-class opponent. Across the gymnasium, A determined young man raised his enormous sword high, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. At the same time, he wondered if Miracle's mysterious clue had been referring to the sword phantom all along. A ferocious armored beast charged straight toward him, forcing the young man to brace himself behind his massive blade. With fierce confidence, someone declared their mastery of the heavenly demonic god sword, announcing they had surpassed their former limits. A female warrior slammed her weapon downward, releasing a violent surge of energy that shook the floor. The young man's eyes widened with intense focus as he steeled his resolve for a decisive moment. Nearby, a long-haired fighter smashed a gigantic hammer into the ground, dust exploding into the air. A red-haired warrior was struck brutally in the neck by a crushing punch, while an armored figure locked another long-haired opponent in a powerful hold from behind, asserting complete dominance. Despite her exhaustion and burning frustration, the woman clenched her fists and vowed to claim victory one day. An armored warrior overwhelmed an opponent and sent them crashing to the floor beside a massive sword. Another monstrous armored figure slung an unconscious captive over its shoulder, mocking them while gripping its enormous blade. Moments later, the armored fighter lifted an unconscious student and respectfully asked for permission to carry him to the nurse's office. Though startled, the leader hesitantly agreed. A determined girl immediately chased after them, refusing to fall behind. Bilshin worried about the inevitable rise of the Sword Phantom to S-Class and wondered when it would finally happen. A system update flashed. Synchronization with the Godmaker increased to 46%, reinforcing Ilshin's inherent authority. Ilshin downed his 2000th bottle, frustration boiling over as progress remained painfully slow with the looming battle approaching. One person watched anxiously as another knelt at the center of a glowing ritual, energy radiating wildly while a third supported the intense concentration from behind. A powerful ritual was performed to break a seal, unleashing a woman's true strength so she could defend herself against the nether dragon. A cry of pain echoed as power surged violently through her body. A woman cloaked in dark energy struck another from behind with electrified claws, sending sparks flying through the smoke-filled air. One girl rushed to check on her exhausted companion, who sat trembling amid the fading haze. Though visibly drained, the young woman lifted her head and reassured everyone that she was all right. Someone continued pondering Miracle's clue, torn between whether it referred to Sword Phantom or Songmere. Back in the gym, a boy in a tracksuit encouraged two girls, telling them not to push themselves too hard and to keep trying. With a teasing grin, he made a bold remark that left one of them blushing furiously. He glanced over the two stunned girls sprawled on the floor after the clash. One called out shyly, and he responded awkwardly. Suddenly, Mina burst into tears, insisting she did not want to be called that, while Uni angrily demanded to be addressed by her own name. The cheerful boy quickly offered candy with a playful smile. One girl eagerly demanded some, while the nervous boy hoped it would calm her down so they could undo the seal. A quest interface appeared, updating the sacrifice count to 8 out of 10 required for the god promotion. One girl drifted into a daydream about reaching S-Class herself, only to realize time was running out. A countdown timer flashed. The Imperial Army would arrive at Antrea in just over 48 hours. With renewed determination, Ilshin resolved to begin training immediately. Suddenly, one character remembered something important and shouted out, startling another in response. Another announced he would be leaving temporarily and assigned guard duty to someone else, leaving them shocked. He confidently declared he had something extremely important to do. When asked what it was, Bilshin beamed and shouted excitedly that he was going to sleep. He stood beside the bed, hesitating as he stared at two socks resting on the blanket. Without warning, a massive smoking club crashed down beside him, shattering the floor. A red-haired man screamed in frustration, demanding help as debris flew everywhere. While another watched in shock, someone recalled the final option Miracle had mentioned and walked forward with purpose. Carefully, a plaid blanket was lifted, revealing what had been hidden beneath. Ilshin prepared himself to undergo brutal training in the dream world, where time flowed far slower than reality. Blindfolded, he reflected on his astonishing progress while wondering just how far he could still grow. A colossal radiant sword towered over the Sword God Temple as a lone figure sat silently before it. Behind a powerful figure seated on a throne, ominous energy filled the air, the massive glowing blade looming like a divine judgment. Ilshin stepped into the terrifying realm known as the Thousand Blades That Cut All, bracing himself for its deadly trials. A single eye flared with fierce light as hidden power was unleashed. Still shaken, Ilshin tried to steady himself as a ghostly presence lingered behind him. He asked whether the knife damaged in his fight with Gustav had finally been repaired. A powerful arm burst through stone debris as someone endured the pressure, waiting for their broken blade to recover. Ilshin urgently asked to borrow a weapon, only for the older man to calmly name the price at 1 million coins. His shock deepened when the price suddenly doubled, the man smirking coldly. Fuming at the unfairness, Ilshin angrily transferred the 1,000,000 coins through the digital interface, narrowing his eyes as he wondered if he was being tricked for extra profit. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted, shattering the ground and walls. A gigantic glowing sword smashed through a rocky barrier. Ilshin braced himself against the explosive force when a blinding attack struck, forcing him to shield his eyes as a menacing figure laughed in the foreground. Ilshin wrinkled his face in disbelief as a massive wooden sword was suddenly shoved toward him. He scoffed and angrily refused to use it, doubting its quality even as he was told it was far more powerful than it looked. A glowing information window appeared, revealing that the old wooden sword had once belonged to the founder of Mount Wask. His expression shifted to shock as he absorbed the weapon's age and legendary history. After a brief moment of hesitation, he grabbed the wooden sword and braced himself for action. Ilshin activated the Ultra Blade, unleashing a violent surge of energy. A system notice declared that a miracle would occur once synchronization with the founder's wooden sword reached 50%. Stunned, Ilshin realized the synchronization rate increased the more he trained in this place. Even more shocking, it rose faster within dreams. Suddenly, Ilshin sensed a strange reaction from the wooden sword itself, as though it were trying to communicate with him. He looked up uneasily, wondering what kind of miracle could possibly await him. Training began brutally. A terrified trainee clutched the wooden sword as countless deadly blades rained down. Ilshin slammed his glowing weapon into the ground, releasing a massive energy slash that tore through the earth. When another sword attack flew toward him, he instinctively blocked it with the wooden blade. His eyes widened in disbelief at his own success. A monstrous figure laughed and challenged the red-haired man to strike first, raising its massive skull-adorned blade. A digital display flashed, showing both a countdown timer and the growing synchronization percentage. Crouched on shattered ground, Ilshin clenched the wooden sword in frustration, realizing none of his dream attacks had ever succeeded before. A white-haired, bearded warrior smirked and praised him for successfully blocking 10,000 attacks. Without hesitation, the man launched another merciless wave of 10,000 strikes. Desperate, Ilshin gulped down potion after potion, tossing empty bottles across the ground. The display warned that only 20 hours remained. Sweat streamed down his face as he paused to catch his breath. Then Ilshin smirked. He had finally noticed his opponent's weakness. Power erupted as rage surged through his body. Two swordsmen collided midair, blades exploding with blue energy as sparks scattered in every direction. They locked eyes in a fierce standoff, neither willing to retreat. With a roar, Ilshin charged forward and struck the monster with his glowing blade, finally gaining the upper hand. Breathing hard, he broke into a triumphant grin. He had landed his first real hit with the wooden sword. The screen updated. Synchronization, 47%. Time remaining, just over 20 hours. Later, in the mist-covered mountains, Ilshin drank from a flask and tightened his grip on his sword. A towering tattooed man watched silently from afar. Frustration burst from Ilshin as he shouted back and turned away, fists clenched. A massive wave of fire suddenly slammed into him, blasting debris everywhere as fear flashed across his face. Another message appeared. It was time to work the metal. Ilshin winced as he took another blow, then shouted defiantly at his opponent. In the glowing sunset mist, a pendant slipped from someone's fingers and vanished below. Inside the Muscle Temple's brutal training arena, a massive figure confronted Ilshin, who still held the wooden sword. A powerfully built man crushed a thick metal braid in his hand, sparks flying as raw strength exploded outward. Ilshin cried out in pain as he was struck again while gripping the wooden staff. He screamed about being whipped endlessly by his relentless mentor. The imposing trainer finally nodded in approval of Ilshin's improved physique and ordered him to lift a 2-ton weight as a warm-up. Teeth clenched, Ilshin braced himself as the massive weight crashed down. He reminded himself that he had to grow stronger to protect the ants. Blue lightning crackled as he raised his sword, unleashing a desperate surge of power. He struggled to hoist enormous shadowy weights overhead. His muscles trembled violently as he fought to lift the massive barbell. Sweat poured down his face as terror flashed in his eyes. 200-ton weights threatened to crush him as he screamed and resisted with everything he had. Then suddenly, he burst into laughter and celebration. He had done it. A system message advised him to drink potions to prevent muscle loss. Exhausted, Ilshin sat on the floor, calmly slurping noodles straight from the container. The countdown timer and synchronization meter continued ticking forward, raising the tension. Back in the nightmare realm, Ilshin struggled desperately as the soundless nightmare prepared its attack. Fighting to stay conscious, he faced a monstrous plant creature thrashing inside a cathedral-like structure. A spiked figure cloaked in purple energy slammed into the ground with explosive force. Ilshin braced himself and blocked the overwhelming strike with his glowing weapon. A massive explosion erupted, forcing him to shield himself. A towering spiked monster loomed over him, creating a suffocating standoff. His grip tightened as unease crept in at the creature's twisted delight. The digital timer flashed. 1 minute, 1 second remaining. Synchronization. 49%. His heart pounded. He was still 1% short. Desperately, Ilshin searched for any solution. As time nearly expired, he froze as an unexpected request appeared before him. With a furious shout, Ilshin slammed his staff into the ground. The impact detonated in a violent explosion. The weapon vibrated with eerie joy, revealing that it was somehow alive. With a confident smirk, Ilshin challenged the creature to test his power. He surged forward with the wooden staff, striking with newfound strength. Energy blasted upward as his blow landed. To his horror, the monster roared in pleasure instead of pain. Unsettled, Ilshin prepared another strike with the wooden sword. Ilshin shouted in rage, demanding the missing 1% from his opponent. The timer hit 0. Something shifted. Ilshin stared in shock as the digital screen flickered. Synchronization. 49.9%. He screamed in pure frustration as pressure crushed down on him. Nearby, a massive tree glowed with ominous purple cracks. At last, Ilshin stood over the fallen monster, gripping his wooden sword as dust drifted through the air. A cheerful system message praised the heavenly demonic god sword. Another display flashed. Synchronization achieved. 50%. His eyes widened as a new permission appeared, allowing him to directly intervene in Antria. Realization hit. He had been deceived all along. Clenching the wooden sword tighter, Ilshin swore to grow even stronger. Another notification announced that synchronization would now boost the mentality and stamina of all A-class followers. Ilshin thought of his 2 allies and realized they might soon reach S-class themselves. Suddenly, warning screens exploded across the interface. A system alert had been triggered. The Imperial Army launched its first strike, officially igniting the Holy War and placing Ilshin's fate in grave danger. Driven by urgency, Ilshin sprinted toward the school rooftop to retrieve the delivery he had been waiting for before heading to Antrea. Under a storm-darkened sky, a colossal fortress gate rose into view, signaling the beginning of the battlefield. As the march toward Antrea unfolded, a massive dragon soared above the ruined land, spewing destruction toward the distant city. Upon a towering throne, a commanding figure calmly directed the monstrous beasts surrounding her. A woman surveyed the fortress, noting its infamous reputation as an impregnable stronghold empowered by an evil god's authority. With a cold gesture, the ruler summoned the filth fly unit to the front lines. Swarms of insect-like creatures poured forward in waves. A monstrous crowned creature dropped to one knee, pledging unwavering loyalty while gripping a captured human tightly. Behind it, spear-wielding insect soldiers surged ahead in perfect formation. A menacing warrior twirled a curved blade, taunting her enemies as she admitted her divine power alone was not enough to stop the invasion. Soaked by rain, a desperate figure knelt inside the castle, swearing to hold the line and begging for reinforcements to arrive. 2 terrified soldiers shouted that Belub's cursed filth could wipe them all out if it attacked from above, urging an immediate retreat. The crowned ruler raised her hand and unleashed a terrifying curse over the city, sinister green energy flooding the skies. A monstrous servant fired a devastating blast into the advancing forces as the insect-winged army surged forward at full charge. Suddenly, a blazing object plummeted from the heavens. A towering figure crashed into the battlefield with a thunderous stomp, stunning the mounted warriors. A woman gasped in horror as chaos erupted. A fiery-haired beast and a massive dragon roared together, their power tearing through the air. A glowing figure slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. Then a gigantic foot came down. The swarm was crushed. Blood splattered across the battlefield as smoke rolled outward. Ilshin stood unmoved in the rain, as massive blue canisters toppled around him, explosions raging behind. With fierce pride, Ilshin declared his plan a success as his insecticide army arrived. Terrified ant-like creatures stared up at the looming cans. A monstrous enemy squinted at the strange writing on one container. Then something ominous began falling from the sky. Ilshin collapsed as his eye burned with eerie purple light. A beast roared amid shattered rubble and crimson glow. The crowned ruler screamed and fled, warning of total annihilation. Surrounded by buzzing flies, Ilshin grimaced in disgust. A devastating technique was revealed. God's crushing forefinger. One spray can after another activated beneath the blazing sunset. Ilshin raised his hand, threatening his enemies and unleashing powerful abilities. Poisonous gas clouds erupted into the air. A beast was blasted backward violently. A wounded fighter staggered, clutching their chest, screaming for everyone to retreat before collapsing from the poison. A monstrous hand seized a glowing red orb wrapped in green smoke. Dark energy devoured the body, holding it as black cracks spread across their skin and screams echoed. Silhouetted figures dove from the sky. A massive skull formed within swirling dust. Panic consumed the battlefield as warriors fled from the spreading poison gas and the terrifying evil presence. A fierce purple-haired woman threatened the survivors, promising death to anyone who tried to run. Amid smoke and shadow, a red-haired warrior braced himself as the overwhelming enemy presence closed in on Yodo. Poison gas swallowed the land, survivors scattering while others fell where they stood. A horned figure glared furiously, purple energy snapping around him. On a golden throne, a transformed woman raged, rejecting the enemy's repeated tricks. A desperate servant knelt before a monstrous beast, begging for power. The creature accepted. A massive winged figure descended, casting a monstrous shadow over the storm. Ilshin stared upward as strange canisters floated overhead, releasing mist. A massive torn red wing ripped open the sky. A ferocious beast with a pink mane lunged forward. On the rooftop, Ilshin braced himself as supernatural energy gathered violently around him. He shouted in alarm that the insecticide gas was being redirected toward them. Bilshin turned in shock as canisters rained down on his ants. Clenching his fists, he prepared to act despite impossible odds. A telekinetic blast erupted from his finger. He reached desperately as his insect allies were swept away in chaos. Screaming about his lost money, Ilshin unleashed a massive energy blast into the sky. An armored warrior roared in fury, realizing they had been outplayed yet again. Bilshin surveyed the devastation of his army, venting rage at the overwhelming enemy strength. Suddenly, sweat poured down his face as the cat's unexpected actions startled him. A monstrous mouth burst open in the darkness, fangs gleaming. A beast tore into the fleeing demons, scattering them like dust. Amid the carnage, Bilshin realized the enemy planned to grow stronger through sacrifice. An armored woman steadied herself, accepting the horrific cost of divine power. The commanding ruler barked orders, deploying the blind unit to maintain the assault. Ilshin remembered how the cat had ruined his precious insecticides. Consumed by fury, he screamed that he would kill his enemy. Pointing toward the glowing sunset sky, he swore to crush everything in his way. Suddenly, he froze in shock. The sky filled with ominous swarms. A masked, armored figure descended atop a massive, wasp-like beast. A regal woman explained her strategy calmly, stating the blind unit would cripple the target so the apostles could finish it. A massive red creature dropped from above as the order was given. Bilshin stood in the center of a crater as crushing energy closed in. A muscular warrior erupted in flames, power exploding from his body. Another monster crashed down, engulfed in fire. With unstoppable force, the transformed fighter drove his fist straight through his enemy's chest. The holy war had fully begun. A furious warrior unleashed a devastating explosion that sent violent shockwaves ripping across the battlefield. The truth seeker of eternity calmly explained that burning bodily reserves hardened the body like iron, exactly as he had predicted. Across the ruined land, a massive demonic army surged forward, drowning the defenders beneath endless numbers. A towering fighter in spiked armor smashed the ground with a monstrous strike, shockwaves tearing outward. Dark energy erupted as a cracked crimson giant began transforming. A glowing finger burst through the collapsing rubble. Then the ultimate technique was revealed, the condemning middle finger of the god. A blinding blast hurled a figure through a roaring inferno as flames swallowed the sky. A blazing hand surged with power, releasing another catastrophic strike. A lone warrior vanished inside a massive explosion. Barefoot and unbroken, a determined fighter stepped through the swirling fire. With a snap of his fingers, a muscular man summoned raging flames. A slicing hand tore through the air, releasing spiraling energy waves. Fireballs rained from above, sending armored soldiers scattering in terror as explosions engulfed the field. A monstrous creature screamed as it was consumed by fire. Amid the chaos, a terrified soldier fled while a massive armored ant charged mercilessly across the battlefield. The muscular man staggered as his divine power dwindled. Dark energy twisted around him while a quest screen showed the sacrifices toward his evil god promotion. His heart sank. Even after all this killing, it still was not enough. Exhausted, he steadied himself as a blazing apostle stepped forward, eyes burning with fury at the one who dared wield its master's flame. The young man cautiously measured his terrifying new opponent. Nearby, a warped figure cried out desperately for the divine apostles to subdue the evil god. A fiery spirit erupted before a robed summoner, demanding an enormous sacrifice in exchange for its answer. Armored victims begged for mercy as the priestess towered over them, preparing another offering. Rain poured as a monstrous warrior, consumed by rage and power, threatened its enemy. Two blazing beings descended together, unleashing a devastating inferno. A booming voice declared that the sacrifices were complete. Energy spiraled wildly as a raging figure hurled a colossal tornado of fire, engulfing everything. Flaming force ripped through jagged armor, shattering it apart. The man's eyes widened as the fiery demon suddenly swelled to monstrous size. Under falling rain, a muscular youth sensed deadly danger approaching. A menacing figure erupted with power, flames blazing around glowing eyes. A massive meteor of fire hurtled toward him. He gathered energy into his glowing finger and fired back with everything he had. A system message appeared. Authority invocation failed. Divine power insufficient. Sweat drenched his body as horror struck. His divine energy was gone. A red-haired warrior was hurled violently through the flames, screaming in agony. Another fighter charged forward, shattering the ground with explosive speed. A shirtless man stood defiantly before the burning fortress. As destruction roared behind him, a victorious armored figure declared to a ghostly presence that vengeance against the evil god was complete. Among the rubble, a battered warrior lay motionless, questioning his defeat. After the battle, the wounded young man wondered if his arrogance had made him believe he could protect everyone who worshipped him. A crying girl begged him not to lose consciousness. Another rushed to Auntie in disbelief, shocked to find her outside the fortress. The desperate healer tried to restore the young man's missing finger, but divine force blocked the magic. A furious enemy mocked him. Then the sky darkened. A massive flaming demon descended, stunned to see him still alive and threatening to kill him as the next sacrifice. A kneeling figure prayed beneath a beam of divine light for permission to descend. Clenching his fists, the wounded warrior prepared himself for yet another fight. Slamming his hands into the ground, someone desperately channeled divine energy to summon number 1 from the tower. A blazing warrior infused lightning into a massive sword swing, tearing the air apart. A lightning-charged figure crashed down, announcing the start of a 60-minute descent. A muscular fighter confidently reassured the group of his monster-hunting experience, while others stared in awe at his hidden strength. Auntie stood bravely before a gigantic beast. A massive foot crushed the red-winged enemy into the earth. The monster sneered in contempt. Behind a screaming ally, purple shadows erupted violently. The protagonist collapsed in despair as the beast devoured number 1 before his eyes. A system notice chimed. The kitchen knife had finally been repaired. Delivery would be free. A tremendous explosion ripped through the castle as a flame-covered warrior collapsed. Through smoke and fire, a colossal sword erupted, unleashing torrents of blazing energy. The massive blade burst from the inferno. An injured young man lay gripping the crackling weapon amid the ruins. Electricity surged as power flooded the sword. The shirtless warrior raised it high as energy roared around him. Suddenly, overwhelming strength surged through his veins. Wrapped in blue flames, he faced a blazing demon in a deadly standoff. Sensing danger, the fire-haired enemy tensed. Ilshin activated the sword demon skill. Blue energy exploded from his blade. 3 monstrous foes recoiled instantly, recognizing the threat. A powerful figure descended, wrapped in roaring blue light, unleashing a devastating strike. A winged warrior streaked through the stormy sky. A massive armored beast wreathed in flames charged forward. Ilshin taunted his enemy for trying to flee. The creature answered with a thunderous roar, flames erupting from its body. A crimson energy slash obliterated the flaming fortress. Jagged shards pierced the monster's face as it screamed. Another explosion shattered the battlefield, rocks flying everywhere. Engulfed in fire, a raging voice declared that its body had been forged by its master. A monstrous face with glowing red eyes roared in fury. Energy beams tore through a massive multi-headed dragon, setting it ablaze. A pillar of corrupt power burst from the earth, shaking the mountains. At dusk, Ilshin struggled to control the cursed sword as dark energy coiled around him. Grinding his teeth, he worried about not having enough divine power left. Pain ripped through his skull as the sword pulsed violently. The beast realized its enemy had exhausted much of his strength. With a savage roar, it lunged for the kill. Suddenly, a blinding purple eye flared. Energy surged violently around the monster, freezing it in shock. A terrified onlooker trembled as overwhelming power flooded the field. Blue flames exploded around Ilshin as he stared at his glowing hands in disbelief. The beast watched, stunned. Chains shattered in a flash of light. The seal on the Earth Branch Believer was broken. A dramatic announcement rang out. Transcendence potential unlocked. Ilshin felt it. The long-awaited miracle had finally begun. The quest screen updated. 9 out of 10 S-Class Believers secured. Divine energy flooded back into Ilshin's body as he shouted for his ally to fight with everything they had. Ilshin lifted his massive sword, preparing his ultimate attack against the faint cat. Cornered by a monstrous foe, the panicked fighter searched desperately for escape. Then, the massive barrier shattered in a thunderous explosion. Ilshin snapped his head around as a sudden, suspicious sound echoed through the darkness. His bloodshot eye widened in shock, his body flinching on instinct as fear surged through him. Before him, a monstrous serpent towered over a young man who tightened his grip on a massive red-bladed weapon, preparing for battle. The creature sneered and mocked him, boasting that no sword could ever kill it, for its body was immortal. Above a segmented structure, a strange glowing core wrapped in dark tendrils revealed itself, pulsing with ominous power. A shadowy arm erupted upward as violent red energy spiraled around it, and from the chaos, a colossal dragon burst forth, unleashing overwhelming destruction across the shattered land. In a darkened room, the young man suddenly realized a hidden truth. A glowing information panel appeared, revealing that the enemy could regenerate endlessly. As the sky dimmed, Ilshin braced himself, straining to lift the cursed sword as its weight and presence pressed down on his soul. A terrifying dragon skull sneered from the shadows, dismissing their attacks as meaningless. The monstrous creature lunged forward, and Ilshin planted his feet, raising the massive blade just in time. Though wounded, he roared back in defiance, releasing a violent surge of sword aura that ripped through the air. The cursed sword radiated an unsettling energy that made Ilshin grimace. An imposing armored figure claimed the talking weapon as a trophy, while a multi-headed armored dragon loomed behind him. Furious, one warrior demanded the insults be repeated, asserting dominance through sheer power. The adversary laughed, boasting once again about endless regeneration and promising to turn his opponent into a trophy. As Ilshin gripped the sword, he felt an unfamiliar presence coil around his mind. The weapon was possessed. A wild laugh burst from his throat as madness and strength flooded his body. Somewhere nearby, a chilling voice echoed with eerie amusement, and the monstrous figure laughed along with it, filling the darkness with terror. An armored warrior declared his enemy's fate, while red energy crackled along his blade. The massive multi-headed dragon reacted violently as it hovered above a glowing yellow crystal. Suddenly, the monstrous creature recoiled in horror as the curse from the evil sword took hold. A blessing of regeneration activated, grotesque flesh swelling and twisting unnaturally. But before the healing could finish, a sword tore clean through the monster's body. It reeled back in disbelief as another devastating blow crashed down, its scream of agony signaling the end. From the darkness, a mysterious voice whispered. The ground exploded as another monstrous figure erupted upward, releasing a destructive wave of energy. An armored enemy sneered with pure contempt. A system notification flashed, confirming the defeat of the apostle of the ruler of the abyssal swamp. The sacrifice dissolved into glowing grid-like fragments, and the ritual shifted. Ilshin slammed his staff into the corrupted earth, releasing a surge of dark energy. Another system message announced a massive reward, and the quest screen updated. 8 out of 10 sacrifices had been completed. Dark power swirled as the young man absorbed energy from the mysterious object, preparing for what awaited in the ancient city. Ilshin clenched his fist, feeling his strength surge, already imagining what would happen when the progress bar reached 10. Suddenly, a terrifying presence descended. Bloodlust flooded the air, causing warriors to recoil in fear. A monstrous foe unleashed a devastating wind attack, tearing toward its target. Another creature dove from above, forcing Ilshin to brace himself. Explosive force erupted as massive weapons clashed. A lone fighter swung his colossal blade, triggering a blinding shockwave. Amid the chaos, Ilshin gripped the cursed sword, snarling back at its mocking voice. He blocked another sudden strike and froze as terror spiked through him. A menacing swordsman mocked a desperate winged enemy. Nearby, dark veins crawled across a man's body as red energy twisted him in unbearable pain. A threat descended from the crimson sky. A massive sword slammed into the ground, detonating with explosive power. Screams echoed across the battlefield as bodies were hurled aside. Monstrous beasts roared in agony, clutching swollen wounds before collapsing. Shockwaves ripped through the terrain as devastating attacks collided. Despite the chaos, the young man realized with exhilaration that the strongest enemy was still alive. A bloodied warrior shouted his plan to destroy the giant monster from within. Another fighter grinned and flashed a thumbs up toward a glowing ally in the night sky. A heavily armored man mocked his captive opponent, holding him aloft. The shirtless red-haired warrior demanded to know his enemy's identity as the sentient weapon prepared a dramatic reveal. Frustrated by the pause, he demanded an explanation, while a glowing eye flickered as memories struggled to return. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as he confronted the armored figure, questioning its true nature. He even demanded answers about the sword's bizarre warranty service, threatening a refund when it refused to explain. Sudden realization struck him like lightning. Armor shattered in flames as destruction spread. A monstrous fiery face roared in rage, swearing vengeance. Ilshin spotted the blazing creature still alive in the distance. A furious entity commanded a priestess to offer sacrifices to gain enough power to destroy the evil god. Though a desperate woman presented a massive offering, it was coldly rejected. The entity demanded the gathering of 100 billion lives. Shock rippled through the crowd as a fiery monster urged everyone to sacrifice themselves. Armies gathered around burning braziers. Explosions and firestorms tore across the battlefield as screams filled the air. A monstrous woman begged for mercy, warning that the emperor would never forgive this betrayal. The demonic entity bellowed for more sacrifices as red light flooded the sky. A volcano erupted, hurling lava and ash into the heavens. Explosions shattered cliffs. A warrior lifted a massive boulder with raw strength, cracking the ground beneath him. A challenger stepped forward to face the towering foe. Bodies slammed into the earth as massive projectiles exploded against monstrous targets. A gigantic glowing fist crashed down, releasing a devastating energy wave. Molten rock dripped as the shirtless fighter charged the fire-covered beast with his red spear. Blazing supernatural flames erupted as a powerful master revealed his overwhelming strength. A massive flaming apparition formed above the battlefield, confronting a lone warrior who refused to retreat. Followers shouted anxiously for guidance. A white-haired fighter laughed and raised his red-bladed weapon. Bilshan lifted his massive sword at command, preparing to obliterate everything in his path. Power surged so violently that onlookers trembled. A sea of fire swept across the land, devouring all in its wake. With unwavering resolve, the warrior declared that nothing existed he could not cut. Gripping the weapon's hilt, he steadied himself. This was his only option. With eyes burning with determination, he raised the massive blade and prepared to strike. Bilshan lifted the massive sword high above his head, muscles trembling as he prepared to unleash a devastating strike. Thunder roared across the sky as a powerful sword skill activated for a single second, and in that instant, overwhelming energy flooded the battlefield. With a fierce roar, the young warrior released his attack. Flames erupted outward as his fury reached its peak, tearing through the air like a raging storm. Across the scorched battlefield, a lone figure stood firm, staring down a towering fiery monster that answered with arrogant laughter. Sparks flew as the protagonist crouched in frustration. His equipment had finally failed, despite every repair he had poured into it. Realizing the true cost of that so-called free delivery, panic crept in as he wondered if Antrea was about to be destroyed. He straightened and faced the blazing giant once more. A monstrous flaming face was suddenly blasted by a massive beam of energy, its body screaming as the force tore straight through it. A colossal explosion followed, scorching the earth while the lone fighter remained standing in the inferno. Nearby, a sinister figure severed a glowing white object and mocked triumphantly. The sentient sword boasted about its own power, while its wielder knelt among the cracked ground. Rising slowly, the young man realized with irritation that he had grown far stronger than before. Memories flashed of how easily he once collapsed after battle. Then unseen voices whispered. He spun around sharply, demanding they repeat themselves. A worried spirit stared up at the burning sky. The nightmare emblem crept silently, issuing a warning that it was far too early to relax. Someone questioned the meaning of the flaming heavens just as a harsh red light washed over Ilshan, signaling sudden danger. Terror spread across faces as something horrifying emerged. Beneath the full moon, a colossal fiery face burst from the darkness, engulfing the night in smoke and flames. A narrator revealed an ancient truth. Two brother gods had once battled for 1,000 years in Antrea, until the defeated god was sealed inside a carriage of fire. Ilshan staggered in shock. The enemy he had just defeated was not a simple monster. It was the remaining fragment of the sun god. An ominous system message appeared, urging surrender and death. Cursing under his breath, Ilshan complained about wasting money on his recent purchase as destruction surrounded him. His divine power was completely drained, and the looming presence above made his chest tighten with desperation. Sweat poured down his face as he steadied his breathing, recalling a saying that pushed him forward when everything felt impossible. The battlefield lay in ruins. Weapons and banners burned beneath rivers of lava. From the flames, a furious fiery entity erupted, swearing to burn everything in revenge for the destruction of its carriage of fire. Suddenly, Ilshan spotted something crucial. The sky split open as a massive beast rose beneath a glowing figure. Heat crushed down on him as the monster's power surged. His body strained, sweat dripping as the oppressive flames threatened to consume him. Desperate commands rang out while others froze in shock. A horned, muscular warrior launched a powerful attack, shouting a dramatic challenge. 4 swords spiraled into a blazing vortex, detonating with tremendous force. In a ritual sacrifice, the young man hurled a beast into the blazing supernatural storm. He clenched his fists and grinned wildly. It had worked. From within the flames, a menacing voice warned that this was far from over. A shirtless warrior grabbed the monster's claw as dark energy swirled violently around him. He lifted a glowing object high into the air, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Ilshin drew deep into his core and unleashed a devastating surge of dark power. The value of the sacrifice was revealed, equal to two S-class beings. A triumphant smirk crossed Ilshin's face as his suspicion was confirmed. A quest notification flashed, announcing that all required sacrifices for promotion were complete. Lightning erupted as he gripped his massive axe, energy tearing through the air. Another system message declared the quest finished and proclaimed his promotion to low-class evil god. Power roared through his veins. He funneled that fierce energy into his demonic sword, flames dancing across molten ground as he prepared another strike. A confident smirk spread across his face while divine energy crackled around a muscular opponent's hand, who mocked him openly. Ganjin raised his arms and cheered wildly. Anti bowed low, begging desperately for help. The red-haired young man stepped forward and declared boldly that he was their god. A monstrous figure roared, threatening to burn everything to ashes. With fury blazing in his eyes, the red-haired warrior taunted his enemy and unleashed a special attack from his demonic sword. A shirtless fighter answered with a roaring beam of energy that ripped into the sky. A dark, flame-covered figure slammed into the scorched earth, releasing a massive shockwave. Engulfed in fire, the creature snarled and refused to fall. Ilshin struggled beneath the overwhelming force, finally realizing just how terrifying his opponent truly was. A gigantic fiery being towered above him, and he wondered whether this strength came from endless sacrifices or the sealed god's ancient power. Despite becoming a low-class evil god, the truth hit him hard. He was still far weaker. Even so, he endured another devastating flame attack and refused to kneel. Around them, the castle began to melt, walls collapsing into rivers of lava as people fled in panic. A massive explosion swallowed everything in blazing light. Someone shouted Ilshin's name desperately. He tried to activate his power again, but it failed once more, leaving him standing amid the flames, frustrated, exhausted, and staring down an enemy far beyond his limits. The young man steadied his breathing and braced himself, preparing to unleash the Thousand Blades treasure trove. Before the technique could fully unfold, a red-armored figure struck back with crushing force, declaring that no blade could ever defeat fire. A blond youth shouted in panic as the sudden shift overwhelmed him. Dark, ominous energy descended from above, and a cursed sword crackling with shadowy power was raised high. Far away, a modern building stood quietly beneath a star-filled sky. Empty boxes lined the floor beside a bed where a phone rested, showing signs of hurried preparations. Under that same night sky, the exhausted warrior leaned on his massive sword, gasping for breath. His eyes sharpened with resolve. He raised his weapon and activated the second form of the heavenly demonic god sword. Power surged through his body as mastery took hold. With a thunderous crash, the massive blade slammed downward, releasing a dark energy attack toward the unfazed enemy below. Terror rippled through onlookers as the second form revealed its true might. The young man tightened his grip, reclaiming his sense of self. Suddenly, a gigantic eye burst open in the sky, unleashing a violent wave of energy. A robed figure fired crackling blue power, catching a shirtless fighter completely off guard. An older man stepped forward, his presence alone bending the air. Overwhelming energy flooded the battlefield, dominating everything in an instant. Ilshin's blood ran cold. The heavenly demon was approaching. A mysterious force erupted as the blind god's eye activated. A digital interface flashed through the heavenly demon's past at impossible speed. Wounded warriors struggled to remain standing as embers floated through the air. One man clutched a blood-soaked sword, refusing to release it despite the pain. A victorious figure stood over a fallen woman reaching weakly from the ground. The truth struck like a blade. The heavenly demon had slain his own daughter after she became an apostle of the god of destruction. After slaughtering her 1,000,000 followers, the cult leader had ended his life on the ruined battlefield. Shaken, Ilshin stared at the flickering holographic screen, struggling to absorb the horror. Nearby, an older man screamed as thorn-like dark energy wrapped around him, while a younger warrior fought back desperately. For thousands of years, the man had searched for someone capable of avenging him against the god of destruction. Revenge had been used as bait. The all-slashing heavenly sword had tried to manipulate the heavenly demon. Ilshin confronted the massive, cursed blade as a ghostly face of Hades hovered above, grinning. The heavenly demon rejected the offer outright, disgusted by the deception. A triumphant figure laughed as he sealed a tormented soul into a sword, erasing his memories and leaving him destitute for thousands of years. Rage exploded from the shirtless warrior as he charged a white-haired figure, energy tearing the ground apart beneath them. The mention of the sword demon sent chills through the darkness. With his memories restored, the elderly man acknowledged the incredible actions of his disciple. A trembling fist clenched. Crackling blue energy surrounded the older warrior as he demanded to know if his revenge would finally be fulfilled. The young man swore to destroy the god of destruction in a single strike. Dark energy spiraled as a powerful figure laughed from above, while below, a glowing sword hummed with rising power. The older man extended his hand. His power was passed on. Ilshin unleashed a massive surge of energy skyward, scorching the earth beneath him. He charged forward and hurled crackling power into the swirling dark portal. Leaping into the air, he brought his glowing blade down in a devastating strike. System messages flooded the air. The heavenly demon had recognized a master god. The heavenly demon had become Yu Ilshin's believer. A flaming skull shrieked as blue energy smashed into it. A digital panel confirmed that all 10 S-class sacrifices were complete. Quest complete. Promotion achieved. Ilshin had ascended to low-grade god. Enlightenment surged through him as the sword demon's power erupted around his body. Energy howled through the battlefield. A monstrous skull-faced being roared in fury, threatening annihilation. A massive burning sword crashed down, sending waves of fire across the land. Ilshin answered with a surge of blue energy, overwhelming the raging flames. With a glowing hand gesture and a power-infused blade, he launched strike after strike. Hellfire clashed against divine energy as the second form of the heavenly demon divine sword was fully unleashed. The demonic enemy mocked him as colossal firestorms erupted. Then blue and orange energies collided in a world-shattering explosion. Ilshin sliced straight through the inferno. The monstrous figure screamed as its wounds refused to heal. Blue chains of energy crashed down, binding it in place as mystical flames consumed its body. At last, silence fell. Ilshin collapsed to one knee, breathing hard, gripping his massive sword. Sweat streamed down his face, but a victorious smirk formed. He had won. Antrea was safe. Villagers erupted in celebration, cheering his name. A loyal supporter proclaimed unwavering faith in their lord's triumph. Though exhausted, Ilshin signaled readiness for whatever came next, then entrusted the remaining tasks to his companions. They bowed in unison. A golden panel announced victory in the Holy War, and Ilshin's reputation spread across continents. A blinding beam of blue energy slammed into the ground, unlocking the path to the intermediate god promotion quest for both good and evil gods. Sunlight later poured into the quiet room. Ilshin trembled at his desk, fighting through pain as a monstrous sword stood revealed before him. He barely held back laughter. A menacing figure leaned forward, accusing him of theft. Ilshin leaned back with a grin, taunting the heavenly sword for trying to steal from him instead. Cheekily, he asked it to repair the weapon. A sword icon appeared, demanding 50 million god coins. Ilshin exploded in protest, offering 10 million at most and appealing dramatically for support. Realizing the stalkers were tied to a familiar blacksmith, he tried to suppress his irritation. A new notification appeared. The Truth Seeker of Eternity offered 5 million coins. Ilshin smirked smugly, praising the beauty of competition. A deal was struck to repair the blade for 10 million, skipping the long wait. Then someone slyly pushed it down to 3 million. The sentient sword nearly lost its mind. Unbothered, Ilshin casually handed the job to Mr. Eternity. Trembling, the heavenly blade finally agreed to the 3 million. One command was issued. Another voice reacted in shock. And just like that, the next chapter began. A phone suddenly rang, flashing an incoming call labeled Homeless Young. The moment Ilshin answered, an urgent voice ordered him to report to the Hunter Association immediately. The news hit him like a hammer. Nearly 100 eggs had been discovered. His blood ran cold as realization struck. They belonged to Gustav, the SS-class crocodile monster. Fear surged through him as memories of his near-death encounter resurfaced. The towering Hunter Association headquarters came into view, a massive billboard outside displaying a famous S-class hunter surrounded by flowers. Nearby, a bright advertisement promoted a face mist endorsed by that same celebrated figure. Ilshin walked briskly along the sidewalk beside another man as a taxi sped past. Two pedestrians paused to admire the ad featuring Mina, praising her beauty. Suddenly, someone stepped directly into Ilshin's path, startling him. A girl leaned in far too close, making him flinch in shock. Moments later, 3 people gathered warmly to greet a new arrival. Ilshin awkwardly raised his hand and waved outside the building. An older man urged everyone to hurry inside to inspect the crocodile leg evidence, just as another figure approached, carrying a massive sword. A sign marked the meeting room entrance. As they arrived, one person was told to wait in the hallway since they were not part of the Hunter Association. A uniformed guard snapped to attention, saluting as he accepted his orders. Inside, the nation's top S-class hunters assembled around a long conference table. 2 men in business suits exchanged cheerful greetings, while another enthusiastically guided everyone to their seats. One person stubbornly insisted on sitting beside someone else, stunning the room. Calm authority. Restored order. The composed man at the head of the table announced that Gustav's egg would arrive shortly. One hunter reacted with excitement, while another nervously urged him to sit down. Tension thickened as powerful figures locked eyes across the table. Then Ilshin frowned in confusion. Beside an older man sat a woman wearing a penguin mask, completely out of place in the formal room. A blonde woman with pointed ears hid behind another matching mask. Ilshin stared at the evaluation screen in disbelief, as it displayed a failed result. When the masked woman stood before him, he couldn't recognize her at all. Suddenly, someone shouted that the egg had been found. A nervous man entered and bowed toward a shadowed figure as a massive jewel-encrusted egg bound in chains was wheeled into the room. It glowed faintly with mysterious power. This was Gustav's egg, the only unhatched specimen recovered from Africa. As Ilshin listened, dread twisted his stomach. The rest were still missing. 99 more. His breath hitched as terror flooded him at the thought of that many SS-class monsters roaming free. Suddenly, the chained egg trembled. Cracks spread across its surface. Everyone froze. With a violent burst, a chained crocodile creature with glowing eyes emerged, radiating mystical energy. Two people immediately admired it excitedly, joking about taking it home. The creature tried to speak, producing strange, incomprehensible sounds. Auntie's face drained of color. She recognized it. Ilshin's heart pounded as realization struck. He was the only one who could understand it. This was his mother's ancient enemy. Before he could react, a glowing figure unleashed a devastating energy blast that exploded through the room, sending everyone flying. Chaos erupted. A monstrous horned beast burst in, followed by a raging crocodile charging forward. Another creature smashed through the ceiling as someone drew a sword to defend the group. Time seemed to slow. Ilshin watched the attack unfolding in horrifying detail. Instinctively, he raised his finger and channeled divine energy through it. The power surged. In a single crushing blast, the newly ascended god obliterated the crocodile monster. The creature recoiled in sheer terror before vanishing in a burst of force. Purple energy suddenly exploded across the room as another attacker struck. Fear rippled through the survivors. A muscular man grabbed someone by the collar, stopping their escape. A wall shattered as a devastating blow sent 3 people stumbling back. An S-class hunter charged forward with blazing determination. The monster was slammed against jagged crystal, thrashing desperately. Blue energy crashed down, smashing it into the floor with overwhelming power. Only then did one hunter realize how close they had come to being tricked by the innocent-looking creature. The monster screamed in terror, convinced it was about to die. Someone hurried to check on everyone as the small, trembling creature cowered by the cracked wall. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as he firmly rejected a proposal being shouted at him. He hesitated awkwardly as others resolved the crisis before he could even act. A muscular warrior released another wave of energy while 2 others watched warily. At the table, one girl broke down sobbing as another wrapped her in a comforting embrace. And as flames roared in the background, the older man erupted in fury, his rage shaking the room as the aftermath of the ambush finally settled. The younger man stood rigid, poised to act, his eyes fixed forward as tension churned through his thoughts. Nearby, a green, clawed hand trembled violently against the floor, cracking the stone beneath it. The horned creature collapsed in terror, shaking uncontrollably as it begged for mercy. A human figure stepped forward, forcing the lizard-like monster to recoil in fear. Towering over it, another warrior raised his foot and slammed it down, crushing the trembling creature under his boot. 2 men advanced aggressively toward the defeated reptilian body sprawled across the floor. The guildmaster's voice thundered through the room, issuing a harsh command and reasserting his authority. An enraged man immediately challenged a calm figure for interfering, just as he was about to finish the monster. Coldly, the older man declared that the captive would be killed and taken back to the guild for dissection. His rage boiled over as he prepared to execute it himself. An elderly man mocked the younger generation with a smug grin. An office chair toppled as someone shot to their feet. Purple energy exploded outward as a man unleashed overwhelming power, taunting his opponent. A long-haired figure spun around screaming in terror. Behind them, a massive man raised his hand to summon a spirit soldier, while 2 frightened young women clung to each other for protection. Another older man ignored the order to stop, pressing forward as smoke swirled thickly around the room. Spirit armor materialized in a flash of light, eyes narrowed with fierce determination. A white-haired warrior clashed with a towering armored opponent, energy and debris whipping violently through the air. Suddenly, another white-haired man stepped between them, halting the fight as rubble rained down around their feet. At the conference table, a composed man in a suit leaned back calmly, watching the chaos unfold. Nearby, a younger man grinned lazily in his chair, entertained by the escalating conflict. The ant-headed creature dropped to its knees, begging desperately to be spared. The young man jolted in confusion. The reptilian monster clutched its head, silently pleading for salvation. A glowing alert appeared. The male crocodile spawn was terrified and could trigger a miracle if rescued. Ilshin's heart raced. This was a rare opportunity. He stepped forward hesitantly between two furious combatants as one taunted him and the other roared for blood. A digital interface flared to life, demanding a choice. Yes or no? Grant mercy. His finger trembled for a split second. Then it pressed the hidden yes option. An older man rushed forward, shielding the glowing creature with raw fury blazing in his eyes. The digital monster face suddenly glitched, its massive eyes widening in alarm. Three powerful figures collided in a violent clash, shockwaves tearing through the room. Ilshin stared in disbelief as something crucial vanished in the chaos. His phone vibrated. An incoming call. He glanced down in shock at the alarming message, while the girl in the penguin mask quietly watched him. Behind a transparent barrier, a small, playful creature suddenly appeared, startling both a surprised man and a confused monster. Someone blinked in disbelief at how unexpectedly cute it looked as it sat innocently on the grass. Ilshin's breath caught. The baby crocodile was gone, and no one else had noticed. Two older men struggled desperately to restrain the armored warrior as shouting erupted. Ilshin scanned frantically for an escape while the confrontation spiraled out of control. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared behind him. He froze. A hand grabbed his shoulder, making him panic as a voice demanded what he had seen. The armored warrior stepped into the elevator, glaring at the startled group. Another body slammed violently into the stone wall, leaving a deep crater. A panicked young man begged for a chance to explain as the masked woman silently observed him. Realizing she might have been noticed, the girl in the penguin mask raised her hand in embarrassment. A massive shadow loomed over Ilshin, making his heart pound. Then the masked girl suddenly waved cheerfully, greeting him with unexpected enthusiasm. Ilshin quickly checked his phone again and spotted the woman walking away, relieved that she still hadn't noticed the missing baby crocodile. Without warning, an explosion tore through the hallway. Everyone scrambled as smoke filled the air. A figure crashed down hard, shattering the floor. Through the dust, a furious warrior burst forward, demanding to know what had happened. Ilshin's mind raced. This was his chance. He decided to use the sword demon to escape. Suddenly, someone gasped in recognition. A man in blue accused the battered fighter of being Kong geometry, but the man denied it fiercely. One pleaded for recognition as a friend while the other stood ready with his sword, rejecting any connection. Ilshin tore his attention away. He had his own mission now. A man in a suit rushed forward shouting for the sword demon as a woman stared in shock. From nowhere, an unseen attacker grabbed her hair and screamed accusations. Another man dragged an exhausted, apologetic figure across the floor, insisting they talk outside. The hallway fell into uneasy silence. One man confessed through tears that he wanted to die as he was pulled away. Ilshin begged everyone to be quiet, gratitude shaking his voice. Shouting erupted again as someone dragged an unconscious body down the corridor. Two furious men accused each other of theft, while a third trembled between them. The penguin masked girl suddenly struck a dramatic pose and shouted a catchphrase. Ilshin swallowed hard. Time to disappear. The scene shifted. Sunlight streamed into the quiet infirmary at the Hunter Academy. Ilshin lay relaxed on a bed, finally able to breathe in peace. Nearby, a determined supporter promised to raise the newly entrusted crocodile creature. The tiny baby crocodile was gently fitted with a magical collar, and with its new name given, a strange new journey quietly began. Lying back on the hospital bed, the young man stared at the ceiling, replaying Auntie's promise to raise the baby crocodile properly. Even so, unease lingered in his chest. His phone buzzed, and a strange message appeared, describing a terrified crocodile and hinting that saving it could trigger a small miracle. He frowned, unsure whether to believe it. Before he could think further, the door burst open. A bandaged figure stormed into the room, startling him upright and instantly turning the calm into tension. Another young man casually interrupted, asking if the game was fun, only for a long, white-haired figure to enter moments later, catching everyone off guard. The atmosphere hardened. A serious-looking man prepared to ask something important when a menacing surge of glowing blue energy exploded into the room. A massive, luminous hand descended, radiating crushing power as someone demanded answers. Fists crackled with energy. Tempers flared as one man ranted about an S-class hunter refusing to speak clearly, demanding to know what was really going on. Sitting on the bed, Ilshin gestured calmly and told him to just ask. The question came sharp and direct. What was his connection to the sword demon? Ilshin hesitated, his mind racing. With a nervous laugh, he brushed it off, claiming they were merely co-workers. The glowing arm edged closer in warning as he was threatened again. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing every movement. Then a new accusation came. Was he allied with the Trifactions? Ilshin blinked in confusion, admitting he had no idea what they even were. The concept sounded absurd to him. Blue energy surged again as someone prepared to strike. Suddenly, an interruption shattered the tension. A white-haired man unleashed a glowing attack, forcing everyone to shift. Ilshin dodged a blazing martial strike, grimacing as pain threatened to overwhelm his battered body. A skill called Steel activated through Skillshare, hardening someone's form in an instant. Without warning, a boot smashed through the window. Glass exploded. Two figures were kicked backward as a furious warrior burst inside wielding a massive sword. Another attacker crashed in moments later, sending people diving for cover. Panic spread. One brutal kick launched a fighter straight through a wall. The white-haired warrior charged wildly, scattering furniture. Another man smirked calmly as stones whizzed past his face. A cheerful voice suddenly called out a greeting to Kong Geometry. The chaos only grew. Someone screamed about lies. A powerful blow sent another fighter flipping through the air. One man grabbed another by the leg and swung him upside down, demanding to know why his calls were ignored. A massive sword was raised high. Energy thundered as Bilshin slammed his hand down, unleashing a devastating strike. A lightning-charged blade clashed violently with a massive sword, sparks tearing through the room. A martial artist was smashed into the ground as a barrier shattered. Shouts echoed about blocked phone numbers. A furious woman stormed forward, threatening anyone who dared provoke her master. Red lightning crackled as tension peaked. Then a young man shouted boldly, ordering all swordsmen to kneel and worship the sword god. Defiance answered immediately. Among the ruins, one man reflected grimly on the dangerous obsession surrounding the Trifactions cult. Nearby, Ilshin stared blankly at floating slices of pork belly, somehow still trying to understand what any of this meant. A determined warrior accused someone of hiding the truth behind the sword demon's condition. A massive glowing hand appeared again, but Ilshin remained calm. Energy gathered. A snake-shaped strike of power tore through the air. Someone urged another to prove his strength, and Ilshin admitted he wanted to test his own abilities in the real world. He boasted about how much stronger he had become after saving the Gami kingdom. Blue energy surged around him as he faced an S-class opponent head-on. Skillshare activated once more, and a fierce transformation erupted as armored energy wrapped around a body. Realization struck. This power belonged to the Trifactions, and it had likely killed Gustav. The opponent charged. Ilshin dodged effortlessly, mocking the slow attack. He surged forward in a blur of blue light, dismissing his enemy's speed with ease. A crackling fist flew. Two figures collided mid-air, elemental power exploding between them. A massive electrified blow slammed into the white-haired warrior, shaking the entire room. Then another furious figure burst in, screaming. Everyone froze as a young woman stormed forward, clutching a curtain. Only then did they realize someone had been sleeping in the room the entire time. Two powerful presences closed in. A startled man stammered nervously at the determined woman who had entered. She pointed furiously, unleashing glowing power as energy spiraled around her hand. A shirtless man lunged to stop her, but an ominous energy-wrapped arm blocked him. Purple lightning exploded outward. The furious woman raised her hand, warning anyone who interfered. Blood streamed down Ilshin's face as red energy crackled around his clenched fist. His eyes burned. Someone was going to die. A glowing electrified fist hurled toward a terrified man as another woman lifted a dark orb, daring anyone to interfere. Amid the chaos, Ilshin clenched his bloodied fist once more and repeated the words with cold resolve. Someone was going to die. A figure staggered backward, clutching his chest as a sudden strike sent searing pain through his body. Another wounded man gasped for breath on the floor while a calm swordsman stood over him, eyes cold and unreadable. One desperate fighter collapsed completely and begged for mercy. Nearby, a long-haired warrior lay motionless in a pool of blood, debris, and smoke drifting around his broken form after the brutal impact. Heavy Boots stepped forward with relentless purpose. A long-haired man dropped to his knees beside the fallen body, gripping his massive sword as he checked desperately for signs of life. Silence gripped the room. Someone asked in a trembling voice whether a death had just occurred. A dismissive hand waved the concern away, disappointment evident. A woman knelt and examined the wounded man, noting stubbornly that he was still clinging to life. Relief washed over the young man nearby when he realized no one had been killed. An imposing figure dragged a struggling captive away, as shocked gasps followed. Ilshin lifted his hand, preparing to use the healing ring finger of the god, while another watched anxiously. Still, fear lingered in his chest that the sword demon might truly kill someone one day, despite promising to change. Suddenly, someone grabbed his cheeks and squished his face without warning. A worried girl leaned in quickly, inspecting him for injuries. A confident woman declared she would protect him, making his face burn in embarrassment as he protested being called by the wrong honorific. Without hesitation, she punched another man so hard that he flew straight through a window. Chaos erupted. A woman shouted for the teacher after sensing a sudden surge of energy. Another girl burst in and caught someone playfully squeezing a shirtless man's face, turning the room into complete disorder. The distressed young man tried to speak while his cheeks were still trapped in her grip. Then a girl walked in and froze. A shirtless man stood beside a massive pool of blood. In the hallway, someone clung tightly to another, trembling and begging to go home. A man calmly asked one girl to take their weakened friend away, and she agreed at once. Buckets were filled with water. Mops splashed. Exhausted, Ilshin wiped up the dark stain spreading across the floor. Once a powerful god, he now silently cleaned the mess, reflecting bitterly on how far he had fallen. A pink, heart-shaped creature popped up on the screen, sending an approving emote. He sighed, realizing Abundance Newnham was his only remaining support, as someone stared in disbelief beside him. A girl peeked through the doorway and called for the teacher. Bilshin turned sharply, startled by the sudden entrance. The teacher hurriedly brushed off the serious mess as nothing while a confused student questioned him. Someone arrived in the hallway, prompting a surprised reaction. A nervous girl hesitated before finally speaking to the teacher. A worried boy noticed her trembling and gently urged her to explain what was wrong. Her voice shook. Her grandfather wanted to meet them, and she thought they should run. Ilshin demanded an explanation, as she urgently whispered that they needed to escape her grandfather's summons. A glowing skull pendant shimmered, summoning a tiny armored figure that saluted its master with excitement. The girl hurriedly explained that her grandfather, after witnessing the evolved Hades, insisted on meeting Ilshin along with her older sister. Then a car engine roared outside, her face drained of color. Someone had arrived. A pink-haired girl encouraged the teacher with forced cheer and rushed away as Ilshin watched in confusion. Another girl in a school uniform sprinted down the hallway, apologizing frantically. Heart-pounding, Ilshin peered through the shattered window. Below, a suited man stepped out of a black car. Another followed. Dust swirled as a determined figure approached. Sudden realization struck. The old man from the Hunter Association was connected. The Fire Temple Guild captain was Miss Gunji's grandfather. Beside him stood a mysterious, ghostly woman, her presence sending chills through the onlookers. Smoke curled around her as she lingered silently in the shadows. Tension ignited instantly. The white-haired man hurled insults at the blonde warrior as voices rose. Outside the academy, a muscular guard demanded to know why they had come. Two men clashed verbally, anger boiling over. Two elder powerhouses faced each other, their auras colliding like invisible storms. One threatened to kill the other if he ever experimented on students again. The smaller man only smiled. Calmly, the elder explained he had come to visit his granddaughter's school and to meet someone important. Suspicion flickered across the others' faces. Then the demand came. They wanted to see Ilshin. One man licked his finger with a sinister grin. Another urgently insisted on speaking with the boy. Inside, Ilshin gripped his broom in panic, terrified that his secret about the baby crocodile had been discovered. The scene shifted to the principal's office. 4 figures sat around a table in tense silence. Ilshin sat stiffly at his desk, heart racing, while an intense elder leaned forward and asked his age, hinting at a past encounter. Ilshin nervously tried to appear older and composed. The elder suddenly teased a blushing young woman about her age and marriage, making her hide her face in embarrassment. And as awkward laughter filled the room, Ilshin knew his peaceful days were officially over. The young man froze as the conversation suddenly veered toward marriage, his face twisting with confusion and unease at the mention of compatibility and their obvious age difference. Before he could process it, an elderly man stepped forward with a warm smile, cheerfully greeting him as his future grandson-in-law, and introducing himself with proud enthusiasm. The words hit like thunder. One young man immediately spat out his drink in shock, coughing violently as disbelief rippled across the room. Moments later, a sign reading "Principal's Office" came into view as hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Once again, someone spewed out their drink at another shocking remark, spraying tea across the table. An older man merely grinned in satisfaction while sipping calmly, clearly pleased, as the woman beside him flushed bright red, stunned by the implied proposal. At the conference table, one man sharply cut another off before he could speak. With forced calm, he declared that he preferred remaining single and had never once considered marriage. Not long after, the same young man stood in the corridor, raising his voice to announce that his disbelief in marriage officially began that very day. Tension spiked as a trembling hand clenched a teacup so tightly that the saucer cracked beneath the pressure. Across the table, a sinister older man with glowing red eyes leaned forward, interrogating someone about evolving the summoned soldier, Hades, from B class to the legendary S class. In an instant, realization struck him. The recent strange behavior suddenly made sense, and with a cold smile, he demanded compensation in exchange for letting the other person go. Clearly impressed by the rare ability on display, the older man's tone hardened as he insisted on the continuation of his bloodline, boldly demanding 3 children as part of the arrangement. The young man slammed his hand down in anger, outright rejecting the attempt to manipulate him. Unfazed, the elder slowly slid a document across the table. The younger man stared at it in confusion, memories flashing through his mind as a horrifying realization dawned. His eyes widened, his body stiffening in shock. Then came the final blow. Another check was pushed forward, the number so large it almost looked unreal. 1,000,000,001. Gasps erupted around the table. The older man nearly choked in disbelief, while the younger man sat frozen, sweat trickling down his face. A thick contract followed, promising unimaginable wealth. His heart pounded violently as he wrestled with the temptation. With that kind of money, deadlines would disappear, fear would fade, and his life would finally be free. But then he looked up. Before him stood the ominously intimidating woman, her presence alone enough to send a chill down his spine. The thought of marrying her made him recoil in terror. With clenched fists, Bilshan shouted that no amount of money would ever make him agree. The 2 older men erupted in disbelief and fury, while the woman sat silently, her expression distant and haunted. Later, panic set in as the young man urged the older man to hurry, insisting they escape before things worsened. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sunroom. Startled, he spun around as the woman confronted him directly. She touched her lips, trembling as blood trickled down her mouth, revealing a hidden injury. Then the truth spilled out. She was the mysterious daughter of a human and a nightmare, gifted with the power to bewitch any man who met her gaze. Someone screamed for him not to look into her eyes. Too late. Her hypnotic skill activated, a glowing enchanted eye radiating terrifying mystical energy. Leaning closer, she softly asked what he thought of her eyes. Stunned, he answered honestly that they were beautiful. Her voice trembled with emotion as she confessed her feelings, begging to be accepted. Before the spell could deepen, a furious man charged forward, stopping her from unleashing a darker magic. The smoky room exploded into chaos as the 2 older men recoiled in shock. A fiercely protective elder roared that anyone who dared harm his granddaughter would pay with their life. Another man shouted that countless people had already been crippled by the dangerous, bewitching eyes. Yet the protagonist remained unmoved. With cold indifference, he refused every demand. Tension thickened as Ilshin confronted Mina, forcing her to repeat what she had just said. Her voice wavered, but the young man responded without hesitation, firmly rejecting her feelings and making it clear he wanted nothing to do with her. He stepped back toward the door, gripping the handle as a ghostly presence loomed behind him. When someone suggested he could be owned instead, disgust flashed across his face. He turned and walked away. The woman stormed out in fury, while the men stood frozen in shock. Moments later, she stared at him in disbelief, panicking as she realized her hypnotic power had completely failed. He, meanwhile, stood trembling outside the principal's office, barely able to bring himself to enter. Then the loss hit him. 1,000,000,000 gone. He collapsed, sobbing in anguish as despair overwhelmed him. Later, he walked alone down a golden corridor, resolutely rejecting the woman's attempts to manipulate him again. As his thoughts raced, a horrifying realization struck. She was truly the offspring of a human and a nightmare. Before he could react, the hallway twisted. A monstrous glowing hand burst from a dark rift and slammed Ilshin into the wall, crushing him as purple energy crackled violently. He was hurled through shattered concrete, debris exploding in every direction. A lone shoe skidded across the floor as silence followed the destruction. Outside, a luxury car screeched to a stop on an empty road. Inside, an elderly man and a young woman sat quietly in the back seat. She calmly applied her makeup while wiping away traces of blood, her expression unreadable. The 2 spoke softly, discussing how impressive the groom seemed. The older man suddenly questioned her unsettling makeup, demanding to know why she hid her true face. The woman stared into the mirror, wondering aloud what kind of man only agreed after seeing her appearance. The elder reflected on the shocking failure of their manipulation plan. Unbothered, the woman confidently declared her ambition, boasting about the unstoppable power of her hypnotic eyes. The old man smirked, gripping his staff and assuring her that their target was already within his control. She blinked in surprise, asking what he meant. His grin stretched wider. Then he burst into manic laughter. Elsewhere, the protagonist stood on cracked, ruined ground within a mysterious subspace, carefully surveying the destruction. Unease crept into his chest as he sensed how far his enemies were willing to go. Shadows moved. Danger closed in. Monstrous figures surrounded him, drooling hungrily as their eyes burned with hostility. The spirit soldiers that had once been ordered to kidnap him now turned savage, snarling as they prepared to devour him instead. One beast lunged forward. The young man recoiled in horror, staring into the creature's massive jaws as it tried to swallow him whole. From behind, someone smirked confidently, mocking the chaos unfolding. A towering monster raised its arm to strike, but the young man refused to bow. In a flash, a sword sliced through the air, tearing forward in a blinding arc. The impact shattered a steel-like barrier in a single devastating blow. A terrifying presence flooded the battlefield as another monstrous figure unleashed its overwhelming aura. Then a massive armored creature slammed into the protagonist with bone-crushing force, hurling him across the ruined space. Wiping blood from his mouth, the muscular man laughed boldly, taunting his enemies and declaring that even against impossible odds, their efforts were meaningless. Ilshin lifted his chin proudly, boasting about his recent ascension to godhood as newfound confidence radiated from every movement. Without hesitation, he drove a devastating punch into his opponent, slamming them into the ground so violently that debris exploded in all directions. Another body crashed down moments later with overwhelming force, the earth shattering beneath it as dark energy erupted from a monstrous mouth below. Demonic enemies quickly closed in around the fallen figure, one of them raising a sword in a threatening arc. The young man sneered, mocking their massive forms and calling them nothing more than fragile flesh. With wild eyes burning with battle hunger, he challenged them to come at him all at once. Ilshin surged forward, his fist colliding with a monstrous opponent in a crushing blow. Electricity erupted across his arm as he unleashed a fierce martial arts technique, declaring his dominance while striking with unstoppable force. A beast roared in fury, its cry so ferocious that another creature recoiled in pure terror. High above, a massive explosion tore through the sky, leaving two onlookers staring in stunned silence. The horned figures beside them staggered in disbelief, as their once undefeated Yucha soldiers were suddenly overwhelmed. One whispered in shock, wondering if a single person could truly handle all of this alone. Ilshin now stood triumphantly atop a mountain of defeated enemies, flames and smoke swirling around him as he ruled the battlefield without challenge. His sharp gaze shifted to two trembling figures in the distance, suspecting they were the leaders, one of them a woman. The truth soon surfaced. The Yiksha general had once sworn loyalty to a deceitful beast that preyed on strength. Another powerful horned warrior had followed the seductive knight of twisted desires. In that moment, Ilshin realized his opponent's power stemmed from two followers of evil gods. Someone noticed the woman's five-colored eyes and felt a chilling familiarity, reminded of another who bore the same gaze. Suddenly, a monstrous three-eyed creature lunged at the shirtless young man. He braced himself as a shout of alarm rang out, the horrifying truth finally sinking in. Ilshin narrowly dodged a devastating punch from the towering blue-skinned enemy. Calmly, he acknowledged the creature's strength while channeling crackling energy into his glowing finger. From above, a divine strike descended with overwhelming force. Surrounded by surging power, the muscular warrior smashed his red-haired opponent with a blow so powerful it sent shockwaves across the fractured battlefield. A sharp eye narrowed as he spun toward a new threat. Two figures locked eyes in a heated standoff, tension thick enough to snap. Realizing her powers were useless, the horned woman trembled as she suspected the rumors were true. The young man before her was the newly risen god. Then, an imposing armored figure stepped onto the shattered ground, marking a dramatic arrival. The shirtless protagonist refused to retreat as a towering demon woman loomed over him, her presence suffocating. He glanced up in confusion, wondering if she truly wanted to be struck down. Ilshin squared off against the massive blue-skinned enemy once more, the ground cracking beneath their feet. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming psychic presence above. An ominous symbol appeared as a system notification rang out. Blind God's Eye had activated. In an instant, the history of the great general flooded his mind. Her origins were revealed. Before becoming a Yiksha, she had been Lilith, daughter and follower of the seductive knight of corrupt desire. After being defeated by the god of destruction, she fled through endless darkness. Weakened and desperate, she sought to regain her strength by claiming the soul of a powerful and innocent S-class. Sent to Earth, she encountered Ghost Sadok as a lone feather drifted through the shadows. In the forest, she tried to intimidate him, but he angrily dismissed her, immune to her charm. Her bewitching power had no effect on him. Time passed, and Lilith cradled a baby in her arms while a mustached man watched with warmth. She chose to marry him and live as a human, bearing a child together. But her secret was eventually exposed by the Nether Dragon. Gravely injured, she collapsed amid falling embers as the man desperately held her, begging through tears. In despair, he offered his soul in exchange for a single wish. The unspoken desire became clear. Ilshin realized the defeated horned woman before him was Gyeonggu's grandmother. His thoughts drifted to the ancient tradition of granting wishes in exchange for souls. He questioned her about refusing resurrection, and the young man explained that her transformation into a yiksha had been so they could remain together forever. Now, Ilshin hesitated. Should he show mercy to someone who had tried to devour him? The heart-shaped spirit stared in stunned disbelief. After a brief pause, the young man smirked confidently and agreed. The horned woman lay unconscious as her status appeared, revealing her potential to become a follower. Grinning with anticipation, Ilshin plotted to expand his influence and reshape alliances to his advantage. Even the legendary sword acknowledged his cleverness with rare praise. A message of gratitude arrived from a divine presence known as Bountiful Abundance, thanking him for showing mercy. With clenched fists, Ilshin vowed to grow stronger before the next great threat descended. Standing protectively before the unconscious girl, he felt rage burn within him as memories of blood and brutality flashed through his mind. A powerful armored figure ordered him to equip the title of a good god. Suddenly, a glowing ring formed in the swirling sky above him. His eyes widened as a radiant halo settled over his head. Understanding the transformation of becoming a low-class god, he channeled divine energy into his hand. Confidence surged through his body. Green light enveloped those around him as healing power flowed outward. He focused the divine energy through his glowing finger toward a kneeling armored figure, while another beastly form was bathed in swirling light nearby. Then, another halo appeared above a stunned young man. A cry of shock echoed through the ruins as emotions overflowed. Nearby, a frenzied figure clutched a glowing demon mask as slime and energy surged violently. Ilshin collapsed to his knees in panic as his uncontrolled godly power caused everything around him to melt. As he examined the glowing skill window, realization struck. He had awakened a healing ability. The Yiksha soldiers screamed in agony as purification washed over them, evil burning away and being replaced with light. When the pain faded, divine energy filled the battlefield. White feathers drifted down from an angelic wing as someone whispered that they had made a terrible mistake. Radiant figures floated through the air in celebration, reborn in holy light. Through Ilshin's mercy, the Yiksha soldiers had been resurrected as angel soldiers. Staring in disbelief, he struggled to process the impossible transformation that had just taken place. Shifting his focus to a far more urgent threat, the young man looked up in confusion as the cherub-like figures filling the sky suddenly began to shrink. Laughter echoed around him while he stood barefoot on the cracked battlefield, surrounded by the floating angels, his eyes wide with disbelief. A winged figure tore through space at blinding speed, charging straight toward a massive, glowing sphere riddled with fractures. From within, a hidden power surged as a sinister purple aura thickened around a watching eye. The pressure was overwhelming. The protagonist felt it instantly and realized with dread that someone powerful had returned. Voices erupted in furious accusations of betrayal. Beneath the glowing halo above his head, the shirtless man stared upward as countless angelic beings filled the heavens. Thanks to mercy, the spirit soldiers had evolved into angel soldiers. Ilshin studied the blue interface in front of him, stunned to discover that their evolution had been completely random, far beyond anything he had anticipated. After processing the miracle, he exhaled slowly and decided it was time to meet someone even more important. A demonic presence suddenly loomed behind him. Night had fallen over the Immortal Guild headquarters, its towering structure glowing faintly against the dark sky. Inside, an older man stood by the window in silence, lost in thought. Nearby, a framed photo displayed a smiling family, a man, a horned woman, and their baby. Moments later, the elder erupted in rage, complaining bitterly about someone who had refused to become his son-in-law. Across from him, a man with glasses watched carefully as his opponent slowly regained composure. Elsewhere, in a shadowy realm crackling with violent purple energy, a white-haired man proudly demonstrated his terrifying subspace ability. He laughed coldly, boasting that even the strongest foes were crushed within his miniature hell. Suddenly, a sharp command rang out, ordering the spirit soldiers to release the protagonist. An older man's eyes widened in horror as memories surged back. Without warning, a massive magical blast tore through the wall. Dust and debris exploded outward as one man stared in shock, demanding to know what was happening. Amid the chaos, a powerful figure crashed down from above, shattering the ground in a dramatic entrance. The elderly man staggered, his face wrinkling in disbelief at the impossible sight before him. The shirtless warrior stood completely unharmed as two others smashed through the ceiling behind him. The intruder calmly surveyed the office while the stunned occupant realized something horrifying. His spirit soldiers were gone. A muscular man stepped from a glowing portal and casually offered to heal the robed man's crushed chest, leaving him frozen in confusion. Another figure panicked, unable to sense any remaining energy from the soldiers. Worse still, Lilith's presence had vanished as well. Rage exploded. One man grabbed another by the throat, demanding to know what he had done to Lilith. Ilshin froze, caught off guard, unsure how to explain. A desperate healer rushed to tend the injured man, while a massive spectral figure hovered above them like death itself. The older man roared accusations, his fury shaking the room. Someone desperately tried to calm him while being choked for their efforts. As Ilshin prepared to heal, the elder slammed his demand again, his voice thick with hatred. The white-haired man suddenly seized Ilshin by the throat, threatening to silence him forever as a monstrous spectral hand formed overhead. Ilshin raised his glowing finger to heal, but red energy burst violently through the air as his opponent unleashed his power. The shirtless warrior slammed the man into the wall by the neck, a massive purple energy fist forming above them. A stunned young man watched as the overwhelming force blasted the attacker to the floor. A glowing text revealed the truth. Gosado was a male entity used for 61 years, bound to seductive and lustful night. Through the law of causality, the man collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest in agony as someone rushed toward him. The elder recoiled in disbelief, realizing a terrifying psychic ability was at work. Then a glowing girl appeared, announcing she had been reborn. The old man stared in shock as she gently cupped a man's face, explaining that her psychic powers now allowed her to see him even outside his subspace. Nearby, an injured man collapsed as a young woman screamed in horror. Auntie knelt beside him, begging for help, while another stood frozen in shock. A digital display suddenly activated. Lilith's history would now be revealed. A massive fiery eye glared through a cracked wall as one figure confronted it while another trembled behind them. Furious threats were exchanged as rage spiraled out of control. A woman, shaking with betrayal, hurled swirling magical flames into the dark portal above. A man followed by unleashing violent dark energy into the horned woman's body, beginning the forbidden ritual to resurrect Lilith. A glowing curse mark pulsed crimson as a hand gripped it in agony. The horned figure lay motionless, blood spilling from her lips. Then a winged horned being rose before a ritual circle, proclaiming a prophecy of vengeance in the name of a great evil god. Ilshin stepped forward without fear, swearing to protect the S-classes no matter the cost. Healing energy surged as someone desperately worked to save the wounded man. Ilshin raised his glowing finger and struck the red emblem with divine force. Light exploded outward as a giant finger crushed the cursed artifact completely. In that instant, he realized the truth. His new power allowed him to deactivate the mark on specific targets. Chaos erupted throughout the room while one young man remained eerily calm at the center of it all. A crackling portal suddenly formed in a high-rise apartment. A violent blast tore a massive hole through the wall as two battered figures collapsed to the floor. Glass shattered everywhere as the young man confronted the intruder head-on. A furious female deity descended, raging at a lower-grade god for interfering with sacrifices she had cultivated for years. The protagonist laughed coldly, mocking her and comparing her to a defeated enemy. Red energy surged along his arm as he prepared the heavenly demon divine sword technique, casually stating that she was not worth his strongest attacks. He drove a brutal punch upward, sending the older man flying back in shock. Another figure smashed through a window, glass exploding as they fled into the night. The enraged deity roared in fury, asserting dominance. With a thunderous surge of power, the protagonist unleashed the heavenly demon divine sword. A blazing red strike pierced straight through his enemy's chest, drawing a scream of agony. A massive red rift ripped open across the city, triggering mass panic as civilians fled in terror. A wounded yet confident man stepped forward to take command, while another escaped in fear. Bloodied and seething, the injured figure glared with murderous intent. The shirtless warrior stood tall, confronting a sinister presence emerging from the crackling rift in the sky. Power exploded outward as the being began a terrifying transformation, revealing its true form. Ilshin smirked, taunting it to stop hiding and show its real body. Above a glowing blue grid, the heart-shaped spirit made a shocking declaration. The young man staggered back, trembling as the revelation hit him like a hammer. A monstrous beast released its suffocating aura, baring its fangs. Red energy swirled violently around the protagonist as he faced a masked nightmare entity. Fear flashed through his eyes as memories of terror resurfaced. The sinister being calmly offered a solution. It would handle everything in exchange for 10 million human lives. The answer came instantly. A furious rejection exploded through the air. Then a commanding voice thundered from above, ordering him to stop hesitating and kill Ghost Saduk at once. The supernatural revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, exposing the elderly man's crucial role as the medium that allowed her descent to Earth, and the tension among those present became suffocating. Down an empty street, a determined man walked alone, carefully analyzing his enemy's tactics while planning his next move. Ilshan scoffed at the idea of tragic endings, declaring that he only ever wrote happy ones, only to freeze in shock when he learned he had once been compared to the god of destruction. Before he could process it, Ilshin braced himself as a towering beast loomed in the street, its monstrous presence crushing the air around him. The creature's thunderous voice echoed, warning that countless worlds had already been destroyed for far less defiance. A colossal red beam of energy came crashing down from above as the attacker declared that his current power was more than enough to erase the one standing below. The protagonist activated the skill share, and the sky itself erupted with raging energy. An older man shouted desperately for everyone to retreat, warning that they needed stronger allies before facing such a threat. But it was already too late. A muscular fighter launched a devastating energy-charged punch upward, while a fierce young warrior followed with a brutal steel body and psychokinesis combination that sent shockwaves tearing across the battlefield. A clenched fist slammed into a massive glowing red sword, triggering a violent explosion of power. A roaring beam of fire tore through the air amid crackling lightning, leaving one fighter writhing in shock. A lightning-charged punch smashed into an opponent's face, sparks bursting outward, while a furious winged creature unleashed a devastating storm of electricity in retaliation. Two stunned onlookers could only stare as a man released a surge of crackling power, so intense it defied belief. Meanwhile, Ishin lay back in frustration, annoyed at being constantly called grandson-in-law, before forcing himself to refocus with renewed determination. A shirtless warrior braced as the monstrous creature survived his attack and descended through the shattered city. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a devastating finger technique, sealing the massive fissure just as a gigantic red-eyed monster burst from the debris, towering over him as he shouted in both fear and defiance. Nearby, a red-haired young man screamed in fury, demanding that someone stop interfering and return to their own world. A massive glowing red hand slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave ripping through the streets. From the shadows, a towering monster emerged, boldly challenging a rival god. A combatant responded by unleashing a devastating crimson magical blast that flooded the battlefield with destructive energy. Ilshin hurled himself upward in a ferocious assault, but a massive explosion tore through the area, scattering debris like shrapnel. An older man shouted urgently for his grandson-in-law as a young woman stood frozen behind him, both horrified by the chaos unfolding. A man was hurled straight through a wall, shattering stone and sending rubble flying. Battered and barely standing, he finally understood just how terrifyingly powerful his opponent was. The monstrous figure roared, unleashing its full fury as debris rained down around them. Ilshin collapsed onto the broken ground, realizing this enemy was even stronger than the last. With a desperate glare, he activated the evil god title, and an overwhelming surge of power exploded from his body. A massive monstrous hand shot forward, seizing him before he could react, and the creature lunged in with a savage follow-up attack. Surrounded by glowing energy, Ilshin launched himself toward the enormous hand looming over the city. Blazing with supernatural force, the protagonist unleashed the combined powers of both good and evil gods in a single overwhelming strike. A thunderous electrified punch sent his opponent flying across the city like a meteor. A stunned deity could only watch in disbelief, recalling how a newly born lower-grade god was now unleashing power beyond imagination. Ilshin erupted with energy and lightning, driving his enemy back with relentless fury. A scream of terror echoed as a wide, panicked eye reflected an intense orange glow. Fiery beams streaked down from the night sky, while feathers drifted through the darkness. In the midst of the chaos, a devastating technique was suddenly deactivated. A dark portal spiraled open above the building, framed by the full moon's cold light. From the ruins, a muscular young man with a glowing halo rose powerfully into the air. Looking upward with unwavering resolve, Knight was revealed to possess strength equal to 6 S-class warriors. The protagonist smiled in satisfaction as his quest progress surged after defeating such a powerful opponent. Soon after, mysterious glowing figures began floating above the city, drawing gasps from those below. Ilshan watched anxiously as black energy swirled around a collapsed figure, sending fear through the crowd. A desperate woman fell to her knees, begging for mercy and pleading that her husband would die if the curse was not lifted. A gravely wounded man realized the curse remained even after the evil god's defeat and desperately urged his ally not to give up. Mystical energy surged as a frantic healing attempt poured power into the injured man's chest, while others watched in tense silence. Glowing with green light, the wounded man staggered down the street, barely able to stay upright. An elderly man recoiled in disbelief as unprecedented healing energy radiated around him. Overcome with joy, a young girl threw her arms around him, celebrating his survival and thanking the one who saved him. Surrounded by angelic figures, the protagonist basked in the fulfillment of his long-promised happy ending. A digital notification appeared, announcing that 2 new believers had joined Ilshin. Moments later, a status screen revealed the number of S-class believers had risen to 12. A cheerful girl excitedly explained that someone had ascended to archangel status after being reborn from a spirit soldier general. Several days later, the scene shifted to the area surrounding the S-class Amazon dungeon in Brazil. Deep within a cave, a menacing armored figure cornered an insect-like woman, demanding she repeat herself. Elsewhere, a determined warrior confronted another, demanding proof that vengeance for his mother was truly possible. As a massive armored creature emerged through the mist, a monstrous insect-like woman crouched low, preparing to fight the beast whose body was pierced by a massive glowing red crystal. A towering armored figure surveyed the smoldering battlefield, shaken by the catastrophic defeat of their enormous army, and terrified of the Emperor's inevitable wrath. Narrowing her eyes, a cunning woman devised a plan to use the lizard as leverage against Yu Ilshin. She confronted the armored monster directly, demanding proof that he could help her take revenge for her mother, and he agreed without hesitation. Another calculating figure confidently proposed a scheme to eliminate Yu Ilshin altogether, and the creature listened in silence, its glowing eyes fixed beneath the ominous red light. Far away, a powerful armored dragon sat upon a grand throne, while a smaller figure knelt before him in awe. Nearby, a battered young man slowly regained consciousness, blinking in confusion as he tried to understand where he was. Standing close by, a towering muscular figure watched with arms crossed, radiating overwhelming strength and silent authority. Beneath the fading glow of the sunset, the blond young man looked up at the stranger and demanded to know who he was. The towering figure calmly introduced himself as the eternal seeker of truth, revealing that he had made urgent adjustments to causality itself. As a smaller figure knelt before him, the giant presence warned that the apostle, a clone of the god of destruction, had awakened, and that catastrophic trials were now inevitable. A new quest objective appeared with chilling clarity. The young man must obtain the divine title of an intermediate god to qualify for the Festival of Gods. With a sharp gasp, the young man jolted awake. He blinked rapidly, finding himself back at his desk, heart pounding as he questioned whether everything he had witnessed was nothing more than a dream. Yet unease lingered. Suspecting another hidden threat, he nervously wondered if the mysterious figure was simply another stalker in disguise. Surrounded by cluttered papers and glowing screens, the protagonist clenched his fists, determined to become an intermediate god, while struggling to understand apostles, clones, and the meaning of the Festival of Gods. Suddenly, a winged figure drifted closer, and he startled awake once more as someone hovered beside him with shining excitement. The cheerful angel announced that her husband was currently meeting with the principal and wanted to speak as soon as he was awake. An older man immediately launched into another lecture about the grandson-in-law topic, making the young man visibly uncomfortable. Later, Ilshin reviewed a report revealing that angel soldiers performing miracles in Antrea had caused his follower count to skyrocket. A glowing quest screen displayed the rising number of common believers alongside the progress of a promotion quest. With a newly activated auto skill and an unbelievable surge of 30 million new followers, the protagonist felt his divine influence expanding faster than ever before. Ilshin burst into laughter, overwhelmed with joy as he realized his followers were increasing without him lifting a finger. Calmly, he suggested that his companion stay at someone else's house, stunning the angel with his unexpected decision. She immediately vowed to remain by her savior's side forever, promising unwavering loyalty. Ilshin could only respond with an awkward smile, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Moments later, a shout echoed through the building about a fight breaking out between an S-class and an A-class hunter. A violent clash erupted outside as two powerful warriors collided before a roaring crowd. Peering through the window, Ilshin tried to identify the fighters. In the courtyard below, two opponents stood facing each other with drawn swords, ready to begin a deadly duel. A white-haired young man angrily confronted another, demanding answers for a betrayal. Fans swarmed the street as a famous hunter appeared, carrying a massive sword and looking wildly disheveled. Nearby, a furious man shouted about being abandoned on a deserted island, while another cursed his subordinates for failing their mission. Crossing his glowing blades, a resolute swordsman declared that not even a treasured friend would be forgiven. His opponent charged forward, threatening to unleash the heavenly demon divine sword. The crowd erupted as the S-class battle officially began. From above, a figure observed quietly, while someone warned about facing terrifying opponents, including the sword demon and a deadly expert named Shainu. Suddenly, someone noticed it was already lunchtime, proudly claiming their hunger never failed. With sparkling eyes and a clenched fist, Ilshin eagerly imagined the luxurious ginseng chicken soup. Together, two figures hurried toward the cafeteria. Ilshin and Auntie sat quietly in an empty classroom, enjoying their meal. Beaming with pride, she spoke happily about becoming a teacher while digging into her bowl. Ilshin prepared to savor his free chicken soup, thrilled by his good luck. Without warning, a glowing object flew across the room, A man slammed another headfirst into a desk, shattering it apart. Ilshin stared in shock as food and a roasted animal floated above him. Dark tendrils surged through the air as a terrified girl struggled. An injured fighter collapsed as debris exploded outward. A furious man knelt in agony, cursing the one who struck him down. A powerful stomp shattered the stone floor. A swordsman burst through a broken window as someone cowered below. A defiant voice demanded surrender, swearing defeat was impossible. Ilshin looked up in shock as a long-haired figure entered through the doorway. The revelation struck hard. This man was the self-proclaimed sword god of the Trifactions. The protagonist struggled to process the absurd yet terrifying truth. An armed attacker leaned through the shattered window, demanding repayment for past wrongs while rambling about Trifactions. Ilshin's irritation steadily grew. A furious swordsman grabbed a trembling young man, threatening violence for answers. Clenching his spoon, Ilshin firmly refused to get involved. Suddenly, a blonde fighter lunged with his sword toward a dark-haired opponent. In the background, another lay injured. Ilshin exploded in rage upon seeing his expensive ginseng chicken soup ruined before he could even taste it. A shocked man recoiled as Ilshin stepped forward, holding only a metal spoon in challenge. With deadly focus, he poured energy into it, activating the all-slashing Heavenly Blade's extreme sword technique. Red energy bent another spoon effortlessly through psychic force. A long-haired man smirked arrogantly, boasting about the gap in their power. A white-haired swordsman grabbed his blade's hilt in shock, stopping someone from drawing as danger surged closer. Ilshin charged forward with nothing but a spoon, while his opponent scoffed at the openings in his stance. Dark aura flared around Ilshin as his eyes glowed with murderous intent. Across from him, the swordsman tightened his grip, vowing never to forgive. A massive blue serpent-shaped energy slash erupted from a blade. A red-haired warrior countered with a devastating charged attack as Ilshin lowered his head in grim resolve. Red light blazed from an eye as hidden power awakened. A tracksuit-clad fighter lunged with crackling blue energy while his opponent braced. Shouts echoed about revealing identities as energy exploded through the room. In the cafeteria, a raised spoon marked the beginning of chaos. A white-haired man was smashed in the forehead as a red-haired fighter escaped through a shattered wall, the crowd roaring in approval. Blood streamed as the protagonist staggered from the blow. Dust swirled as the young man raised his arm in victory, issuing a harsh warning not to be forgiven so easily. A menacing figure glared at the broken bowl of chicken soup, swearing revenge equal to its loss. Ilshin stormed forward with his sword, fed up with hearing about soup. Energy burst from clenched fists as both fighters prepared to go all out. Weapons crackled amid smoke and debris as the duel reignited. Eyes widened in shock as sudden movements shifted the fight's balance. Two young men charged, blades flashing. A glowing arm swung forward, but Ilshin reversed the battle in an instant, slamming his opponent down. He followed with a brutal counterstrike that sent the man crashing to the floor. Overwhelmed and furious, Ilshin clutched his head, still thinking about the ruined soup. A white-haired fighter pressed a glowing golden object into his chest, causing searing pain. Gasping for breath, Ilshin staggered within the smoke, gripping his sword tighter than ever. Taunts echoed as glowing weapons clashed again in the wrecked room, and Ilshin shouted in fury at the chaos that had gone far beyond what he ever intended. Sensing the danger closing in, he tightened his grip on the sword and prepared to unleash a risky technique. A surge of power erupted as one fighter unlocked the Tai double blade skill, summoning two glowing swords that hummed with destructive energy. A blinding gale exploded through the corridor, scattering bodies as a warrior charged forward in a whirlwind of steel. Fury burned in one man's eyes as he shouted at his opponent for recklessly endangering innocent bystanders. In response, a resolute swordsman gathered his strength and unleashed a special serpent sword class technique, energy spiraling along the blade for a decisive strike. The ground detonated beneath the impact, debris blasting in every direction. A roaring dragon spirit burst forth as a devastating technique was unleashed, and a torrent of blue energy ripped down the hallway like a storm. A new move was revealed, Plum Blossom Rampage, and startled students looked up in disbelief as glowing magical petals drifted through the building. A long-haired swordsman surged forward with twin glowing blades, striking a suited opponent who reacted far too late. A determined fighter activated a pendant and commanded everything to vanish as energy and petals swirled violently around him. A massive wave of pink and blue power crashed down, slamming the enemy into the ground in total defeat. As Ilshin pressed the attack, one stunned figure could only stare as glowing pink shards spiraled through the air. An overwhelming surge of force erupted, nullifying the opponent's skill and flooding the battlefield with crushing power. The swordsman's energy skyrocketed, surpassing even SSS-class limits. A menacing presence emerged, unleashing power that revealed the true realm of the sword god itself. Gripping his blade tightly, one fighter acknowledged a grave mistake from the past. When the smoke cleared, the student in the tracksuit stood victorious over his fallen enemy as shattered fragments drifted through the air. Ilshan stared ahead in disbelief as black specks swirled around him, realizing something impossible had just occurred. A furious warrior wielding a massive sword charged straight toward his opponent as onlookers tensed in fear. The protagonist stood over the defeated fighter, asserting dominance with a single crushing blow. A desperate voice begged for mercy, pleading that Shinyu's life be spared despite all his sins. The young man froze, startled by something he sensed. Lying injured on the ground, Shinyu admitted he had always believed the victor still considered him a friend. Ilshan stood calmly among the rubble, reassuring his ally that he would handle everything. Under unbearable pressure, the trembling fighter finally submitted. A hand tightened around an ornate sword hilt, signaling readiness for whatever came next. The kneeling man swore loyalty and desperation, while the one he pledged to follow responded with casual amusement. Ilshan activated his telekinesis, blue energy circling his glowing finger, before blasting the opponent backward as another body lay motionless nearby. Calmly, he explained that he intended to heal Shinyu, brushing off the panic around him. Shock washed over the crowd as healing power burst from his glowing ring finger. Energy swirled violently as the wounded man entered a mystical state. Slowly, his eye opened, signaling his return from the brink. The white-haired fighter dropped to his knees in disbelief as Ilshan's overwhelming presence filled the classroom. One man boasted proudly about serving the sword god, while another reluctantly followed suit. Clenching his fist in frustration, a student knelt. Then, to everyone's shock, the white-haired man bowed deeply and apologized for failing to recognize Ilshan's true strength. Unease crept over Ilshan as he sensed trouble approaching. The white-haired swordsman sat quietly, gathering focus, while a long-haired fighter grinned wickedly in the sunlit classroom, letting out a sinister laugh. Students exploded in cheers as Ilshan secured an unexpected victory over Shinyu. Suddenly, a hooded figure stepped forward, announcing that the target had been found. Outside, the boy realized he had been exposed as the culprit as the crowd erupted. The hooded stranger quickly prepared to contact the Three Heroes Society with the alarming news. Two figures loomed over a fallen opponent, seizing control of the situation as shock hung thick in the air. A desperate student begged to become a disciple. As fear and awe spread from the overwhelming display of power, a quest screen updated, revealing that 14 sacrifices had already been made toward the god promotion objective. Ilshan stiffened in unease upon realizing his peer was also an S-class. Two fighters confronted each other, one demanding to settle unfinished business while the other looked utterly confused. Ilshan suddenly demanded an apology for his ruined meal and spilled chicken. The white-haired man instantly dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely and begging him to wait. A sharp question followed about how much cash could be prepared immediately. Moments later, two briefcases overflowing with money were placed on the table, leaving Ilshan staring in stunned silence. Overwhelmed, the general manager bowed deeply, formally asking everyone present to take care of the young master. The compensation for the ruined chicken soup was more money than most had ever seen. Another student fell to his knees, begging for mentorship and swearing total devotion. A long-haired swordsman angrily accused a blue-haired youth of trying to buy his way into becoming a disciple while swinging his massive blade in rage. The coach barked orders for immediate special training, sending one student sprinting outside for laps. Elsewhere, someone muttered bitterly about the impossibility of being accepted as a disciple after trying to kill their potential mentor. Dejected, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ilshan smiled brightly, brushing off the incident as no big deal. A cheerful young man showered an older one with praise, making him squirm in embarrassment. With hopeful eyes, another student eagerly asked to become Ilshan's disciple. Ilshan grimaced, realizing there was no advantage in dealing with another S-class opponent. A red blade icon appeared, declaring the ruthless reality of business as someone clapped in satisfaction. Across a table stacked with money, two figures plotted how to profit without drawing attention. Suddenly, realization struck hard. One man eagerly requested discipleship and was instantly accepted. Another confidently accepted a challenge as both stared across the open case between them. An ancient manuscript was flipped through frantically, revealing a shocking discovery. A mysterious book was handed over, leaving the recipient stunned. Ilshan recalled purchasing the Wise Tai sword book in what he once thought was a scam, only to realize its true value now. A stern condition was laid down: master the Wise Tai sword, or discipleship would not be granted. Sweat dripped as the tense moment stretched. With fierce determination, the student insisted on learning, holding the open book high. Someone smirked confidently, knowing their opponent had been successfully deceived. Ilshan firmly warned others not to approach him until their task was complete, while a cheerful voice eagerly confirmed understanding. Announcing his departure to begin training, Ilshin left as a girl bowed urgently beside two open briefcases overflowing with documents. Behind him, someone smirked in satisfaction, convinced everything was unfolding perfectly. Ilshin laughed mischievously as he opened a chest overflowing with money. Nearby, a hooded agent hid beside the academy building and reported that the manhwa sword had been stolen by Yu Ilshin. Another voice coldly suggested assassination as the only way to recover it. Far away in a bamboo forest, a woman stood triumphantly atop a massive beast skull as debris rained down around her. A blue-haired girl unleashed a blazing surge of red energy through her sword, then drove the blade straight into a defeated mechanical monster as crimson power swirled violently around her. The blue-haired girl drove her glowing sword straight into the head of the defeated stone creature as violent energy swirled around them. The massive body collapsed into rubble, and without even catching her breath, she scoffed at how weak the S-class monster had been. China's strongest hunter casually dismissed the fallen enemy and lifted her blade defiantly within the bamboo forest. Nearby, a woman stepped forward, pointing her sword at a masked figure and calling out his hidden identity. The masked man coldly issued orders for the assassination of a Korean academy teacher and the retrieval of the stolen manhwa sword. With a wicked grin, the swordswoman twirled her blade and declared she would personally decapitate the SS-class opponent. Another voice whispered to the Azura soul-stealing sword, promising it would soon be drenched in blood. Back at the academy, a male student entered the empty cafeteria carrying 2 trays of food. Ilshin strutted confidently with 2 briefcases in hand, celebrating his sudden financial success. Yet beneath the excitement, suspicion brewed, and he resolved to investigate the Three-Hero Society more deeply. A grave warning echoed in his mind about the awakening of the God of Destruction's follower and clone, hinting that everything unfolding was connected. In a classroom, a student collapsed to his knees after running 100 laps, while another casually walked in, carrying 2 suitcases. Moments later, a cheerful man in a blue tracksuit invited the exhausted long-haired youth to celebrate with chicken and beer. That night, a young man quietly watched over a blushing woman as she slept peacefully in a softly lit room. Later, Ilshin sat surrounded by chicken bones and empty boxes, amazed at how monstrous his appetite had become since turning into a low-class god. Deciding food was the fastest way to restore divine power, he devoured even more, bragging smugly about his money and triumphantly declaring himself the new landlord of the building. Lounging on the floor, he boasted about how hard he had worked and how much he deserved to treat himself, only to groan when faced with the massive cleanup afterward. Suddenly, the pile of bones on his lap began to move. The chicken box slid across the floor on its own. Ilshin recoiled in terror. Black smoke burst around his arm, making him flinch violently as a system announcement rang out. A new skill had been unlocked, Shaw Connection, a terrifying ability that grew stronger with resentment. Staring at the glowing screen, Ilshin tried to grasp its meaning before impulsively deciding to test it immediately. He attempted skill sharing beside a pile of burnt food while another figure lay exhausted on the floor. Blue energy erupted from his body, cracking the ground open as a swirling pool of darkness formed. From it rose a massive shadowy creature with glowing eyes. Ilshin froze in sheer panic. More shadowy figures with burning eyes surrounded him, closing in slowly. One creature glared with blood-red pupils, preparing to strike. Armored, red-eyed bird monsters suddenly launched a frenzied assault, sending terror through the young man in the tracksuit. Heart-pounding, Ilshin remembered the system warning about this dangerous new ability. He desperately tried to reason with the vengeful spirits, but they screamed for revenge and victims. A horde of armored, red-eyed beings summoned power, begging their god for lives to take. Then a new message flashed across the screen. A prompt appeared asking whether to send the Shot Chicken Legion to the Hive region of the Empire. Ilshin brightened instantly, but suspicion followed just as quickly. He wondered if the Hive meant a beehive, and whether the Empire was plotting something again. An information panel answered his doubts. The Hive was a massive factory producing red insect soldiers, the Empire's primary army and the core of the Emperor's power. A confident smirk spread across Ilshin's face. He vowed revenge against everyone who had underestimated him and slammed his finger down on the confirmation panel. Yes, 2 armored figures advanced toward the smoking hive as a deafening rumble shook the battlefield. A monstrous red-eyed creature emerged, sending enemies fleeing in terror. Ilshin grinned as urgent notifications flooded his phone. A quest window displayed the progress toward intermediate-class evil god promotion. His sacrifices were increasing rapidly through automatic hunting. Ecstasy washed over him as he realized his power was growing effortlessly. Another system message appeared, unlocking the automatic administration menu. A new option followed, offering facility expansion and species evolution for 20 million god coins. Without hesitation, Ilshin accepted. Night fell over the city, stars glittering above a modern building. His phone buzzed violently, showing chaotic battle scenes. Ilshin lay on his bed staring at the ceiling as the screen glowed beside him. The sword phantom vanished, leaving only a faint outline on the floor beside untouched chicken boxes. Unable to sleep, Ilshin reflected on everything he had learned about the Three Heroes Society. It was revealed that Sword Phantom SSI identified the organization as an unorthodox faction, masquerading as a hunter guild. They secretly planted spies across the world, gathering intelligence and eliminating hunters who could threaten their control. Two people shared fried chicken as one explained the society's hidden network. Another pointed urgently, revealing that they were both being watched and asking if any spies remained in the academy. The explanation continued. Spies never knew each other's identities, making the organization nearly impossible to dismantle. Then came the shocking revelation. The manhwa sword technique did not belong to its supposed owners. It had been stolen, and now that the truth was exposed, consequences were inevitable. Ilshin's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had unknowingly bought stolen property. The thousand blade that cuts all proudly declared its ruthless philosophy, almost celebrating the chaos. Lying on his bed, frustration boiled over. Ilshin clenched his fists, knowing he could no longer ignore the enemies closing in around him. Rage burned through the man's veins the moment he learned someone had harmed his student. Before he could act, the doorbell rang sharply at the front of the house. Instinct told him the spy student was involved. A large man stood outside, drenched in sweat, bracing himself for whatever punishment awaited him. Elsewhere, inside Hu's room, a hooded figure confronted a crouching person during a secret meeting. A nervous young man flinched as a talisman was pressed forcefully near his ear, its energy pulsing violently. The hooded figure handed over a teleportation charm and coldly ordered its use to bring Ilshin, promising that the Three Hero Society would take care of everything afterward. A young woman trembled, panic flooding her face as she struggled to follow the command. Torn between obedience to the executives and loyalty to her teacher, she hesitated in agony, but the truth had already been seen. Using the blind god's eye, one character had discovered long ago that she was a spy, and now watched her growing anxiety with grim certainty. The nervous girl was exposed as a spy who had only complied to protect her sick mother. Relief washed over her when she was told her mother had been taken somewhere safe. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered heartfelt thanks. Fury exploded within the young man beside her. Through clenched teeth and burning eyes, he swore to kill everyone who had forced her into spying by holding her mother hostage. Another voice thanked them for covering the hospital bills, only to be brushed aside with reassurance that money was nothing to worry about. Bilshan motioned forward, urging everyone toward the enemies waiting ahead. With trembling hands, the charm was finally prepared for activation. After defeating the SS-class Gustav and the surrounding monsters alone, the character reflected in disbelief at the magnitude of the victory. A glowing talisman was presented amid swirling energy, and hope flickered at the thought of escaping the grip of the Three Heroes Society. A massive beam of blue energy suddenly shot into the night sky from the forest clearing. Moments later, two young men appeared in a fog-covered forest behind the academy, stunned by the eerie surroundings. A man dressed in monk-like robes stepped forward calmly, instantly taking control of the situation. Two mysterious figures with glowing auras advanced while Ilshin and another watched from above. A fearsome Shaolin martial artist was introduced, standing with chilling composure as a massive dragon spirit loomed behind him. Beside him stood a notorious successor who had already slaughtered countless elite hunters. Ilshin hesitated, his instincts screaming danger as he faced the terrifying group. The monk's voice thundered as he accused Ilshin of stealing the manhwa sword technique and impersonating the Three Heroes Society. A furious glare followed, paired with a threat of permanent silence. Without warning, a massive attack tore through the ground toward its target. A bald man descended from the sky like a meteor, launching a glowing punch straight at the blue-haired fighter. Another furious fist followed immediately. Observers gasped as a forbidden secret technique was unleashed right at the start of the battle. A devastating strike pierced straight through a man's chest. His arm shattered violently, bones bursting outward as his scream ripped through the forest. Someone froze in shock upon realizing the substance before them was the legendary indestructible gold. The dominant warrior stood over his opponent, who writhed in agony while clutching his ruined arm. Crackling energy filled the darkness as the victor snarled that he had been attacked first. Suddenly, a shirtless man was ambushed from behind by a blade crackling with purple lightning. A massive glowing purple weapon came crashing down, and a stunned fighter recognized the terrifying secret technique instantly. The shirtless man barely dodged as the lightning sword slammed down from above, carving through the rain-soaked forest. To his horror, he felt his own skill weakening. Another young man gathered power, preparing to unleash his own lightning technique. Mysterious energy burst around him as a massive bolt slammed into the mountain, detonating with terrifying force near the building. Nearby, two captives struggled against their bindings as a powerful figure loomed over them. A stunned observer whispered that their teacher's power surpassed even the highest hunter ranks. Ilshin demanded to know the Trifaction's base location, barely restraining his overwhelming strength. A battered enemy warned him not to lower his guard, revealing that the Trifaction's strongest hunters were already on their way to kill him. Suddenly, a woman dropped from above, startling two men as she apologized casually for being late. The captives were tied to a tree as one urgently identified the other as the thief of the manhwa sword method. A brutal insult silenced the accused instantly. Red energy exploded outward as a shadowy figure blasted two men away in agony. One wounded fighter gasped in disbelief, wondering why such a fate had fallen upon him. With icy eyes, a woman drove her glowing sword straight through her opponent, dismissing him as useless. Another warrior stared in shock as she moved faster than his eyes could follow. A shirtless man shielded his terrified companion, just as the red energy woman launched another aerial assault. She snarled that the next target was already chosen. A sudden blow sent a man reeling backward in pain as the fierce woman struck both opponents with her glowing weapon. Ilshin screamed for someone to run while shielding his unconscious ally from the relentless attacker. Mockery echoed as an enemy laughed at attempts to block barehanded. In a blur, one fighter vanished past the attack with overwhelming speed. Frantic and desperate, Ilshin searched the dark forest for the girl who had escaped yet again. Suddenly, blood splattered through the night. Heart racing, Ilshin checked himself and realized he wasn't the one injured. A female warrior cut down her foe with a brutal slash as another charged from behind. A man collapsed, bleeding heavily as pain overwhelmed him. The shirtless youth screamed into the darkness, his voice cracking in terror. He dropped beside the unconscious body, pressing desperately against the chest and realizing there was no breath. In panic, he unleashed a powerful healing technique, energy flooding the lifeless form. A woman watched with intrigue as the man's healing power surged, astonishing everyone present. Beside the glowing body, the young man pleaded desperately, praying for life to return as mysterious energy continued to pulse. A shadowed figure let out a chilling taunt, declaring that their target had been doomed from the very beginning. Kneeling in the blood-soaked forest, the young man stared in horror as he realized his healing power was nowhere near strong enough to revive the dead. His glowing finger hovered over the unmoving chest, trembling. The truth struck like a knife. Only the authority of a greater god could bring someone back from death. With a cold, satisfied smile, the woman announced that her opponent had been fated to die the moment she struck. Kneeling beside the fallen body, blood soaking into the earth beneath him, the man clenched his fists and swore that he would become a greater god, no matter what it took, and save his comrade. The swordswoman laughed cruelly, mocking the battered man and urging the others to abandon him, claiming weaklings like him deserved death. Dark energy swirled violently as the protagonist raised his voice, commanding silence, rage vibrating through every word. Nearby, a woman with pigtails grinned like a lunatic, twirling a knife as she revealed herself to be a psychopathic human protected by the King of Hell. A muscular fighter cracked his knuckles, convinced that force was the only language these enemies understood. Energy erupted around him as he unleashed a powerful new skill and activated his ultra-steel body, daring his opponent to withstand what was coming. Excitement flashed across a woman's face as the shirtless man radiated explosive power. Ilshan smirked confidently, telling them to start the fight already. In a blur, a fist blazing with blue energy slammed forward, catching its target completely off guard. From above, a lightning-charged figure crashed down, attacking the falling woman in the red dress. She blocked rapid sword strikes, exhilarated by the deadly exchange. A glowing punch sent the blue-haired woman flying through the air. Rage thundered through the forest as a man crackling with energy swore vengeance for his slain student. Blue lightning detonated outward, tearing the ground apart. At the center of the crater, the muscular fighter stood tall, surrounded by crackling power and flying debris. Blue energy surged around him as he glared up at his opponent, who mocked him, confident the attack had not been enough. Suddenly, she looked down in shock. Blood dripped from her clenched fist. Instead of fear, a wild grin spread across her face. For the first time, she had been injured, and she loved it. The young man, blazing with blue lightning, demanded the location of the Trifaction's base. A tense standoff followed as he rejected the woman's plea for freedom, threatening to finish things himself. She smirked, resting her sword lazily on her shoulder, revealing she had only been playing around. With a menacing grin, she drew her blade for real. Eyes burning with resolve, the protagonist declared that he was done holding back. His power exploded outward, blasting a massive crater into the forest. He stood on shattered ground, breathing hard, frustrated by the enemy's overwhelming strength. Without warning, a glowing-haired woman dropped from above, ambushing the shocked, shirtless fighter. Another woman unleashed a devastating magical attack while a man was trapped within a glowing formation. Overwhelming force pinned him down as energy crushed his body. Behind a radiant barrier, a woman continued pouring power into the assault. Trapped inside a glowing magic circle, the protagonist stared upward in disbelief. The woman activated the 8 diagrams trap formation, confidently declaring that not even an SS-class fighter could escape. She demanded the manhwa sword method. The protagonist froze at the strange combination of titles she mentioned and demanded clarification. Before answers came, divine power erupted as a devastating attack shattered the ground. Flames engulfed the forest in a massive explosion. Kneeling in the burning wreckage, the woman stared in shock as her trap formation was destroyed. The young man revealed his hidden power and surged forward. Across from him, a female warrior dropped to one knee, gasping for breath as a glowing X-shaped fissure carved itself into the earth between them. The shirtless fighter cornered her, mocking her attempts to flee as energy swirled around his arm. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the chest of the woman in the red patterned shirt. She leaned in with a mischievous smile, teasing him to keep going. A devastating strike slammed into the ground, shaking the night as a mid-air barrage of glowing blades tore through the battlefield. Ilshan glanced around, quickly analyzing whether the destruction to the school had been kept minimal. A sudden attack from behind sent someone stumbling forward. A lone figure shot straight into the heart of a blinding explosion of light. Eyes widened in awe as energy detonated across the city block, shock waves ripping outward. A student shielded his face from the unexpected sunlight as smoke cleared. The shirtless man walked toward a woman collapsed in a smoking crater. Someone flicked another on the forehead, sending them reeling dramatically. Standing amid swirling dark energy, the muscular young man declared himself the new boss of the Heroes Society. Exhaustion dragged at the protagonist as he tried to speak, only to freeze in confusion as an ecstatic girl blushed fiercely and boldly confessed her love. Ilshan blinked in disbelief at the way she addressed him. A system notification appeared, announcing that he had gained a fanatic follower after displaying godlike power. Another admirer sat stunned on the ground, overwhelmed by what they had witnessed. A profile window revealed the follower's loyalty was exceptionally high. Annoyed by a provoking comment, Ilshan dismissed it, but unease crept in when he realized his opponent possessed the strength of 5 S-classes, equal to Gustav. With firm resolve, he demanded to be taken to their boss. Nearby, an exhausted girl admitted her desperate wish, while a battered woman collapsed in the crater, confessing she could no longer fight. A glowing hand radiated divine energy, healing light flooding her body. Onlookers stared in disbelief as power surged through the air. Catching her breath, the girl declared her admiration and pledged loyalty to the man who had overwhelmed everyone with strength. Ilshan stepped back calmly and ordered someone else to take over. Under a bright sky, the headquarters of the 3 Heroes Society, the 3 Purities Temple, stood guarded by robed figures. A hooded man read a letter, revealing that Xiaoming had switched sides and that Yu Ilshan was now targeting them. Another masked figure scoffed upon learning Ilshan possessed divine power, dismissing him as nothing more than a low-class god. Seated upon a throne, a leader coldly ordered the deaths of 2 targets, asserting the absolute dominance of the 3 Purities. A woman in a red dress strode confidently into the chamber, stealing every gaze. Another figure stepped forward with a smirk, confronting someone directly. A confident woman with a pipe announced she had brought someone who had been looking for them. As a shadow filled the doorway, 2 masked figures recoiled in shock. The young man burst forward, unleashing power as he boldly challenged the leaders of the 3 Heroes Society. A glowing holographic screen flickered into view as the detection system failed, blocked by his technique. He marched ahead without fear, while behind him a startled girl gasped. A masked, armored warrior sensed the overwhelming presence and grinned with excitement at the challenge. 3 armored figures lounged upon ornate thrones, discussing how to divide their enemy's remains. A transformed fighter gripped the wooden platform, ready to strike. One heavily armored man stepped forward, declaring he would test the newcomer himself as the others watched. A massive energy blast suddenly crashed down onto the platform, shaking the entire chamber. Startled and drenched in sweat, Ilshan flinched as glowing magical butterflies suddenly fluttered around him. In a violent blur, a muscular warrior drove a surge of crimson energy straight through another man's chest, the deadly strike exploding amid the swirling butterflies. A helmeted figure glared with a suffocating, ominous presence, and moments later a terrifying burst of red power ripped outward, sending shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. A massive body crashed down, shattering the ground as debris blasted into the air. A girl spun around in panic as someone was hurled away, and Ilshan locked his intense gaze onto the enemies ahead, ready to confront them. In the damaged hall, a woman stood her ground against her adversaries. Unfazed by their hostility, a smirking fighter taunted them while raising a glowing, ominous sword. Nearby, a muscular man approached the enormous crater carved into the earth, where a battered young warrior knelt inside, gasping for breath after the brutal clash. The masked enemy clenched his fist, threatening to finish off the weakened fighter. Watching from afar, he realized with unease that these opponents were far stronger than expected. Elsewhere, a wounded man reeled after being struck by the White Stepp's divine fist in the arena. A blinding flash filled the scene, forcing Ilshin to shield his eyes. Suddenly, a massive kitchen knife dropped toward him, making him recoil in alarm. A calm voice announced that the repair of the 1,000 blade that cuts all was complete and that the delivery fee had been waived. Sweating and confused, Ilshin stared at the oversized kitchen knife in his hands, questioning how something so ordinary could be powerful. He was warned not to underestimate it despite its appearance. Too busy to question the bizarre repair service further, he decided to move on. Sensing danger, a muscular young man urgently warned his powerful spectral ally to stay alert. The truth struck Ilshin like lightning. Their enemies were gods. On the rubble-strewn battlefield, a warrior stood atop broken stone, his sword crackling with blue energy as another looked on in awe. Nearby, a masked man clutching prayer beads sensed a terrifying surge of evil and whispered that the heavenly demon had appeared. A furious voice accused the others of betrayal and cowardice for fleeing when the god of destruction arrived. Another calmly explained that retreating had been part of a calculated strategy, not fear. Ilshin exploded in rage, condemning them for running to Earth and slaughtering the humans they once ruled. A towering armored figure stepped forward outside the shattered building, warning that the god of destruction would soon arrive. Steel flashed as a swordsman struck his stunned opponent, mocking him for trying to escape. A masked figure revealed that teaching martial arts to humans for centuries had all been part of a scheme to increase their divine power. Another boasted proudly about receiving millions of human sacrifices inside a blazing palace. Ilshin roared in fury, denouncing their plan to use humanity as offerings. Consumed by rage, he swore he would never forgive those responsible for Hyogio's death. A masked enemy screamed back in outrage. A devastating energy slash tore across the ground, shattering stone in its wake. A terrified creature flinched as a knife was raised threateningly. Sudden panic surged through Ilshin's mind. Blue energy erupted as an older warrior unleashed his technique, freezing his opponent in shock. Remembering the advice that force was sometimes the only answer, Ilshin clenched his fist with resolve. One fighter confidently recited that fists were the truest weapons, while another listened nervously. Ilshin stepped forward, preparing to test his own strength. Crackling blue energy exploded from the floor as a powerful skill activated. Superhuman power surged through another warrior's body. A violent energy blast rocked the arena, leaving one fighter stunned. Ilshin locked eyes with a new opponent, instantly bracing for what came next. A masked man activated his ultimate defensive technique as energy flared around him. An armored foot slammed into the stone floor, shattering it as an orange butterfly drifted past. With a furious roar, a masked fighter charged forward and unleashed a glowing fist straight into his muscular opponent. Red energy crackled wildly as Ilshin invoked the third form of the heavenly demon divine sword, channeling its terrifying power. A colossal glowing fist crashed downward in a devastating martial arts strike. The masked enemy staggered back in shock, recognizing the heavenly demon technique instantly. A massive explosion ripped through the palace courtyard, shock waves blasting outward. In the grand hall, two masked figures stared in disbelief as a hulking, cracked red creature collapsed before them. A hooded warrior taunted his opponent, questioning whether the previous fighter had truly been defeated. He raised a glowing spear, boasting that it would drink the blood of a god once again. Another masked swordsman drew a radiant blade, energy spiraling violently around it. Amid the shattered ruins of the temple, the battle-worn young man steadied himself, confident that only two gods remained. Confused voices echoed as Bilshan anxiously wondered why the kill confirmation message had not appeared. A masked warrior stood over a wounded foe, demanding he stop pretending to be unconscious. Shock rippled through the group as unexpected news struck. A battered man lay among the rubble, humiliated after being defeated so easily by someone younger. One masked fighter bowed deeply as an observer acknowledged that Ilshin had mastered the heavenly demon martial arts. A confident voice urged everyone to attack together and claim the final blow. Three sinister figures surged forward, dark energy radiating from their bodies. Ilshin steadied his breathing, gripping the heavenly demon sword as he prepared to face all three at once. Nearby, a terrified youth holding a cleaver froze as a massive ghostly figure commanded him to run. An old man shouted desperately to escape as three sacrifice-empowered enemies advanced. Ilshin refused to flee. He tightened his grip and swore he still had techniques left to use. A furious attacker stormed across the courtyard, unleashing a relentless assault. A white-haired warrior leapt forward, erupting with a massive red dragon aura. Ilshin braced behind his sword just in time. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a colossal glowing red slash that tore across the battlefield. The armored enemy lunged viciously, exploiting an opening. A massive red-tinged energy blast slammed into Ilshin, sending him flying. Blood stained his body, yet he rose with a fierce grin, unbroken and defiant despite the brutal blow. A devastating blow sent one fighter crashing violently into the ground while the other two gathered their swirling power for another clash. A masked swordsman launched himself through the air, unleashing a brutal technique aimed at his fallen enemy. At the same time, a white-haired warrior surged forward, drawing a glowing red blade and roaring that the enemy's head was his. The battlefield exploded as three figures were hurled high into the sky by a massive attack. One attacker clutched a glowing weapon, baring his teeth as he braced to strike back. Red lightning surged from an outstretched hand, blasting forward with terrifying force. A masked fighter staggered as a sudden mysterious blow smashed into him from nowhere. Traditional buildings were ripped apart as a violent explosion swallowed the area in roaring flames. In the courtyard, a muscular man dropped to one knee, gripping a cleaver as debris and energy spiraled around him. Grinding his teeth, he realized his strength still wasn't enough. Through the flames stepped a bandaged figure, finally understanding why the opponent had fallen so easily. For the first time, all three masks lay shattered on the ground. It was a defeat unseen since they had killed an intermediate god in their former world. Ilshin froze in shock as he overheard a strange conversation. The truth was revealed. They were once powerful gods from a destroyed world, now restored as lower-grade gods. With their masks broken, the appraisal window finally activated, exposing their true status. A ghostly old man grabbed the sweating young man urgently, warning him of the terrifying danger former greater gods posed. Training memories flashed through his mind, his stern mentor striking his back with a wooden sword in the courtyard. Reality snapped back as a rock-armored attacker lunged forward, while another enemy prepared to join the fight. A towering armored figure raised a massive weapon as three fighters braced to defend themselves. A frenzy-eyed warrior charged in, roaring that the kill was his. Another massive explosion tore through the compound, collapsing structures as smoke and debris shot skyward. Ilshin was hurled into a wall, carving a crater into the stone before collapsing amid swirling dust. Two enemies stepped through the rubble, coldly confirming their victim was dead and preparing to mutilate the body. Ilshin lay unconscious, broken among the debris. A system message rang out. The conditions to activate the Night Blooming Rose Authority had been fulfilled. Purple energy flared violently from Ilshin's eyes as supernatural power erupted from the shattered ground. Three enemies stared in horror as the surge exploded outward. With a deafening roar, a massive spiked monster burst onto the battlefield. The ground erupted beneath two fighters, freezing them in terror. A man's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed another violent surge of power. A monstrous fiery creature charged in, sending one fighter flying and leaving both bloodied. A gigantic armored arm ambushed another warrior from behind, dragging him into the chaos. A masked swordsman dropped between two injured fighters, blade ready for slaughter. Stunned, one man realized his enemy could summon monsters far beyond anything he had imagined. On a towering cliff, a lone figure faced a colossal multi-headed beast radiating divine energy. They realized the monster would disappear if its summoner was defeated, while a captive struggled helplessly within its grasp. Unconscious and defenseless, Ilshin was threatened by massive claws crackling with sinister purple energy. Three warriors coordinated rapidly, ordering one another to distract the beast while targeting Ilshin. Armored fighters rushed forward as monstrous roars shook the devastated land. Suddenly, Ilshin found himself seated on an ornate throne, enduring crushing pressure. He jolted awake in confusion, unsure where he was. Shock widened his eyes as reality returned. Bloodied and breathing hard, he struggled back to his feet. A wounded man cried desperately for help, while a voice shouted from above, and a small figure clung to his shoulder. A monstrous creature appeared, forcing them to brace for battle. A sinister announcement echoed. A sacrifice called One Who Rolls in Filthy Sewage had been offered. It was declared to be worth 11 S-classes. Ilshin reeled in disbelief. Even a low-level god had been sacrificed for him. A quest progress screen updated, revealing the current count of normal and S-class sacrifices for the evil god promotion. Acknowledging the completed trial, Ilshin prepared to heal the wounded before him. A tiny fairy girl clung frantically to his neck, screaming for help as he panicked. Sweating nervously, Ilshin froze when she suddenly called him Papa. A battered man reached out weakly as the fairy queen appeared, radiating overwhelming power. A message flashed, revealing that someone had been saved from death and hinting that giving her a name could trigger a miracle. Ilshin assessed the injuries quickly. A divine ability appeared. God's healing ring finger. Green light erupted as he rushed forward carrying the injured body. Onlookers stared in awe as miraculous energy flooded the scene. A serious young man entrusted Ilho to the Fairy Queen as swirling magic surrounded them. Someone cried out in protest as the glowing light intensified. Another message urged that a name be given to trigger the miracle. Wiping sweat from his brow, Ilshin steadied himself, knowing he couldn't afford to waste the chance. Softly, he asked if he could give her a name. The young woman beamed brightly in approval. Without hesitation, Ilshin chose the name Anna, taken from his old novel. The fairy-like girl floated joyfully, thanking him with shining eyes. A reward notification appeared, announcing the successful naming of the Fairy Queen and the establishment of her faith, counting her as a follower equal to 10 classes. A powerful surge of miraculous energy overwhelmed Ilshin. Then realization struck. The 3 purities were the ones responsible for countless deaths and sacrifices. They had to return immediately. Purple energy crackled across Ilshin's face as his power awakened once more. Exhausted and disoriented, he found himself inside the spiked maw of a massive creature surrounded by raging energy. He screamed in fury. A warrior charged with a glowing sword toward a calm figure protected by golden light. A cloaked fighter unleashed a devastating strike against a massive green monster as Ilshin stood ready. A swordsman desperately fended off a monstrous plant as a red glow ignited in his eye. Another creature emerged suddenly, forcing everyone to brace again. A hand activated the glowing magical rose, releasing a powerful surge. The sorrowful rose warned gently that it was not yet time to awaken fully. Standing tall, Ilshin announced that he had grown stronger and thanked his allies for protecting him. The rose icon blushed shyly above the system window. Before the temple, a man mocked him, claiming the evil god's incarnation had vanished and victory was impossible. Ilshin paused, then smirked confidently. An attacker lunged from behind with a staff, aiming for his head. Ilshin charged across the shattered ground with a fierce battle cry, blocking the blow with his blade. An armored warrior stormed forward aggressively. Ilshin deflected the strike with his cleaver, taunting his foe. He stood confidently amid the wreckage as another enemy with a spear landed nearby. 2 men whispered that Ilshin's sudden growth in power must be from consuming more sacrifices. With a thunderous roar, Ilshin unleashed a devastating burst of red lightning that split the arena apart. Another stomp shattered the ground as crimson energy crackled violently. Red power flared as 2 young warriors stood side by side, activating their supernatural abilities. A system prompt appeared. The ability Multiplying Thumb of God had been activated for 6,666 seconds. Ilshin stood outside the ornate palace, a relaxed smile spreading across his face as he prepared to greet someone after a long absence. Irritation quickly replaced the warmth as the young man beside him mocked his companion for needing help yet again. Ilshin clenched his teeth in frustration, forcing himself to stay calm. One youth boldly proposed a challenge, but the other scoffed, refusing to be ordered around. With a smug laugh, he declared himself the original, daring anyone to command him. An insult followed, igniting a tense standoff. The shirtless fighter stood trembling as cruel remarks about his stupidity, weakness, and appearance were hurled at him. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself in the darkness while enduring searing pain. At last, his fury overflowed. Power erupted violently from his body. His opponent merely laughed, mocking his slight improvement and dismissing him as nothing more than a low-class god. Caught off guard by sudden attention, the young man froze, cheeks burning in embarrassment. Cautiously, one reached out a hand, while the other tightened his grip on a cleaver, uncertain of the gesture. Their hands clasped tightly in the arena, one bracing himself while the other whispered threats. The shirtless youth suddenly roared, demanding a fight as he raised the cleaver. A deadly knife strike was intercepted mid-air, frozen above shattered stone. Scanning the rubble, one fighter quickly singled out the weakest enemy. 2 warriors faced off, one armored and raging, the other grinning mockingly as tension thickened before the clash. Energy surged as both activated their special abilities. Elsewhere, 2 men studied their opponents, confident that their numbers guaranteed victory. Under storm-dark skies, a scarred white-haired man taunted his monstrous opponent, ready to clash. 4 fighters squared off in the ruined arena as one unleashed a violent burst of energy. Their leader sneered, condemning the enemy as cowardly deserters while his allies prepared for battle. Rage twisted one man's face, eyes glowing as his teeth ground together. A red-eyed warrior glared downward with open contempt. Crouching on cracked stone, a white-haired fighter threatened to take his opponent's head, gripping his massive weapon tightly. A sword slammed into the ground, detonating with explosive force. From above, an armored attacker descended with a glowing spear, launching a ferocious strike. Another armored warrior charged headlong with brutal force. Ilshan calmly ordered his clone to handle one opponent. A fighter rushed forward as energy surged, but the enemy braced to counter. With a furious roar, a young man lashed out, red power flaring around his swinging arm. A sudden arrival startled everyone, making one fighter jerk backward in alarm. Two combatants collided midair, spear meeting blade in a violent clash. A white-haired warrior smashed his staff into the earth, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Another swung his sword downward, releasing a towering pillar of fire. He stared coldly at the battlefield, silently calculating his next move. A scarred, long-haired enemy laughed cruelly, boasting about his strength and mocking the sword meant to stop him. A determined attacker soared through the air, blade raised for a decisive strike. The young man steadied his breath, knowing the next choice could change everything. At the center of a massive crater, a muscular warrior stood tall, surveying the devastation. Nearby, someone praised his clone's impressive performance with pride. Two fighters smashed together midair, elemental forces colliding in a roaring explosion. Blood sprayed as one man was struck unexpectedly, his eyes wide in disbelief. A mysterious flaming sword pierced another, and horror dawned when he realized the wound would not heal. A hand presented the legendary Heavenly Demon Sword, emphasizing its terrifying power. With fierce confidence, its wielder unleashed a devastating fiery technique. Engulfed in flames, the wounded man understood he was dying from the Heavenly Demon Sword's curse. A quest notification appeared, announcing major progress from the valuable offering. A reckless fighter with a monstrous arm charged ahead, forcing a robed man to chase after him in anger. A body was hurled through a building, stone and wood exploding outward. Among the ruins, a woman calmly surveyed the battlefield as another stood triumphantly over a defeated foe. A woman in a red dress laughed ecstatically, surrounded by fallen enemies. Someone declared firmly that it was time to act. A pink-haired woman boldly confronted armed attackers at the entrance, eager to prove herself. Two men studied their opponents with confident smirks. Outside a traditional building, an enraged fighter shouted at his armed enemy. Realization struck hard. They had completely underestimated their opponent's terrifying strength. Despite knowing the cost, both sides agreed to use a dangerous strategy. A stern man stepped forward as a monstrous crimson arm burst from his back. Dark energy surged violently as a warrior attacked, fueled by an overwhelming supernatural force. Purple power erupted in a furious wave as a man vowed revenge. A colossal wall of dark energy swept across the battlefield. Two young warriors stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the open sky, preparing for the clash. Someone sensed a power so overwhelming they doubted even a god could endure it. On shattered ground, two men braced themselves as a towering wall of darkness loomed before them. Flower petals drifted as a hand hovered just above the earth. Ilshan shouted for his enemy to retreat, energy crackling from his outstretched palm. A massive blast of dark power surged toward him, and another man froze in shock as the ornate hall filled with crackling energy. A martial artist unleashed a brilliant surge of pink energy with a breathtaking sword technique, leaving onlookers stunned. An enemy attacked from behind using stolen dark power, forcing his opponent into a desperate struggle. Shock rippled through the battlefield as an unexpected turn unfolded. Two fighters lunged together, lightning flashing as they launched a combined assault. Three warriors unleashed their ultimate techniques at once, flooding the arena with explosive force. Dark smoke burst from a man's body as he staggered in agony. An armored fighter roared, energy erupting around him as he issued a challenge. Another warrior charged with a crackling fist, slamming into heavily armored defenses. A terrified voice screamed for help. Ilshan clenched his fist, declaring that forgiveness was impossible as he prepared to strike. A new and devastating sword technique was unleashed. Bloodied but unbroken, Ilshan stood firm against the towering, energy-charged enemy. At the center of the battlefield, a massive surge of blue-black energy erupted skyward. A monstrous face twisted in agony, unleashing a deafening scream across the heavens. A quest alert flashed. The sacrifices had fulfilled the requirements for intermediate evil god promotion. Another system message confirmed the quest's completion. Dark tendrils swirled as Ilshan released a powerful surge of energy, embracing his growing strength and preparing for what lay ahead. A warning message from Bountiful Abundance appeared, cautioning him about relying too heavily on the evil god's power. Another message from the Thousand Blade that cuts all urged him to continue along this chosen path. Ilshan looked up sharply, sensing something behind him. A figure lunged from the shadows with a raised dagger. In a single blinding sword strike, Ilshan cut down the two strongest members of the Three Heroes Society. As the woman watched in stunned silence, the determined leader coldly ordered the remaining enemies to be wiped out and demanded that powerful allies be recruited by any means necessary. In the Grand Hall, A stern man gripping a cleaver delivered a tense ultimatum to a smiling woman seated before him. Her eyes hardened as she accepted the order with chilling resolve. Nearby, a shirtless man demanded answers about a suspicious conversation, but the other quickly brushed it off as meaningless. Clenching his weapon tightly, a determined young man urged someone to survive, grow stronger, and never fall again. Stepping forward onto the cracked ground, another man declared that he would have acted no matter what anyone suggested. A system notification rang out, announcing that the clone summon had ended. Crackling energy filled the shattered ground as the protagonist faced a menacing apparition. In the ornate hall, a desperate girl fell to her knees, begging for mercy, as a shirtless man advanced with a blade. He halted only long enough to tell her they had to leave immediately. Soon after, a visitor arrived unexpectedly at the Chinese General Hospital. A recovering patient tearfully thanked a man in a suit for paying her hospital bills, and he gently told her to focus on getting better. After advancing to intermediate evil god status, Ilshin suddenly realized he could now understand and speak Chinese. A woman in striped pajamas sat up in her hospital bed, nervously asking why someone was there. Ilshin noticed something important and shifted his attention. The girl squatted comfortably by the counter, while two men reacted with a mix of explanation, confirmation, and confusion. Ilshin coldly revealed that he had forced her to apologize, dismissing any sincerity behind it. Back in the hospital room, a woman in a gown began an important conversation with the man beside her. She spoke with both pride and worry, saying the child was doing well in school but had not contacted her lately. A fist tightened with determination. Later, Ilshin stood alone in a blood-stained room, accepting the consequences of his choices. Regret weighed heavily on him for never apologizing to Hyo's mother. Dark energy swirled violently as voices blamed him for failing to protect Hyojil. He rejected the idea of being a benevolent god. Instead, he accepted the darkness within himself. He accepted his role as an evil god. Yet as resignation settled in, a supportive entity urgently proposed a quest for a resurrection elixir, insisting he maintain the path of a good god. Ilshin froze in shock at the revelation. Despite knowing it would change her fate, she vowed to help keep him on the righteous path. A new quest appeared. Save lives and gather 10 million good karma to earn the resurrection elixir. Ilshin realized he could truly bring the dead back, but the sheer amount of karma required left him overwhelmed. Looking around the hospital, it struck him that saving people here could help him accumulate good karma quickly. He raised his hand and channeled green energy into his palm. A brilliant green light poured from the hospital windows as patients inside were suddenly healed in miraculous bursts of power. Elsewhere, chaos erupted in Ganon City, as explosions tore through the streets beneath towering skyscrapers. Two monstrous creatures rampaged through the city as evacuation orders blared. One beast charged after terrified civilians until a lightning-charged punch smashed into its skull, dropping it instantly. Counting quickly, Ilshin realized only two monsters remained. He launched forward and drove his electrified fist into the towering creature, unleashing a devastating blow. The crowd erupted in shock and awe as a powerful hunter stood confidently beside a woman after the massive beast fell. A digital panel appeared, displaying Ilshin's current karma compared to the total required. Studying the number, he realized he still had a long way to go. Nearby, a kneeling figure urgently called out with a sword in hand, prompting a swift response. A girl with red ribbons bowed politely, announcing she was leaving to deal with remnants of the Trifactions at another lord's request. Ilshin processed the sudden order and told her to proceed. Before leaving, she offered a veiled warning, her sly smile and glowing red eyes hinting at hidden danger. Several days passed. The scene shifted to an apartment building in Korea. Ilshin relaxed on a bench, finally enjoying a break after non-stop hospital visits. Two girls celebrated their spacious new top floor while a boy watched, and Ilshin grinned proudly at his new status as landlord. A cheerful girl handed him a tracksuit, explaining it was a gift she and her sister bought for their teacher. Another woman excitedly urged him to try on all 10 new outfits they had purchased. Just as he relaxed, an emergency call from the association startled him. A girl in a school uniform bowed and asked him to look after her older sister before leaving. In the kitchen, a woman enthusiastically told him to keep wearing the new outfit, while he stood awkwardly in embarrassment. Ilshin hesitated, preparing to ask something. Playful curiosity flashed across a woman's face. Suddenly, Ilshin confronted her in the hallway, demanding to know why she was still pretending not to have regained her memories. Mina froze in panic as her hidden past was exposed. Another woman pressed him for answers, asking how long he had known and whether he intended to stay close to someone else. Calmly, she explained her reasoning, revealing a crucial truth. A furious threat followed, warning that anyone who exposed the secret would be killed. Without hesitation, a confident woman seized control of the conversation, shocking the young man with her sudden authority. She assigned him the task of guarding someone, leaving him stunned. Then she revealed alarming news. Creation hunters across the world were mysteriously disappearing, and the public had not been informed. Because of the growing crisis, the association had officially requested Ilshin to act as a bodyguard. A stern man finally explained that while creation hunters could access a special equipment shop, it came at the cost of weakened combat power. And with dangers rising everywhere, Ilshin knew his battles were far from over. One voice explained that because creation hunters possessed extremely low combat power, any valuable target was almost certainly already under the protection of an S-class hunter. At a chaotic crime scene, a woman reported grimly that several elite bodyguards had been slaughtered and 2 creation hunters had vanished without a trace. Back in the kitchen, the young man's expression darkened as suspicion settled in. Something about the situation felt wrong. A woman then stunned him by revealing that multiple people had recommended him as a candidate for the S-class bodyguard position. Without hesitation, he accepted the dangerous mission. The chance to earn massive karma points and the strange connection to earlier incidents made it impossible to ignore. Later, alone with his thoughts, the young man reflected on the instructions to become an intermediate god and attend the Festival of Gods, realizing his life was moving towards something far greater than before. A winged, heart-shaped guide appeared, cheerfully encouraging daily good karma accumulation. Suddenly, the young man slammed his hand on the counter and insisted they find Hunter Kongu immediately, urging the usually calm girl into action. The scene shifted to a sleek glass penthouse glowing beneath a bright sky. Inside, a group dressed in formal suits surrounded a nervous young man sitting alone on the sofa. As tension thickened in the sunlit room, an unseen observer analyzed a calm, older man, noting his age, human status, and the mysterious supernatural protection surrounding him. The young man studied the elder closely, startled by his age and confused by strange question marks hovering in his vision. A new protector was introduced, an imposing figure wielding a massive sword, assigned to take over guarding duties. The older man relaxed casually on the couch, accepting the protection without concern. Nearby, the young man bowed nervously, promising he would do everything in his power to keep him safe. Another observer watched someone casually sipping whiskey in broad daylight, deeply troubled by the worldwide disappearances of creation hunters. One man excused himself to use the bathroom while another stood stiffly behind him, unaware that a third figure was gripping a weapon just out of sight. An angry voice rose in protest about disrespect, but someone quickly silenced him to prevent chaos. In the bathroom, a man leaned over the sink, staring at his reflection, troubled by a growing sense of dread. He felt certain that an unknown variable had emerged, something that had never existed in the past. Suddenly, dark energy began seeping into the air. The young man spun around just as smoke and embers exploded outward. A monstrous growl echoed through the penthouse. A massive shadow swallowed Ilshin as overwhelming dark power surged forward. A towering armored beast appeared, locking eyes with the creation hunter. Ilshin clashed head-on with the monster, only to sense an even more terrifying demonic presence looming behind it. A glowing magical shield formed just in time, but the attacker, blazing with red energy, smashed straight through the stone barrier like glass. In the bathroom, a suited man froze in horror as a giant crocodile emerged from the smoke. A creature with a glowing red eye recoiled in shock, recognizing someone's true identity. 2 men immediately launched a brutal ambush, smashing their target with a heavy ornate wooden weapon. After the strike, one young man hurried to check if the other was hurt, while gripping a shield marked with a Medusa emblem. A hunter noticed something chilling. The fallen monster was equipped with gear that could only be purchased from the hunter shop. Fury exploded as one man charged the creature responsible for his mother's death. Behind him, Ilshin casually mocked the towering monster, completely unfazed. The armored beast roared and charged, swearing to kill and devour him. Ilshin picked his nose lazily and dismissed the threat with a sarcastic comment. The grieving young man launched a blood-splattered assault in pure vengeance. Another voice casually remarked that dealing with the enemy should be easy. Nearby, a dark-clad fighter gripped a sheathed sword, ready to draw. Steel collided as a massive armored monster clashed with a fierce warrior, sending shock waves across the floor while 2 onlookers gasped. A determined man stepped forward, declaring how much stronger he had become as he challenged the sword god directly. From behind, someone observed quietly, realizing just how far he had grown. The armored beast snarled in rage, swinging a massive weapon toward a defiant red-haired woman. A heavy boot slammed down, shattering tiles across the floor. A dark armored warrior slashed violently at a long-haired opponent, releasing a burst of power. The towering beast laughed cruelly, mocking its fleeing enemy as nothing but human. Red energy ripped across the ground in relentless waves as one fighter attacked non-stop while the other barely dodged. 2 young men crouched behind a massive shield, arguing whether their teammate could really handle the monster alone. One of them noticed with shock how much stronger he had become. The beast's attacks kept missing as glowing red strikes battered it from every angle, driving it into furious frustration. Suddenly, an eye flared crimson. Hidden power erupted. A glowing blade slashed clean through the armored monster in a decisive blow. The creature stared through broken claws in disbelief before collapsing. The warrior scowled in annoyance that the helmet had prevented a perfect strike. Nearby, a bored young man leaned back and yawned, urging everyone to hurry up. Another stared in disbelief, struggling to understand how casually someone had just been told to defeat an SS-class monster. A massive sword pulsing with ominous energy was raised high. Cornered and desperate, the armored beast braced itself for its final stand. A gigantic mechanical dragon lunged forward in a violent assault. Two observers leaned in, confused by someone's strange, calm reaction. Suddenly, a monstrous creature unleashed a devastating energy blast from its mouth. A dragon-like figure roared, threatening to annihilate everyone while raising a glowing orb. A man froze in shock as he recognized it as a magic bomb. The hallway exploded into chaos as panicked civilians and armored fighters fled the collapsing hotel. A monster roared that it was already too late. A crushing blow slammed into the armored enemy, spraying fluid and sparks from its helmet. A furious scream echoed as vengeance was sworn for a slain mother. The battlefield fell silent around a scorched crater glowing with residual power. Dark energy surged once more, obliterating a warrior's head in a brutal instant. Bilshin strode calmly past the dismembered armored corpse, weapons in hand. A stunned observer realized an SS-class enemy had just been defeated in a single strike. A long-haired fighter admired the sword god's terrifying skill. A man in a suit congratulated the exhausted warrior for ending the monster so easily. The young man shrugged it off, insisting he had only beaten a lizard. Another armored enemy was blasted backward as debris rained through the air. A chained crystal egg was revealed, with the grim news that only 1 out of 100 remained unhatched, while the rest were still being hunted down. Tension spiked as one character demanded another's identity, while the other silently held a mysterious ornate object. Eyes narrowed in preparation for what was coming next. A suited man advanced with a glowing, spiked artifact as his opponent raised a shield. A door was slammed open as two figures confronted each other head-on. Troubled by everything he had learned, Ilshin questioned who he truly was becoming. A stunned voice demanded an explanation. Ilshin revealed the shocking truth. Kongwu SSI was a regressor from the future. The calm older man was exposed as a 52-year-old human blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmiths who had returned through time. As the blind god's eye activated, a powerful force surged through the room. A glowing ancient book materialized in the air, signaling that the truth of the past and future was finally unfolding. A digital system flickered to life and began scanning through Hunter Kongwu's history. Far away, a violent storm tore across the dense Amazon jungle. Lightning cracked at the mouth of a rocky cave, briefly illuminating the towering trees. A squad of dragon-headed warriors was suddenly ambushed by a relentless barrage of red energy beams. An armored woman with glowing eyes watched coldly, remarking that invoking revenge always made Gustav's children easy to manipulate. A commanding figure barked orders for the slaves to open the hunter shop. 3 captives writhed in agony as glowing red and blue beams pinned them against a cracked stone wall. With shaking hands, someone activated the hunter shop. A virtual screen bloomed open, displaying a terrifying selection of powerful, outrageously expensive items. One woman studied them carefully before lifting a claw-shaped weapon, clearly pleased with its craftsmanship. The interface showcased rare treasures, including a high-grade potion and an S-class sword. Suddenly, a crackling, glowing spear hurled downward toward a defiant opponent as a mythical weapon was unleashed. A figure clad in serpent-themed armor presented another weapon with a sly grin. Above the shattered battlefield, a colossal dragon bristling with red crystal spikes loomed, radiating overwhelming power. Deep in the dim cave, an armored figure announced the death of his brother. A monstrous creature erupted in fury, roaring vows of revenge for the deaths of both its mother and brother. The shadow behind it pulsed ominously as the armored beast swore vengeance. A monstrous hand tightened around a sheathed sword, preparing for war. Another towering armored figure demanded more weapons from a spider-like subordinate as preparations for battle intensified. An alliance was proposed, promising unlimited weapons and hinting at a deeper scheme. A massive beast growled skeptically, questioning the plan. A sinister voice calmly revealed that it knew Ilshin's weakness. Elsewhere, one man demanded another's identity, only for the visitor to calmly confess he was a regressor from the future. The revelation sent shock through the young man, making him recoil in panic. At that moment, a powerful ability activated. The eye of the blind god opened. The perspective shifted to Creation Hunter Kongwu's past. In a glowing forge, A blacksmith hammered molten metal as sunlight streamed through the windows. A muscular man in an apron lifted his hammer again and again, shaping destiny with every strike. In his first life, he received the grace of the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. A radiant being entrusted him with the power and mission to stop the destruction of the world, even while admitting the task might be impossible. Flames ignited within his eye as his abilities awakened. He gained access to the hunter shop and the power of regression, allowing him to rewind fate itself. Alliances formed with S-class hunters to face terrifying threats like Johann and Gustav. Three heroes once stood triumphantly over a defeated monster, believing Earth had finally been saved. Then the Trifactions descended, slaughtering everything in their path. In his second and third regressions, Kong Wu overcame every challenge. Yet in the smoking ruins, he stood among shattered crimson armor and broken weapons, gripping a massive case while devastation surrounded him. The abyssal dragon rose, annihilating cities and bringing about the end of Earth. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the beginning of his fourth regression. Bathed in warm light, he stood frozen as realization struck. The status screen confirmed it. Changing fate had been used. No turns remained. Later, he sat alone on a sunlit couch, bottle in hand, quietly accepting defeat. He admitted nothing more could be done. Another man gravely predicted the world's destruction as anxiety filled the ruined room. The truth sank in. Kong Wu had repeated time again and again to save the world, only to finally give up. Back in the present, he shocked someone by revealing he possessed an appraisal skill during a tense bathroom standoff. Another realization struck. Ilshin was someone who had never existed in any previous regression. A group listened in awe as Kong Wu recounted how a legendary figure had defeated a dark god, crushed powerful enemies, and destroyed the Trifactions. Divine power radiated from that figure as someone knelt before him in tears. Hope sparked in Kong Wu's eyes. He believed Ilshin could succeed where he had failed. Suddenly, an accusation rang out, calling Ilshin a god. Ilshin froze in shock as a glowing digital screen appeared before him. A divine quest materialized, offering a godly mission with a promised reward. Without hesitation, Ilshin accepted. Then a question followed, unexpected and heavy. Did he have any wishes? Gripping a shield tightly, Ilshin pleaded desperately for help to stop the world's destruction. Realization dawned. By fulfilling Kong Wu's request, he could also achieve his own goals. A young man in a suit stepped forward, agreeing to the challenge despite his uncertainty. Emotion flooded the room as tears filled his eyes. A notification chimed. A temporary believer had been gained, worth the faith of 10 S-class believers. Ilshin stared at the status screen in disbelief. An explanation followed. Stopping the destruction of the world would convert temporary belief into true faith. Though weaker for now, the quest progress showed 43 S-class believers out of 100 required for promotion. Ilshin steadied himself, ready to face what came next. At a futuristic console, the next threat was revealed. Gustav's children and Alpha's forces were coming. Warning signs flashed as restricted zones were sealed off. Ilshin recoiled when something unexpected occurred. A great evil god threatened the destruction of the world. The realization struck that the true enemy might be the Imperial Emperor himself. Orders were issued. Find the crocodile spawns while another task was handled separately. One man begged nervously for help, while the other urged him to relax. Ilshin smirked confidently, pride burning in his eyes. He decided to focus on recruiting even more S-class believers. Two swordsmen exchanged proud words about their growth. Then, in a shocking gesture, one man handed over his own treasured sword. The blade slammed into the ground with overwhelming force. The recipient trembled, awestruck by its value. Overcome with emotion, he knelt dramatically and pledged loyalty, leaving the onlooker deeply uneasy. Later, Ilshin waited quietly for someone's arrival. A woman looked confused, asking who they were talking about. Footsteps echoed across the sunlit floor. Someone had arrived. Two men loomed over a terrified figure clutching a rectangular object, asserting their dominance. Then a calm, confident presence stepped forward with a composed smile. The dramatic entrance shifted the balance of power in an instant. The young man burst through the entrance, loudly announcing his arrival. Across the cracked floor, one fighter taunted his stunned opponent, who knelt defensively with a weapon clutched in trembling hands. A commanding figure stepped forward and assigned two shocked individuals as official bodyguards. One cheerful companion immediately extended a hand in partnership, while the other stared in silent disbelief. Two hands reached toward each other in a tense, desperate moment, only for one man to violently reject the offer, gripping the other's wrist to assert control. Voices rose as a heated argument broke out. One pleaded for reconsideration, another coldly refused, and a third erupted in anger at being mistreated. Two furious rivals shouted challenges back and forth while a calm swordsman watched in silence. Nearby, Two women locked into a fierce stare-down, neither willing to yield as a lone man observed from the shadows. A stern leader confronted them all, demanding to know if they truly intended to disobey him. A defiant youth boldly challenged his enemies to fight him 2 against 1. Suddenly, two figures jolted in shock and looked upward. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Both fighters bowed deeply in apology, as the stern figure forbade any further conflict among comrades. He warned that if they fought again, every item he had granted them would be revoked. Two voices shouted in panic at once. Elsewhere, on the 41st level of the Tower of Warriors, a determined challenger faced a massive beast inside a stone chamber. A horned warrior charged forward, unleashing a glowing, devastating strike. Ilshin followed, driving a blazing attack straight into the monster's open jaws. Bilshin descended from above like a meteor, slamming the creature into the ground. A crushing punch landed, sending violent shockwaves rippling through its massive body. A zealous follower whispered a vow to offer yet another sacrifice to Lord Yulshin. With the beast defeated, the muscular challenger completed the 41st trial and received a strange reward: the dumbbell sword. Gasps echoed in disbelief at the weapon's name. In the dark chamber, the warrior summoned an enormous glowing golden blade, its weight radiating immense power. A bandaged hand tightened around a sword as energy flared in preparation. A digital announcement flashed. The 42nd level trial would begin soon. Sweat poured down as the muscular man struggled against unbearable heat, trying to comprehend the unfamiliar environment. In a vast desert, a lone figure stood firm as a colossal fiery orb crashed down from the sky. The new trial objective appeared: save the weakened goddess of water on the 42nd level. The scene shifted back to a modern apartment building. Lying on his bed, Ilshin prepared himself for another brutal round of dream training with the stalkers. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Bilshin suddenly leapt up from training in fury, annoyed by the interruption. A phone vibrated sharply. A hand snatched it up. The young man stared in shock at the urgent alert. Another critical message begged for immediate help. Confused and tired, he reacted while noticing an unfamiliar child nearby. The truth was revealed. The water dancer was a female apostle of the fallen goddess of water, sitting on the ground in tears. Ilshin stared at her and the strange child beside her, struggling to understand what was happening. Anxiously, he demanded an explanation. Suddenly, a startled figure with antenna-like features pointed dramatically upward. High above, a blazing, sun-like giant burned in the sky. A desperate warrior realized his attacks were meaningless against the monstrous celestial body. A girl dropped to her knees, praying for the sun's destruction to save their dying world. Ilshin recoiled in disbelief when told to get rid of the sun itself. Antrai's sun, a genderless celestial existence that had burned for 4 billion years. The colossal fiery presence descended, radiating power beyond comprehension. Ilshin tried to appraise it. The attempt failed instantly. Sitting heavily on the bed, he realized the glowing entity was far beyond his current power. Then came the warning. A powerful evil god was preparing revenge and threatened to destroy the world. Someone muttered that the being reminded them of the sun itself. Suddenly, a massive fiery sphere erupted in the sky as flaming birds spiraled around it. Danger surged. A frantic warning rang out as someone rushed to shield another. A colossal phoenix burst through the heavens, radiating overwhelming flames. The young man froze in horror, recognizing its terrifying power. Ilshin braced himself as the imposing fire dragon descended. It was the brother of the creature he had slain before. The phoenix screeched, declaring that the first sacrifice would be offered immediately. Ilshin shouted in protest, horrified at the thought of sacrificing someone unprepared. Flames exploded as the giant bird attacked, forcing one fighter to struggle desperately, while another considered breaking the rules to intervene. Red energy surged through a hand. A devastating finger strike slammed into the ground. A dire system warning appeared. Breaking the principle of causality would bring an equal penalty. Ignoring everything, Ilshin unleashed a massive attack to save his ally. A muscular warrior stood firm as the blazing bird swooped down from the sky. A fiery lightning strike crashed toward him, making his eyes widen in shock. Divine power surged violently as another figure guarded him with a massive sword. Red feathers rained through the air. A titanic explosion tore across the landscape, scattering ash and debris everywhere. A powerful bond formed, linking a flame shining in the highest sky through the principle of causality. Ilshin activated his power ahead of schedule, choosing to face the consequences. A system message rang out. Forced transportation to the flame shining in the highest sky would now begin. Energy erupted violently across the desk, flooding the room with blinding light. A glowing figure appeared within the temple of fire, approaching a terrifying presence wrapped in endless flames. From the inferno emerged a towering armored being with a bird-shaped head. Ilshin stared upward and asked if it was the flame shining in the highest sky. The furious entity roared, announcing its vengeance for its slain brother, apostles, and divine beasts. Ilshin steadied himself, realizing the distortion had been born from his own actions. The massive fiery bird suddenly declared its generosity, stunning everyone. The towering being demanded a sacrifice and half of Ilshin's divine power, promising forgiveness and greater strength in return, while declaring his ambition to ascend as a greater god. Ilshin reeled in shock. Again the demand echoed. Sacrifice. Half of his divine power. Forgiveness and ascension in exchange. Under a crimson sky, Ilshin stood alone, suspicion burning in his eyes as he questioned the true intent behind the offer. He remembered the truth. Greater gods grew stronger through followers, not by devouring others. Trembling with fury, he refused to submit. No matter the consequences, he would not bow. Tension ripples through the air after a sharp, offensive remark is made, and a furious young man explodes with rage, refusing to sacrifice his ally as he threatens his opponent without hesitation. A fiery armored figure recoils in both shock and fury as flames erupt violently across its body, before crashing straight through a building and sending stone and debris flying in every direction. Enraged beyond control, the armored being vows to kill for such blatant disrespect. Ilshin braces himself as blazing magical runes slam into the chaotic battlefield around him. The sheer force of the unleashed shout presses down on his body, nearly overwhelming him. Gritting his teeth, he draws upon his inner strength, standing firm as a massive explosion tears through the area, scattering light and shattered stone across the ruins. From the flames, a monstrous claw lunges forward, burning with judgment as the vengeful entity strikes. A massive bird-like monster jerks back in shock when a sudden burst of light catches it off guard. Nearby, a muscular man activates his ultimate defense skill, electricity surging wildly around him in the smoke-filled chamber. Even with his ultra-steel body, Ilshin suffers heavy damage under the enemy's relentless assault. The fiery armored figure issues a final ultimatum, demanding loyalty through sacrifice. Ilshin refuses without hesitation, choosing his followers over submission and preparing himself for battle. A menacing presence proposes a twisted solution, while another armored figure coldly announces plans to slaughter all opposing believers. Suddenly, a furious young man bursts up from the shattered ground, demanding an explanation for the provocation. Ilshin turns to a glowing digital panel, sweat rolling down his face as a flashing warning declares the believers are in grave danger. On the 42nd level of the Tower of Warriors, two figures step into a harsh, sun-blasted wasteland, desperately searching for the goddess of water. A sudden shock makes one jolt in alarm, just as a fiery explosion hurls both of them into the canyon wall. Amid swirling debris, one shields the other from the incoming threat. A monstrous serpent woman rises before them, towering and menacing, as one demands to know who she is. She coldly declares allegiance to the ruler of the abyssal swamp and reveals her thirst for revenge. Ilshin realizes with horror that she is the older sister of a previous enemy. Snarling with fury, the creature swears a blood oath to kill. Elsewhere, a sweating man angrily confronts his attacker, accusing them of trying to weaken Lord Yu Ilshin by targeting him. Without hesitation, Ilshin charges forward, blue light blazing along his sword as he rushes into the monstrous enemies. A grand fortress rises beneath a clear sky, its stone walls patrolled by vigilant guards, marking the heart of the Gami kingdom. Nearby, a cheerful girl smiles as a massive crocodile enthusiastically confirms the food is delicious. A reptilian figure silently admires the queen's kindness and the respect shown to her attendant. Suddenly, a lizard-like creature outside a stone building recoils in shock as a colossal sandstorm forms and surges toward the city. A monstrous beast panics as shattered bones spill from its jaws, while a worried girl rushes to comfort a trembling armored creature on a balcony. Without warning, a massive clawed monster emerges, throwing the area into chaos as everyone screams to flee. From the wreckage, a red crystal-studded dragon charges forward, carrying a cloaked rider through shattered weapons and burning ruins. A figure in purple insect-like armor clings tightly to the beast as waves of energy crash around them. A sinister voice announces the plan to wipe out all of Yu Ilshin's followers. While the main battle rages elsewhere, terrified figures urgently warn Auntie and the others to escape as monsters close in. A towering demon looms over a panicked creature and a small frozen girl, its presence radiating pure terror. The monster recoils in horror, eyes wide and jaws trembling, as another monstrous figure launches an attack, while a sinister instigator declares the traitor's doom. A red-haired young man stares ahead, drenched in sweat, sensing disaster approaching. Reports flash across screens, announcing the deaths of 23,210 believers from the Gami kingdom, along with 4 dispatched angel soldiers. Another urgent alert follows, revealing that 6 spirit chickens have fallen and that the top-ranked guardian is in grave danger. On the 42nd level, a critical digital warning blares as divine power rapidly drains away. The armored figure threatens to escalate everything, offering a single chance for peace if Ilshin agrees to serve. In the ornate hall, a young man glares with barely restrained fury. Nearby, a father erupts in rage upon learning his children have been harmed. Resolute, the young warrior releases his full power. Two men summon a surge of divine lightning, activating a devastating technique that tears through the air. Surrounded by flames and irritation, the armored enemy demands an explanation for the disturbance. One young man calmly assures his companion he will handle the chaos, while the other nods and prepares to act. Ilshin orders his ally to protect the Gami kingdom, as he steps forward to confront the enemy himself. A confident smirk crosses his face as he realizes his opponent has finally recognized his worth. The two split apart across the fractured battlefield, one charging with roaring energy while the other impatiently urges him forward. A figure dashes across the cracked ground to deal with the crisis, while Ilshin braces in the ruined hall as flames surge near the massive doors. With unwavering resolve, he steps into confrontation. A furious armored figure with a bird-like head erupts in blazing fire, shouting accusations at the newcomers before unleashing a devastating inferno meant to annihilate everything in its path. Ilshin stands firm. Above him, a massive explosion detonates, tearing the ground apart as the battle reaches its breaking point. A determined man channels his power and slams a massive energy blast straight into the ground, the impact ripping through the battlefield with explosive force. His eyes sharpen as a powerful sword technique activates, and a towering shield of glowing energy erupts around the young warrior as he unleashes his ultimate defensive skill. Ilshin strains under the crushing pressure, urging the main body to hurry before everything collapses. The battlefield is left in ruins, bodies and shattered debris scattered after the devastating assault. A desperate figure kneels beside a battered armored creature, screaming for help, while a wounded ally urgently warns Auntie to escape. The towering armored beast raises its arm confidently, mocking its stubborn opponent. Behind it, armored warriors surge forward atop a massive monster, rallying everyone to repel the invading forces. A spiked armored hand clenches as dark crimson energy coils around it, signaling the awakening of a sinister power. A monstrous dragon unleashes a catastrophic blast toward the group, forcing them to brace for impact. Standing proudly atop the massive red dragon, an armored woman sneers down at her enemies, hurling contemptuous threats as debris swirls through the air. A terrified cry rings out as the ground cracks beneath a struggling figure. The dragon and the purple armored rider single out one of Ilshin's allies as their next target. A monstrous armored creature charges forward, but a determined protector steps in front of the small girl, refusing to let her be taken. A furious creature roars threats at anyone who dares approach. Nearby, an enraged armored warrior vows to kill his own brother. As they clash violently, a menacing beast calls out for its sibling, its glowing eye burning with murderous intent. A giant reptilian monster is suddenly impaled through the chest, blood exploding outward as its massive body trembles. It collapses heavily to the ground, crimson pooling beside a fallen golden ring. High above, a domineering woman atop a dragon berates her sibling, accusing them of failing to avenge their parents and living in disgrace. Elsewhere, a sinister figure moves to harm Ilshin's treasured bug, revealing cruel intentions. A protector leans anxiously over an injured ally, admitting in despair that their group cannot stop the monsters. A desperate voice cries out for Ilshin's help. Bare-chested and soaked in sweat, Ilshin struggles before a shattered window, unable to activate his power. A muscular man shouts frantically into his phone as a critical system alert appears, warning that alter ego summoning has drained too much energy to descend to Entria. Panic grips Ilshin as he realizes he cannot recall his alter ego from the battle with the sun god. If he fails now, Entria will be destroyed. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls for help, snapping his attention back. A wounded figure fights to stay conscious, begging someone to save Auntie. A game-like notification flashes, announcing that Crocky can now evolve. Another prompt asks whether to evolve the temporary divine beast into a dragon. Sweat beads down Ilshin's face as he realizes the truth. Right now, the divine beast dragon is his only hope. Someone clutches their chest and cries out his name. With fierce resolve, Ilshin entrusts Entrea's fate to Crocky and presses the glowing yes button, sealing his decision. At that instant, a monstrous beast lunges forward, its massive jaws about to snap shut around Auntie. A victorious figure declares the end of her battle and turns to face the Emperor. A powerful strike slams into the dragon's chest, making it roar in agony. A giant serpent gathers dark energy around its glowing eye, preparing to strike, but a winged figure suddenly slices through its hand, leaving the monster screaming in shock and pain. A weakened girl awakens in the palm of a massive golden hand, realizing she has been rescued. A colossal dragon reveals itself, urgently calling out to Auntie. Tears stream down her face as she looks up in disbelief. A system notification blares. Crocky has evolved into a divine beast dragon. Its power is now equal to 20 S-rankers. Stunned, Ilshin stares at his phone as headlines report the sudden appearance of 20 S-rankers across the battlefield. A monstrous armored beast with a mysterious rider arrives, looming over the devastated city. A sweating figure realizes in shock that Ilshin is behind all of this, even though he was believed to still be fighting the sun god. Before the burning ruins, a horned, white-haired warrior confronts 3 monstrous enemies, expressing cold disappointment over a fallen ally. A scaly-faced creature bares its fangs and issues a brutal ultimatum. Another monstrous figure screams threats at someone below the city wall. A fierce armored warrior refuses to retreat despite warnings of the enemy's growing strength. The ground shatters beneath a crushing strike, debris exploding into the air. A red glowing monster launches itself at a winged opponent, vowing to tear off its enemy's head. A furious armored figure confronts the attacker, accusing them of slaughtering followers and harming Auntie. The ultimatum is clear: pay for it with your life. A devastating blast of energy erupts from the monster's mouth, engulfing everything in its path. The massive dragon bellows in rage as it is struck. A shocked onlooker struggles to comprehend how the battle has spiraled so far out of control. Hidden power surges as an intense eye glows brighter than ever. A colossal explosion tears through the fortress, fire and debris raining in all directions. A demonic figure stands over the smoking ruins, a massive crater marking the sheer destruction of his attack. A triumphant warrior announces the monsters have been defeated. Cheers erupt across the battlefield, and a battered young woman collapses in relief, finally realizing they have won. Through the struggle, a fierce fighter understands that her newfound strength came from Ilshin. A monstrous figure roars as chaos slowly settles, and a notification confirms that divine power is being restored thanks to Crocky's evolution and the offerings made. Ilshan turns in shock to see the massive dragon towering behind him. Realizing just how powerful Crocky has become, Auntie urgently begs for the rescue of the remaining wounded followers. With calm confidence, Ilshin activates his healing power. Light washes over the injured as children suddenly regain their sight, pain vanishing from their bodies. They rise joyfully into the air, wings carrying them upward as laughter fills the sky. Warriors erupt in celebration, praising Ilshin's grace as cherubs soar above the battlefield. A horned reptilian warrior watches in awe, deeply moved by Ilshin's overwhelming power and deciding to place absolute trust in him. Nervously, a dragon-like creature listens as the small girl speaks to it, while a grateful ally steps forward to thank Ilshin for protecting the Ant Kingdom. Startled and blushing, the reptilian-faced warrior stumbles back in disbelief. Laughter bursts out as a playful chase begins, one figure sprinting away while the crocodile-headed companion pursues with exaggerated affection. A system notification flashes, announcing the deactivation of Crocky's evolution mode. Auntie rushes to the fallen divine beast's side, her face draining of color at the sight of his grievous wounds. With the Ant Kingdom finally secured, Ilshin exhales in relief before turning his focus toward helping Ilho. A young man recoils in shock as something unexpected unfolds before his eyes. A battered warrior charges forward with his sword, desperate to save Ilho. Deep within a smoking crater, another young man struggles to rise after surviving a devastating impact. Bloodied and shaking, he forces himself upright and demands answers from his opponent. A towering armored figure declares a grand ambition, vowing to surpass every god and make even the most feared beings tremble in terror. A beast-like entity with a glowing crimson eye offers a second chance, while an unseen presence demands allegiance and power. Realizing it is nothing more than a scheme to steal his strength, the man refuses without hesitation. Amid shattered ruins, a furious warrior taunts a massive flaming bird, issuing a bold ultimatum that demands the death of the god of destruction as the price of loyalty. Suddenly, the armored beast roars as its head is swallowed by roaring flames. From the inferno, a mysterious winged figure emerges, wreathed in fire, introduced as the god of destruction who surpasses even the mightiest deities. Inside an ornate chamber, a young man smirks and mocks his rival. The armored figure erupts in rage, shouting back in fury, only to be cut off by a flame-wrapped presence delivering a dire warning. A hero finds himself trapped within a blazing barrier, struggling helplessly as a monstrous hand reaches toward him while his enemy mocks his weakness. The menacing armored beast delivers a brutal ultimatum to Yu Ilshin's avatar. Abandon a follower, or watch them die. Become kin, or sacrifice his life. On the 42nd floor of the Tower of Warriors, a lone warrior steels himself before a monstrous serpent-like boss. A furious figure snarls, vowing to kill his brother's enemy. Nearby, A gravely wounded man collapses to his knees, finally admitting defeat. His blood-filled eye trembles as he struggles to speak a desperate plea. A wounded man looks up as someone urgently commands him to open his mouth, a glowing orb of energy hovering above. Hearing Ilshin's voice, a muscular warrior charges forward at once. Another muscular fighter with insect-like antennae gulps down a small vial, desperate for its effects as electricity crackles around him. Tension thickens as a figure swallows hard, throat tightening with fear. A towering presence suddenly appears on the sand, startling the kneeling young man. Choosing not to intervene directly, the figure instead decides to provide the highest-grade potion. A hand snatches up a ringing phone as a status screen appears, declaring that death has been overcome and a new level achieved. Another alert follows, announcing the acquisition of the skill Giant Eyes. Lightning surges violently as immense electrical power gathers. A stunned, demonic-looking woman is slammed brutally into the ground. Amid the chaos, a towering muscular man with insect antennae effortlessly lifts a massive barbell above two terrified snake-headed creatures. Elsewhere, a young man studies a glowing ring, reflecting on the boundless generosity he has received. Ilshin's eyes blaze with fury as he confronts a shocking betrayal. A monstrous fighter charges forward, taunting its enemy with the promise of a terrifying transformation. Energy erupts violently from its mouth as it prepares to unleash true power. A creature recoils in horror as green liquid bursts from its jaws. In the desert, a muscular warrior stands calmly, resting a colossal barbell-like weapon on his shoulder. With a cold glare, a woman declares punishment for anyone who dared raise a blade against Ilshin. Ilshin's bandaged foot slams into the ground, shattering stone and sending water spraying into the air. A muscular figure with antennae summons a massive pillar of energy from the earth with a single sword strike. Overcome with emotion, a woman cries out in desperate hope. A furious figure looms over a glowing orb, cursing the powerless captive trapped within. A confident man mocks his opponent, boldly challenging them to join his side. A masked figure crushes an enemy's hand with searing flames, sneering at their weakness. With no mercy left, the furious warrior releases an overwhelming surge of power. The group arrives in Antrinia, standing before a towering redstone structure. Suddenly, Anti freezes as golden light pours down from the sky. Crimson beams streak across the blood-red heavens as civilians scream and flee in panic. On the 42nd floor, a muscular warrior with antennae spots Ilshin beneath the ominous sky and reacts in shock. High above the city, a colossal red orb releases catastrophic power. Mysterious runes ignite across the heavens as a furious armored figure charges forward, vowing to annihilate the three worlds that fuel his enemy's strength. One warrior shields another as crushing red energy descends. Three figures stare in horror as the sun swells larger and the sky darkens into crimson. An announcement echoes. The sun god's rampage has begun. Two Stardog warriors look up as a mysterious voice booms from the sky. A figure recoils in shock, eyes wide, and mouth open as a scream escapes. A radiant presence emerges, embodying the water goddess. A blue-haired woman reveals her true form as the goddess of water, while a trembling girl clings to her and a stunned man confronts her with his sword. The goddess calmly thanks them for defeating the follower of the Abyss Swamp. With unwavering resolve, she tells them the battle is not yet over. Kneeling on scorched ground, a warrior stares up at the massive blazing sun, fear gripping their chest. Another admits they cannot stop it alone. Magical energy spirals around an outstretched hand as a determined woman summons power. She hands a mystical bow to a muscular warrior, instructing him to shoot the sun god while a young girl watches anxiously. He hesitates, asking how he can fire without arrows. The woman reassures him, and another boasts of possessing an arrow capable of striking even the sun god himself. From a balcony, two figures watch in horror as the sky erupts with crimson energy. Suddenly, a shocked warrior rushes forward, having discovered the appearance of an SSS-class gate, instantly realizing that someone powerful must be behind it. A glowing rupture suddenly tears open across the rooftop, catching everyone completely off guard. A confident young man steps forward without hesitation, demanding to know whether Sword Phantom and Shinyu have truly been protecting each other properly. His two astonished companions erupt in praise, barely able to contain their excitement over the shirtless man's unexpected teleportation ability, before quickly realizing that far more urgent matters now demand attention. A digital notification panel flashes into existence, stunning everyone. The system announces that the fanatic follower Sword Phantom has advanced to S-Class. It follows with another revelation. The remnants of the Three Hero Society, except for Ouyang Fong, have all become followers through Lin Xiaoling's evangelism. One man congratulates another on his promotion to S-Class, crediting both him and the heavenly demon sword god for the achievement. Another reaches for the Chinese blade, explaining that it is needed to cut through fire itself. As a spectral face watches silently, Ilshin stands before a towering spectral warrior, determined to prove that his strength has surpassed his last limit. High above the city, a blazing cosmic force looms like a burning judgment. A massive flaming sword crashes down from the sky, detonating in a violent explosion of fire and energy. Ilshin charges forward without waiting any longer, finally deciding to unleash the power he had been holding back. With fierce resolve, the command is given. Activate the Thousand Blades treasure trove. A system alert confirms that one usage token has been deducted. Another message follows, announcing imminent transport into the Thousand Blades treasure trove, while outside time is frozen for 1 minute. Amid swirling storms of swords and raw energy, Ilshin braces himself. Facing the challenge of cutting through living fire, he realizes only a special blade within the trove can overcome it. Surrounded by countless legendary weapons floating in endless space, he steadies his breathing and begins searching. Someone scoffs at the bold claim of surpassing the 1,000 blades and becoming the greatest among gods. Above them, an imposing figure radiates fury as a dark horned skull swells with red energy beneath his feet. A fierce warrior suddenly announces that the perfect sword has been chosen and urges his ally to crush their arrogant rival. Smirking after shattering his opponent's pride, the young man casually asks to borrow a blade. From the heavens, a glowing sword descends. It is revealed to be the evil-piercing moonlight sword, once wielded by a knight of the goddess of justice. A hand seizes the gem-top staff as blue energy crackles wildly around it. Another grips the glowing moonlit blade as freezing power surges through his body. A white-haired figure boasts confidently that the 1,000 blade that cuts all can slice through any fire in existence. Ilshin accepts the advice without hesitation. The treasure trove fades away, and time resumes its normal flow. The colossal fiery being roars, threatening to erase both Ilshin and the entire world. Calmly, Ilshin raises the ornate glowing sword. The legendary flaming weapon known as 1,000 Blade ignites with overwhelming fire. Ilshin hurls a raging energy blast, shattering debris in every direction. A monstrous figure is swallowed by flames, screaming in agony as blazing swords crash together in midair, filling the grand hall with firestorms and collapsing stone. When the inferno finally clears, one man exhales in relief, while another silently regrets ever trusting a con man. Outside, a massive explosion rips through the city as civilians flee in blind panic. Ilshin swings his glowing sword at the blazing sun above, but the attack fails to leave even a scratch. A mystical blade releases another surge of energy, and suddenly a chilling danger pulses through the sword itself. A mysterious voice echoes in Ilshin's mind, questioning his sense of justice, as blue cursed energy throbs along the blade. Sweat beads across his brow as doubt creeps in. A system message appears. Accepting bountiful abundance will stop the evil sun. Stunned, Ilshin can barely believe it. Another power activates instantly, revealing the entire history of the evil-piercing moonlight sword. The blind god's eye ability surges as memories flood into his mind at impossible speed. He sees a woman standing firm with her sword while an armored knight kneels before her in solemn silence. He sees her gazing out a window at the star-filled sky, questioning whether justice can stand against destruction itself. She refuses to retreat in fear, asking only that her will be carried on if she should fall. The knight kneels and swears eternal loyalty. A massive stone fist shatters the earth. A prophecy echoes of a future master of the 1,000 Blade. The goddess of justice rises in ancient times, only to be overwhelmed by the god of destruction. Again and again, the knight bows in the silent hall, gripping his sword and swearing to fulfill her will. The memories end. Overwhelmed, Ilshin collapses to his knees beneath the open sky, tears streaming down his face. Rising slowly, he admits he is deeply moved as the fractured battlefield glows around him. The mysterious presence demands his answer. What is justice? As the sword radiates ethereal light, Ilshin stands shirtless on the rooftop at sunset, gripping the blade with unwavering resolve. He vows to uphold justice even if it means facing the god of destruction himself. Visions flash of warriors kneeling, swords glowing, power awakening, and justice burning brighter than fear. Golden light ignites in Ilshin's eyes. He unleashes a massive energy-charged sword strike. Fiery power erupts from a warrior's chest as the atmosphere trembles. The defiant fighters roar that justice will never fall. Two blades blaze with blue energy as a synchronized attack tears forward. A monstrous flaming face surges with rage as twin swords cross before it. A colossal weapon crackling with fire and lightning crashes down, releasing a devastating elemental explosion. Energy and flames collide in a blinding shockwave as the battlefield shatters. With a thunderous roar, a defiant warrior charges straight toward the evil god, wielding a massive weapon of ice, ready to stake everything on justice itself. A man trembles as he fights to contain his overwhelming emotions, tears streaming down his face while his teeth grind together in agony. A furious young warrior raises a glowing weapon and confronts his enemy, demanding answers with burning eyes. Defeated and fading into light, the ethereal woman presses a final arrow into his hands, urging him to strike down the origin of all destruction. Resolute, the warrior vows to protect the world one last time. Another figure lifts a glowing spear toward the heavens, pleading desperately for aid, while the man raises his blue-lit blade and swears to protect every world, no matter the cost. A colossal wall of water crashes down from above, slamming into the battlefield with earth-shattering force. At the same time, a panicked enemy is swallowed by roaring flames as fiery energy surges uncontrollably. A massive explosion rips through the area, leveling everything in its path. From the chaos, a figure wreathed in fire stands beside a blazing phoenix, declaring his ambition to ascend to the highest rank among the gods. Refusing to surrender, he unleashes a desperate surge of power, vowing to survive no matter what. A monstrous creature with a glowing core blazing in its chest screams in fury, refusing to die. Above it, a colossal fiery entity gathers divine energy, threatening to obliterate the entire world in a single catastrophic outburst. Realizing the enemy's intent, Ilshin freezes in horror, sensing an imminent self-destruction. A desperate warning follows. Even weakened, the fallen god could still destroy the earth by sacrificing himself. Inside the sunlit temple, a battered man collapses to his knees, gasping for breath as dust swirls around him. Exhausted and drained, he admits he can go no further and entrusts the next move to his companion. Another figure solemnly entrusts the fate of Earth to the main body. Elsewhere, towering buildings melt and collapse beneath ominous red clouds. Two warriors stare in disbelief as the sword god's combined attack fails to break through the enemy's defense. A distressed man wonders if he will die before the abyssal dragon arrives. One companion urges surrender, warning that annihilation is inevitable, but the young warrior snaps back defiantly, refusing to accept defeat. With renewed resolve, he steels himself and prepares to face the impossible. A muscular fighter raises a massive cleaver with confidence as another watches in shock, realizing there may still be hope. Gripping his glowing sword tightly, the young man prepares for the decisive clash. Despite the crushing odds, tension rises as someone voices a fearful suspicion. Gathering every ounce of divine power, the warrior prepares a final all-or-nothing attack. Confident that their weakened enemy can finally be defeated, a grave warning is issued. With trembling hands but unwavering resolve, the fighter braces himself for a life-threatening risk. Flames flicker around a determined man as he vows to sacrifice himself. Blue fire erupts as another figure prepares for a final stand. A solemn presence promises assistance. Ilshin recoils in shock as the truth about the goddess of justice is revealed. A radiant woman stands beneath golden light in a majestic hall, channeling divine power. She kneels in prayer, pledging her faith after her defeat by the god of destruction. The moonlight sword that cuts through evil becomes a temporary ally. A system message announces the completion of the quest to recruit 100 S-class believers. Light explodes outward as a radiant figure ascends, promoted to an intermediate good god. Suddenly, energy crackles violently as Ilshin screams in agony, struggling to withstand the overwhelming surge within him. A glowing aura bursts forth as the arrival of the strongest sword god is announced. Another system alert declares the Eye of the Blind God has evolved to a higher rank. Time freezes for 1 minute as the full history of the Moonlight Sword is revealed. An armored warrior stands firm as countless glowing swords materialize around him, radiating divine power. Crackling with blue lightning, a resolute man commands the heavenly sword to destroy all evil. A lone figure launches a colossal energy blast into the star-filled void, shattering the silence of space. Cosmic power erupts as beams of light fracture and glowing orbs scatter like shattered stars. Surging forward in lightning, an armored warrior vows to fulfill his promise to the goddess. A furious strike of blue electricity blasts an enemy away, shattering purple crystals in every direction. Long ago, a human who ascended to godhood shattered the god of destruction into 100 pieces using a sacrificed heavenly sword. Yet the threat endured. Born alongside the creation of the world itself, the entity could not be destroyed, not even by a godlike knight. A man clenches his teeth as a new danger emerges. A massive purple explosion tears across the battlefield. The white-clad knight falls, and the god of destruction explodes once more, its fragments scattering across the universe. Now, a lone knight waits through endless time for a successor worthy enough to claim his sword and finally end the nightmare. A young man wonders how anyone could master such a legendary sword technique simply by witnessing it. Determined, he decides to try it himself. One warrior attempts the heavenly sword technique as another watches in stunned disbelief. After absorbing the sword's history, the awakened fighter instantly masters the legendary power. A mysterious voice echoes, invoking the will of the white-clad knight. A muscular warrior fires a massive blast of energy upward, seizing control of the battle. A terrifying sword aura erupts around him, filling the air with lethal pressure. Surrounded by roaring flames, the young man issues a final warning to his enemy. Two hands clasp tightly as lightning surges between them, forming a powerful pact. Channeling every ounce of strength, he replicates the legendary knight's technique. Fire and lightning explode across the battlefield in a devastating wave. A brilliant aura reveals the presence of the heavenly sword. One enemy is consumed by the violent blast, screaming in agony as fire and electricity tear through their body. From the inferno, a monstrous electrified figure bursts out, roaring with fury and cursing in rage. Through swirling dust and shattered ground, a shirtless warrior steps forward with overwhelming presence, two allies standing firmly behind him as the storm of battle continues. Ilshin wipes the sweat from his face, finally relaxing after the brutal strain of battle. A glowing notification appears before him, announcing that 3 worlds have been saved. Another message follows, explaining that reaching intermediate status as both a good god and an evil god now grants access to the Festival of Gods. Staring at the screen, Ilshin recalls the truth seeker of eternity once mentioning the festival. Later that night, he lies awake, eyes wide, anxiously questioning what the Festival of Gods truly is and what it will demand of him. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands within the shattered remains of a ruined temple, silently surveying the destruction left behind. A red-haired man studies the fiery power flickering in his hand, realizing his time has reached its limit. With a bitter smile, he admits that someone has grown far stronger than he ever expected. Nearby, a young man confidently urges another to trust him. A spectral presence warns that if the protagonist dies, it will vanish as well. The blunt delivery sparks an angry protest, but the tension quickly fades as a man steps forward, his face glowing as he prepares to speak. Unexpected praise breaks the mood, drawing laughter. Bilshan stands shirtless, grinning proudly, as shadowy figures celebrate behind him. Suddenly, a chilling presence brushes his senses, making his smile fade. 2 men rush forward, praising him endlessly and begging him to teach them his sword technique. The group erupts in celebration for the sword god, while one quiet figure remains detached, reflecting on how hopeless everything once felt and why surrender had seemed so natural back then. Yet even when restrained by a powerful enemy, Ilshin never gave up. He saved the world. Moved by that unwavering determination, another swears to offer everything they have to protect it as well. A jubilant man charges forward cheering, while 2 others stare in stunned disbelief. Down a hallway, 3 men sprint in panic as one desperately begs them to stop chasing him. A sudden notification freezes him in place as a glowing interface appears. A hesitant step touches the sunlit floor, followed by a fist slamming down hard enough to crack the surface. 3 figures recoil as the sword god's overwhelming presence presses down on them. Another system announcement rings out. Ilshin has reached 10 million good karma. The goal is completed with a massive surplus. A new reward appears. Resurrection elixir obtained. Without hesitation, Ilshin unleashes a surge of energy and activates the glowing bottle, declaring with fierce hope that he can finally save Hyogeo. The group arrives beneath the open sky near a quiet house. A winged figure struggles to lift off while carrying someone to safety. Above them, angels appear in the heavens alongside a human figure. A man stares upward in disbelief, tears filling his eyes. A trembling hand reaches toward the ground with resolve. Nearby, a large boy is awkwardly carried through the air by tiny winged creatures flapping frantically. Someone steps forward with determination. A woman rushes into a younger girl's arms, both overwhelmed with emotion as they reunite. After years apart, a disoriented man awakens, struggling to understand where he is. A crying girl throws herself into her mother's embrace as glowing angelic figures watch quietly. A smartphone is lifted, showing a photo of 2 people standing together with an angel-winged figure in the foreground. Belshin sits in a chair wiping away tears, deeply moved by a message on his screen. Suddenly, a mocking notification appears, poking fun at the phrase, "the 1,000 blade that cuts all." The young man asks a sharp question, preparing to follow up with something important. Someone cautiously asks whether the other is the knight in white. Energy surges violently as a lone figure tenses, power crackling around them. A message pops up demanding 100 million god coins for the answer. Outraged, a man points and shouts accusations of fraud, refusing to believe such greed. Another system notice appears, announcing that the goddess of justice is withdrawing and warning not to seek her out. Before more can be said, an urgent message interrupts. The second strongest warrior of the ant tribe is preparing to enter the warrior's tower. A young man reads the news about a new S-class challenger and smiles in satisfaction. Back home, Ilshin lounges on the couch, growing restless while waiting for a quest worthy of his advanced rank. Unable to sleep after everything that happened, he decides to relax in the bright sunlit field instead. Under a large tree, he rests his head in a woman's lap as they share a quiet, peaceful moment. Divine power slowly restores within him beneath the gentle light. With a relaxed smile, Ilshin confidently delegates a task to his companions. The scene shifts to the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower, revealing a vast desert stretching endlessly. Wind sweeps across the empty land, scattering leaves over sand and grass. Sunlight filters into a quiet forest clearing where glowing lights drift softly in the air. Two figures stand together, watching as nature slowly recovers. A young girl thanks someone sincerely, saying her happiness exists because of them. A cheerful young man lifts a massive dumbbell while thanking another for the goddess of water's help. A determined warrior announces his departure, while a surprised girl tries to convince him to stay longer in the peaceful forest. Gripping his sword, the young man vows to grow stronger. As his brother ascends the tower, someone calls out into the calm sunlit woods. A hand suddenly grabs a glowing blue gem. Moments later, a radiant blue orb is offered in the clearing. The goddess of water's essence is given, promised to aid the journey ahead. The man studies the glowing stone gratefully. Startled, another accidentally summons swirling blue energy above their hand. A mysterious force rushes into Ilshin's bandaged arm, leaving him stunned. A system announcement echoes across the world. The 42nd floor of the warrior's tower has been cleared. A final reward appears, granting the blessing of water, ensuring the recipient will never feel thirst again. The protagonist gratefully accepts a useful item from a supportive companion, knowing it will be vital for the upcoming tower climb. A cheerful girl with a flower hairpin smiles brightly and wishes him good luck, while a confident ally offers a spirited farewell before turning to leave. Soft, magical energy swirls around the girl as she stands quietly in the forest clearing. Another clasps their hands together and offers a heartfelt blessing, filling the moment with hope and warmth. Far away, lightning rips across the sky, striking a tall building as rain pours relentlessly. Back in the calm sunlight, a young man naps peacefully, completely at ease. Nearby, someone groans in exhaustion, unable to sleep as thunder roars outside. Suddenly, a menacing woman looms over a terrified young man in the dim light. In the rain, a sinister smile curves across another woman's face, her confidence radiating danger. Ilshin collapses onto the floor, screaming at the sight of a ghost, only for a blue-haired woman to pop up cheerfully beside the couch, greeting him with amusement. Startled awake in bed, he demands to know why she is in his home as she calmly reports that all assigned tasks have been completed. Sweat beads down one character's face as they realize a secret order has already been given. Nearby, another stands authoritatively over an unconscious girl. The blue-haired woman bows respectfully and reports that all members of the Three Heroes Society have been forced into allegiance, with any dissenters eliminated. Ilshin acknowledges his rise to intermediate good god and thanks the followers who made it possible. Blushing with pride, one expresses satisfaction at having been useful, while another quietly bids farewell with a somber expression. A woman admits she has no regrets now that her wish has been fulfilled. Without warning, she coldly pulls a sharp hairpin from her hair, preparing for a decisive move. The young man demands an explanation for the sudden revelation, questioning what she meant before. She grips her Cheongsam collar tightly, bracing for confrontation. His head snaps around in shock. Sensing danger, a woman in a red dress catches a glowing electrified arm attack with wide eyes. Electricity erupts as the young man lunges forward, shouting angrily at the sudden chaos. Someone reacts in disbelief at the unexpected news. After the brutal clash with the three heroes, a blood-covered man surveys the fallen, while a shocked woman sits trembling on the ground with a dagger in her grip. A resolute leader coldly orders his subordinates to wipe out the remaining members of the society and recruit powerful hunters, allowing the execution of anyone who resists. With a cleaver raised, the young man delivers a lethal command over a terrified figure. Two people struggle fiercely over a decorative hairpin as rain pours down around them. A man confronts a kneeling woman about receiving an order from his clone to kill herself. She calmly confirms it. Ilshin pauses, reconsidering his intention to execute her. Realizing he now needs more S-class believers and has no reason to eliminate her, he halts the deadly command. Furious, he warns her that he will not allow her to throw her life away. Startled, the young woman hesitantly agrees. Later, a muscular young man sternly orders her to leave after catching her inside the house uninvited. The blue-haired girl bows her head and steps away, visibly tense. A woman in a red dress walks off into the distance as the shirtless man watches with growing concern. Sitting back on the couch, he reluctantly turns to the serious woman, preparing to discuss something important. She glances back with a sly smile, boldly asking if there are any more orders for her. He casually suggests eating jjajangmyeon before sending her home. She freezes in shock, instantly understanding what the meal implies. With a confident grin, he makes a suggestive invitation, leaving her blushing furiously. One companion eagerly agrees, only to panic when the other suddenly begins undressing, shouting for them to stop. Inside the Hunter Association president's office, a man flips through urgent documents as his subordinate delivers a report. He vows to secure victory for his country in the upcoming Hunter War. With only 2 months remaining, 2 suited officials review a list of A-class hunters and hermits selected for promotion to S-class. Elsewhere, a character flips through a book, searching for critical information. Another narrows his eyes suspiciously at something unexpected. A dossier reveals that B-class hunter Yu Ilshin is included among the candidates. The man studies the report, clearly doubting that Ilshin is truly only B-class. Determined, the young man prepares to analyze his future opponent's abilities. Later, he devours a bowl of noodles with intense focus. 2 companions enjoy their meal, praising the food warmly. A weary character acknowledges the presence of an uninvited guest, instantly raising tension. Suddenly, a menacing spectral cat appears above them. The young man grabs his companion's arm in shock. Someone reflects on how recent events have led to this moment. During the tense meal, 2 argue over a dangerous decision while a third listens quietly. A furious attacker grabs the young man's shoulder, threatening him with death. Another recalls an alarm in shock after realizing the truth of the situation. A girl bows deeply in apology while a boy stares in surprise. Calmly, the young man reassures everyone that just like someone else before, another person has changed too. Trying to lift the mood, a cheerful boy offers a dumpling to the downcast girl, urging her to eat. She reluctantly agrees. Playfully, he feeds her with chopsticks as another girl watches silently. A hesitant question breaks the silence. At the mention of dating, a girl's eyes light up with excitement. Another recalls in shock as a boy turns toward her, both reacting to an unexpected statement. Someone teases him about a late-night visit and the special treatment he has been receiving. The startled boy hurriedly denies any romance, explaining that his behavior is just an old habit from when Miss Mina had regressed into childhood. Over the meal, he clarifies that their relationship is like that of a father and daughter. Relief spreads across the table. Ilshin cheerfully calls out to someone across the busy room. Suddenly, a furious girl slaps a shocked boy across the face. A book is shoved into his face immediately after, leaving him utterly confused. A frustrated woman confronts a man about his exhausting dungeon-clearing schedule, baffling him with her strict demands. Finally, a stern warning is delivered. He must arrive at a specific location by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, or face serious consequences. As tension hangs thick in the air, a furious voice threatens to kill the calm girl if she dares appear again. A girl storms away from the table in anger, leaving a confused boy staring after her, unable to understand what he said wrong. A long-haired girl turns sharply from the doorway, visibly irritated, just as Ilshin suddenly shouts an alarm and someone crashes violently into the door. One person nervously worries about how expensive the damage will be and hesitantly asks another for help. The young man jolts in shock, sweat forming as he whips his head around. The woman calmly reassures him that she is perfectly content with being a concubine, only making the irritated young man shout for her to leave the table once she finishes eating. Ilshin finally realizes everything has been a misunderstanding. Already weighed down by unexpected dungeon duties, he decides to clear things up later. Suddenly, a heart-shaped mascot appears, urgently warning of a terrible premonition about tomorrow and insisting that preparations must begin immediately. Startled and suspicious, the young man sits at his desk, questioning what the strange warning could possibly mean. The next day, authorities swarm the area as a massive dungeon entrance towers over shattered rubble. Police hold back the crowd, shouting warnings that an A-class dungeon is about to open. Carrying a young girl on his back, Ilshin hesitates at the tight security checkpoint before forcing himself forward, determined to enter no matter what. A woman steps into the street and loudly calls out to a stunned group of young men. A long-haired woman angrily scolds someone for being late, while Ilshin apologizes, explaining traffic delayed him by 5 minutes. A grim voice warns that if the crisis worsens, thousands could die within minutes. A large man mocks the slumped young warrior for lacking proper hunter skills while a woman watches with open disdain. Ilshin recognizes the intense man immediately. He is an S-class hunter. A muscular man introduces the evaluator who will judge the group, and formal greetings are exchanged. Nearby, a tense woman wipes sweat from her face, clearly anxious about what is coming. Later that night, Ilshin walks along the road with his sleeping niece on his back, calmly explaining her presence to someone. Outside a tall building, one worker tries to calm an angry colleague while also carrying a sleeping child. Suddenly, a muscular man storms toward two startled people, angrily questioning how they expect to work like that. He then marches off down the rocky path while another watches with concern. High in the mountains, dark energy swallows the peak. A sinister woman glares forward as a blue snake-like creature slithers from her mouth while she whispers a name. Nearby, a furious robed figure vows to finish everything after losing two apostles. Elsewhere, a glowing mysterious eye radiates immense power as a commanding voice announces the beginning of the Festival of Gods. A woman in a military-style coat watches closely as a man carries an unconscious figure past two guards. The tension is suffocating. A concerned official explains that this dungeon raid is actually an S-class promotion exam. Another woman snaps at a shocked man for failing to read the crucial file about the S-class situation. Confidently, she explains that an A-class dungeon will soon appear and encourages him to pass the exam to rise to S-class. Ilshin weighs the fame and wealth of becoming an S-class hunter against the endless trouble of being an intermediate god. One person declares he will handle the dungeon alone while authorities observe, only to be informed that an S-class hunter will accompany him for safety. Curious, Ilshin formally invites the S-class hunter to join. A woman points firmly, hinting that a crucial companion will be coming as well. The S-class hunter stands with crossed arms, scowling as he criticizes the younger generation's recklessness. Ilshin confidently carries the girl on his back, declaring that an A-class dungeon will be easy. Without warning, swirling purple energy engulfs him. Caught off guard, Ilshin senses something wrong and asks Mina if she feels anything strange. She shakes her head, insisting everything seems normal. A chilling system message suddenly appears. The advanced god dominator of the Abyss Swamp has requested a festival of the gods. Ilshin freezes in shock. He immediately realizes the monstrous presence belongs to the dominator worshipped by the snake creatures. A narration screen reveals the rules. When a festival of the gods is requested by a higher-class god, refusal is not normally allowed. Another glowing display clarifies that higher-class requests can, in rare cases, be rejected. Ilshin scoffs sarcastically at the so-called mercy shown to the weak. A heavy, ominous blessing is granted by the overseer of the festival. While carrying the unconscious girl, Ilshin scans another glowing screen and discovers a terrifying faction known as War of Slaughter and Insanity. A final prompt appears. Accept or reject the festival of the gods requested by the dominator of the Abyss Swamp. A powerful presence challenges him to battle with burning passion. Calm and unshaken, Ilshin responds coldly. He dismisses the glowing quest window and refuses the fight. The system announces the rejection of the dominator's festival request. Ilshin explains firmly that he barely survived, defeating the sun god, and has no intention of challenging an even stronger deity. Suddenly, someone is ordered to leave at once. Another explodes in furious rage after being insulted. The cursed stone obelisk erupts with violent dark energy. The ground trembles as civilians struggle to stay on their feet. A muscular man stares in shock as black power surges upward. Debris rains down as Ilshin runs with someone on his back, while another screams warnings behind him. A menacing voice delivers a deadly ultimatum. Ilshin activates the authority known as the Blind God's Eye, unleashing a tremendous wave of divine power. Far away on a distant planet, a system interface locks onto the dominator of the Abyss Swamp. A glowing green orb releases a surge of unknown energy into the void. A fierce armored figure roars as green power swirls violently around them. A sinister woman raises her hands and summons monstrous followers from the abyss itself. In the dark forest, bubbles quietly rise in a stream, breaking the eerie silence. Suddenly, a monstrous hand bursts up from the black water. Two monstrous beasts with glowing red eyes face each other deep in the forest as sinister green energy crackles violently around their bodies. From the shadows, a cold presence resolves to kill you, Ilshin, and erase his world entirely. High atop a stone outcrop, a furious figure unleashes hordes of creatures, vowing revenge against the one who dared reject the festival of the gods. A massive serpent with blazing crimson eyes lunges forward, bearing fangs and claws in savage fury. As Ilshin and the others flee at full speed, he realizes the horrifying truth. The enemy is using the A-class dungeon as a gateway to flood the world with monsters. Suddenly, the dungeon mutates violently. Dark lightning tears across the sky as its rank surges from A-class all the way to SSS class. A tense observer realizes in horror that this catastrophe is unfolding far earlier and far stronger than anyone anticipated. Two figures stare in disbelief at a colossal smoke-filled chasm ripping through scale-patterned ground, overturned vehicles scattered like toys around its edges. From the darkness within, glowing red eyes slowly open. A massive dragon steps forward, smoke pouring from its head as its burning gaze locks onto the battlefield. Surrounded by golden light, Ilshin desperately summons his soul armor. Energy crackles along his armored fist as he gathers power for a devastating strike. The armored warrior's aura swells as he prepares to charge straight into combat. A menacing armored enemy blocks the ruined street, taunting them mercilessly. The tension spikes as another heavily armored fighter emerges from the smoke, proudly displaying fearsome SS-class gear. Ilshin recoils at the reckless suggestion to steal equipment in the middle of chaos. Despite the destruction around him, Ilshin carries his sleeping niece on his back. Amused that she remains completely undisturbed, he quickly hands her to Mina, catching her off guard as rubble continues to fall nearby. Suddenly, someone pulls another into a tight hug amid the ruins. Over the noise, a frantic voice demands to know what they plan to do next. Knowing the disaster was triggered by his own choice, Ilshin steels himself and takes responsibility. A heavily armored warrior urgently orders him to retreat from the escalating danger. Instead, Ilshin steps forward onto the cracked, dust-covered street. He plants his feet as monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes surround him. Two ravenous beasts leap at once, jaws snapping wildly. Another monstrous form lunges forward, claws outstretched with murderous intent. Three humans brace themselves on the shattered battlefield. From the shadows, a sinister voice threatens to kill you, Ilshin. Ilshin calmly raises a single finger, cutting through the tension like a blade. Divine energy erupts from his fingertip in a devastating blast. The ground explodes beneath the charging monster as electricity smashes into its body, sending it reeling in agony. Suddenly, a colossal red-black dragon bursts from swirling energy, radiating overwhelming destructive power. System notifications cascade across the air. 20 million coins acquired. Dark monsters shriek in terror as countless allies are annihilated in an instant. One character reacts with intrigue at the massive reward, while another screams in manic excitement, demanding to know the total value and calling the coins to come faster. Another monstrous creature charges forward, forcing everyone to scatter in fear. More notifications follow rapidly, confirming the acquisition of 20 million dark coins again and again as bodies fall across the battlefield. The monstrous enemy recoils, its massive claw trembling in disbelief. A battered woman stares in shock, unable to comprehend how such terrifying foes were erased by a single finger. Walking calmly across the cracked ground, Ilshin reflects with satisfaction on the massive earnings, while reminding himself not to become consumed by greed. He then calls off the fight, signaling that the clash is over for now. Resolutely, Ilshin approaches the entrance of the massive, ominous lair ahead. With forceful intent, he extends his middle finger, unleashing another devastating technique. Glowing red energy rips open the earth, carving jagged fissures across the battlefield. A stunned onlooker blurts out why a god this powerful would even avoid a duel. Ilshin activates a glowing technique, dispersing the disturbance and commanding it to leave. The crystalline fortress dissolves into shimmering fragments beneath the dramatic sky. Unaware of the danger behind him, Ilshin checks his phone and proudly boasts about his earnings as a heavily armored warrior creeps closer. That warrior suddenly freezes in disbelief after witnessing something utterly impossible. Outside the damaged building, someone hugs Ilshin tightly and urgently asks if he can seal dungeons too. A sleepy voice pipes up that she is hungry. A disoriented girl wakes in a stranger's arms as the woman nervously greets her. Another young girl rushes forward and hugs an older teen, calling her pretty and leaving her flustered but smiling. A shocked young man scolds someone for being rude about others' appearances, while another quickly apologizes for the child's behavior. The woman gently reassures him that it is fine. The little girl eagerly tugs on Ilshin's sleeve, asking for food. He laughs and promises to buy her whatever she wants. Her eyes light up as she shouts about wanting hamburgers, startling the armored woman beside her. With a grin, Ilshin eagerly agrees. They are going out for hamburgers. The woman freezes in surprise as she watches a man and a young girl quietly agree to keep a secret from her. Moments later, frustration spills over when she calls out to a young man who is trying to walk away, stopping him in his tracks. He turns and scans the empty space where the dungeon once stood, wondering if there is even anything left to deal with anymore. A woman in a blue and gold uniform rushes forward, urgently warning that leaving now could ruin his chances of promotion. The protagonist casually shrugs off the idea of becoming an S-class hunter, insisting that such a title would only bring more trouble. When someone mentions the power of an S-class hunter, he scoffs, boldly questioning whether they are really that strong. Suddenly, an inexplicable event unfolds before his eyes, leaving him wide-eyed and stunned. In the middle of the street, a heavily armored man storms forward, furious over what he considers an unforgivable insult toward S-class hunters. The younger man dismisses any hostile intent, only fueling the armored figure's rage as their argument erupts in public. With a stern expression, the armored man orders mandatory training at the Hunter Association's training room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Without warning, Energy blasts from armored boots as a figure rockets forward. Flames burst beneath his feet as he launches into the air, showcasing the overwhelming might of an S-class hunter. The crowd stares in awe as a colossal energy beam crashes through the city, obliterating a building in its path. Ilshan gazes at the armor in disbelief, finally understanding why he has been assigned to steal it. Nearby, a woman slams her face into her hands in frustration, scolding everyone for making things worse. Another warns that someone was brutally beaten for behaving the same way, sending a wave of fear through the group. A worried woman questions whether fighting tomorrow is wise, reminding the young man that his promotion could be lost without official approval. He calmly brushes it off, explaining that he only came to apologize for yesterday. Shocked reactions ripple through the group as unexpected news spreads. Later, on a city street, a man suddenly invites a woman and a child to go eat hamburgers, catching her completely off guard. When Ilshan suggests that Mina should stay behind because of her celebrity status, she stubbornly refuses, insisting on coming along. One of the girls dashes off to grab a mask and sunglasses while the others watch in amusement. Elsewhere, a strange purple trail coils ominously through the sunlit forest. A monstrous creature gasps for breath, drool dripping from its sharp fangs. From the shadows emerges a massive armored beast, its body covered in red crystal spikes. Rage and grief burn in its eyes as it remembers the betrayal that led to the death of all its brothers. Roaring in fury, it tears into a shattered tree, swearing revenge against a god. A hooded figure steps quietly through the grass, noticing that one beast has survived. The massive, bloodied creature glares forward, fangs bared as fresh wounds stain its body. Enraged, it confronts the intruder, demanding to know who they are. Though irritated, the hooded figure restrains himself, choosing first to ask a question. Red eyes flare as the figure demands to know where the missing priestess is, having sensed her energy vanish nearby. The monster seethes with resentment, blaming its humiliation on the insignificant insect responsible for the spider's death. When told of someone's demise, the hooded figure reacts with chilling indifference. Towering over the intruder, the monstrous beast threatens to crush him unless he is sent back to his own world. In response, the cloaked figure slams a hand into the ground, unleashing crackling purple energy. Defiantly, he challenges the overwhelming force before him. The monster answers with a terrifying surge of power, sending shock and fear through the forest. Purple energy and debris swirl as a towering armored figure declares his absolute supremacy. A monstrous beast stumbles back in terror as a figure breathing in dark energy steps out from a glowing portal. His presence alone commands silence as he reveals himself as the great god. Another massive creature looms nearby, causing a scream of pure terror to echo through the trees. A violent eruption of power tears through the forest, firing a blinding purple beam into the night sky. The scene shifts to Seoul, where the restaurant Mama Touch glows beneath the sunset. Inside, a student notices a girl who looks strangely familiar and quietly questions who she might be. Someone mutters about how pointless masks and sunglasses are when people still recognize you anyway. The three of them sit together eating as one encourages the others to keep going despite all the stares. Outside, lightning suddenly cracks across the darkening sky. A thunderclap explodes so loudly that it startles everyone inside the fast food restaurant. Without warning, a massive surge of energy bursts through the window, flooding the room with blinding light. A girl crashes in, electricity dancing around her body, announcing triumphantly that she has finally found the teacher. Inside, someone stares in shock as she cheerfully explains she tracked him by scent. He nervously tugs at his collar, panicking about whether he smells bad even though he bathes every day. A male student suddenly calls out, freezing the surprised girl in place while another figure nearby tries desperately not to be noticed. Outside, two young women bump into each other, one greeting enthusiastically while the other reacts nervously. The energetic girl wraps her friend in a tight hug right in front of a crowd, leaving her utterly embarrassed. People quickly gather around them, snapping photos and begging for autographs. Exhausted by the chaos, Ilshan sighs and decides it is time to head home. Just as calm begins to settle, a sudden scream pierces the evening air outside the building. Moments later, a girl with twin tails storms into the classroom, shocking the three students inside. Another girl with dual-colored hair kneels shyly, offering to help with chores while waiting for her next mission. Without warning, a furious young woman charges forward, threatening to kill the person who has suddenly reappeared. The blue-haired girl smirks and teases her aunt about being jealous of the sword god's attention. Enraged, the woman grabs her after being called auntie, while everyone else panics and tries to break them apart. Electricity crackles violently as the woman confronts a man about his relationship with someone else. Blue energy explodes down the hallway as the furious student launches an attack at her teacher. Ilshan quickly pulls the stunned woman behind him while a terrified girl crouches nearby, the air buzzing with power. In the chaos, the young girl innocently asks her uncle which woman is actually his girlfriend. Flustered and pale, Ilshin shouts a desperate denial. Overwhelmed, he realizes just how badly everything has spiraled out of control. Later, he collapses onto the bed, savoring the rare peace of being alone. After breaking up the fight, he anxiously checks on the two unconscious fighters lying side by side in the clinic. Finally, stretching out on the mat, he allows himself to rest, enjoying a moment of true calm at last. Morning arrives with warm sunlight flooding the room as distant bells ring softly through the air. A dazed man slowly regains consciousness, while a groggy young man sits up in bed, irritated at being woken so early by the noise. Suddenly, the doorbell rings again and again. Startled, Ilshin checks the video intercom and sees a stern, muscular man standing outside. The relentless ringing continues, each press louder than the last. Growing more annoyed by the second, Ilshin deliberately ignores it and turns away. Without warning, the wall explodes inward. A furious figure smashes straight through the concrete, sending dust and rubble flying as he storms inside. The muscular intruder confronts Ilshin, demanding to know why he ignored the order to report to the association's training center. Nearby, someone kneels beside the shattered doorway, arguing about the repair costs while the stern man fumes. A hostile glare follows, a clenched fist rising with the threat of violence. The muscular attacker charges, his fist glowing with power. Ilshin braces himself as red energy surges violently around him, pain flashing across his face as he struggles to endure the crushing force. The intruder bursts through another wall with a fully charged punch. Ilshin raises a single finger. Their attacks collide in a violent flash of light. The fighter reels back in disbelief, realizing his strongest blow was stopped effortlessly by one finger. Ilshin steps forward, refusing to tolerate the destruction of his home. With overwhelming force, he slams the man through the wall, sending him crashing outside. Coldly, Ilshin orders him to calculate the repair costs and leave, warning that this is his final chance. Humiliated and furious, the defeated man snarls that he will no longer treat Ilshin as a junior. Energy erupts as he summons his spirit armor, power surging violently around his body. A blinding force engulfs the room. Shock flashes across Ilshin's eyes as the pressure spikes. A massive explosion rips through the building, debris blasting into the sky. An armored figure rockets upward through smoke while Ilshin stands below, eyes burning with resolve. The heavily armored warrior activates his spirit armor fully, acknowledging Ilshin's terrifying strength. A stern glare and a glowing red eye follow as he challenges Ilshin to arm himself for a fair fight. Ilshin looks around at the destroyed walls, fury boiling over at what happened to his freshly renovated home. Clenching his hand around a glowing artifact, swirling energy erupts. Ilshin charges straight through the smoke and rubble to meet his enemy head-on. Midair, he channels his power and performs the ancient technique known as midair steps, sprinting across invisible platforms in the air inside the shattered building. He crashes down from above, smashing into the armored warrior with a devastating glowing strike. A stunned martial artist watches in disbelief, recognizing the rare and advanced technique. The armored enemy counters with a brutal descent strike, but Ilshin meets it head-on. The shockwaves ripple outward as the heavy armor barely holds. Ilshin surges forward and unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy. A sudden sense of danger flashes through the enemy's eyes. With a thunderous roar, Ilshin slams him straight into the ground, carving a massive crater into the street below. When the dust clears, both fighters lie battered at the center of the crater, smoke swirling around them. Ilshin rises first and delivers a cold warning. Apologize, or die. The armored warrior stomps the ground in defiance, refusing. Reluctantly, he activates a devastating energy technique. A masked figure appears, unleashing a glowing skill said to instantly erase even S-class monsters. Ilshin glares fiercely as the ultimate attack takes shape. A massive dragon-shaped blast roars across the sky toward him. Ilshin lifts into the air, power radiating around his body. No longer holding back, he unleashes everything. A cataclysmic explosion consumes the battlefield. The land is left in ruins. Smoke and debris blanket the city, and a colossal smoking crater marks the devastation. Defeated, the armored warrior collapses to his knees, begging desperately for mercy. Ilshin approaches slowly, pinning him to the ground as the confrontation reaches its end. He realizes how hard it was to restrain his own strength and just how terrifying the spirit armor truly is. Suddenly, another glowing explosion erupts nearby. A massive glowing robot descends from the smoke, leaving one onlooker frozen in shock and another stumbling back in fear. The futuristic armored machine kneels and pledges loyalty to a new master. Ilshin stares in disbelief as the machine speaks, asking him to take it. Without warning, the spirit armor rebels against its former handler, throwing him aside. The towering robot coldly criticizes the man's slow progress during its 623 days and 12 hours in Earth's dungeons. The muscular warrior crouches in shock and rage as he is rejected outright. The robot then turns to Ilshin, acknowledging his overwhelming power and talent, declaring him vastly superior. With glowing eyes, the machine announces its mission to surpass its original design and evolve beyond its limits. Desperate, the fallen warrior begs to be accepted as a subordinate. Ilshin hesitates, unsure how to respond. The armored robot raises its glowing arm, signaling a new threat. Ilshin awkwardly suggests that someone else might be a better master. He even shows a fighter on his phone, proposing a different candidate. A mysterious device activates, detecting a familiar and powerful energy signature. It reveals the robot's deep connection to Ilshin himself. Realizing this, Ilshin decides the shared ability should go to the one who works the hardest. The armored figure bows deeply and swears loyalty to Lord Yu Ilshin. Another figure turns away from his former master, signaling a clean break from the past. Suddenly, Ilshin lunges forward, striking the robotic form with a surge of green energy. A mechanical hand grips a sword crackling with the same green power, activating its full might. The armored warrior stares in horror as his arm begins to glow and transform beyond his control. Finally, a glowing phone is placed into Ilshin's hand, a crucial gift meant to help him overcome the trials that await. The armored young man raises his fist, eyes blazing with determination as he prepares for the trials ahead. Nearby, a muscular man struggles to push himself up from the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion after being completely overwhelmed. In the distance, an entire mountain collapses in a violent eruption, leaving behind a massive smoking crater looming over the city. Stunned, someone stares at a laptop screen, barely able to comprehend the scale of the destruction. A man in a suit reflects grimly on the shocking defeat of Hunter Gal Jung Hayak, realizing the one who crushed him is no ordinary B-class hunter. A woman calmly reports that the spirit armor has chosen a new master, confirming everyone's suspicions. Another quietly reasons that defeating an SS-class monster alone could never be luck. It was true power. Trying to steady himself, the man asks about the cost of the damage. When the woman reveals it exceeds 100 billion won, both freeze in disbelief. A worried question follows about casualties. The answer comes calmly. There were none. Relief washes over the group, though concern quickly shifts to Ilshin's whereabouts. A modern building rises beneath a clear blue sky, sunlight creating a faint rainbow across its glass exterior. Inside, two young men walk down the hallway, discussing how one of them seriously injured an S-class hunter after their house was destroyed in the clash. Desperate, the anxious one negotiates to cancel the massive debt in exchange for healing the wounded man. As they walk, he learns that restoring Gal Jung Hayak will earn an S-class license, along with immunity privileges. Narrowly escaping bankruptcy, he reflects on how absurdly powerful those privileges are. Focusing deeply, the boy begins healing. On a hospital bed, the severely injured hunter writhes in pain, screaming in fury about why the spirit armor abandoned him and accusing it of choosing someone else. Outside the room, two people watch in uneasy silence through the window as his breakdown continues. Hidden from sight, Ilshin activates his divine healing power. Green energy swirls gently around the injured man's body, startling him as warmth replaces pain. Ilshin quietly urges Mina to leave, and she nods in surprise. Moments later, a young woman grabs someone's raised arm urgently, stopping them. With concern, she insists they visit a department store to improve someone's appearance before the upcoming event. Confused, the young man questions the sudden shopping plan. A few days later, crowds gather at the Hunter Association headquarters. A man steps onto the stage and addresses the audience, formally opening the S-Class Hunter Awards ceremony. One person compliments another's formal outfit, while the other admits preferring casual clothes. At a table nearby, three people sit together as one proudly seeks praise for her hard work. The others react with surprise and encouragement, while Ilshin quietly notes how quickly Mina's acting skills have improved, even thinking she could become a real actress someday. Across the room, a sharp gaze watches closely. A well-dressed man surveys the hall with cold determination, clearly in control of the tense atmosphere. Someone reacts irritably upon hearing an unwelcome name, while another asks if they recognize the person. A woman reflects bitterly on the man who oversaw her S-Class promotion test, noting how he chose South Korea over a powerful American guild.
Elsewhere, a furious man clenches his fist after hearing someone keeps bothering Neri despite repeated rejection. He slams the table as a glowing status window appears before him. Adzia reveals information about a man named Stephen Choi, explaining that he has teleportation abilities, has been in use for 25 years, and is notoriously jealous. Noticing something unusual, a young man smirks confidently and approaches. At a nearby table, a frustrated man sulks, upset he could not sit beside the person he had been eager to meet. Suddenly, a young man stiffens in shock. A dark-haired man in a suit approaches a blonde man, who reacts defensively. The confident newcomer deliberately speaks casually, provoking immediate outrage. Ilshin calmly calls out the man's full name, confirming his identity. Edsia adds that the teleporting hunter is deeply embarrassed by his real name and prone to jealousy. The exposed man recalls in horror as everyone realizes who he is. The host soon announces for everyone to take their seats as the ceremony officially begins. Two men are called to the stage, both reacting with surprise. A brown-haired man tightly grabs the blonde man's hand, demanding he wait until the ceremony ends. An examiner presents a mana measuring device to test S-class qualifications. The young man stares as his mana reading climbs far higher than expected. With a smug grin, another hunter taunts him. Unbothered, a fist slams onto the table with sudden intensity. A confident man announces his mana pool. 10,050 MPA. Onlookers murmur in amazement at the score surpassing 10,000, praise his decision to stay in Korea out of patriotism. Two rivals hold up their wrist devices, trading taunts in a tense standoff. With only 5 MP remaining, Ilshin suddenly charges forward, refusing to back down. Someone scoffs, questioning whether a man with such a low number even deserves an S-class license. The blonde rival laughs cruelly, mocking the score as barely above the lowest rank. Calmly, Ilshin considers a different approach. A skill activates. Energy crackles violently through the air, stunning the onlookers. Two officials stare as the mana reading surges uncontrollably. A glowing text box flashes. 26,000 MPTY. Gasps echo across the hall as chaos erupts. The energy continues rising. 35,000 MPI. The entire room explodes into shock and excitement as the new record smashes Korea's previous highest score. Officials quickly confirm the result. He has officially qualified as an S-class hunter. After verifying that the device is working properly, the confident, muscular man steps close to the nervous, well-dressed hunter and reminds him of the bold words he spoke earlier. His warning is calm but heavy with pressure, leaving the younger man stiff with anxiety as he waits for the ceremony to finally end. Night settles over a modern building, its windows glowing softly against the dark sky. Back home, Ilshin collapses onto the couch, stretching out with a tired groan and declaring that he is completely exhausted. A muscular ally sternly warns the apologetic man not to bother Miss Mary ever again. Ilshin glances up at the newly repaired ceiling and reflects on assigning 2 trusted allies as bodyguards for Kumglu Hinam Dai. A phone buzzes. Ilshin reads a message reporting that an S-grade dungeon will appear in 3 days. Alongside it is mention of a mysterious SS-class item known as the God of Harmony scale. Considering the danger, he decides to check on his group and offer assistance if needed. Elsewhere, a digital display reveals that the top-ranked challenger has reached the 44th level of the Tower of Warriors, and is now facing the trial of time and space. Ilshin scrolls through his phone again and notices an unfamiliar skill icon. As he searches for Coco, a system notification appears. Legendary shareable skill acquired. Dragon Awakening. Crocodori's ultimate dragon transformation. His eyes widen in excitement as he realizes he can share the skill, and even transform into a dragon himself. Without hesitation, he decides to test it immediately. Surveying a quiet forest clearing, Ilshin confirms it is secluded enough to transform safely. His jaw tightens as frustration and anticipation build within him. With his arms stretched wide, a fierce surge of power explodes outward as Dragon Awakening activates. Elsewhere, chaos erupts inside Stephen Choi's house as a man crashes into a table, bracing himself in panic. A blonde student bows deeply in humiliation, burning with vengeance after being forced to apologize. Suddenly a wrist device flashes red. Emergency alert. A high-risk monster has appeared. Immediate dispatch required. A infinite hunter smirks, seeing the perfect chance to prove he is superior to his rival. He activates his teleportation ability, vanishing in a burst of light to be the first on the scene. He materializes in a dark forest, instantly sensing the presence of an S-class monster nearby. An armored young man freezes in terror as something massive looms above. A gigantic armored beast emerges from the shadows, locking glowing eyes onto him. Another fanged creature slithers forward, its presence suffocating. Realization hits hard as the armored man recalls his true name being exposed earlier. Under the night sky, Ilshin appears beside the monstrous form and calmly calls out Bangik's name, demanding an answer. A gloved hand clenches tightly in rising tension. Suddenly, a furious silver-haired man grabs someone by the collar and slams them into the ground, ready to explode with rage. The dragon-like figure studies his enemy, questioning whether the man has completely lost his sanity. In desperation, one character activates teleportation and vanishes in blinding light. Another snarls with threats as the massive creature glares beneath the moonlit sky. An armored warrior raises his arm and issues a deadly warning. Explosions erupt around the beast, catching it completely off guard. A young man charges forward, shouting his name with fearless resolve. Ilshin pauses briefly to catch his breath, exhaustion weighing on him but his eyes still burning with determination. A massive fiery explosion tears across the mountainside, shaking the earth. A boastful fighter rushes in, taunting the wounded creature with his newfound power. Smoke pours from the beast's armor as it snarls in agony. Driven by desperation, Ilshin launches himself forward with everything he has. The furious monster slams its claw into the ground, sending shockwaves outward. A scaly creature recoils in shock, recognizing someone it never expected to see. Suddenly, the newly transformed dragon loses control and accidentally knocks someone flat, its immense strength spiraling beyond restraint. An armored warrior stumbles back as swirling energy erupts violently around him. At a sharp command, the group charges together, unleashing their powers in a coordinated assault. A monstrous enemy realizes too late that she is trapped as a stern young man stands behind her. A red-haired warrior braces himself as a massive dragon descends from the sky while an ally watches anxiously. Cornered and panicking, Ilshin struggles desperately to reverse his uncontrollable transformation. As chaos intensifies, a winged creature lifts off into the night sky. Another armored figure sprints away from a looming force as glowing eyes close in from every direction. Unable to reveal who he truly is, Ilshin seethes with frustration over his monstrous form. Then it hits him. He is flying. The dragon body bursts through the night sky, soaring freely above the forest. For a brief moment, exhilaration takes over. Someone shouts excitedly about how incredible dragons are. Far below, a massive reptilian eye snaps open, radiating menace. Pain suddenly surges through Ilshin's massive form as the dragon clutches its head mid-flight beneath the stars. A system alert flashes. Divine power insufficient to sustain dragon awakening. A black armored warrior is blasted backward by a tremendous force. Ilshin clutches his side, realizing he has pushed himself too far. Moments later, he begins falling helplessly from the sky as a colossal ethereal dragon looms above him. A claw tightens in fury under the night sky. A devastating impact slams into the mountain below, shattering the earth. Ilshin closes his eyes, steadying his breath, preparing himself for whatever comes next. A soft voice calls his name, urging him to wake up. Another companion shouts in concern, sensing something is terribly wrong. High above, a commanding woman raises her hands as a dark magical aura swirls violently around her. Colossal monsters begin to emerge at her summons, signaling that the true nightmare has only just begun. A woman suddenly parts her collar, revealing a delicate floral tattoo blooming across her upper chest, her confident smile hinting at a hidden truth. Ilshin stands face to face with a mysterious figure radiating powerful magic. Against a vast cosmic backdrop, a formidable woman steps forward, amused by his recognition as she proudly declares herself the goddess of nightmares, the one who devours all evil. The realization hits him instantly. He is inside a dream. Recognizing her as the strange woman who had always behaved shamelessly, Ilshin stiffens in disbelief. With a playful grin, she grabs his collar and pulls him close, her flirtatious gaze making him visibly uncomfortable. Then her tone shifts. Time is short. She begins revealing crucial truths as panic flickers across his face, half expecting a sudden love confession instead. Dark power swirls within a glowing eye as mysterious energy surges outward. High above Earth, a colossal alien crystal structure forms, radiating ominous light. A monstrous maw, glowing with purple energy, opens wide as if to swallow the planet whole. From the cosmic storm emerges a terrifying creature with countless eyes and massive fangs. A devastating wave of supernatural power tears through the sky. Ilshin charges forward in fury, lightning blue energy exploding around him as he confronts the god of destruction. Under the night sky, a red-haired woman lifts his chin, staring into his eyes with unsettling calm. She reveals that she has glimpsed the future using causality energy, a power only accessible to beings above greater gods. Suddenly, thorny vines coil around Ilshin's body, choking him in the endless void. He struggles, questioning how he could ever face something beyond a greater god when he had not even received a quest for it. In the swirling otherworldly space, the red-haired figure coldly explains that the fastest way to gain divine power is by consuming other gods. The truth hits hard. Winning the Festival of Gods allows the victor to devour the defeated god and ascend into a great evil god. A vine-like arm grips Ilshin's chin as the mysterious being mocks him for taking too long to understand. Another warning follows. A lesser god empowered by greed and deception, along with the ruler of the abyssal swamp, will soon arrive to host yet another festival of gods. The invitation will soon be unavoidable. Ilshin tenses as a powerful presence descends. A towering figure emerges, introducing himself as the Emperor of Antria, and formally inviting Ilshin to the Festival of Gods. A firm grip tightens on Ilshin's chin as a voice urgently tells him not to die. Before he can react, a red-haired girl suddenly kisses a stunned brown-haired boy. His body freezes. Panic surges as he realizes he cannot move. He desperately searches for a way to escape. Then, everything fades. Ilshin jolts awake in a hospital bed, blinking in confusion as the sterile room comes into focus. Relief washes over him as he realizes he narrowly avoided disaster. The door bursts open as Mina rushes in, immediately confronting him. She grabs his arm tightly, scolding him for making her worry so much. Nearby, a long-haired man sternly warns his teammate not to rush into danger alone, admitting how terrified he was that she might die. Still disoriented, Ilshin asks what happened. A suited man excitedly explains how unbelievable it was that Ilshin achieved such a performance immediately after becoming an SS-class hunter, stunning everyone present. Dragon scales are discovered clutched in Ilshin's hands, with no dragon in sight. Sheepishly, he lifts them, realizing he had been gripping them during his fall. Trying to make sense of the chaos, Ilshin understands that everyone now believes he personally defeated the dragon. A girl stares at him in awe, asking how he managed to take down something so massive alone. He nervously laughs it off. Another student excitedly announces that both the association and the media are praising him as a hero who saved the world. Sitting upright in his hospital gown, Ilshin suddenly realizes he is being hailed as something he is not. A fraud. Public recognition and a promised reward follow, leaving him flustered as his companions cheer. Once the room quiets, Ilshin relaxes back against the bed, thinking about the reward, then about something far more serious. The god of destruction is still out there. If he wants to stop it, he must surpass his limits and become a greater god. A system notification appears. Greater God promotion quest has arrived. A glowing quest screen materializes before him as sweat beads on his forehead. The requirements are horrifying. 1 trillion ordinary believers. Or 10,000 S-class believers. Another screen reveals the Greater Evil God quest, demanding equally terrifying sacrifices. Ilshin's heart pounds as the realization clicks. Winning the Festival of Gods allows the victor to consume the defeated god and rise instantly in power. But gathering that many followers will be nearly impossible. Still, his eyes harden with resolve. He will do whatever it takes to confront the god of destruction. Sitting upright, he steels himself to face the empowered emperor and the coming chaos. To gain an edge, he decides his next goal is clear. He must obtain the god of harmony's scale. After everything, his stomach growls. Ilshin sighs and decides to eat first. Cheerful once again, he strolls down the hospital hallway, excited to try the food, when he suddenly glances sideways and notices someone important. Before he can react, a man in a hospital gown steps forward and corners a woman against the wall, blocking her escape. With a smug grin, he boasts about being an S-class hunter while introducing himself. The young woman nervously pleads to be allowed inside the hospital room to visit someone dear to her. Watching the scene, Ilshin relaxes slightly, realizing his friend's injuries must not be serious if things have already turned into drama. The boastful man boldly asks for the woman's phone number, refusing to back down as she grows more flustered by the second. Before things can go further, an angry shout echoes down the hallway. An injured young man storms out, demanding to know who dared to use his real name so casually. Moments later, inside the hospital room, two patients in gowns stand face to face in a heated confrontation, while a concerned woman watches nervously, sensing trouble about to explode. The nervous patient suddenly stiffens when he realizes that the formidable Ilshin has been admitted to the same hospital. Panic flickers across his face as whispers spread. One man immediately accuses another of shamelessly flirting with women in the hospital, prompting a frantic and flustered denial. Nearby, a distressed young woman rushes up in tears, urgently reporting harassment to a man in a hospital gown, while a shocked woman watches in disbelief. The tension explodes into chaos as they rush down the hallway. A furious man shouts that someone tried to hit on his student, while the accused desperately insists on his innocence. Moments later, two men in hospital gowns sprint for their lives as an enraged woman chases after them, screaming for them to get out. Bilshin steps forward and blocks their path, standing his ground as he coldly warns the unseen antagonist to stay away from the students. A surprised woman suddenly demands how the confused young man recognizes her, especially when he is only a Hunter Academy student. At the same time, a distressed young woman confronts the teacher, accusing him of forgetting her. Another stunned girl hurriedly reveals her identity, leaving the man in hospital clothes frozen in shock. Horror spreads across one character's face as he finally realizes who the towering mysterious figure truly is. In an instant, a terrifying ability activates. The eye of the blind god opens, and the atmosphere shifts dangerously. A young woman who recently received a powerful blessing is introduced, her presence radiating strength beyond anything before. Elsewhere in the hallway, a young man and woman reunite with bright smiles, relieved to see each other again after hearing about the hospital admission. By an open window, an injured man anxiously peers outside, calculating his chances of escape. Not far away, a furious bandaged man clenches his fist and swears revenge after being humiliated. Suddenly, terror flashes across a man's face as he witnesses something horrifying. From a distance, a boy burns with jealousy, glaring as a couple walks together laughing, his teeth grinding in rage as he silently vows vengeance. Hand in hand, two characters stroll peacefully, one cheerfully explaining that he plans to become a farmer after graduation. Since his resurrection, he has strangely grown fond of farming, wondering if it is the blessing of the goddess of harvest affecting him. A woman calls out to the man in the hospital gown, drawing his attention. Moments later, a girl bows deeply in front of the stunned boy in hospital pajamas, creating an awkward silence. Sitting on a bench nearby, a young woman earnestly promises to repay the person who saved both her and her mother. Suddenly, realization slams into Ilshin like lightning, freezing his expression in shock. A new believer in the Earth branch awakens a powerful shared skill, granting the potential for transcendence. The woman waves goodbye as she leaves to complete her academy reinstatement, while Ilshin watches quietly in his hospital clothes. Outside, sweat drips down his face as he reflects on the strange source behind his miraculous recovery. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious figure gathers blue energy in their hand, watching someone in similar clothing walk away. Unaware of the danger, a young man begins charging a powerful attack, preparing to strike while his enemy's guard is down. Ilshin sighs to himself, thinking about how slowly he is gaining S-class believers and wishing there were a faster way to reach his goals. Without warning, he spins around as a sudden presence threatens him from behind. Elsewhere, Bilshin stands before floating holographic screens, scanning streams of glowing digital code. A furious character erupts in rage, screaming that someone has ruined his love life. The next moment, a massive explosion rips through the area, fire and debris blasting outward as destructive energy tears through the shattered room. Dust spirals violently through the air. A bandaged man in a hospital gown laughs triumphantly, declaring victory, and boasting that he is now stronger than his rival. Suddenly, a sandal-clad figure slams down onto the smoking, cracked ground in a dramatic entrance. A muscular young man rises from the crater, amused by his own impact. The panicked attacker clenches his fists, stunned that his bombs had done absolutely nothing. Cold fear creeps in as he realizes he is facing something no longer human. Immense power erupts as the muscular figure confronts him, the energy reminiscent of the terrifying dragon encounter. Crackling force spreads, freezing both men in their hospital pajamas in place. The terrified injured man is yanked up by the collar, his voice shaking as he begs for his life. The muscular man pins him against the wall and growls that there is only one way to survive. Ilshin demands trust, promising forgiveness for everything that happened before. The injured boy stares in confusion as those unexpected words sink in. But the muscular man's expression hardens again as he threatens punishment. The panicked man sobs for mercy, shouting his unwavering faith in Sir Yu Ilshin. A game notification flashes into existence, announcing that the skill-sharing ability for the Master of Time and Space has been unlocked due to a new believer joining. Another quest window appears, displaying progress toward gaining an S-class believer. The muscular man snarls once more, ordering his trembling opponent to submit. Another character angrily scolds someone for their disrespect, triggering a frantic apology. The next day, the scene shifts to Mount Yuri. Standing confidently among the trees, Ilshin reflects on how his teleportation ability allows him to cross vast distances in an instant. Before him, a glowing rune-marked gateway hums with power, rumored to lead to a dungeon that holds the scale of the God of Harmony. Without hesitation, Ilshin suggests they head inside. Suddenly a phone rings at the worst possible moment. Far away, a grand wedding ceremony begins between the number one warrior and the descendant of the God of Destruction. Under overwhelming pressure, one man struggles to keep himself composed. Out in the depths of space, a colossal spaceship belonging to the Great Cosmic Alliance Empress appears, dominating the galaxy. Before a flower-covered altar, two figures stand hand in hand as pink petals rain gently around them. A regal woman stands beneath a golden crown, basking in admiration as soft light highlights her serene face. Back in the forest, Ilshin looks down sharply, sensing something wrong. His expression darkens as he stares at his phone, realizing someone may have fallen under the influence of a dangerous woman. A young man shouts desperately, trying to snap someone back to their senses. Nearby, a suited man jerks his head up in surprise as he is suddenly called out. Ilshin jolts as a glowing warning flashes across his phone in the dark forest. The crowned woman turns and addresses Lord Yu Ilshin by name, acknowledging her mysterious lineage and transformation. Once again, the Eye of the Blind God activates, its message blazing across the air. At birth, Esmeralda had been chosen as an apostle of the God of Destruction, forced to inherit its bloodline. She fought desperately against her fate but was eventually crushed by despair. At her lowest point, ready to give up on everything, someone appeared before her. A determined man stepped forward, vowing to protect her as powerful energy swirled around them. He charged into battle, unleashing a devastating attack. After an intense clash, the number one warrior destroyed the clone of the God of Destruction. Nearby, a red-haired woman watched in awe as purple energy descended upon her, marking the beginning of a mystical awakening. In that moment, Esmeralda finally broke the blood connection binding her to the God of Destruction. Outside, Ilshin absorbed the new information glowing on his phone. The regal woman explained that the warrior now served only one god, and must become a source of power for that deity. With unwavering resolve, she bowed deeply and pledged her loyalty to Lord Yu Ilshin. A lower-grade god soon joined as a believer, strengthening Ilshin's faith, and in spreading his influence throughout the Great Cosmic Alliance. Ilshin watched in amazement as reports poured in, realizing his power was rapidly expanding across the cosmos. Standing in the forest, he smiled at his phone while two supporters flooded him with enthusiastic praise and congratulations. Clenching his fist, he finally felt confident about the good god quest ahead. With steady resolve, he activated a magical seal on the cave wall and prepared to search for the legendary scale. 30 minutes later, he advanced alone through the dark tunnel, holding a torch high. Peering into a shadowy crevice, Ilshin confirmed that he had finally discovered the hidden location. Ilshin moves cautiously across the grand hall, his footsteps echoing as he approaches the massive statue of a horned woman holding glowing scales in her stone hands. The air feels heavy with divine pressure. His eyes lock onto the God of Harmony scale, and for a moment, hesitation grips his heart. Something about it feels wrong, as if the treasure itself is watching him back. Suddenly the blue-haired figure senses danger and spins around in shock just as a colossal stone guardian crashes down from above, shaking the entire chamber. Before the dust can settle, a monstrous beast erupts with a furious roar, rubble exploding in every direction. Ilshin straightens and smirks confidently, declaring that overcoming this trial will be easy for him. Without hesitation, he unleashes what should have been a devastating ultimate attack. But instead of destruction, silence follows. A startled figure points upward as another massive monster appears on a high ledge, its glowing eyes fixed on Ilshin. He frantically activates skill after skill in the dim hall, yet nothing responds. Panic surges through him as a warning message flashes before his eyes. 95% of his power has been sealed by an unknown force. Cold dread spreads through his body. Someone incredibly powerful is interfering. The mischievous blade confirms his worst fear. The seal belongs to the god of destruction, and the opposing force is far beyond anything they can fight against. Realizing he has walked straight into a deadly trap, Ilshin clenches his fists. If he wants to live, he will have to survive using the remaining 5% of his power. Before he can steady himself, a monstrous wolf lunges forward with terrifying speed. Ilshin stumbles back in horror as a determined voice shouts encouragement from behind. Trusting his remaining strength, Ilshin activates a special skill. Electricity crackles violently around his fist as he concentrates all his energy into one arm. With a roar, he launches an ultra-steel body punch straight into the beast. The impact shakes the hall, but another massive clawed foot slams into the ground, blasting debris everywhere. A character's face twists in shock as he suddenly realizes something far worse is coming. From the smoke, two more armored beast-like monsters emerge, their glowing eyes locking onto Ilshin. Sweat pours down his face as he mutters in frustration, staring at the overwhelming odds stacked against him. Then, system interrupts. The Truth Seeker of Eternity announces that it has altered the 45th floor's trial using its own energy, transforming the area into the ruins of the God of Harmony. A new mission appears, ordering the rescue of a trapped ally and the acquisition of the God of Harmony scale. Alarm flashes across one character's face as they realize someone important has been captured. Without hesitation, two figures prepare to rush in and help. A Ugal woman reluctantly allows it, even though she clearly disapproves. Hands clasp firmly, sealing a new alliance. She grips the young man's hand and asks him to return safely after reaching the top of the tower. He answers honestly that he cannot promise anything. Green energy suddenly flares around him as he smiles with fierce determination, vowing to return no matter what. Light radiates from his body as he leaps into action. A wild-haired man charges forward dramatically, announcing his arrival as power swirls around him. A nervous young man greets him with an uneasy smile, trying to hide his anxiety. Standing side by side, they compare their height, laughing as one cheerfully mentions being raised with divine power. At that moment, the Truth Seeker of Eternity and the God's fragments use causality energy to summon the number 1 warrior. The system declares that the 45th floor of the Tower of Warriors is now the active battlefield, and that his body has been resized accordingly. He studies the glowing screen, questioning the mysterious identities of these divine fragments. Stepping forward onto the bridge, he announces confidently that he will handle the armored monsters alone. As tension fades slightly, another character awkwardly asks to borrow spirit armor since his divine power is sealed. The request is met with cheerful approval. Driven by urgency, Ilshin charges forward once again, lightning bursting from his body as he fights to reclaim what was stolen from him. The monsters roar deafeningly as armored enemies rush in from all sides. A warrior releases a massive surge of blue lightning, while another swings his glowing sword down in a crushing strike. Two figures stand over a fallen enemy, mocking how it could not even survive a single punch. Soon, two powerful presences stride onto the shattered battlefield, advancing through smoke and fallen beasts toward the towering judgment statue. An armored warrior steps forward, challenging the final opponent directly. A glowing magic seal ignites in another's eye as forbidden power surges free. An enigmatic voice echoes through the ruins, declaring the universal balance between light and darkness, life and death. The mystical scale glows brilliantly as a foreboding figure condemns someone for abandoning creation and becoming pure destruction. One character withstands the overwhelming assault without flinching, while another collapses back in agony, clutching his head. With renewed resolve, a warrior turns, ready to face what lies ahead. A menacing presence reveals that Ilshin has inherited a powerful bloodline, and strangely, he accepts this truth without resistance. A warning follows. Once the true enemy reveals themselves beyond the enchanted scale, escape will no longer be possible. Suddenly, the massive armored statue fires a blinding golden beam that crashes violently into the ground before them. Two armored figures arrive together, lightning snapping around their bodies as dark energy radiates outward. Elsewhere in the forest, a glowing figure descends before two stunned warriors. The sheer divine pressure makes sweat drip down their faces. The identities of two terrifying evil gods are revealed. The beast of greed and deception, and the ruler of the abyssal swamp, now stand in a tense confrontation. Ilshin realizes with dread that these may be a powerful enemy sent to destroy him. A commanding woman coldly orders that the young god responsible for killing their apostles and stealing their power must be captured. A monstrous presence looms over a lone hooded figure, promising to devour every part of their enemy. Crackling with violent energy, a furious woman rejects any attempt to control her. Lightning explodes outward as a devastating attack overwhelms her wounded opponent. Finally, a masked figure steps forward and makes their stance clear. This alliance is born of necessity, not loyalty. The iron-blooded Emperor of Antria is finally revealed, and beneath his cold authority burns a deadly hatred for Yu Ilshin. A worried young man quickly realizes that the Emperor has formed a dangerous alliance, and begins questioning what his true intentions are. Across the battlefield, a furious figure denounces the newly risen god of Antria for their arrogance, demanding the promised item before ordering the other to leave at once. A woman erupts in rage, her power exploding outward as she threatens her opponent without restraint. A desperate man quickly steps in, insisting that killing him would destroy any chance of defeating Yu Ilshin. He reminds her that they are supposed to be allies. Though furious, she finally concedes that their alliance cannot fall apart if they hope to stand a chance against him. Elsewhere, a powerful being grants divine strength to a mortal in the name of honor. Suddenly, a monstrous figure hurls a massive surge of crackling purple energy downward. A man screams in agony as the dark force swallows him whole. At that instant, the eye of the blind god activates. A rapid vision of the Emperor's past flashes across someone's mind. Long ago, a colossal glowing dome appeared in Antria, declaring itself the tutorial. Inside it, countless people were mysteriously shrunk to the size of a thumb and dropped into a glowing world of terror. A digital screen announced that one of them had been chosen as God's seed. A woman hugged a trembling young boy, whispering comfort as fear filled his eyes. Moments later, a hand suddenly grabbed the boy's head from behind, making him scream in shock. Another message appeared. The tutorial had begun. Only the final survivor would decide whether they became a good god or an evil god. The rules were merciless. Participants had to use their assigned skills to kill both the deadly insects and each other, until only one remained alive. Ilshin unleashed roaring flames from his hands, driving back giant red ants that swarmed through the forest. Hours turned into days. The digital timer displayed 239 hours and 50 minutes. Only 3 survivors remained. A massive red ant advanced as a man shielded a woman and child behind him. Suddenly, the strongest among them betrayed the others, shoving the mother and child toward the monster as bait. In that horrifying moment, another man gathered all his strength and smashed his fist into the insect's mandibles. With a furious scream, he unleashed a massive wave of fire. The firefighter sacrificed his right arm to kill the beast. Later, a muscular man crouched in shock, staring at cracked glowing pods in the eerie green swamp. 240 hours had passed. Only 2 survivors remained. But something was wrong. He stared in disbelief, realizing 2 enemies still lived. Someone hesitantly questioned whether the egg in the swamp was being counted as a survivor too. A slime-covered object suddenly stood upright among the plants. Then the system spoke. Authority Parasitic Yunga had been activated. A terrifying new skill, called Feeding, unlocked, allowing the user to absorb the abilities of anything they devoured. The muscular man froze in horror as the truth dawned on him. Inside the remaining egg, the child and his mother had survived by becoming parasites within the creature. A wave of overwhelming power exploded from the figure blessed by the great evil god. The narration revealed the truth. That child had become the current emperor of Antria. The terrified man dropped to his knees, begging for mercy as the monstrous insect-like figure towered above him. A gloved hand lifted. Flames erupted from its fingertips. Flames of the annihilating god activated through feeding. A lone figure stood against a raging tornado of fire, ready to face destruction head-on. The system announced the end of the tutorial. Only 1 survivor remained. A catastrophic shockwave tore across the sky, obliterating the forest below. Amid the burning world, the Emperor swore vengeance against those who destroyed his life and his mother's life, declaring that he would defy even the gods themselves. From that day on, he began absorbing the powers of Antria's native gods. Using feeding and parasitism, he built a brutal empire. Everything changed when a lone figure made a dramatic entrance and shattered his conquest. Now, The emperor sat on his throne in frustration, consumed by rage over the power that slipped from his grasp. Back in the present, someone demanded answers from Ilshin, pressing him relentlessly. Suddenly, a surge of blazing orange energy crashed into him, making his body tremble in shock. A white-haired figure confronted the hidden observer, demanding to know how long they planned to keep watching from the shadows. Nearby, a shadowy being complained bitterly about how unfair it was that others gained power so easily. Then a notification appeared. The cruel lord of insects had challenged Yu Ilshin to a festival of gods. A serious woman urgently warned that a new threat empowered by terrifying forces was approaching. Power surged around Ilshin as he realized this was a challenge he could not refuse. The confrontation was officially announced. A brand of war was imposed on both the cruel lord of insects and Yu Ilshin, marking the beginning of a deadly divine conflict. At the same moment, identical glowing sigils ignited on both of their bodies. In the shadows, a hooded enemy swore revenge, determined to steal the power of the evil gods before striking down Ilshin. A sinister, red-eyed figure issued a chilling warning, promising his downfall. Suddenly, a voice shouted for Ilshin to escape immediately. He froze. He recognized the voice. It was number 1. Through the smoke, a heavily armored figure knelt, struggling to regain consciousness. Above them, a monstrous horn being loomed, one opponent kneeling with a sword while the other braced for battle. The armored woman coldly admitted that she had tried to kill Ilshin while he slept, but failed because he escaped the dream sooner than expected. Shock coursed through him as he realized he had been targeted by a terrifying skill. At that moment, a mysterious glowing figure appeared before him, and the true danger finally revealed itself. Blood drips from the wounded warrior's armor as he urgently shouts for everyone to escape before it is too late. A menacing presence steps forward, blocking the only path out. Its cold voice echoes through the ruins, declaring that no one will leave alive. An armored knight charges without hesitation, blade flashing, while a muscular fighter braces himself to counter the incoming strike. Nearby, a masked warrior rushes straight toward a towering shadowy monster with fearless determination. High above, a winged figure crashes down like a meteor, launching a brutal attack toward the blue-haired swordsman. The impact sends a heavily armored fighter flying into a cracked stone wall. Even with spirit armor protecting him, the blow nearly shatters his body. A determined protector sprints forward, placing himself in the path of the attacker, and swearing not to let his ally be harmed. The imposing enemy tightens its grip on its captive, calmly acknowledging her surprising resistance to its authority. A defiant swordsman steps between the armored monster and his wounded companion, gripping his blade with shaking hands but unbreakable resolve. Ilshin plants his feet firmly and refuses to retreat. He shouts that he would rather die than run away. At that moment, a system notification flashes before his eyes. A unique authority has partially awakened. Littlefinger of the God has been activated. 95% of Ilshin's sealed power surges back into his body in an instant. The sealing barrier of the ruins of the God of Harmony shatters apart as divine energy floods the battlefield. The wounded knight stumbles back in disbelief, realizing he has somehow survived a strike that should have erased him completely. Green light explodes around Ilshin's armor as cracks spread across his chest plate, not from damage but from overwhelming power forcing its way out. Another system interface appears, announcing the successful creation of a supernatural link between Karma and Subhoodie.y. Soul synchronization rapidly climbs to its peak. The spirit armor evolves in a blinding flash, ascending into the legendary status of Ultimate Armor God. A figure inside a robotic suit is blasted backward by a violent wave of green energy, screaming in agony as circuits spark and shatter. Even the monstrous enemy staggers, stunned by the sudden eruption of divine power. The armored foe raises its weapon, preparing to unleash lethal magic. But the horned creature strikes first, releasing a devastating beam of energy that slams downward with crushing force. The entire structure explodes in light as debris and shockwaves tear through the air. A monstrous female roars in fury, hurling a terrifying magical assault. One massive creature stares in disbelief as green energy surges violently around its open mouth. A horrifying jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth forms within the glowing aura, confirming something far worse has awakened. Observers freeze as the ground fractures beneath the sheer weight of Ilshin's power. Gangan grips his dumbbells tightly, green lightning crackling around him as rubble rains down from above. After barely escaping death, One warrior bows in gratitude, thanking his ally for arriving in time. Then the system speaks again. The 45th floor trial of the Tower of Warriors has been successfully completed. A dark warning follows, announcing that the next trial will begin soon. Ilshin stares in shock as his hand glitches and distorts, flickering with unstable energy. With a confident grin, he declares that he will conquer the next trial as well. A knight in futuristic armor laughs warmly and waves him off. Moments later, another armored figure crashes to the ground in an explosive landing, scattering dust and glowing fragments everywhere before finally turning away from the ruins. The digital interface flickers, signaling the transition from the virtual battlefield back to reality. Now seated quietly on a couch, Ilshin stares ahead, weighing his next move. Before him rests a sealed legendary artifact, the God of Harmony scale, pulsing softly with divine power. After a moment of thought, he decides to give the mysterious relic to someone who might understand its true purpose. A news broadcast suddenly fills the room. The Hunter War roster has finally been revealed. The anchor formally announces the Korean representatives chosen for the global conflict. Ilshin listens closely as it is revealed that Hunter Gao Jung Hyak, unable to fight after losing his spirit armor, has chosen to become a coach instead. Then comes another announcement. Ilshin's own name will be added to the list. Realizing the consequences of the overwhelming strength he displayed, Ilshin clenches his fists and resolves to prepare for the Festival of Gods alongside the Emperor. Elsewhere, a powerful figure decides to send his aggressive ally into the Hunter War. Back on the couch, Ilshin casually remarks that he knows he is being watched and wonders when the Emperor will finally summon him. The familiar informs him that fully absorbing the power of the two greater gods will take anywhere from 2 to 6 months. Ilshin stares in amazement, praising the sheer abundance of power flowing into him. A menacing icon suddenly appears before his eyes, urging him to abandon slow promotions and confront the Emperor immediately. Ilshin shakes his head firmly and declares that he will walk his own path, facing the Emperor when he is ready, not when others demand it. The electronic doorbell suddenly rings. Startled, Ilshin jumps to his feet and rushes toward the door. He cautiously peeks outside, tension gripping his body as he senses someone nearby. Inside the room, 2 girls notice someone entering. One points forward with confusion while the other stands beside her holding a helmet. A nervous young woman steps closer and politely asks the teacher for help. Shock ripples across one face as unexpected news is revealed, while the others listen in uneasy silence. 2 people whisper about their fear that someone may be using teleportation to appear wherever they go. The troubled girl finally confesses that she hates the arrogant man who keeps harassing her and hopes the teacher will handle it. Ilshin's eyes burn with anger. Anyone who dares trouble his student will be punished before forgiveness is even considered. He slams his fist onto the table, making the 2 girls flinch in surprise. Suddenly, a critical alert flashes on his phone. 3 high-risk S-class monsters have appeared. All nearby S-class hunters are ordered to assemble immediately. 2 students sprint down the hallway as soon as they hear the news. Ilshin checks the coordinates on his wrist device, his expression darkening as he recognizes the location. Outside, a massive monster materializes near the house, leaving him frozen in shock. Far above the city, a gigantic red creature dives downward with terrifying speed. A warrior streaks through the sky, declaring confidently that no one can match his power. News broadcasts erupt across Seoul, announcing that S-class monsters have appeared throughout the city. As civilians watch in horror, Ilshin charges forward without hesitation, eager to test his strength once more. Inside a tense room, a young man mocks a nervous girl cruelly, trying to intimidate her. One student nervously asks to borrow a helmet. Another hesitates but hands it over while a third watches with worry. With unwavering resolve, a fighter places the helmet on his head and tells the others to stay back. He will face all 3 monsters alone. Ilshin launches a massive blast of energy straight at the descending beast. With a fierce glare, he declares that the battle is already over. High in the sky, a blue-haired warrior unleashes lightning that tears into a colossal red dragon. Suddenly, Ilshin realizes something is wrong. The monster he has been chasing is not what he thought it was. Before he can react, a glowing fist rockets toward his face. The impact lands with a thunderous crack, energy exploding outward as blood sprays through the air. The furious armored warrior throws his hands into the air, roaring at the invisible attacker and proclaiming himself the ruler of time and space itself. Ilshin steps forward with blazing eyes, demanding the enemy reveal their identity. After trading several brutal blows, A man in a white and gold coat launches skyward, blue energy spiraling violently around his body as he strikes at an unseen force above the city street. Someone shouts for the teleportation skill to activate, and a burst of blue light explodes outward. Through the swirling clouds, a massive, ominous tower suddenly emerges. When the light fades, the man stumbles across unfamiliar rocky terrain, disoriented and breathless. Standing atop a skyscraper, he scans the city and realizes he has arrived at Kate Tower, more than 10 kilometers from where he started. With a confident grin, he boasts about surpassing his limits after traveling such an unbelievable distance. Nearby, someone playfully mocks Bangshik for having the mindset of a middle schooler. A determined blonde fighter surges forward and throws a powerful punch, igniting another intense clash. On the ground below, a stunned figure watches as their pursuer appears in the sky, wrapped in swirling energy. The blonde man glares upward in disbelief and demands to know who his opponent really is. A young man lifts his helmet, bracing himself for what comes next. Another confident fighter in a tracksuit raises his helmet as well, confronting someone about their interest in another person. Suddenly, an unexpected threat appears. Ilshin looks up in shock, frozen by what he sees. In the next instant, he slams his opponent to the ground and demands answers, making it clear that he is more than willing to use greater violence if necessary. Panicking, the helmeted man activates teleportation again. Blue energy bursts across the top of the skyscraper as he vanishes, leaving Ilshin standing under the bright sky with an irritated sigh. Elsewhere, two suited officials study a digital map, overflowing with emergency alerts and coded data. They review a report about the team's surprisingly smooth progress, noting the involvement of a teleportation user and an unidentified helmeted fighter. Soon, confirmation arrives that the pair have eliminated the S-class monsters and are now heading toward the National Assembly building. Across the city, a monstrous creature raises its fist and roars as it charges a devastating attack. One man sprints after another through the streets, shouting threats while the frantic chase continues. A massive monster growls as terrified civilians flee for their lives. A trembling young man falls to his knees, begging desperately for forgiveness and promising never to repeat his mistake. Nearby, a decorated officer suddenly looks up, startled by something descending from above. The monster slams its fist into the shattered street as two people scramble away through falling rubble. Another monstrous figure crashes down amid lightning and debris, unleashing destruction. A body smashes into the pavement, cracking the ground open. Using teleportation at the last second, a man narrowly escapes and anxiously checks to see if his enemy survive. The monster freezes in confusion, caught completely off guard. With rage burning in his eyes, a hostile fighter stomps the ground, cracking it as he threatens his opponent. Another warrior activates Ultra Steel Body, preparing to kill before anyone else can interfere. Ilshin charges forward and smashes the earth with a violent surge of power. The monstrous enemy looms over him as he clenches his bloody fist and launches a furious assault. The punch lands with a thunderous impact, shockwaves tearing through the street as debris flies everywhere. The creature screams in pain as energy consumes its massive body. Soon after, a news broadcast announces that S-class monsters appeared throughout Seoul, but were all defeated by a single hunter, shocking the Global Hunter Association. Back home, Ilshin lies sprawled on the floor, thanking someone over the phone for a gift while a girl casually eats chips on the couch above him. At his desk, he realizes people are suddenly treating him differently now that his novel has reached the top 10 rankings. Motivated by the promise of a bonus, a worker in a pink uniform types furiously, determined to reach first place. After finishing 5 chapters, Ilshin prepares to send the manuscript. The boy beams with joy, overflowing with gratitude. Ilshin proudly notes that his writing speed has skyrocketed since becoming an intermediate god. Joking with a girl, he brags about his growing fame and suggests she bring her friends to a rice cake shop for autographs. A notification suddenly appears. 2 clones have been awarded for reaching 3,000 S-class sacrifices and increasing writing ability. A status screen displays the rising sacrifice count and skill points. Ilshin studies the ogre's corpse, noting the surge in power and the appearance of new abilities. Now able to summon 2 clones at once, he immediately decides to try it. Energy erupts violently as the technique activates. Red light flashes from one eye as another person stares in shock. A young girl gasps as crimson energy crackles behind her. At the computer, someone freezes as 2 identical figures materialize. A stunned young man realizes one of them looks exactly like his younger self. The cheerful girl claps excitedly, praising his ability to create duplicates as others stare in disbelief. Suddenly a hooded figure shouts dramatically about destruction, startling everyone gathered around the laptop. A boy in a yellow hoodie quickly rushes in to stop the chaos as another watches in shock. Laughing, a child teases Ilshin about being hungry and urges him to go eat hamburgers. Flustered, he reluctantly agrees. Two people devour their food eagerly while another sits with arms crossed, unimpressed. Playful nicknames are handed out between bites of burgers, making one person roll their eyes. A glowing spirit waves goodbye, promising to return once its divine power grows stronger. Ilshin wonders what abilities the others might possess, remembering the appraisal windows that appeared when he named them. One seed linked to the god of destruction is revealed, created solely to destroy. Another calm figure appears holding a fountain pen as mystical energy swirls around him. Ilshin reels in disbelief as he realizes that two extraordinary godly seeds have become his clones. Suddenly, an emergency alert interrupts the cafeteria. An S-class monster has appeared nearby, and citizens are ordered to evacuate immediately. The group stiffens in alarm as another alert confirms the growing danger. Without warning, a massive pillar of energy erupts through the building, catching Ilshin completely off guard. A monstrous creature bursts through the debris, glowing red eyes blazing. Civilians scream and scramble as rubble crashes around them. Yet inside the bright restaurant, one adult calmly reassures the child, who confidently replies that she feels safe with her uncles. Ilshin smiles with confidence and tells everyone to wait. He will handle it. Elsewhere, a hooded figure releases a violent wave of purple energy inside a classroom, stunning the students. In the city, a shark-like monster erupts from the ground, purple power exploding outward. Pink sparks swirl around Ilshin as he reacts in shock to the chaos. The monster lunges forward to attack. A desperate surge of purple energy detonates inside the restaurant, sending tables and trays flying. Moments later, two stunned onlookers watch as Ilshin calmly walks away after defeating and consuming the S-class monster. Someone shouts, demanding to know why the hunters still have not arrived. A bystander recognizes Ilshin as an S-class hunter and questions why he is with someone so dangerous. Ilshin stares in confusion, struggling to process what he just heard. Nearby, three young men recoil in terror, convinced that their lives are now in immediate danger. Ilshin hesitates, knowing that one careless move could turn the already tense situation into complete disaster. An anxious man quickly steps forward, raising his hands and reassuring the frightened crowd that the hunter beside him is his student and poses no danger. Some people remain shaken, while others panic and sprint away, desperate to escape. Once the threat of the laser attack fades, those who remain stare at the ruined classroom in disbelief, realizing that everyone else has already fled. Smoke drifts through the shattered space as two young men stand frozen, confused by the strange way the monster was destroyed. Suddenly a menacing sword-shaped icon appears before their eyes as a cold voice declares that troublemakers must be dealt with before they grow into greater threats. A system warning follows immediately, urging the elimination of the dangerous creature. Yet another revelation appears. The seed of the god of destruction could become kind and gentle with proper guidance. Ilshin's hand trembles as he stares at the burning object glowing in his palm. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hardens his resolve and crushes it, choosing destruction over risk. A glowing figure clings to a startled young man as its light begins to fade, while a worried girl watches helplessly. A radiant hand reaches toward the boy's eye, making him recoil in shock. Nearby, a fiery being struggling to control its power stretches out toward the smiling girl, who playfully invites him to come out and play again. A command rings out. Destroy. 2. A powerful attack erupts in blinding light. Ilshin stands drenched in sweat, eyes wide as he struggles to comprehend how the two beings are somehow communicating. Later, alone on the couch, Ilshin sinks into thought. He begins forming a plan to use Thrine's unique ability against the Emperor during the Festival of Gods. A notification explains that kindness and daily hamburgers are slowly weakening the creature's evil energy. From the shadows, a vigilant observer notes that the darkness surrounding Xian is gradually being purified. Suspicion lingers over Forshin's mysterious ability, and the true significance of the fountain pen he carries. Then a dramatic quest notification flashes into existence. The system challenges Ilshin to create a blockbuster movie that will thrill the entire universe. Sitting on the steps, Ilshin blinks in disbelief as he realizes he misunderstood the quest details. Now he has to figure out how to actually complete it. The digital interface suddenly activates. Teleportation to the battleship of the Great Cosmic Empire begins. Blue light engulfs Ilshin as panic flashes across his face. He shouts about unfinished business just before vanishing. Moments later he reappears in a burst of glowing energy before 3 stunned figures. A cheerful being with antennae greets him warmly, while Ilshin responds with awkward confusion. 2 officials discuss how Ilshin is the only actor capable of replacing the one who departed for the Tower of Warriors, at the Empress' command. An enthusiastic fan rushes up, shaking Ilshin's hand, and gushing with admiration. Ilshin jerks his hand back angrily, refusing to be treated as a replacement and telling them to find someone else. One desperate figure grabs his arms and begs, promising to make him a universal superstar. Ilshin threatens them sharply, demanding to be released at once. But the news breaks anyway. Yu Ilshin has been cast as the lead in the Empress's film. Public excitement erupts across the cosmos, and his follower count explodes. Within moments, his believers in the Great Cosmic Empire surge past 252 billion and continue climbing at an unbelievable pace. Someone nervously asks the director about the Empire's total population. The answer comes carefully. Over 50 trillion. Ilshin's eyes widen as he starts calculating just how many followers he could gain across such a vast civilization. 2 officials eagerly sign the contract, sealing the deal with enthusiastic handshakes. Another character nearly faints at the thought of reaching 1 trillion followers. Back on Earth, Ilshin interrupts anxiously, asking if the writing is still going well. Wearing a headset, Ilshin awkwardly explains his absence during the call, laughing at the reminder about deadlines. Even in outer space, Ilshin demands to know what personal reason could possibly justify disappearing. Ilshin cheerfully replies that he is simply taking a short break. Kadrada. With renewed determination, he prepares to film the next scene, deciding that Earth's future comes before his novel for now. The camera rolls. Ilshin unleashes a blazing fiery sword technique, energy bursting across the set. The director shouts for cut, ending the intense scene as the crew lowers their equipment and prepares for the next shoot. Someone calls out for the actors to get ready for the upcoming fight scene. A muscular man tests the prop sword, surprised by how smoothly it moves. As an alien-looking man watches, a system prompt suddenly appears, offering Ilshin a golden divine statue presented by Ante and the Gami Kingdom. Another message pops up on his phone explaining the strange gift, leaving him completely baffled. A cheerful girl happily lifts the golden statue and presents it to him. Reading frantic messages, Ilshin realizes others may have used a gold mine to craft a statue in his honor. After hesitating over the sheer value of the gold, he finally accepts it. A system update reveals that 9 golden divine statues of greed have already been created. Ilshin groans in frustration when he sees the name changed to Golden Statue of Greed. Then a mysterious mission appears. Craft 300 golden divine statues of greed to trigger an extraordinary miracle. Sweat beads on Ilshin's face as he asks Auntie if making 291 more is even possible. With explosive enthusiasm, she promises to work tirelessly to prepare them all. Walking down the street, Ilshin thanks her and wonders what kind of miracle will happen once he gathers every statue. About 10 days later, he relaxes in a bright room surrounded by storage crates, checking updates on his phone. Exhausted, he realizes that while 40 days passed during filming in space, only 10 days have passed on Earth. On the screen, a broadcast announces the start of round 16 of the Hunter War, listing 4 Korean competitors who advanced. Ilshin watches his clones dominate their battles, far exceeding his expectations. Inside the Hunter Association president's office, the president quietly studies the reports, already calculating the terrifying potential of Ilshin's cloning ability. The confident young man smiles calmly, and reassures his ally that their group's combat strength is already far beyond ordinary fighters. Beside him, the smirking man folds his arms and hints that this is only the beginning, that even greater plans are already in motion. Back at home, Ilshin watches the movie play across his monitor, eyes gleaming as he imagines the tidal wave of believers that will follow its success. In his mind, 1 trillion followers no longer feels like a dream, but an inevitability. Suddenly a system message flashes before Ilshin's eyes. 300 golden divine statues of greed have been successfully crafted. His breath catches in shock as another text box appears, revealing the truth. Offering all 300 statues, forged from Entria's gold, to a nameless superior god will trigger a miraculous event. A prompt follows immediately, asking whether he wishes to make the offering. Ilshin hesitates only for a heartbeat before accepting. The moment he does, realization slams into him, and a surge of notifications floods his vision. S-class believers begin increasing at an astonishing rate. Each golden divine statue of greed now grants one S-class believer, each carrying a chance of transcendence. With glowing light pooling in his palm, Ilshin lifts the divine object triumphantly, a fierce grin spreading across his face. At last, he feels ready to challenge both the Emperor and the God of Destruction. Far away in Antria, two powerful figures stand their ground as a massive creature surging with red energy roars before them. A sinister woman coldly commands the armored warrior to kill the god and offer him as a sacrifice. Dark purple and black energy swirl violently around a figure as a glowing crimson core pulses at its center. In the forest at dusk, a massive explosion of power tears through the mist, dark energy rolling like a storm across the land. A terrifying presence finally releases its full strength, signaling that the long-awaited reckoning has begun. Back in the spotlight, Ilshin steps confidently onto a grand stage and raises his hand with an easy smile. The crowd erupts in cheers as his performance in Space God is hailed as a legendary masterpiece. As the movie tops the box office, Ilshin stands beneath blinding lights, hardly believing how quickly his life has changed. He introduces himself proudly, and the audience roars even louder. Gripping the microphone, he announces that he will star as the lead in Space God 2, rallying the crowd to support the next chapter of the saga. The cheers shake the hall. Somewhere among the watchers, a frustrated figure clenches his fist, realizing his plan has completely failed. Supporters shout Ilshin's name, while even aliens in blue uniforms raise their fists and chant their loyalty to Mr. Uidai. Notifications flood in once more. The total number of ordinary believers in the great cosmic empire appears. Then another screen reveals the number of S-class believers. Over 2,000. Ilshin stares in disbelief as the ordinary believer count surges into the hundreds of billions. His heart pounds with excitement as he realizes the impossible goal is now within reach. A spaceship streaks across the endless star-filled void. Relaxing in his seat, Ilshin smiles confidently, certain that a few more fansign events will push him over the threshold and allow him to return to Earth stronger than ever. But his expression shifts when he checks his phone. Number 1 still hasn't responded. Trapped in the brutal and mentally crushing void trial on the 46th floor, he remains unreachable. Ilshin swallows hard, wondering how he can help. A digital prompt suddenly appears. Share the skill. Eye of the blind god. Yes or no. Before he can decide, an eager voice jumps in, urging him to do it. The skill activates. A terrified eye widens as the reflection of a masked clown fills its pupil. The battered young man gasps as vision finally returns to him. He stands tall before the grinning figure seated upon a throne, ready to face the enemy who tormented him. Nearby, a red-clad figure surveys shattered chess pieces with bored disdain. On a glowing lava-filled chessboard, a jester mask being moves a human-shaped piece forward. A new monstrous chess piece materializes, signaling that the game is far from over. A massive beast towers over the human piece, baring its fangs as tension thickens. The injured fighter suddenly senses it. Lord Yu Ilshin is here. Another crouches in fear, spotting a monstrous presence, and wondering if this is truly Ilshin's enemy. A sinister figure grins, threatening the protagonist and eagerly anticipating the next move. A terrifying being with a glowing eye invokes the eye of the blind god, taunting its prey. A furious warrior demands answers, while an armored ruler seated on a throne questions how a lesser being could defy him, suspecting interference from the god of destruction. The red eye of a hidden force burns brighter as a dreadful truth is about to be revealed. A destructive instinct awakens. A mystical vision unfolds, revealing the abyssal dragon's ancient history. A shard cut from the god of destruction slowly evolved over endless ages, growing in power until it transformed into something far greater. From torn flesh, a colossal dragon crowned with thorns erupted into existence, radiating pure menace. The birth of the abyssal dragon was complete. It ravaged burning lands without mercy, annihilating everything in its path. Over thousands of years it devoured countless gods and apostles, eventually gaining its own wisdom and consciousness. Now, having grown bored of endless destruction, the colossal dragon turns its gaze toward Earth. And with cruel curiosity, it prepares to play with humanity. A towering presence gathers swirling dark energy, its cold gaze selecting new apostles as if choosing pieces on a board. Nearby, two wounded girls marked with the seal of the abyss crouch together on a burning, ruined street, trembling as the monstrous force prepares to devour them. Yet the entity quickly grows bored. With casual cruelty, it begins a new godlike game on Earth, moving human-shaped pieces across a massive chessboard, as if the fate of the world were nothing more than entertainment. A sinister horned figure steps forward and reveals the truth. He is the sole apostle and offspring of the god of destruction, the very being humans fearfully call the Abyss. Bloodied but unbroken, Ilshin glares at the unseen opponent and demands to know if the destruction of entire worlds is nothing more than a game to them. The masked horned figure responds coldly, comparing his actions to humans breeding animals only to slaughter them for food. To him, humanity is no different. He looms over the chessboard filled with human pieces, mocking their helplessness. With a cruel grin, he boasts about the feast to come and how pleased his father will be. Then he reveals his ultimate plan. The heroes will be destroyed. The world will be left empty. Clenching his fist, Ilshin admits through gritted teeth that the enemy's power is overwhelming. But even as blood drips down his face, he smirks. This time, victory will not come easily. Someone cries out that their god has arrived. Ilshin's eyes widen as he realizes the horrifying truth. The abyssal dragon is still alive. Later, sitting quietly on the couch, suspicion creeps into his mind. The sudden appearance of events feels too perfect, too controlled. The festival of gods between himself and the Emperor may not have been coincidence at all. It may have been orchestrated by a hidden hand. Faced with visions of Earth's destruction, Ilshin steels his resolve. Before the abyss can fully descend, he will kill the Emperor and grow strong enough to challenge whatever lurks beyond. Inside a sleek vehicle, the group is informed that they are approaching the next autograph event. Ilshin checks his phone, calculating how to gain even more believers, while noting how steadily his influence on Earth continues to rise thanks to his clones. His attention shifts to the Hunter War display. Royce and Sasaki will face each other in the semi-finals. Two warriors step into the arena, flames roaring behind them as national flags wave overhead. Realization strikes. His own clones are about to fight each other. The referee announces the match, and the battle begins. Elsewhere, a man in a suit sits anxiously on a couch, eyes glued to his phone. Suddenly, dark crackling energy erupts nearby, making him recoil in fear. A digital screen activates. The unique authority of the Eye of the Blind God has been triggered. A furious creature roars, demanding confrontation. Another monstrous figure snarls, rejecting the power it was given, and demanding even more. Dark energy surges wildly as a red-haired woman shouts in defiance, daring anyone to underestimate her group's strength. Nearby, a bloodied fighter wrapped in purple energy clenches his fists, realizing his current power still isn't enough. A sinister presence demands the surrender of all divine powers. Shock flashes across faces. Rage follows. A spiky-haired warrior faces off against a gigantic shadow, serpent in a tense magical standoff. A horned monster with glowing eyes lunges forward in blind fury. The red-haired woman restrains it mid-attack, refusing to let it die before her revenge is complete. Another beast boasts that Earth will be destroyed before a greater threat even arrives, while an armored woman floats beside him amid drifting debris. Suddenly, something glows violently inside a monster's chest. It thrashes in agony as power invades its body. The red-haired woman stares in disbelief at what she has discovered about its true form. A monstrous mouth filled with razor fangs opens against the dark sky. Purple energy explodes as the woman fights back, refusing to be overwhelmed. The creature struggles desperately, but forbidden power activates. The devil's sword is unleashed. A white-haired warrior charges forward into the storm of purple energy, striking without hesitation. The red-haired woman stumbles back in shock as a greater god falls before her eyes. Another monstrous figure lunges in rage. Ilshin answers with a glowing sword strike that pierces straight through its massive body. Clutching a bleeding wound, the enemy screams accusations of betrayal. A ruthless presence charges forward, declaring the brutal law of evil gods. Only the strong survive. A massive green dragon tears across the sky. The red-haired warrior crashes violently into a cliff, shaking the earth, yet still refuses to yield. Before she can rise, a shadow appears behind her. A glowing purple weapon strikes, sending pain ripping through her body. The enemy laughs, brushing off divine attacks as meaningless. Then a sinister trap is revealed, green magic snapping violently around its creator. A silver-haired fighter charges in as the monster roars. Divine power is unleashed in one final desperate strike. Green energy overwhelms armored defenses. A massive beam tears into the sky. The armored warrior launches a last self-sacrificing assault toward the Emperor. Mockery echoes in the darkness as the flames fail to bring victory. Purple fire explodes in a final devastating burst. A colossal vortex spirals across the storm-filled heavens. A demonic woman erupts in dark energy as shadowed wings stretch overhead. Red lightning rips through the air. A monstrous red-scaled form emerges from the darkness, revealing an even more terrifying evolution. At last, the system speaks. The final survivor of the tutorial has achieved the status of Greater God. A glowing screen confirms the completion of the brutal trial. Exhausted, battered, and covered in blood, the survivor raises a trembling fist toward the sky. Against impossible odds, they have finally endured. The monstrous figure finally lunges forward, unleashing the devastating attack it had been waiting to use for so long. A digital screen suddenly appears, offering the option to escape the completed tutorial and return to Earth. With a cold grin and burning eyes, the warrior challenges his rival, declaring that it is time to end their conflict once and for all. At that moment, a dark portal rips open across the sky above the forest. Ilshin freezes in shock. Dial. As the truth floods his mind, he realizes the Emperor has managed to kill a greater evil god. The glowing gate is not an attack at all. It is the Emperor's return path to Earth. The Eye of the Blind God activates as Ilshin stands trapped between two terrifying forces, their overwhelming auras crashing against each other like colliding storms. While the power surges around him, he notices something horrifying. The other hunters cannot even perceive the mysterious object before them. Far away in space, a desperate pilot forces a spaceship to its maximum speed, racing through the galaxy to return before disaster strikes. A system message flashes. Return to Earth successful. The moment the Emperor arrives, a creature with crystalline wings crashes into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave that tears across the land. A masked warrior shouts, demanding to know the stranger's identity. An armored figure lands heavily on a bridge as a horned observer watches from the shadows. The semifinals of the Hunter War officially begin, with the horned figure welcoming the participants like a twisted host of a deadly game. The masked fighter suddenly notices something impossible. A child stands among them. One figure stares in awe, praising the unbelievable feat of devouring a greater evil god. The masked creator boasts proudly, claiming the tutorial was his masterpiece, crafted with immense power and effort. A shadowy armored warrior radiating red energy steps forward, demanding answers. A furious monster roars, asking if he was the one who created the tutorial. With chilling calm, the horned masked figure reveals the truth. He is both the creator of the trial and the apostle of the god of destruction. Suddenly, a flamboyant figure bursts onto the scene with dramatic flair, welcoming everyone with a wide grin. Before anyone can react, the masked apostle is struck hard in the face by a slicing wave of energy. A warrior in spiked armor surges forward, dark lightning crackling violently around him. Rage explodes as one fighter demands to know if this monster was responsible for trapping everyone in the tutorial, and for his mother's death. A towering armored figure is smashed into the ground by a brutal red-bladed strike. Energy snaps through the air as the furious warrior glares at the unseen enemy. When the fallen body collapses, the truth is revealed. It was only a puppet. Realizing he has been deceived, the enraged fighter roars that he will hunt down the real enemy and destroy him no matter where he hides. His eyes glow crimson as he swears to finally avenge his mother. High above, the emblem of the war god appears, its divine presence pressing down upon the battlefield. In the forest, a white-haired horned figure screams in frustration. A winged warrior crashes onto the glowing fractured ground and admits defeat before the war god. Coldly, the war god demands the blood and soul of the young god as payment for their contract. A demonic figure reveals that he received immense power, by sacrificing the captive god to a higher being. Nearby, a menacing armored warrior vows to behead Yu Ilshin as an offering. Dark energy explodes outward, shattering the temple gate and tearing through the magical barrier. Smoke rises from a massive ruined coliseum, the aftermath of a brutal clash. In the arena, a young man reels in disbelief as shocking news about Roy spreads. A wounded fighter drops to his knees, gasping for breath, while his opponent stands over him with a sword. A confident victor mocks the outcome as the crowd roars. The once strongest warrior kneels in defeat, while the rookie stands tall on the shattered battlefield. From the stands, a young man in a yellow jacket shouts a single command. Destroy Igala. Another man quickly restrains his furious ally, warning that their enemy cannot be killed yet because of his connection to an evil god. Someone urgently warns that Sasaki has done something extremely dangerous. In front of the roaring crowd, a battered fighter accuses his opponent of using power borrowed from an evil god. A red-haired man snarls from the sidelines, threatening silence with deadly consequences. A determined swordsman swings a glowing blade at a monstrous enemy as the audience holds its breath. Another warrior charges in, raising his radiant sword for a finishing blow. Suddenly a dark entity erupts between them, releasing a surge of malevolent energy that throws both fighters back. A demonic winged beast slams down from above, smashing two opponents into the ground as shockwaves ripple outward. Spectators scream and scatter as a monstrous presence approaches the city. A pale figure marked in red leans forward, demanding answers. Above the skyline, a terrifying creature hovers, roaring for its enemy to reveal himself. Buildings tremble violently as dust and debris rain down. Panic spreads when an SS-class monster appears, forcing crowds to flee the arena in terror. Ilshin suddenly feels it. The Emperor is here. Sweat pours down his face as he senses that the Emperor's power has changed, far stronger and darker than before. A decision is made instantly. They must stop him now. A towering armored figure orders the main body to return as two people cautiously step outside the damaged building. A masked enemy snarls, demanding to know where Ilshin is hiding. A young man freezes as he realizes his sword is gone. Without hesitation, another warrior swings a glowing red blade toward the Emperor in a lethal arc kayad. Kneeling, a fighter grips the sword granted by the beast of greed and deception, its terrifying power surging through his hands as he prepares to draw it. A furious warrior slashes at the horned creature with overwhelming force. An armored fighter is suddenly blasted by a brilliant attack. Two allies coordinate their strikes, launching a deadly assault against a monstrous insect-like foe. Amid the chaos, a red-eyed figure laughs cruelly, mocking the fallen evil god's power and questioning whether it was ever worth fearing at all. A devastating wave of divine flames erupts across the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path in blinding fire. Fiery energy surges violently, as power is unleashed at a critical moment, shaking the arena to its core. An armored warrior with massive wings stands over a crawling, defeated enemy, asserting absolute dominance. Another transformed armored figure rises amid shattered debris, overflowing with overwhelming divine strength. A tense young fighter grits his teeth as he realizes the enemy before him is far beyond the level of an ordinary greater god. Clenching his fist, he prepares to confront the threat alone before the main body can arrive. In the ruined city, a taunting insect-like creature mocks its pursuer after being exposed. From the smoke, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes emerges, calling out with raw hostility. A demonic presence surges forward at explosive speed, its crimson eyes locked onto its target. A man plants his feet in the hallway, bracing himself as the monster lunges straight at him. At the heart of the arena, a colossal god-powered explosion detonates, sending waves of destruction outward. The young warrior steels his nerves, determination burning brighter than fear. A flaming-jawed beast snarls and taunts its opponent in the center of the battlefield. Steel meets darkness as a sword-wielding fighter clashes with a monstrous foe wrapped in shadowy energy. A savage strike crashes down, but the protagonist blocks it just in time, shockwaves ripping through the air. Behind a mask, eyes widen in horror as a terrible realization dawns. A massive beam of purple energy erupts toward the swordsman. A gigantic tail slams into the ground, hurling debris everywhere. A dark armored warrior drives a glowing blade into the earth, releasing a violent burst of purple power. Four empowered fighters surge forward together as a command rings out to attack the unstoppable enemy. A giant insect crashes into the arena while three defenders brace themselves, one charging a spell in desperation. A powerful presence sneers, mocking those he deems beneath him. Magic crashes down like a storm between the two battling figures. Scanning frantically, an armored warrior realizes something crucial is gone. In a burst of energy, he charges wildly down the hall, launching a reckless assault on the group. A menacing enemy taunts a weakened fighter, utterly unconcerned by his suffering. Bloodied and trembling, the protagonist forces himself upright, sword in hand as dust swirls around him. The ground suddenly splits open from a crushing blow. A red-eyed attacker charges forward, declaring the young warrior a sacrifice to the war god. Steel glows as the hero defends himself with everything he has. They lock eyes in a deadly standoff, both preparing for the decisive clash. A blinding supernatural blast erupts, forcing the defender to brace against the explosive force. A glowing fist grabs a wide-eyed fighter by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Then everything changes. The Festival of Gods officially begins as a pivotal figure arrives. A monstrous explosion tears through the battlefield while screams echo in terror. Dark energy spirals through the air as a devastating attack is hurled toward two distant fighters. Elsewhere, a young man casually explains that he was late only because he had to travel far for an autograph event. From the rubble, a hulking armored creature with glowing red eyes rises, revealing a terrifying new form. A radiant being with angelic wings steps forward and calmly asks if anyone recognizes who he truly is. In a flash of blinding light, another figure bursts onto the scene, proudly announcing his identity. As stunned eyes watch, the winged warrior points a glowing finger and releases an immense healing spell. The injured man groans and stirs as three women surrounded by green light rush to support him. A woman gasps in astonishment, recognizing the legendary healing magic being used in the Grand Hall. Ilshin turns toward the main body within the chamber, preparing himself for the ultimate confrontation. Tension thickens in the arena as one fighter demands answers for another's suspicious behavior. Suddenly, Doan charges into the hall, shouting that he has arrived to save everyone. Before relief can settle, a monstrous insect erupts from the ruins once more. Horror spreads as someone realizes the enemy can create clones. A frustrated voice snaps, demanding why help has arrived so late. Another warrior boldly reveals his ambition to become a greater god, leaving his companions stunned. Through an earpiece, he learns their battle is being broadcast, live across the cosmos. Fueled by new determination, a purple-haired fighter rushes forward holding a rolled script while a stern blonde follows close behind. On the live set of Space God 2, one actor strikes a heroic pose, while another excitedly praises the stunning special effects. Data panels explode with rising numbers, showing believers and alliance members increasing at breathtaking speed. Another screen reveals the growing count of S-class believers with chances of transcendence. Bilshin realizes in shock that broadcasting the movie live is pulling in massive waves of new followers. Back in the ruined hall, the horned enemy stares in disbelief as three identical figures stand before him. The horrifying truth sinks in. He has only been fighting a clone. A sinister grin spreads across one warrior's face as dark energy swirls. The three fighters brace themselves, crimson power intensifying as a glowing sword is drawn. Two top-ranked hunters suddenly collapse, crushed by a force comparable to the abyssal dragon itself. What? Panic threatens to consume everyone, until a man realizes help may finally be here. The monstrous enemy mocks the unseen challenger, claiming all that power would be meaningless if the foe were weak. A chilling voice echoes that the great war god is watching. With fierce resolve, the announcement is made. The Festival of Gods has truly begun. Ilshin shouts for everyone to evacuate as the danger spirals out of control. A hostile figure snarls, telling his opponent to worry about surviving first. A demonic warrior plunges from above with crushing force as the young man braces for impact. Nearby, schoolgirl screams a warning to her teacher as both tense in fear. An alarm blares, signaling an unexpected catastrophe. Ilshin charges straight at the monster and smashes into it with a burst of magical power. A confident ally laughs and praises the strike. Ilshin snaps back in irritation, telling him to stop flattering him. The creature shrieks in agony as its arm is severed and dissolves into light. A hidden power explodes outward as a glowing red eye radiates terrifying energy. Another fighter gathers immense magic in his mouth and releases a destructive blast. A massive purple spell erupts through a glowing magic circle, tearing across the battlefield. Dark wings spread wide as a winged figure unleashes catastrophic energy into the heart of the explosion. The world is swallowed in light as chaos erupts everywhere. Furious warriors continue launching devastating attacks, magic and destruction colliding in every direction. A monstrous enemy lunges forward, cloaked in sinister purple light. A demonic fighter surges in response, striking with overwhelming force. A determined warrior fires a powerful purple blast at a towering foe. Another boldly taunts the monster, drawing its fury. The masked creature retaliates, hurling a man violently through the air. Surrounded by floating purple orbs, a furious figure grins in madness at the clone's actions. With urgency burning in his eyes, Ilshin shouts to his main body to finish the fight. A winged warrior plunges from the storm-filled sky, lightning roaring around him as he launches a surprise attack. The demon below reels in shock as the blue-haired fighter spreads his wings and unleashes a devastating energy slash. Heavenly Demon Cosmic Aeon. The technique detonates in a massive explosion, ripping through the arena and hurling debris in every direction. Without slowing, the winged figure bursts through the collapsing smoke-filled wall, pressing forward with relentless momentum. Exhaustion grips him as he struggles to maintain his clones after burning through too much divine power. Inside the ruined chamber, one winged warrior rushes to check on the others, while someone reassures him, and another shouts a desperate command to destroy everything in sight. Tension tightens Ilshin's chest as he realizes the Emperor himself is now involved. The monstrous insect lies pinned to the shattered ground, immobilized by powerful beams of energy. Ilshin shouts urgently, asking if the creature is finally dead. Before anyone can answer, the giant serpent stirs. Its massive body rumbles across the battlefield as a surge of dark energy erupts from its shadowed core. A sinister voice admits that it has been pushed to the brink of death. The horned white-haired warrior steps forward, eyes burning, declaring that he will finally reveal his true strength. Facing 3 opponents in the Grand Hall, he releases a terrifying surge of power that shakes the air itself. Blessed by the god of war, he realizes his enemy has been hiding immense strength all along. A trembling hand tightens around a sword hilt. The moment of decision has come. With fierce resolve, the winged fighter launches himself at his 2 enemies in a blazing charge. A sharp grin flashes across another warrior's face, radiating lethal confidence. Swirling purple energy explodes outward as a devastating attack is forced into existence. Suddenly, a monstrous strike pierces straight through Ilshin's back. Pain rips through his body as he screams. Both fighters freeze in horror, sweat pouring down their faces at the shocking turn of events. Engulfed in flames, another warrior releases a destructive surge of power. An armored figure stands over a fallen enemy, declaring the first victory with cold certainty. Ilshin slams his sword into the ground, cracking the stone beneath his feet, then charges the monstrous insect with burning fury. A mystical scale appears between them, its 2 sides glowing with swirling purple and blue energy. From the ritual vessel, magical power erupts, signaling the ominous ritual has begun. Teeth clenched, Ilshin fights through unbearable pain. With a crushing blow, he hurls the winged monster across the battlefield. Another winged warrior rushes toward a shadowed foe as someone shouts his name in warning. 2 fighters surge together, launching a combined assault against a towering beast. One man struggles desperately, face twisted in agony under overwhelming force. Above the arena, a commanding presence hovers and orders the winged combatant to step forward for the next battle. A masked warrior unleashes raging flames, while an armored opponent commands the fire itself to stop. Blue energy suddenly solidifies into an icy prison, trapping a powerful figure within frozen walls. Mist and frost flood the stadium as Ilshin stares in disbelief at the sudden ice magic. A beast-like warrior stands firm, revealing that he never fled the battlefield. A blue armored fighter warns that the coming clash will be deadly, that even a single mistake could mean death. A bearded man boasts loudly about defeating an enemy no one else could handle. Nearby, a glowing blue crystal begins to fracture. With a thunderous roar, a towering demonic being bursts skyward as the crystal shatters around him. The older warrior stares in horror as his ice barrier is obliterated in an instant. A furious god confronts the intruder who dared disrupt the festival of gods. A devastating energy blast tears through the Colosseum as a massive mouth-like monster descends amid flying rubble. In blind rage, the entity places a powerful curse upon Royce. A burly beast-like man is lifted into the air, struggling as mysterious crimson energy crushes him. The ground splits beneath him as red power surges violently. Dark energy and shattered crystals consume the older warrior, forcing screams of agony from his throat. Enraged by the divine curse, a sinister force challenges its rival to a deadly festival among gods. A muscular winged fighter reels in disbelief, demanding to know what just happened. A heart-shaped creature frantically warns everyone not to fight, revealing that chaos is exactly what the war god desires. From the darkness, a monstrous presence grins and accepts the challenge without hesitation. Towering above a cracked divine emblem, a powerful deity announces the start of a battle between gods, declaring he will even break cosmic law to protect one human. Voices rise in defiance. Someone swears they will persist even if it means facing death. A woman vows to protect her loved one at any cost. Ilshin stares upward in shock as unimaginable power gathers. A cartoonish red blade icon complains about reckless decisions while eagerly watching the chaos unfold like entertainment. As if enjoying a show, swirling purple energy builds on the glowing scale, radiating ominous force. A warrior whips a chained weapon through a violent vortex of darkness, unleashing a devastating strike. The seal on the scale begins to break, countering the overwhelming evil aura and restoring balance. A winged fighter gasps as he realizes the seal has fully shattered. The truth is revealed. Only by uniting the fragments of good and evil can the great evil be defeated. But the fragment of good is still far too weak. Now, the fragment of the god of creation has been infused with the divine power of the primordial creator, restoring balance at last. Ilshin's mind races as he wonders if this fragment is connected to Euphortian. Suddenly remembering urgent work, he announces that he cannot be summoned right now, pointing out there is not enough divine power to do so anyway. Back at his desk, Ilshin focuses intensely on drafting an important document. A notification appears. A highly valuable writing skill has been acquired. Under crushing pressure, he forces himself to endure, believing that once the scale of the god of harmony is fully restored, they will finally have a chance to win. But across the battlefield, a monstrous figure with glowing eyes laughs triumphantly. It declares victory over Ilshin. A glowing fist suddenly crashes between the fighters, violently interrupting the confrontation and leaving the red-eyed warrior frozen in shock. The angelic figure steps forward without fear, wings spread wide as he declares that he will protect every one of his followers, no matter the cost. Across the cosmos, crowds of moviegoers erupt in thunderous cheers as Ilshin appears on massive screens. A quest status interface flashes into view, showing the soaring number of ordinary believers and the steady rise of S-class followers. With each surge of faith, a system message reports that Ilshin's physical strength has been restored, and his divine power has grown slightly stronger. Radiating golden light in the arena, the powerful winged warrior urges everyone to keep believing in him. Watching the glow intensify, the masked enemy grits his teeth in frustration, realizing Ilshin is growing stronger by gathering followers. The towering insect monster looms over its smaller opponent, making resistance seem completely hopeless. With a furious roar, the red-eyed attacker slams down with crushing force, the explosion shaking the battlefield. A winged warrior is hurled into the ground, the earth shattering outward from the impact. Ilshin clenches his jaw and holds firm, refusing to fall despite the overwhelming blow. The quest interface updates again, believer numbers climbing faster than ever. Nearby, a young mage channels explosive energy through an ornate staff. A ruthless warrior drives a glowing purple blade straight into a dark foe without mercy. Another attacker lunges at Ilshin with a cursed sword, swearing to kill him before he can recover. High above, a winged fighter strikes a monstrous enemy midair, sparks of power bursting between their weapons. A trembling hand grips the cursed sword, barely restraining its corrupt strength. Red light flares in a warrior's eye as dark energy erupts outward. A muscular fighter strains desperately against a massive surge of black and purple power. An older warrior shouts for everyone to run as he raises a crackling, glowing weapon to defend them. The raging monster refuses to let its prey escape and lunges forward, slamming a stunned fighter to the ground. Ilshin glares ahead, breathing hard but unyielding under the crushing pressure. A monstrous claw rises, channeling ominous energy from a glowing red crystal embedded within it. Far away, the final trial of the Tower of Warriors is cleared as the number 1 warrior annihilates thousands of S-class monsters in a blur of motion. Ilshin strides through smoke and ruin, dragging his massive sword past a fallen beast as he pushes forward without hesitation. A dark quest notification flashes. The offering of 10,000 S-class sacrifices is complete. Moments later, a triumphant message announces the fulfillment of the objective. Ilshin has been promoted to a greater evil god. Dark power surges violently from a furious warrior as the battlefield trembles. A shadowed winged figure crashes into a radiant opponent, their powers exploding on impact. Nearby, a stunned observer struggles to comprehend what just happened. Ominous purple energy pours from a young man as he senses another presence arrive. The Tower of Warriors has finally been conquered. After clearing the 50th floor, the top challenger steps back into the world. A fierce warrior with a massive weapon strides forward before Ilshin as a winged presence looms behind him. Two muscular men exchange confused looks, noting that despite everything, one of them hasn't grown any larger since the event on the 44th floor. Ilshin reacts with sudden excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Behind them, a furious fighter snarls as everyone ignores him and continues their conversation. A monstrous creature dives toward the muscular warrior, who braces himself with his sword. Two warriors rush in together for a coordinated strike, one wielding a massive black weapon. Winged fighters clash violently with a demonic enemy in midair, sparks of power bursting with every collision. Eyes burning with rage, one warrior prepares to unleash everything he has. The mission screen updates once more. Billions of ordinary believers. Thousands of S-class believers. The goal is almost complete. A muscular fighter charges forward with a fierce roar, unleashing a devastating blow. A red-eyed monster fires a massive blast of blue energy in retaliation. Realizing the tide has turned, one warrior understands defeat is unavoidable. A shirtless fighter swings his lightning-charged cleaver at a monstrous enemy. Someone shouts for everyone to release their full power immediately. A winged warrior unleashes a colossal blue energy strike meant to end the battle once and for all. Suddenly, dark purple spikes crash down from above, impaling a masked enemy straight through the face. The crowd and gathered apostles erupt with wild excitement at the spectacle. A system message echoes across the battlefield. All conditions have been fulfilled. A pivotal event has been triggered. With a triumphant grin, Ilshin declares that he has finally broken through his limits. Radiant light floods the arena as the quest completes. Wings of brilliance spread wide as Ilshin ascends, promoted to a greater good god. A divine winged presence descends amid swirling energy, marking a majestic arrival. The radiant Ilshin points forward and commands the emperor to surrender. Snarling with rage and humiliation, the enemy swears revenge and refuses to yield. A demonic warrior charges at Ilshin, screaming a challenge. Desperate and unhinged, another offers his body and soul as a sacrifice, begging for a moment of borrowed power. A cry for help echoes through the shattered arena as a massive shadow descends from the sky toward the onlookers. The war god answers the emperor's plea, shifting the balance of the entire conflict. A monstrous creature screams as a devastating strike crashes into it, energy ripping through its body. A gigantic foot embedded with a glowing red crystal slams down, shaking the battlefield. The demonic warrior raises his hand, firing crackling purple energy into the darkness. With chilling confidence, a menacing figure vows to kill everyone present and hunt down Abyss itself. Fury erupts as a warrior attacks a smaller horned creature for daring to disrespect his lord. A towering battle-scarred giant mocks his enemy with cruel contempt. A muscular fighter swings a massive flaming weapon in a brutal arc, shaking the arena. Another clenches his teeth, forcing himself to endure unbearable pain. A monstrous armored enemy charges wildly, forcing the warrior to defend in sheer panic. With a roar, a fighter releases a surge of energy, activating a devastating ability as the clash reaches its peak. A white-haired warrior charges forward in a blur of motion, lightning exploding from his hands as he releases a devastating strike. Dark energy floods through another fighter's arm, unleashing a dangerous power that twists the air itself. From above, a furious winged figure dives toward the two warriors, crashing down with overwhelming force. One fierce combatant grabs an angelic opponent and hurls him straight toward a monstrous enemy with flaming hair and massive wings. Soft green light spreads across the battlefield as a powerful healing spell restores the wounded ally's strength. A sinister foe licks his clawed hand with a twisted grin, mocking the impressive technique with cruel amusement. Nearby, a man freezes in shock, sweat pouring down his face as a horrifying realization sinks in. He watches as the armored enemy activates the ultra-steel body skill, their form hardening with terrifying power. Someone urgently warns his companion that the Emperor can absorb abilities, shouting for him to stay focused. The armored figure declares coldly that the Emperor now wields the power of a superior god. A massive surge of purple energy detonates, demolishing a building as a lone fighter barely dives for cover below. Even through exhaustion, the young warrior forces himself forward to protect his lord. Two supernatural forces collide, triggering a violent explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. A monstrous enemy lunges in rage, threatening to tear his opponent apart. In that moment, the truth becomes clear. He cannot defeat a superior evil god alone. Clenching his teeth, the determined warrior reaches for a sealed talisman, ready to unleash a forbidden technique. Another fighter raises his cleaver high and summons the Heavenly Blade's treasury. In an instant, the legendary treasury manifests on Earth. Time itself freezes for 1 full minute, under the Heavenly Sword's authority. A winged warrior lifts a glowing card as a monstrous foe charges across the Grand Hall. Desperate, someone cries out for the Heavenly Sword to strike down the Emperor. Nearby, a muscular figure crackling with lightning grips a glowing red gem, preparing to face any challenger head-on. With thunder roaring around him, he boldly challenges the overwhelmingly powerful enemy. Bilshin surges upward with a devastating strike, shards of energy blasting outward as the battlefield fractures beneath his opponent. A system message appears. The Emperor has consumed a massive amount of causality. Another notification follows. The attempt to summon the Heavenly Sword treasury has failed. A young man stares in disbelief as shards of magical glass materialize around him. From the smoke, a crystal-embedded enemy emerges, sneering that cheap tricks will no longer work. In the chaos, a hand hurriedly scribbles something onto a sheet of paper. A skill interface flashes open, revealing an extraordinary level of writing mastery. A dazzling notification confirms the unlocking of an exceptional writing prowess stat. At an ornate desk that appears amid glowing light, Ilshin prepares to unlock the power of the god of creation. Gripping a glowing pen, he initiates a skill transfer ritual as golden energy swirls around him. A major breakthrough is achieved. A powerful new ability becomes available. With renewed confidence, Ilshin welcomes his allies with enthusiasm, pointing forward as radiant light shines from his finger. A mocking enemy laughs, taunting him for bringing a pen into the middle of a divine battle. Suddenly, a monstrous attacker dives from above, aiming straight for a young woman glowing with energy. Power erupts as Ilshin releases his inner strength. He blocks the sneak attack effortlessly, wearing a calm, confident grin. Shock ripples across the battlefield. High above, a horned figure awakens beneath a glowing ceiling. Disoriented, the monstrous being with a red crystal embedded in his chest realizes the battle is gone. He is no longer on the battlefield at all. In the ornate hall, a cheerful young boy steps forward and boldly greets the towering insect-like creature. Smiling brightly, the boy introduces himself and politely asks the other's name. The armored figure scoffs, declaring that names are meaningless. For a moment, the creature struggles to even remember his own. Nearby, a woman gently asks what everyone would like to eat today, as if nothing were wrong. The boy tilts his head and questions the strange name he was given. Suddenly, the hostile armored figure raises his weapon, convinced the child must be a clone. Ilshin calmly announces his dream of becoming a writer, earning a suspicious glare in response. A massive claw descends from above as someone nervously asks what the Emperor plans to do next. The monstrous ruler roars and devouring every. Ilshin listens quietly, then reveals that he understands those desires better than the Emperor himself. The masked ruler erupts in fury, shouting that he is the Emperor and will tolerate no defiance. A sudden gesture draws everyone's attention toward a glowing carousel. Before it stands a towering armored beast, confronting Ilshin and forcing him to face what he truly wants. Golden light begins to bloom. A woman appears, smiling softly as warmth radiates from her body. A stunned warrior gasps, recognizing something impossible. Bathed in glowing brilliance, the woman steps forward as someone cries out her name. The boy trembles as he realizes the woman before him is his mother. Standing bravely, he faces the armored beast and offers one final chance to see her. A gloved fist tightens, sparks of energy flashing as resolve hardens. Driven by longing, the monstrous figure flies toward the glowing woman, finally understanding what he truly desired all along. Golden flames engulf him as his power crumbles. His reign ends in light. One voice declares firmly that everything ends here. Determined smiles are exchanged as golden fragments drift through the air. Ilshin steps forward with angel wings spread wide, gripping a glowing red pen as he faces the armored beast one last time. A powerful angelic presence warns that erasing one's existence will invoke the ultimate authority of the god of creation. Ilshin lifts his gaze, steady and unafraid, preparing to make his final request. A sinister order echoes across the battlefield. Abyss must be hunted down and executed. With fierce resolve, Ilshin vows to personally defeat Abyss, raising his pen like a sacred blade. Bathed in swirling divine light, he stands firm as trust is placed in him. The Festival of Gods announces Yu Ilshin as the victor. In a bright living room, a glowing mystical scale begins to vibrate. Twin radiant scales appear in the air, humming with power. The scene shifts to a peaceful house in Seoul at sunset. Back in the arena, Ilshin stands unmoved as a massive energy attack races toward him. Elsewhere, a woman gasps in disbelief after hearing that the Emperor was defeated by Ilshin's skill. A door lock clicks open softly. A warm smile greets the returning figure. A man steps inside, immediately asking after the pregnant woman waiting for him. They move together toward a table filled with homemade food. One urges the other to eat while it is still hot. Gratitude fills the room. A confident smirk spreads across someone's face, signaling quiet assurance. A phone buzzes. A notification announces a short break for personal reasons. Two people sit across from each other at the table, one playfully teasing the other about her favorite novel. She groans in frustration, complaining about how often it goes on hiatus and leaves her waiting for updates. Nearby, a man in a suit calls out from the kitchen, asking why she keeps reading something that never seems to continue. A sly smile curves across someone's face as they hint there is a hidden reason behind that devotion. Leaning closer, another figure smirks with unsettling amusement, suggesting curiosity is not the only motive at play. Elsewhere, a monstrous clown-faced figure and a terrified girl stare at each other as their distorted reflections swirl inside a metallic container. The scene shifts to a tall building rising beneath a clear sky, grounding the moment in the heart of the city. Suddenly, a mischievous boy dashes past with a stolen cake while a furious girl chases him down, shouting for him to give it back. Not far away, a long-haired swordsman grips his blade tightly, striving for the enlightenment needed to reach the realm of a sword god. Two fighters exchange lightning-fast punches, each blow cracking with power as energy surges around them. Amid roaring explosions and thick smoke, Ilshin sits calmly at his desk, unfazed by the chaos consuming the room. One person types steadily on a laptop while another rests with a sword in hand, as others panic and run through the turmoil. The red-haired boy, clearly fed up, dissolves into pixel-like fragments and storms off, declaring he will not return until everyone else is gone. Frustration boils inside Ilshin as he clenches his fist, cursing the impossible situation. A phone suddenly rings. It is the manager. Concern flashes across his face as his hand hovers over the laptop. Another energetic voice answers a call nearby, and hears that good news is coming. Ilshin shouts in irritation, unable to hear clearly over the noise. Once again, the boy races through the kitchen clutching the cake while the girl chases after him in fury. A foot slams down dangerously close to the small orange figure, barely missing it. Then a hand appears out of nowhere, presenting a strawberry-topped cake and stunning everyone into silence. A shocked voice blurts out a desperate command to destroy DNA. At the same moment, Ilshin is smacked on the head with a bowl of food while still on the phone. One attacker throws a punch as another threatens from behind. Ilshin glares forward, teeth clenched in barely contained rage. Ilshin explodes into anger, shouting into his phone and demanding everyone leave him alone. Someone suddenly suggests they all go outside to spar, sending waves of surprise and irritation through the group. Another phone rings. Good news again. Ilshin answers and freezes as he hears the unbelievable announcement. His novel is going to be physically published, complete with a fan event. Ilshin listens to instructions on his phone, nodding quickly and agreeing to prepare. A hand snatches up a smartphone in frantic excitement. Joy overwhelms Ilshin as reality sinks in. His story is becoming a real book. Then a strange fragrance drifts through the air. Ilshin looks around in confusion, his chest tightening with unfamiliar emotion. Closing his eyes, he studies his thoughts, trying to understand what is happening inside him. Suddenly, a voice greets him. He opens his eyes to see a confident woman surrounded by glowing magical energy. She smiles playfully and reveals she is unharmed. They exchange knowing remarks as she confirms that her prediction of victory came true. Someone begins addressing Miss Nightmare, shifting the tone of the moment. Nearby, a man bound to a tree with thorny magical vines begs to be untied. His captor refuses with an amused smirk. Lightning crackles as a white-haired warrior restrains another opponent with overwhelming power. Thorns coil tightly around Ocean, locking him in place. Without warning, the red-haired woman leans in and kisses the immobilized man against the tree. Shock erupts around them. Demands for explanation fly. Under the glowing night sky, the red-haired woman announces she is giving her final gift, along with her sisters, as energy surges around her. The news strikes like thunder. Another supernatural woman warns that they must forget their existence and abandon any thought of revenge against the war god. She urges them to live peacefully instead. A system notification appears. The authority of the night blooming rose has vanished. Moments later, another alert follows. The authority of endlessly granting abundance disappears without warning. Panic floods Ilshin as he falls backward off the couch, reaching out in terror. Tears well in his eyes as he clenches his resolve and refuses to give up. A burst of energy fills the room as someone urgently activates teleportation. Smoke swirls as Ilshin approaches a massive ornate door. He tightens his fist, determined to uncover what happened to Miss Nightmare and the lost abundance within him. With a command, clones are summoned. 3 identical figures stand ready inside crackling energy fields. Someone urgently asks why number 1 was not summoned after the disappearance of the 2 authorities. Orders are issued swiftly. Earth must be guarded. A subordinate kneels and accepts the command without hesitation. Another voice calmly orders the summons. A fierce command to destroy echoes next. Ilshin charges forward, energy crackling around his fist. Cosmic power erupts as he unleashes a universe-level skill. A hand lifts a glowing flame-cased pen, revealing a powerful magical artifact. Wrapped in fiery aura, Ilshin rallies himself and surges forward. A lone figure strides into blinding light, pushing open colossal doors. Stone shatters as a towering armored warrior releases dark energy. With a chilling laugh, the armored figure announces the beginning of the war of carnage and madness. Ilshin steps forward cautiously, shocked by how young the enemy appears. The armored warrior taunts the unseen challenger amid the chaos. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he reveals his transformed power comes from the 2 prisoners behind him. Ilshin's blood runs cold. 2 women hang chained and unconscious against a stone wall. Rage explodes within him as he confronts the enemy. The armored figure issues a cruel warning in response. Another sinister presence questions whether Ilshin possesses an item capable of changing the fate of all creation. Ilshin grips the glowing pen, stunned by its overwhelming power. The armored warrior shrugs off the attack effortlessly, mocking him in the ruined hallway. With tension thick in the air, the group decides to retreat for now and see what unfolds next. 2 exhausted women hang in chains against cold stone, their bodies trembling as one desperately warns that confronting the war god will only lead to death. In that moment, realization strikes. The enemy now possesses power far beyond even a superior god. A demonic presence radiates crimson energy, raising a clawed hand as it threatens to crush everything in its path. Crackling chains of lightning tighten around the captive girl, forcing screams of agony from her throat. Overwhelmed by the violent surge of power, Ilshin shouts in panic, reaching forward as alarms echo through the hall. Fury explodes within him as he thrusts the glowing pen forward, accusing the enemy of disrespecting the abundance that once lived inside him. With blazing resolve, he launches a fiery counterattack. The enraged foe blocks it effortlessly, roaring that the pen means nothing to him. Ilshin's eyes widen in disbelief. A towering armored giant answers with a crushing blow, sending Ilshin flying across the battlefield. Yet a calm voice reassures the others that the captives will remain safe for now. Then a declaration rings out. The event has begun. Ilshin steps forward, his gaze fierce as he challenges the war god to a festival of gods. He repeats it boldly, refusing to back down. A shark-toothed warrior laughs with savage delight, thrilled by the coming clash. The armored colossus accepts the challenge without hesitation. A glowing scroll materializes in the air, announcing the war god's acceptance. The Festival of Gods officially begins. Everything will be decided in battle. The armored challenger lunges forward at once, eager to test whether Ilshin is stronger than the last two opponents. Fueled by rage, Ilshin charges with his glowing blade, swearing vengeance for what was done to Miss Nightmare and the abundance within him. The monstrous armored figure slams down in a catastrophic strike. Explosions tear through the ground as Ilshin braces himself. A massive glowing weapon crashes down again, shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. A fierce taunt echoes through the chaos, mocking Ilshin's resistance. He grits his teeth and holds firm, enduring the devastating blow. The enemy stomps, sending debris flying everywhere. Red energy erupts from the towering armor, surging straight toward Ilshin. Without hesitation, Ilshin charges forward and activates his skill-sharing power. A colossal, glowing giant storms into the fight, unleashing a world-shaking attack. A lone figure withstands the blast, standing unbroken amid the devastation. The armored warrior freezes as his sword is stopped mid-swing by nothing but a pen. Silence falls for a heartbeat. Having overcome the assault with ease, Ilshin calmly asks what comes next. A hand suddenly grabs a glowing leaf-shaped artifact as swirling energy rises once more. A spirit-armored warrior appears behind Ilshin and unleashes a fierce strike. Power detonates, leaving fighters stunned. A warrior in green armor screams as a violent burst of energy smashes into him. A massive green blast crashes into a cliff, shattering rock into flying fragments. The earth itself explodes under the force of the clash. Crouching low, Ilshin steadies himself, realizing the enemy is far from defeated. A heavily muscled, tattooed warrior swings, a glowing weapon in a devastating arc. Someone smirks, impressed by the sheer power on display. Ilshin responds by driving his sword into the ground in disgust, rejecting it outright. With a roar, he rips off his armor and throws it aside. A massive dark limb slams down, shaking the battlefield once more. A muscular fighter steps forward and challenges Ilshin directly. Red eyes blaze as a marked fist tightens in preparation for combat. Ilshin pushes forward despite the tension, calling for his clones to appear. Divine power surges as the proliferating thumb of the god is unleashed. Two mighty warriors face each other, crimson energy crackling between them. Three figures rush forward together, wrapped in overwhelming power for a decisive clash. Amid the chaos, one man mocks an absent rival while another calmly continues writing at his desk as if nothing matters. A powerful fighter scoffs at his opponent's tactics, brimming with confidence. A red-eyed monster declares his ambition to devour all others and rule over every god. Ilshin answers calmly, stating that he will be the one to defeat the god of destruction and that everyone else should stop worrying. Outrage erupts from another warrior who feels insulted. Sarcastic remarks fly, followed by visible frustration. A towering tattooed brute snarls that their jokes will end once the killing starts. Two young fighters tense, hands drifting toward their swords. Ilshin brings his glowing blade down toward the defiant enemy. With a furious shout, the opponent unleashes a powerful technique in response. Energy explodes as Ilshin fires back with a devastating strike. Purple power erupts from the tattooed giant as a smaller warrior dives toward him. A cruel smirk forms in the glow of eerie violet light. Elsewhere, the two exhausted women remain bound in a stone chamber, one pleading that fighting the war god will only bring ruin. Another begs desperately for escape. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the rocky terrain. A muscular warrior crashes into the earth, shattering stone beneath his body. He drags himself forward, carving trenches through solid ground with raw strength. A violent wave of magical energy blasts across the battlefield. A glowing purple hand blocks it midair. With a roar, the muscular fighter retaliates with another crushing surge of power. From above, a swordsman dives toward the raging foe wrapped in dark energy. A young warrior charges with a glowing blue blade, screaming into battle. Ilshin leaps skyward and drives his sword into the towering enemy. A brutal counterstrike sends him flying backward, his weapon torn from his grasp. Bloodied and battered, he forces himself upright through swirling dust, refusing to fall. Dark energy surrounds Ilshin as he unleashes another devastating attack. The tattooed giant slams his fist into the ground, cracks of lightning racing outward. A wounded warrior in golden armor releases a final desperate blast amid the chaos. At the center of it all, Ilshin stands as power surges violently around him. An ally shouts a warning about the overwhelming strength of the next opponent. Ilshan nods in gratitude, tightening his grip as he prepares for what comes next. A young man activates his power by touching his glowing forehead with 2 fingers while holding a brush. He calmly assesses the now stabilized situation, his expression focused as he studies the sealed object before him. Ilshan hesitantly agrees to the request, while the muscular man dismisses the 3 inexperienced gods, declaring that they are no longer a threat. With confidence, he announces that everything is finally over. Suddenly, a powerful energy blast slams into the giant opponent, forcing a scream of pain from him. Ilshan smirks and confidently confirms that the plan is proceeding as intended. Below, a furious man glares upward, shouting in outrage as dust and debris swirl around him. Enraged by his injury, the massive fighter unleashes a devastating counterattack, sending his smaller opponent hurtling through the air. The protagonist retaliates, channeling a surge of energy through his glowing pen and launching a powerful strike. A muscular young man follows up with a rapid barrage of punches against a flying enemy. Another muscular figure erupts in a violent surge of energy as red power shards and swirling black tattoos flare across his body. Overcome by rage, he bares his teeth and glares intensely, sweat pouring down his face. With glowing red eyes and dark markings blazing, he charges forward in a berserk assault. Ilshan thrusts his glowing pen ahead, releasing its power in response. A furious figure radiates overwhelming energy while boldly proclaiming himself the god of war, boasting of his endless strength. Though wounded, the man clenches his glowing fist and forces his body onward through sheer will. A tattooed warrior charges down with crushing force, knocking a red-haired boy violently to the ground. Ilshan anxiously wonders if their opponent might actually be a zombie. A menacing figure raises his fist, warning his enemy to reveal any remaining tricks before it is too late. A clenched fist rockets forward in a high-speed punch. In that instant, a sudden realization strikes, eyes widening in shock. A furious fighter smashes into the ground, triggering a massive fiery explosion. The red-haired young man braces himself, enduring the surge of scorching energy erupting around him. Nearby, a wounded character doubles over, coughing up blood in visible distress. A muscular man unleashes another surge of energy, openly displaying his overwhelming power. A character blasts into the sky, creating a massive spiral of wind and dust beneath them. Wiping sweat from his brow, the young man dismisses the challenge as insignificant. A hand wreathed in flames forms the condemning middle finger of a godly technique, crackling with destructive intent. Golden energy surges through the hand as a new divine ability is activated. A catastrophic explosion of fire and energy erupts, overwhelming everything in its path. Ilshan summons raging flames, preparing to incinerate his enemy, and releases a fierce blast of fire midair. Energy continues to surge as the enraged fighter prepares to unleash even more power. Another devastating explosion follows, sending debris flying in every direction as flames and smoke expand outward. Ilshan collapses to his knees, breathing heavily as he wonders if the struggle has finally come to an end. Suddenly, a character forcefully challenges the authority dominating the battlefield. Another alarming realization strikes, eyes widening in disbelief. A clenched fist slams down with raw fury, shaking the ground. A glowing muscular man launches a devastating punch that sends his opponent flying. The impact crashes against a barrier, making it difficult to remain standing as a powerful force presses in. A massive shockwave tears through the ground, scattering debris everywhere. The red-haired young man crashes down, carving a crater into the shattered earth. Nearby, a trembling hand tightens around a pen, poised to write upon the cracked ground. As tension escalates, a muscular man taunts his opponent, urging him to accept his superior strength. Drenched in sweat and straining under exhaustion, Ilshan stubbornly insists that he can still continue. Another devastating punch is launched, accompanied by taunts mid-attack. A towering figure smashes the ground, sending cracks racing across the earth as he declares his opponent's defeat. Ilshan stands at the center of a massive smoking crater, debris and fractures spreading outward from the force of his unleashed power. A giant thumb slams down, pinning him helplessly against the desert floor. The towering man lifts his defeated opponent by the clothes and proclaims his victory, claiming the fallen figure as his prize. Ilshan collapses from exhaustion, his torn and singed clothes illuminated by the harsh sunlight. A man with wild red eyes boasts about attaining power equal to the god of destruction, only to be abruptly interrupted. Ilshan's face dissolves into light as he undergoes a dramatic transformation beneath the blazing sky. A muscular, tattooed man sternly interrogates a tiny glowing figure held between his fingers. In response, radiant energy bursts forth as the young man activates his clone ability. Finally, a muscular man prepares to absorb his opponent's energy, taunting them with a triumphant grin as the battle reaches its next turning point. A character unleashes a powerful blast of fire from his mouth, escalating the intensity of the battle. A muscular man is hurled upward by a surge of blinding energy, screaming in agony as his body is engulfed. Another man grins fiercely, releasing an overwhelming surge of power, intoxicated by his newfound strength as he boldly declares that he can now defeat the god of destruction. Someone mocks their opponent for failing to grasp the situation, while a muscular man recoils in shock upon witnessing a sudden and unexpected transformation. A character stares ahead, frozen in disbelief, struggling to process what has just occurred. A muscular, tattooed man stands defiantly atop molten lava, asserting his dominance over the battlefield. Elsewhere, a muscular man shouts in disbelief as he confronts the horrifying possibility that everything he experienced was nothing more than his imagination. Someone sneers at him for only now realizing the truth. Reeling, the man struggles to accept reality as a furious figure confronts another for deception, his body radiating violent energy as he screams in rage. Amid the shattered ground, Ilshan stands defiantly, revealing that he survived what should have been a fatal attack. He wonders whether eliminating the clones marked the true turning point of the battle. He then confronts a towering, armored figure shrouded in dark energy. Nearby, a hand moves across the ground with a glowing pen as magical energy swirls violently around it. A muscular, tattooed man looks upward in shock, barely able to comprehend the devastation unfolding before him. The war god finally realizes that he has been deceived by a powerful illusion, unaware until now that his opponent wields both the Emperor's power and a fragment of the Creator God. Blinded by arrogance, he fell for the illusion and mistook deception for victory. Enraged, he demands answers upon learning that the world itself was falsely created. Bathed in golden light, the protagonist silently accepts his new title as the War God. Clutching the glowing artifact, a muscular, tattooed man braces himself as sweat pours down his chest, preparing for a decisive confrontation while struggling to determine how the story should end. One young man criticizes the others for overthinking, while another shouts an order to destroy everything. The protagonist earnestly suggests ending things on a positive and satisfying note. A character grins mischievously, expressing approval of a pleasant ending that would satisfy readers. Radiating confidence, a young man boldly challenges his opponent and confidently declares the war god's downfall. A powerful figure struggles defiantly as an overwhelming force threatens to immobilize him. Another character reels as a sudden realization dawns. Once again, the war god understands that he has been deceived by an illusion and is shocked to discover that his opponent now wields the power of the god of creation. He predicts that after the world is destroyed, its ruler will fall into a deep slumber. Overcome by despair, a man screams in terror. Alone, a muscular man rises defiantly from a crater amid raging flames and falling debris. Suddenly overwhelmed by an immense surge of energy, he wrinkles in shock as blinding light reveals something unexpected. A massive explosion erupts, sending energy and debris flying in every direction. The winner of the Festival of Gods is officially announced, followed by a notification declaring that the divine powers of silently creeping nightmare and endlessly granting abundance have been restored. A tremendous surge of energy bursts from a man's chest as he releases his hidden strength. Ilshan unleashes a massive wave of power, light, and debris exploding outward. A system message announces that the war god's divine power has been absorbed and that the level of a superior god has been reached. Ilshan grasps the glowing power amid drifting cosmic debris. Determined to challenge the god of destruction, someone warns that even this power is still insufficient to confront the abyss, a threat feared even by superior gods. As space itself begins to collapse, the protagonist rushes to retrieve nightmare and abundance before it is too late. Teleportation magic erupts as he activates the skill and vanishes from the scene. Among the ruins, a woman supports her barely conscious, injured companion. Another character stomps the ground, sending dust and debris flying. A tearful woman welcomes someone back safely, her relief clear as she smiles warmly. Ilshan vows to save his two companions, standing confidently before them amid swirling dust and light. A flower-crowned woman gently cradles an injured ally, offering comfort amid the rubble. Startled by something unexpected, a character reacts with visible unease. Ilshin greets a newly awakened individual with a mischievous grin, glancing up from a glowing digital screen. A mystical vision unfolds, as the eye of the blind god reveals the history of silently creeping nightmare. The story shifts to a chaotic, formless world. From the world tree of the creator god, countless seeds and the beginnings of gods emerge. Two goddesses are introduced, one of beauty and one of abundance. Within a giant leaf, two children sleep peacefully side by side. Suddenly, a startled character jolts awake, eyes wide with shock. A cheerful girl bursts triumphantly from a massive pod, declaring herself the goddess of beauty, while another girl remains inside. Nearby, a blonde-haired girl looks up in alarm, sensing something unexpected. Under a star-filled sky, a weary woman demands the identity of a mysterious figure standing before her. A woman with piercing purple eyes condemns someone as a failure, dark energy swirling ominously around her finger. A menacing figure threatens a terrified girl, placing her life in immediate danger. A man steps forward without hesitation, defending the child as he confronts the powerful figure within the glowing landscape. Dressed in a white suit, he passionately proclaims that the child is the goddess of beauty, destined to make the world more beautiful than ever before. The speaker explains that the god of creation and the god of destruction were born when the primordial gods split into two halves for greater efficiency. One deity came to embody creation, shaping life from chaos, while the other embodied destruction, erasing and recycling anything that threatened the balance of the cosmos. Together, they form the foundation of cosmic order. A man dressed in a white suit boldly declares his desire to transform chaos and emptiness into a world overflowing with life, as a dark-robed figure listens in silence. At first, everything proceeds according to plan. As the god of creation works to fulfill his wish, he suddenly vanishes without warning. From this disappearance, the origins of two corrupted gods are revealed. One becomes consumed by an obsession with destruction, while the other is twisted from a devoted follower of creation into a living nightmare. Crackling with thunderous energy, a regal woman unleashes her power across a jagged, rocky landscape. The true purpose of the quest is revealed to be the search for the vanished god of creation. With unwavering determination, she declares her belief that her father will one day be reincarnated. In her pursuit, the goddess of beauty embraces dark power, transforming into an evil god in order to continue the search. After countless ages, she finally discovers the god of creation's reincarnation. Drawing strength from the memory of his mentor, the protagonist stands tall, a radiant figure smiling supportively behind him. Despite his altered appearance, he is unmistakably surrounded by the divine power of the god of creation. He questions whether his own origins are divine, while in the background an ally supports a weakened companion. Nearby, a stunned young man realizes that the powerful figures before him are, in fact, his own clones. Two characters stand side by side, comparing their heights as they discuss how divine power and the consumption of powerful artifacts have influenced their growth. Ilshin suddenly understands that an earlier reference was meant to point to the god of creation. A red-haired woman loses consciousness and collapses into another woman's arms. As her vision fades, she hesitates, fighting the urge to give in. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman lifts and embraces a dark-haired man, her excitement overflowing. Realizing that he cannot yet control the god of creation's power, she decides to end the attempt and take him home. The scene shifts to the protagonist's apartment building on a bright, clear day. Ilshan sleeps soundly as sunlight fills the room. A groggy man slowly wakes, his eyes barely open, before jolting upright as two relieved figures greet him. He quickly asks how long he has been asleep, and learns that he was unconscious for 3 days, during which time someone moved him. Despite his ascension, he struggles with the immense strain caused by creating a false world. A grave warning is delivered. The next enemy is even stronger than the war god, and the power of endlessly granting abundance must only be used as a last resort. He acknowledges that losing consciousness in battle would spell disaster for both himself and the earth. Breaking the heavy silence, someone steps forward with resolve. Mina, wearing an apron and oven mitts, warmly invites a surprised Ilshin to eat together. Another young woman awkwardly offers her leftovers, making excuses to mask her embarrassment. Soon, Four friends gather around a table, sharing a homemade meal with lively excitement. A young girl eats enthusiastically, loudly expressing her gratitude, while another woman slowly tastes the soup, her expression growing thoughtful. Suddenly, panic erupts at the table as one person jumps up in alarm and the others react in distress. A girl tastes the food and openly shows her disappointment at how bland it is. Another woman anxiously takes a bite and immediately senses something wrong. She freezes, gripping her spoon as sweat runs down her face. Bilshin suggests stepping outside for fresh air, trying to ease the awkward tension. Later, a young man sits alone on a park bench outside his house, working intently on his laptop. As he types, he reflects on his unexpected success and an upcoming fan sign event. While preparing documents to send to his manager, he remains unaware that a woman is watching him from a distance. Suddenly, a girl greets him, startling him. An enthusiastic fan rushes over, holding up a phone and praising his novel. The protagonist smiles warmly and thanks the reader directly. A woman eagerly leans forward, asking for his autograph while holding out her phone. As he checks his screen, a new skill appears, and he studies its conditions and range with growing intrigue. His eyes widen as he realizes something unexpected. Another fan approaches, asking for an autograph and a few questions, which he answers with a smile. One character urges another to ask a question, while the second hesitates nervously. A woman reviews the story's premise with the seated young man, confirming that the protagonist began his journey by slaying bugs to earn god coins. He realizes with regret that the bugs he once believed were part of a simple game were, in fact, living beings. Another woman recalls the harsh online criticism she received, remaining unfazed as she gestures calmly. After rescuing the scientist, the young man began supporting the ants instead, leaving others confused about his motives. Someone sharply demands an explanation. In response, the young man spits something out in annoyance before bursting into loud, mocking laughter while holding a notebook. A woman nearby stops and glances to the side, reacting to something unexpected. A frustrated woman confronts the laughing young man, who struggles to suppress his amusement. With a confident grin, he confirms the truth while touching his face. Another character snaps their fingers in frustration, demanding that he stop pretending. Finally, Bilshin reveals his new divine status, exposing his opponent as the abyssal dragon while conjuring overwhelming magic. A young woman stares upward in shock as mysterious information floods her mind, revealing the abyss's abilities and unsettling preferences. A massive eruption of energy rips through the courtyard, obliterating everything in its path. Elsewhere, a young man sits on a park bench and raises his hand, releasing a controlled surge of power, only to realize that his recent efforts are still far from sufficient. From the rolling smoke, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges as rubble scatters through the air. The presence warns that his current strength will not be enough for what is about to come, issuing a chilling ultimatum that Earth will be spared only until her child is born. Refusing to retreat, the determined young man steps forward and challenges the figure not to run away. Channeling his energy, he activates a powerful search ability through a glowing sphere. Scenes flash rapidly as someone frantically searches a distorted, glitching forest, while another desperately scans the city, calling out for abyss. The search leads the group to a desolate, snow-covered mountain range. There, he urgently examines a glowing holographic image of Earth, determined to locate the individual who has suddenly vanished. With his face illuminated by authority, he issues a commanding order. A powerful entity responds, declaring the protection of Earth against both the god of destruction and the abyss. A lone figure explains the hierarchy of gods, revealing how each ascending level grants dominion over greater worlds and planets. A divine barrier forms around Earth, shielding it from the fragments of the god of destruction. Confidently, a figure activates a glowing magical trap, while a chained captive watches silently from the shadows. A system announcement appears, declaring that the protagonist has been promoted to the rank of superior god. A dire warning follows, urging immediate action to locate the abyss before the child is born, as the child will possess the ability to summon fragments of the god of destruction to Earth. Preparing for what comes next, the young man activates his bearing skill. Another commanding message appears, demanding that someone show up first. Morning sunlight bathes an apartment building as a calm new day begins. In the kitchen, a woman hums softly while cooking, smiling quietly in the warm light. An elevator button is pressed, its display lighting up. A man arrives home and greets the woman cooking, reassuring her that his day was not as bad as it seemed. Still in his suit, he leans in playfully to check on someone wearing a flowery garment. A cheerful girl admits that she only wanted to hear her father's voice. The man asks the woman to wash up, explaining that there is something important to discuss, and she agrees to return quickly. Over dinner, he and his pregnant wife talk about the upcoming birth of their child. Suddenly, his demeanor shifts as he drops the act, signaling that he no longer intends to pretend. A confused young man questions the meaning of playing house. The man recoils in shock as the truth sinks in. A sinister red mist fills the room as a monstrous transformation begins. The red-cloaked figure's hands twist and crack as enormous claws burst forth. A man leaps up from the table, demanding to know who is there and where his wife is gone. The menacing figure threatens to send him to join his deceased wife. A bloodied hand thrusts upward, signaling a decisive move. Nearby, a man in a blue shirt examines a mysterious object on the table, while a wounded figure limps away, leaving bloody footprints across the floor. A demon-like woman stares out the window in frustration, unable to understand someone despite her efforts at creation. A red-clawed hand grips its garment tightly, as its creator doubts whether their work has been accepted. Suddenly, a towering figure in a red cloak bursts violently through the doorway, flooding the room with blinding light. A monstrous demonic face with glowing eyes appears, foreshadowing devastation and the end of the world. Ilshin leans forward, clenching his hands as he braces himself. A young man abruptly rises from his seat as the tension peaks. The protagonist realizes that the threat has finally taken action. Flames consume the city as burning debris rains down onto the streets. A massive red dragon tears through the fiery sky, radiating overwhelming power. Alarm sirens blare as news spreads of an SSS-ranked dungeon appearing, with the disaster-class Abyssal Dragon as its boss. 3 terrified men sprint through the streets, screaming for hunters. As the Abyssal Dragon descends, Ilshin charges forward and slams his fist into the ground, unleashing a surge of fiery energy to block its escape. The dragon retaliates with a devastating torrent of flames, engulfing everything below. Explosions rip through the city, buildings swallowed by fire. A monstrous glowing eye locks onto Ilin, radiating lethal intent. Through swirling dust, a figure steps forward, announcing a return to the abyss. A monstrous red creature emerges from the smoke, its glowing eyes fixed ahead as it releases a terrifying surge of power. Red energy blasts violently through the area, hurling 2 people backward amid flying debris. A devastating divine technique, the crushing index finger of God, is invoked, triggering another massive explosion that engulfs the streets. A young man charges through the burning city, launching powerful attacks amid the flames. Civilians stare in awe as a renowned God-class hunter arrives at the blazing building. Bilshin leaps from above, ordering everyone to evacuate while he remains behind to face the threat. Looming over the inferno, a colossal demonic figure declares that Earth is doomed. Crackling with energy, the protagonist defiantly unleashes the multiplying thumb of God. 3 young men stand on a rooftop, preparing for battle as one grips a glowing sword. 2 determined fighters release surging power and declare the destruction of the Nether Dragon. In response, the monstrous creature fires a devastating energy attack toward the trio below. A determined young man urgently commands his ally to restrain the enemy as he charges forward, and the other firmly agrees to the plan. As chaos spreads, a massive red-armored dragon rampages through the city, while a lone figure, encircled by glowing magic circles, descends rapidly toward it, signaling the beginning of a decisive clash. A character recoils in terror as a monstrous red face, with glowing eyes and massive fangs, suddenly fills his memory. Above the city, a hovering figure unleashes a massive spell, glowing runes spiraling violently around him. Straining to restrain the enemy, one fighter urgently calls for help as turbulent energy coils through the air. High above the skyline, 3 figures streak across the sky, flames and power trailing behind them as they charge into battle. With a thunderous roar, a fierce energy attack erupts as one combatant releases his full power. A hooded figure follows by unleashing a devastating magical assault, flooding the area with swirling runic energy. The monstrous red creature answers with a ferocious roar, while another powerful figure raises a hand and releases a surge of ominous purple energy. Enraged, the creature prepares to tear into its enemies without restraint. Ilshan charges directly toward the open jaws of the massive red dragon. At the last moment, he seizes a flaming sword, stopping the lethal strike. 2 fighters move in unison, unleashing simultaneous glowing sword attacks against their towering foe. The beast roars again, dark energy radiating outward as a cursed sword, shrouded in purple smoke, is revealed within a cracked, shadowy surface. Ilshan realizes too late that the enemy is regenerating far too quickly. The creature shrugs off the damage and prepares a counterattack. A shadowy figure conjures a spiked purple orb and hurls it forward in a powerful dark assault. Standing alone, another figure confronts the monstrous enemy head-on, dark energy surging around him as he prepares to unleash destruction. Amid the chaos, one young man urgently warns that the enemy targeted Samshin first, because of his long-range attacks. A red cloak unfurls dramatically as another warning is shouted just before a colossal red demon crashes into the city, spreading destruction across the streets. Two battered fighters kneel amid shattered ground, struggling to recover after a brutal clash. A supernatural force heals one determined man as he grips his glowing sword and rises again. Two young men dash forward with weapons drawn, hastily discussing a dangerous plan. They conclude that they must strike faster than the enemy can regenerate. With a confident smirk, one challenges the monster directly, tightening his grip on his sword as the plan begins. Bilshin stands firm beneath the looming shadow of the threat. The massive red dragon crashes through the city again, scattering debris in all directions as it taunts its opponents. A glowing slash cuts across its body, drawing a roar of pain. One fighter urgently shouts for his ally to keep attacking. Another lunges forward with a cry of determination, while the beast retaliates with a furious assault that forces two humans into desperate retreat. A command rings out to take action. A foot wreathed in purple energy slams into the ground, triggering a violent eruption. Violet power surges outward in a fierce attack, and the monstrous adversary reels in shock upon realizing that its enemy has survived. A massive beam of purple energy rips through a building, blasting debris and shadows across the street. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, Ilshan stands alone in the deserted roadway, beginning to unleash his destructive power. Three figures freeze as a towering, smoke-shrouded entity rises before them. Regaining resolve, the three young men stand united, one gripping a massive blade as they prepare for another clash. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges, taunting them and revealing that the fight is far from over. A multi-eyed red beast steps into view, radiating menace. Faced with something alarming beyond the frame, one character urgently pleads for everything to stop. A massive explosion tears through the city, reducing buildings to rubble in a storm of fire and debris. One fighter charges forward with a glowing sword while another desperately carries a companion away from the impending self-destruction. After the blast, one checks if everyone is alive, another helps a fallen ally to their feet, and a third stands nearby with a wooden sword, confirming they survived. The hooded figure warns anxiously of further destruction. Ilshan jerks his head as strange sparks flare around him, then unleashes a devastating attack with a shout. Nearby, a shocked girl points as three tense figures face off in a smoke-filled parking lot, one gripping a sword tightly. Ilshan's eyes widen as a critical realization hits him. Above a massive explosion, a horned figure emerges, radiating dominance as smoke billows below. A horned woman steps forward through fire and ash, making a dramatic entrance. Another character transforms into a more powerful form, touching the markings on their face as they stare ahead. A struggle follows as one grips their opponent tightly, preparing a lethal move. Ilshan blocks a deadly strike from the horned adversary's cursed sword, but staggers back, clutching his bleeding shoulder. The demonic woman taunts her unseen foe, ready to escalate the battle. On an empty city street, a determined fighter charges a dark-winged enemy with an energy-charged sword. Someone recoils in shock at an unexpected sight as a command to destroy rings out. In an industrial setting, the horned woman smirks and confidently announces her opponent's defeat. A determined woman surges forward, launching a swift attack as fierce magic slams into the monstrous enemy. A lone figure steps toward a swirling portal of purple energy and glowing runes. The hooded figure unleashes another powerful attack, but the wounded assailant is cut down and overpowered as a red-haired fighter declares the futility of further resistance. Surging with fierce energy, the protagonist charges forward for another devastating strike. Wounded yet unyielding, Ilshan braces himself as energy erupts from his chest amid flying debris. Watching closely, a cunning figure evaluates Ilshan's recent ascension to superior godhood, with predatory interest. A menacing woman bares her sharp fangs and threatens Ilshan. Nearby, A tense young man hesitates to use his powerful weapon, weighing its dangerous side effects against the looming threat. As a desperate fighter confronts the monstrous enemy alone, a mysterious guide reveals another path. The divine sword hidden by the war god is the only key capable of cutting down the abyss. Ilshan reels at the revelation that the war god concealed a blade of such overwhelming power. The sword is declared essential for confronting the god of destruction. Resolute, the protagonist activates the war god's skill-sharing ability by triggering the glowing artifact at his neck. In a flash of crackling light, a glowing electrified sword materializes before him, and he stares at it in awe as the battle enters its decisive phase. A character grips a glowing sword as electric energy crackles around his hands. With a sharp release of power, the young man sends a devastating burst of blue energy surging through the blade. Overwhelmed by the immense flow of divine force, he reacts in stunned awe as power radiates from his face. In response, a devilish woman begins charging her own magic, preparing to summon a weapon. The horned warrior follows suit, brandishing a glowing, spiked armament as swirling energy gathers around her. Nearby, a tense young man studies the twin swords carefully, sensing imminent danger. A prophetic vision unfolds through the eye of the blind god, revealing the hidden history of the god of destruction. The focus shifts beyond Abyss's past, exposing a far more dangerous truth. An ancient tree stirs as glowing particles and swirling energy gather around it. In this vision, a dark-haired figure gently cradles a weakened man as faint lights surround them. A white-haired man calmly accepts his fate, reassuring another not to grieve. Overcome with guilt, a woman wonders if her own flaws caused his death. The white-haired man confesses that his wish for her immortality was born of selfish desire. The world, consumed by chaos, now waits for order to be restored. It is revealed that a being even stronger than the god of creation was required. This existence is known as eternity. Overwhelmed by despair, one character collapses into uncontrollable tears as a prophetic voice foretells the rise of an ultimate power, destined to shatter chaos and endure forever. A figure channels swirling energy through a glowing hand, activating a supernatural force. The god of creation had once expended all his divine power, hoping his clone would complete divinity, but the plan ultimately failed. With eternity's failure confirmed, a figure declares that the only remaining choice was to create an imperfect world, one where life and death would form a perfect cycle. A cloaked figure kneels and entrusts their final divine legacy to another. Flesh and bone dissolve into countless lights, scattering like stars across the universe. For hundreds of millions of years, the god of destruction watches over the seeds born from the god of creation's death. Beneath a star-filled sky, a solitary figure sits in silence as the universe comes into being, teeming with life. As the god of creation expends the last of his power, a cold, cracked face with glowing eyes sneers at the creatures thriving upon his corpse. After countless ages, the god of destruction finally rises and makes a decisive choice. His ultimate goal is revealed: to erase all worlds and end the cycle of life and death entirely. A scarred man warns that the god of creation will inevitably return when his worlds are threatened. Ilshan stands in shock as he realizes that countless worlds were destroyed simply because someone wished for the god of creation's return. At sunset, a horned woman stands confidently, gripping a sinister weapon and declaring that all her efforts were worthwhile. A mysterious figure calmly reveals a life-altering truth, leaving the protagonist reeling. One character denounces another as a failure for not living up to the god of destruction's expectations. Suddenly, a horned figure plunges from above, unleashing a deadly attack and declaring that someone must die for the birth of a perfect god of creation. A red-clad attacker dives downward only to be met by a powerful energy slash from the swordsman. A powerful figure asserts his superiority with an aggressive declaration. Ilshan answers by unleashing a massive energy slash straight down the center of the city street. Despite his injuries, the young man swings his glowing sword again, releasing another overwhelming red energy arc. A fiery assault slams him to the ground, and an armored figure stomps forward, shattering concrete beneath its weight. Electricity surges as the battered fighter forces himself upright. Refusing to yield, he taunts his opponent and demands they accept defeat and death. With every swing of his blade, he channels the war god's power, growing stronger with each strike. A crucial realization takes shape. Manhwa. A horned woman boldly declares that she knows Abyss's weakness. A man charges forward with a crackling blue fist, striking to block her path. The two clash in the middle of an empty city street, their weapons crackling with supernatural energy. It is revealed that the war god's weapon grows stronger the more it is used. Purple energy erupts violently, engulfing the battlefield in chaos, as a powerful attack tears through the surroundings. The horned elven woman taunts her enemy, saying she wanted more fun, but warns that time is running out. A glowing figure rockets into the sky, releasing a surge of power as a towering armored opponent watches from below. Ilshin responds with a devastating lightning-infused strike, his resolve unwavering. A massive cross-shaped beam of energy rips through the ruined city as the two forces collide. A horned winged figure descends furiously, launching another fierce assault. Suddenly, the battle is halted as one character smiles confidently and challenges the opponent to a more intense confrontation next time. Catastrophic explosion follows, lightning tearing through the city and reducing buildings to rubble. Ilshan bursts from a rooftop amid flying debris and crackling energy, leaping back into the chaos. From above, a lone figure surveys the devastated city as explosions continue to light the streets below. Wounded and exhausted, Ilshin wonders anxiously whether Abyss has truly died, recalling her final words. He remembers the moment mysterious energy panels suddenly appeared in the air. A massive crater splits the city street as an unseen figure accuses its opponent of fleeing yet again. Standing at the center of the crater, Ilshan shouts a furious vow of revenge at his unseen enemy. The crater smolders in the heart of the city, marking the aftermath of yet another sudden escape. Days later, Ilshin rests alone in his room, quietly recovering from the battle. Though Nether fled once more, his vow remains unbroken, and the silence only reinforces the certainty that the conflict is far from over. The protagonist begins intense training, determined to prepare for future confrontations with her and the goddess of destruction. A massive white-haired man launches a fierce aerial assault toward a younger opponent, wielding a glowing blade. Nearby, a wild-looking man with blazing eyes hoists an enormous object overhead, unleashing terrifying strength. A white-haired warrior clad in red armor slams his massive sword into the ground, sending a violent shockwave rippling outward. Through swirling debris, he glares fiercely, preparing for an intimidating confrontation. A sharp exchange of stares signals recognition of the opponent's rapidly growing power. The god openly acknowledges the impressive strength before him as a glowing magical card materializes between them. The protagonist wonders whether he truly possesses enough power to defeat Nether and the goddess of destruction. The wild-eyed man taunts him, hinting ominously that nightmare is already waiting. Suddenly, a crackling bolt of purple lightning tears through the sky, and the young man stares upward in shock. A colossal thorny tentacle crashes down, charged with purple energy. More thorn-covered tendrils coil around the protagonist, trapping him as he looks up in alarm. Ilshin reacts anxiously as yet another crisis begins to unfold. He defends himself with his glowing sword, fending off a barrage of monstrous claws and raging energy blasts. Overcome with excitement, one character revels in the overwhelming surge of divine power before her. The young man leans forward, demanding answers, only for a blushing companion to dodge the question and suggest asking abundance instead. Later, the young man rests his head on a woman's lap beneath a sunlit tree in a golden wheat field, the moment peaceful despite the looming danger. A solemn woman warns him that both he and the earth are likely to perish, as their enemies are overwhelmingly powerful. She introduces an entity of unimaginable might, feared even by the highest gods. A serene woman reassures him that solutions still exist, then reveals the truth. He is the reincarnation of the god of creation, and must one day fulfill that destiny. Ilshan considers using his ultimate weapon, fully aware that doing so would consume most of his divine power. Suddenly, a gigantic muscular arm bursts downward, seizing him by the leg as the woman beside him watches in shock. Lying across someone's lap, Ilshan looks up in confusion, wondering where they are. Elsewhere, a man collapses backward in pain or shock, as a seated figure looms over him. In an arena, a massive muscular man sits confidently at the center, declaring his unwavering belief in the supremacy of strength. Under a vast cosmic sky, a towering figure challenges a smaller glowing opponent as their confrontation begins. The protagonist crouches, channeling intense energy as he imagines pushing beyond his limits. Someone quietly considers the possibility of defeating the goddess of destruction. On a rooftop, one fighter strikes down another while a third watches the clash unfold. With renewed determination, the protagonist charges forward and throws a powerful punch. Another fighter lands a crushing blow to his opponent's abdomen, shock waves rippling through the air. A muscular figure slams his arm into the ground, unleashing yet another violent shock wave. Acknowledgement passes between rivals, as one man nods respectfully at his opponent's increased strength. As they prepare to fight again, a devastating magical attack erupts, filling the air with crackling energy. A massive, glowing purple blast crashes into a monstrous enemy, overwhelming it completely. When the smoke clears, the group casually discusses the defeat of an S-class monster, treating it as a minor achievement. S-class and even SS-class threats are no longer considered dangerous. With everyone having grown stronger, and one member's writing skill surpassing 10 million points, Ilshin steels himself for what lies ahead, uncertain whether he can endure the coming challenge more than once. Determined, the author resolves to write the ending of the novel he began as a child. Several days later, a fan meetup begins as a crowd lines up before a signing table. A young man in a tracksuit laughs as he receives a sheet of paper across the counter. Surprised by the unexpectedly large turnout, the protagonist recalls telling two others they did not need to come. Nearby, two young women admire someone off-panel, sharing their excitement as fans eagerly line up to receive Ilshin's autograph. Elsewhere, a figure strides purposefully through the city, signaling a determined arrival. In an office, a woman greets a seated man and prepares to begin their meeting. A hand spins a pair of nunchaku with practiced ease, signaling readiness for combat. Another steadies his grip on a needle-like object, preparing to use it with unwavering focus. At the signing table, a cheerful fan congratulates the author, who warmly thanks her for coming. Suddenly, the man smirks and invokes his power with a single word. A woman springs to her feet in shock as he looks up at her. Sensing the sudden tension, a confident woman taunts her opponent for overlooking a crucial detail. A mysterious woman reveals that she created Godmaker to resurrect the god of creation. The young man stares upward, sweating as the shocking revelation sinks in. She explains that she chose the new owner based on who is most likely to become a god on Earth, admitting surprise at how events truly unfolded. A man glares to the side, taunting his rival for fleeing during battle. The woman further explains that her ability to fight at full strength was limited after giving birth to her child. A digital notification appears, revealing that Nether has been separated from its soul. Enraged, Ilshan demands to know whether he was merely being manipulated because someone else created Godmaker. The woman leans forward with a smug smile, intimidating her opponent as she reveals that she can now use her full power without restriction. Nearby, a man in a suit attempts to usher a silent figure aside as others wait behind him. A hand snaps its fingers with decisive intent, signaling the start of a critical moment. In the next instant, a character is viciously slashed, blood spraying from the wound as the confrontation explodes into violence. Two young men freeze as blood suddenly splatters across their faces. A crushing kick slams into the ground, sending debris and gore flying in every direction. Horrified, one of them recoils, his face twisting in shock after witnessing someone brutally killed. Panicked, the two sprint down the corridor, fleeing desperately after the murder. Nearby, a woman glares to the side with open contempt, dismissing those she considers beneath her notice. A clenched fist surges forward, releasing a burst of crackling blue energy. Ilshin follows through with a powerful electrified strike that sends his opponent crashing into the ground. She remains completely unfazed, calmly taunting him after effortlessly enduring the blow. Refusing to relent, the protagonist charges forward, vowing not to let her escape. Ilshin drives his fist ahead again with fierce determination. A muscular figure crashes through the rubble, launching a devastating attack as a red-haired woman recoils in shock. The woman sneers after killing one of their allies, deliberately provoking a furious response. Suddenly, Ilshin staggers as insect-like creatures swarm over his body. A nearby hand convulses violently, sparking with red electricity as it rapidly transforms amid curling smoke. The demonic-looking woman mocks him, coldly questioning the value of life itself. A muscular young man steps forward in anger, demanding an explanation for her outrageous words. Without emotion, she admits that she attempted to kill her husband as nothing more than a test. A powerful attack slams into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave. The horned woman follows by smashing a muscular man into the earth with overwhelming force. A young man is pinned against a shattered wall by a glowing feminine arm, realizing too late that her speed and power have drastically increased. Lightning crashes down from above as the horned woman pins a wounded boy to the rubble-strewn ground. A girl releases a surge of magic to shield her teacher, then crashes down herself, triggering a thunderous explosion of energy. The dominant woman threatens her enemies openly, declaring their inferiority, and her intent to erase them. A muscular fighter charges forward with a ferocious battle cry. A blue-haired combatant smashes two opponents into the ground with brutal force. A red-haired fighter is slammed headfirst into the street, completely overwhelmed and left stunned. Another determined warrior shouts for action while launching a heavy strike. A fierce attacker delivers a crushing blow as the defender braces herself to withstand the impact. A confident young man acknowledges the timely arrival of his allies as he prepares to act. Outdoors, a horned figure unleashes a devastating glowing energy attack. One character stands over their battered opponent as she collapses in defeat. Elsewhere, a man yawns in boredom, preparing to unleash destruction, while another watches tensely from below. A triumphant young man announces his victory as the defeated girl lies motionless on the ground, another figure standing nearby. Blood dripping from his lip, one character responds menacingly to the next challenge. A powerful presence descends from the sky, forcing the group below to brace themselves. Two young women look up in terror as dark particles rain down over the city. A frightened girl screams for everyone to run as something enormous approaches. From swirling purple smoke, a monstrous beast emerges, shattering the ground as it appears. A fierce woman issues a cold command to destroy everything. A colossal stone figure shatters as energy erupts around it. A man bursts through a fractured portal into a violent alien sky. Kneeling on the ground, a young woman urgently tells everyone to flee, glancing upward in fear. Amid a massive explosion and flying debris, several fighters charge straight into battle. A gigantic fist crashes down, triggering a violent eruption of rubble. In front of a city building, a massive beast slams a long red-haired woman with its clawed leg. A panicked girl cries out as a fighter rushes forward, boasting of his experience slaying monsters. A giant golem smashes the ground, releasing a shockwave that hurls the humans through the air as lightning crackles around them. From the smoke, another massive beast bursts forward, glowing eyes locked onto its prey. A monstrous figure strikes the girl viciously, sending her crashing through blood and debris. Enraged, a warrior charges forward, demanding answers for the attack on Lord Shin's disciple. A colossal leg crashes down again, shattering the ground. Three determined figures rush in unison to rescue Miri and Nina. One man recoils in shock at the terrifying sight before him. A colossal titan, created by the abyss to bring about the end of the world and resurrect the god of creation, stands amid raging flames and devastation only one day after its birth. The horned woman crouches as the ground fractures beneath her, declaring her child's arrival while unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. She confidently announces that everything will soon be wiped out. A trembling man, consumed by fear, desperately calls out to his lord as smoke and dust swirl around him. A muscular warrior hoists a massive object overhead, determined to protect his master at all costs. Nearby, a cunning figure quietly considers how the remaining gods on Earth might still serve a purpose. Beneath a crimson sky, three fighters rush forward, assigning roles as they launch their assault. A devastating blast crashes into the ground, carving a crater and sending streaks of purple energy outward. A massive dragon lunges as the protagonist stands ready with a glowing weapon, an ally watching anxiously nearby. A young swordsman releases a devastating technique, energy and petals swirling through the air. Another character unleashes a massive spell as power pours from a glowing magic circle. A powerful figure dominates the battlefield by releasing an overwhelming surge of purple energy. The protagonist stands firm beneath the turbulent sky, fully committed to his choice. Sensing imminent danger, his eyes widen in tense anticipation. A muscular figure's body splits open as dark energy erupts, and glowing cracks spread across their form, yet the massive enemy remains unharmed. A monstrous beast charges forward with a deafening roar. A figure plunges from above, striking the raging creature with a crushing blow. A young man stares in shock as unexpected power surges through his arm. A figure cloaked in flames hovers overhead, channeling a devastating attack. One fighter refuses to accept defeat, pushing back against overwhelming force. Ilshin strains desperately, struggling to hold back a massive object threatening to crush him. A charred monster looms over two figures as they brace themselves for the next clash. With a confident smirk, the horned antagonist taunts her final remaining opponent, signaling that the battle is far from over. Two opponents brace themselves as the final showdown begins on the city street. Diawire. A gigantic monster unleashes a devastating assault on Ilshin, threatening to overwhelm him in a single blow. Nearby, two defiant figures refuse to retreat as a towering creature looms over them in the ruined plaza. Suddenly one of them reacts in shock, sensing an unexpected disturbance rippling through the battlefield. A man mocks his opponent with a smug sneer. With fierce determination, the young man steps forward, spinning his pen as he declares absolute control and openly threatens his enemies. A horned woman recoils in disbelief upon learning that her world is nothing more than a false creation. Elsewhere, a shirtless man calmly faces an enormous monster, the tension thick in the air. Another muscular man confronts his rival outdoors, casually spinning a wooden cross as he confidently anticipates the clash. The horned woman taunts her opponent by mockingly offering an autograph. From the shadows, a smirking figure delivers a foreboding remark that hints at a sudden shift in the battle. Red energy erupts around the horned woman as she shatters the magical restraints binding her within the city. At the same time, the shirtless man defiantly breaks a glowing restraint across his chest. Ilshin charges his demonic opponent, declaring his intent to eliminate them. Crackling energy pours into a smoking, glowing fountain pen held tightly in his hand. A woman stiffens in shock as golden energy suddenly coils around her. A wild-haired fighter releases a massive blast of power, sending a long orange-haired opponent flying backward. A demonic-looking woman lunges forward, unleashing a violent surge of crackling red energy. A horned demon wreathed in flames barrels toward the shirtless man, who braces himself just in time. A powerful hand intercepts a sword strike, stopping it cold. Moments later, a woman crashes down with explosive force, blasting a young man backward. Another fierce combatant charges ahead, visibly impressed by the skill displayed before him. Two fighters rush at one another, trading explosive bursts of energy that tear through the street. He steels his resolve, preparing for what comes next. The horned, tattooed warrior clutches a bloodied weapon, forcing herself to fight through the pain. A horned woman pieces together the truth, realizing that her rival's new power as a superior god is the power of creation itself. As sunlight fades, Bilshin stands outside and soberly acknowledges that everything achieved so far was only possible because of someone else. A wary woman confronts a silent opponent, recognizing the elaborate deception that led to this moment. With a smug smile, a horned figure dismisses her rival's creation as insignificant compared to the true god of creation. In response, a horned woman clad in red summons a massive, fiery demonic beast, its arm already fully regenerated. Violent purple energy erupts, blasting a figure across the area. A colossal energy beam slams into the land, triggering a catastrophic explosion that shakes the planet. Another beam follows, unleashing an ominous surge across the world. Ilshin tears off his shirt as purple energy bursts from his body. A devastating blow hammers a figure into the ground, scattering debris and power in every direction. A voice incites chaos by demanding Ilshin's death as proof of his failure. A muscular man lands a crushing strike, leaving the monstrous creature badly wounded. Nearby, a lone figure stands before swirling energy as the titan of the apocalypse emerges beyond a city building. A massive horned monster is blasted backward, debris scattering across the street. With swift movements, a hand draws glowing lines using an enchanted pen, cracking the ground as smoke billows upward. The enormous beast roars in fury, glowing eyes fixed ahead. A simple direct punch lands without any special technique. A massive figure radiating dark energy unleashes another devastating attack as a red-haired man braces himself amid the chaos. A huge purple explosion tears through the city, leveling buildings and flinging debris outward. A young man is slammed into the ground crying out in pain. Bilshin crouches defensively, sweating as he realizes his false creation of heaven and earth technique is failing. Another character urgently challenges his doubts, insisting on the hidden potential of the power. In a sudden reversal, the young man activates a glowing supernatural ability, instantly restoring the city street to its original state. A horned woman confronts him, demanding an explanation. Explosions rip through the battlefield as flaming debris rains down and a building erupts into fire against the twilight sky. Seething with rage, a character condemns his opponent's arrogance. A commanding voice orders that the enemy be finished. The shirtless man braces as a massive purple blast crashes down toward him. A hand thrusts forward, driving the moment to its climax. A monstrous fist slams into the ground, triggering a violent explosion. The wounded beast staggers, its body crackling with unstable energy as it looms over the city. The truth is finally revealed. Ilshin is the reincarnation of the god of creation and a superior deity. He confidently displays his enhanced power, raising his glowing smoking fist and daring his opponent to judge his strength. Suddenly, a towering spectral face with blazing eyes blocks his path and commands him to stop. Ilshin realizes he has been paralyzed by an overwhelming mind control, far stronger than anything he has ever faced. The horned woman reveals that she granted power only to those destined to become sacrifices. Unleashing her true strength, she clashes fiercely with her opponent, daring him to endure the full extent of her abilities. Amid the crackling chaos, the protagonist frantically plans his next move, desperately searching for a way to buy time and regain control of the pen. The woman taunts her opponent, remarking on his futile attempt to remain unaffected. The horned antagonist sneers, dismissing his words as meaningless, since he is already destined to die. Ilshin staggers in shock as he realizes that Mary's thunderbolt carries overwhelming power of its own. A catastrophic surge of lightning tears through the city, dark energy crackling across the sky, while a woman calmly strides away from the devastation left behind. Satisfied with her victory, the horned woman releases her power without restraint, declaring that the world itself is no longer necessary, as she confronts someone attempting to flee. In response, the young man stands tall, and announces that he is still alive and standing. A sandal-clad foot slams into the ground, shattering it with immense force, while a muscular figure propels himself upward through clouds of smoke and debris. By breaking everything down to its most basic elements, he reconstructs himself and resurrects his own existence. A hand channels energy into a glowing magical pen, preparing to activate its power. A shirtless young man smirks and presses a burning incense stick against his chest, deliberately searing his skin as smoke rises. Nearby, a horned woman clad in red armor recoils in disbelief, gripping her jagged weapon as she reacts to an unforeseen development. A confident man flicks a lighter, releasing swirling flames to demonstrate his strength. The shirtless man strides forward through the ruined street, determined to confront both a massive horned monster and the red-armored woman. Stunned by an unfamiliar power, one character recoils, realizing they have never witnessed an ability like this before. The muscular young man lights a cigarette, and casually admits that he does not fully understand the details. Someone questions whether this world exists solely because it was created through their own writing. In response, the young man rapidly writes within a glowing book, its pages pulsing with magical energy. A luminous figure warns him that if events become too improbable, reality itself will collapse. Ilshin recognizes that he cannot defeat all of his opponents at once and steels himself for a harsher battle. A horned woman channels a powerful healing spell toward a massive, glowing, golem-like creature. The towering demon clenches its fist as green energy surges, signaling the beginning of its assault. Unable to remove the healing effect, the young man grows frustrated as he confronts the limits of his own power. The horned woman dismisses his efforts, declaring that nothing will change regardless of how long he continues. Another horned figure mockingly asks how long the glowing man can maintain his confinement. A muscular man activates a mysterious ability as a glowing mark ignites on his chest. A shirtless young man smirks again and presses a heated rod against his wound, cauterizing it without hesitation. Elsewhere, a young boy sits at his desk, completely absorbed as he writes the story that shapes his world. A gloved figure ignites a dagger with flames, preparing to eliminate their targets. A muscular man unleashes a powerful ritual, summoning a towering Grim Reaper from a blazing magic circle. A menacing figure releases a surge of dark power as glowing runes swirl violently around them. Ilshin charges toward the demonic figure just as it raises a massive flaming weapon covered in arcane symbols. A determined hand seizes a crackling red staff, stopping it mid-motion. A muscular man brandishes a massive glowing scythe infused with ominous energy, revealing the discovery of a legendary death god's weapon within the temple. A horned woman stiffens in shock at the alarming sight. A muscular man retaliates with a powerful glowing strike as a towering demonic creature erupts onto the battlefield, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A lava-cracked monster roars violently, sending shockwaves down the city street. Ilshin steels himself, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for what lies ahead. The monstrous figure roars again, clenching its bloodied hand and unleashing a surge of rage. A massive demon raises a cursed sword, molten skin glowing ominously as it releases its power. The shirtless young man taunts his unseen foe, warning that brute strength alone will not be enough. The deadly nature of the death god's power is revealed, emphasizing that it cannot be dodged or removed unless the victim dies. A furious armored woman condemns her opponent's underhanded tactics. A muscular man snaps a red stick in half, declaring that he has not even begun to fight. A horned woman channels healing magic through her glowing ring into the wounded monster. Ilshin bluntly dismisses the usefulness of what was just proposed. Another horned woman freezes in shock as she clutches a glowing green artifact. With determination, a young man begins summoning the taunting sandlass. Above the city, a colossal energy vortex forms, hurling debris and flames between towering skyscrapers. Elsewhere, a hunter empowered by enhanced stats defeats a two-headed monster and claims a magical artifact. A horned figure snarls, raising an arm defensively as she demands to know what is happening. A gigantic glowing cauldron descends rapidly from the sky toward two figures, as another person watches intently from the foreground. One character is left stunned upon witnessing such unfamiliar abilities. The protagonist then reveals with confidence that he has been manipulating probabilities using a story he wrote as a child. A glowing object crashes down from above, prompting a red-armored woman to recoil in surprise. A monstrous figure engulfed in flames unleashes a massive radiant sphere, as another fighter bravely confronts it from below. A woman is suddenly struck by a burning, disintegrating force and reels in shock. Another character releases a surge of supernatural energy from a glowing arm, while someone else freezes in disbelief. The demonic enemy is overwhelmed by a devastating attack, writhing in agony as an armored foe stands over it. Ilshin challenges his adversary as the taunting sandlass accelerates the flow of time. A clawed hand erupts from swirling energy in the street, signaling a dangerous return. The protagonist reflects on losing his parents to a gate incident, revealing that his novel, born from that trauma, introduced concepts such as the abyss and the god of destruction. Crackling with energy, he prepares to unleash a powerful counterattack. At sunset, a muscular young man hovers above the city, focusing energy into his finger as he readies a devastating technique. Another character recoils in alarm, eyes wide. A young man leaps from a city building, astonished by the immense power surging through him. From the darkness of space, enormous claws stretch toward Earth, while a monstrous mass crackling with purple energy unleashes a deafening roar. On a rooftop, a man braces himself as monstrous creatures suddenly descend from the sky, heralding yet another catastrophe. A monstrous figure unleashes a devastating blast of dark energy, overwhelming everything in its path. From the sky, a colossal dark force hurtles toward Earth. A solitary figure shoots upward as a pillar of crimson energy erupts from the ground, engulfing the city in an explosive surge of power. Ilshin stares in shock as black energy coils around the mysterious pen clenched in his hand. Crackling green energy erupts around another figure's legs as they release a violent surge of strength. A powerful voice announces that the decisive moment has arrived, revealing the location of the child of the apocalypse. The protagonist recoils in alarm as he realizes the catastrophic link between his own attack and the god of destruction. A sinister armored figure coldly declares that everything will end once his ally arrives to destroy Earth. Refusing to yield, a determined young man leaps from a rooftop, unleashing powerful energy as he vows to protect the planet. In an instant, a colossal explosion wipes out Earth entirely. A monstrous winged creature writhes in agony as blinding energy and raging flames consume it. Energy surges violently as Ilshin's eye begins to glow, signaling the release of his sealed power. From the depths of space, a gigantic fiery tentacle appears above Earth, threatening the planet's existence. A massive surge of energy detonates outward as a single hand emerges from the edge of the blast, followed by overwhelming purple energy engulfing a glowing orb, heralding catastrophe. A red-haired young man leaps into the air and unleashes a devastating energy-charged sword strike across the city street. A colossal dark sphere descends toward Earth, radiating oppressive cosmic power. Jagged shards of energy tear outward as another violent explosion shakes the battlefield. A giant demonic eye materializes, radiating swirling purple and orange light. As this monstrous force is summoned, a young man plunges downward and unleashes a devastating sword technique, igniting his blade with overwhelming power. Another massive surge of energy erupts, rattling the surroundings as cosmic forces churn ominously around Earth and deep space alike. Panting and strained, Ilshin remains standing in the street after enduring a powerful assault, noting that his enemies have finally been weakened. Steeling himself, another character gathers newfound resolve to face what comes next. Amid the ruins, a monstrous demon crouches atop the rubble, while a massive golem looms behind her, both asserting dominance over the shattered city. A battle-hardened figure reels in disbelief after witnessing an overwhelming attack unleashed by the goddess of destruction. In the void, a formidable presence hovers before a colossal glowing eye, making a dramatic entrance as dark energy floods the space. A powerful woman releases a surge of darkness that saturates the realm with an ominous presence. The protagonist looks up in shock, realizing he is seeing the goddess of destruction through the blind god's eye. A girl fires a dark, fiery attack that strikes a cloaked figure midair, while another observer watches from afar. Radiating killing intent, a woman confronts her target directly and issues a deadly threat. Suddenly, urgent system warnings flash across the screen, signaling extreme danger. A notification declares that the opponent cannot be assessed with the current level of divine power. Straining with effort, the protagonist finds himself unable to evaluate the enemy's stats despite his own divine abilities. A hand grips a glowing calligraphy brush as energy surges, signaling its activation. Another determined hand uses a magical pen to inscribe a finishing spell onto the ground, aiming to end the battle. A shirtless young man surges forward, crackling with energy, only to find a red-haired woman standing calmly in his path. Nearby, a muscular man unleashes a relentless barrage of explosive attacks against his long-haired opponent in front of a ruined building. Ilshin charges forward, channeling energy through a glowing artifact as he releases a powerful strike. A scornful remark rings out, dismissing someone as insignificant compared to another. A lone figure detonates a surge of dark violet energy that shatters the ground. At the heart of the country, a colossal energy blast explodes, shockwaves rippling across the land. A muscular young man drops to one knee, unleashing power that fractures the earth beneath him. Bilge tightens his grip around himself, eyes burning with determination as he prepares to face the next trial. In the ruined city, a woman confronts her enemy directly. Purple electricity crackles around her hand as another determined figure steps forward, asserting their strength and refusing to be deceived. A powerful figure reveals knowledge of every skill possessed by the god of creation. Elsewhere, a masked woman looks up with resolve, while a panicked young man slams his hands onto a desk, urging his ally to flee. Realizing their fatal mistake, a menacing figure unleashes a devastating black and red energy attack, signaling the end for their foe. With fierce resolve, another character releases a powerful burst of energy. A woman lifts a man by the neck as dark power crackles around him, and he realizes in horror that he has been dragged into a fabricated reality. Amid the destruction, a focused figure identifies the true enemy at last. Two women combine their strength, unleashing a devastating attack that shatters the ground. The young man collapses against a wall, barely conscious after the brutal fight. Standing over him, a woman taunts her fallen opponent, refusing to believe he is truly defeated. Through blood and exhaustion, the battered fighter admits that she surpasses anyone he has ever faced. A heavy slab of debris slams into a man's back as chaos erupts around him. Ilshin gathers his power and prepares a decisive strike with his glowing sword. As the ground fractures beneath her feet, a stunned woman realizes she has been deceived by her opponent's unexpected strength. A foot stomps down hard enough to crack the pavement, followed by a crushing blow that sends debris flying in all directions. A glowing electrified fist rockets toward a shocked young woman as she braces for impact. A female fighter is struck by a massive lightning bolt midair, triggering a violent explosion. A long-haired warrior is hit by a sudden attack, coughing blood as energy and debris erupt around him. An explosive overhead strike crashes down as one fighter smashes into another with overwhelming force. A muscular young man charges ahead and unleashes a devastating explosive punch. Surrounded by violent energy, another character struggles desperately to control their unstable power. A monstrous demon and a fierce female warrior surge forward together, joining the escalating battle. Above the chaos, a commanding voice demands assistance and orders immediate compliance as the conflict surges toward an even greater catastrophe. A furious fighter drives a devastating knee strike forward, his attack wrapped in a blazing aura of fire. Nearby, a fierce woman engulfs a massive demonic beast in flames, triggering a catastrophic fiery explosion. A wounded figure staggers backward, coughing violently after taking a crushing blow. Amid the chaos, a commanding presence demands that another finally fulfill their original purpose and help restore the lost powers. A demon-like woman screams in agony as fiery tentacles lash around her, burning and constricting at once. A monstrous figure erupts with a surge of red energy, while another creature howls in pain. From the shadows, a figure releases a menacing wave of purple power, plunging the area into ominous darkness. A battered young man reels, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in the battle. At the same time, a critical alert flashes across the screen, warning of immediate danger. A grim message follows, announcing that the goddess of destruction has regained her powers. A woman raises her hand, eyes closed, and unleashes a surge of dark purple energy. The power crackles violently as she prepares to demonstrate her overwhelming strength. Sensing the danger, the protagonist braces himself, gathering his resolve to unleash his ultimate power. A dark-haired figure steps in front of him, coldly dismissing his attempt to release such force. Another character activates a mysterious ability, their glowing hand standing out starkly against the ruined city. A violent surge of crackling energy explodes outward as an overwhelming attack is released. A muscular figure crashes into the ground, shattering stone and sending shockwaves rippling outward. Wrapped in dark energy, a woman grabs a battered man by the hair and yanks him upright as he struggles weakly. She dismisses his display of strength without concern. Despite his injuries, the man grins defiantly, declaring that he still has allies standing with him. Surrounded by dark energy, a woman effortlessly blasts several attackers into the air. A massive explosion follows, scattering debris in every direction. Through the collapsing structure, a long-haired woman charges forward, unleashing a powerful strike as energy and rubble swirl around her. Another woman cloaked in darkness mocks her opponent's desperate resistance. The team presses forward through flying debris, refusing to slow down. After confirming their plan, a young man crouches low, steeling himself for what lies ahead. 4 fighters burst through the smoke as an explosion detonates behind them. A long-haired warrior confronts multiple enemies at once, dismissing their chances of victory outright. Standing amid the rubble, a determined man declares that humanity's greatest strength is its ability to find hope even in the bleakest moments. Ilshin presses a glowing brush to his forehead, attempting to contact the director. Nearby, one character eagerly reads a paper while another looks up, confused, and asks what is happening. With renewed determination, Ilshin grips his glowing pen and insists on filming another movie. A new title is announced, Dream-Eating Hunter Yu Ilshin. As the ground fractures beneath him, Ilshin raises his glowing blue sword and prepares to attack. Someone recognizes the blade in the knight's hands as the very weapon that once killed him. Ilshin brandishes his sword as a ghostly armored figure materializes behind him, unleashing supernatural power against their enemy. A heavy stomp shakes the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. A fighter charges forward with a lightning-infused blade while another stands firm, enveloped in purple energy. A fierce attacker follows, swinging a glowing blue weapon with full force. She does not retreat, radiating purple lightning as she dismisses the assault. Suddenly, a furious woman fires a massive surge of crackling purple lightning down the corridor. Another figure answers by wielding purple energy to confront the incoming strike. Engulfed in blazing power, one fighter dives downward while the other calmly braces amid the storm. A hand crackling with purple energy clamps around the electrified sword. The clash releases a violent wave of purple power that ripples across the battlefield. A man screams in agony as he is slashed across the torso, blood and energy bursting from the wound. A young man in a yellow hood charges forward and smashes the ground with a crushing blow. A woman notices the presence of a clone as purple energy swirls around her. A blue energy-charged attacker lunges at a calm woman, glowing with a purple aura, shouting for her to get away from God Ilshin. A colossal blue beam slams into the ground, detonating in a destructive explosion that floods the scene with debris and light. Amid the wreckage, one character supports his injured companion, who stubbornly insists he can keep fighting. Above the rooftops, a mysterious woman appears, floating calmly as dark energy radiates from her. Struggling to find a solution, the protagonist weighs his final option against an enemy, who has absorbed both Nether and the Giant of the End. Elsewhere, the protagonist finishes writing an important letter at his desk, his expression filled with determination. Back on the battlefield, the exhausted young man urgently calls out for everyone to stall until their story becomes believable. 3 determined fighters rally together, preparing to unleash a combined attack. Shrouded in dark energy, a woman looks down coldly, dismissing her opponent as foolish, though she acknowledges that he stands apart from the rest. A massive surge of purple energy erupts high above the city. Il-shin braces himself as another figure releases an intense wave of purple power into the charged air. Nearby, a panicked young man marked with glowing symbols cries out desperately for help. A powerful figure confronts a lost fragment, stating that it has been waiting for his return for a very long time. Il-shin freezes, as he fully grasps the scale of the coming destruction. A towering shadow proposes an alliance, suggesting they destroy those exploiting the god of creation, and wait together for his resurrection. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, a character unleashes a destructive force. A stern voice cuts through the chaos, sharply reprimanding another and demanding they regain focus. A blue-haired man rushes forward with a glowing sword as a composed woman releases dark energy toward a terrified girl trapped between them. A wounded fighter pushes onward, preparing to unleash a devastating martial technique. From the darkness, an unseen force responds coldly, declaring that the sword is completely powerless against it. Il-shin freezes in shock, as blood suddenly splatters across his vision. A shadowy figure drives a glowing weapon straight through the man's torso, delivering a devastating, near-fatal blow. Nearby, a woman shrouded in dark energy coldly commands a ritual sacrifice, declaring it necessary to resurrect the true god of creation. Electric energy crackles violently as one combatant slams another from mid-air into the ground, completely overpowering them. Calmly surrounded by surging power, a figure announces that one opponent has already been defeated. A furious blue-haired man dives downward with a glowing fist, targeting a calm red-haired woman wrapped in a menacing aura. She responds instantly, unleashing a fierce burst of crackling purple lightning from her hand. Il-shin tears through a barrage of red energy beams without slowing, undeterred by the assault. Bloody but unbroken, a furious man shouts his opponent's name with raw determination. As a hooded figure begins a countdown, a woman gathers a swelling tide of magical energy. Il-shin's eyes blaze purple as he prepares to unleash destruction. Elsewhere, a confident young man greets someone off-panel by name. A formidable figure acknowledges the overwhelming strength of the third clone amid a shattered smoke-filled battlefield. In stark contrast, 2 girls cheerfully call out to someone near a school building, their voices bright and carefree. A young man answers loudly, standing confidently beneath dramatic light, as a young girl runs toward him with open arms, her face glowing with joy. The moment shatters as a powerful spell erupts from a character's chest, unleashing catastrophic destruction. A young woman charges her power as lightning crackles around her, followed by a massive eruption of golden energy that obliterates the city street and hurls debris in every direction. A furious fighter answers with a devastating glowing attack. A ruthless declaration follows, stating that no mercy will be shown, not even toward a fragment of oneself. A shocked man is blasted by a violent lightning-like strike. Yo! Another powerful woman forces her enemy back with a surge of magic. A clenched fist ignites with crackling red energy as power is released. Lightning dances around a raised glowing hand as another attack is prepared. A cold threat is issued, declaring that Il-shin will be made a sacrifice. Refusing to yield, the battered fighter roars that he will never allow it. Bloodied yet resolute, the young man announces that his transformation into the dream-eating hunter is complete. Standing amid embers and destruction, he confidently anticipates the final confrontation. A woman counters with a devastating black energy attack. In the ruins of the city, a battered young man rises again, fists clenched, ready to fight despite his injuries. After a brutal exchange, he smirks defiantly. Suddenly, the young man notices his fingers twitching uncontrollably. A long-haired figure in a red robe unleashes a powerful energy attack with an outstretched glowing hand, only for it to be effortlessly stopped by a calm gesture. Il-shin stands wounded in the smoke, holding a glowing ringed object as he declares that the story is over. It is revealed that the clones and Il-ho survived. A shocked woman realizes that someone she believed dead is still alive. 3 ominous figures appear behind the stunned protagonist, their presence heavy with threat. Il-shin confidently activates the Emperor's parasite skill, dark energy radiating from him as he prepares to face his enemy. His adversary warns that resistance is meaningless, and that defeat is inevitable. Refusing to submit, Ilshin releases a surge of pure defiance. A wave of purple energy crashes toward him as he braces against the crushing force. His eyes widen as a new threat emerges. A shadowy figure cloaked in purple energy threatens to destroy everything Ilshin holds dear. A dark-winged woman descends from above, radiating menace as she asserts absolute emotional control. Another woman, overflowing with supernatural power, vows to erase everything her opponent possesses. Ilshin braces himself, realizing that his enemy has finally revealed a far stronger true form. A wounded man grips his sword as a glowing figure warns him that reality itself is unraveling under the strain of someone's power. Realizing his opponent is deliberately stalling, his anxiety grows. Amid the devastation, a lone figure stands ready to confront a massive lightning-charged bird. Ilshin rips a glowing, bloodied sword from his own body on the shattered battlefield. A menacing warning echoes, ordering that no more tricks be attempted. A scarred, glowing hand rises as power gathers for imminent release. Clutching his wound, Ilshin urgently tells the others to stall for more time. Someone mutters in irritation as the tension peaks. A figure with glowing purple eyes conjures blazing orbs of power, while another hand erupts with purple lightning in a violent display of force. A muscular man charges forward through the debris, urgently calling out to his teammates. A cunning woman reveals that everything so far has been a carefully laid trap to draw them in. She unleashes crackling purple lightning, asserting her dominance over her weakened foe. Rain pours down as Ilshin glares forward, swearing he will never forgive his enemy. With a roar, he activates a powerful summoning technique, calling forth the 1,000 Blades treasure trove, as magical energy floods the darkened space. A system message announces its arrival, and time itself is halted for 1 minute. In the frozen courtyard, a muscular man strides toward a white-haired swordsman as tension thickens. The imposing elder reveals his true identity as the heavenly demon to his disciple. A battered young man confronts the elderly figure, who explains that he has used the last of his power simply to say farewell, as his existence is no longer necessary. The bloodied youth stares ahead, realizing he may be facing his final moments. The elder delivers a solemn warning about the inevitability of endings, then urgently presses a glowing sword into the young man's hands. He reveals that the blade was forged over countless ages for one purpose alone, to defeat the goddess of destruction. As energy swirls, the legendary sword is finally unsheathed. The elder warns that the technique tied to it can only be used once, then smiles with quiet confidence, declaring that the young man will save the world from the goddess of destruction. Ilshin channels a surging current of energy as he stands resolute amid the shattered ground. He tightens his grip on the glowing sword, bracing himself as the earth fractures beneath his feet. Nearby, a woman recalls in shock the moment a mysterious sword suddenly manifested before her. A wounded man weighs the cost of drawing out his immense divine power through a rusted blade on the verge of breaking. With fierce determination, the protagonist charges across the ruined battlefield, intent on defeating the goddess of destruction. Someone realizes too late that his opponent is moving far faster than expected. A determined man hurls a massive energy blast toward the giant winged creature soaring overhead. Ignoring the sword's resistance, Ilshin presses forward, the glowing pen in his hand crackling violently with electricity. He then restrains himself, insisting that the decisive moment has not yet arrived. From the storm of debris, a wounded woman with black wings and a crown of thorns rises amid crackling lightning, releasing her power without hesitation. Enraged and wrapped in dark energy, she retaliates in response to the provocation. A colossal beam of purple energy crashes down from above, annihilating everything in its path as dust settles and residual energy snaps through the air. The battered fighter drops to one knee, gasping for breath, after enduring the devastating strike. Another wounded young man struggles to remain conscious, desperately wondering if help will arrive in time. A mechanical device rapidly transforms as a powerful wing unfolds into the sunset sky. Catching his breath, the battered protagonist grips his sword while a camera records the aftermath of the battle. A figure smirks confidently as they confront someone who has just arrived. The winged camera activates, announcing that the movie stream will begin immediately. A flash of energy streaks through Ilshin's eye as a hidden power awakens. The crowd erupts, roaring with support as they cheer Ilshin's name. A staggering follower count of 1,900,000,000,000 appears on the screen. A powerful figure unleashes the 1,000 Blades technique, drawing in vast energy as another character watches with a confident grin. The crowd explodes with celebration as the number surges even higher. A determined figure struggles to fully release the glowing sword's power, pushing beyond his limits as divine energy floods the battlefield. A stunned character recalls the moment a sudden wave of divine power swept through the scene. A resolute mentor commands Ilshin to act. A digital counter displays an unprecedented total of 10 trillion followers. With a roar, Ilshin unleashes a devastating attack as energy erupts around him. A muscular figure wreathed in flames charges through the air toward a winged enemy, light and power colliding violently. A woman recalls in shock the instant she sensed an overwhelming threat. Glowing markings flare along Ilshin's arm as he lunges forward to deliver a decisive final blow. A devastating sword technique detonates, sending crushing waves of energy across the battlefield. Ilshin crashes down from above, striking the monstrous foe with a blazing attack. A massive energy blast rips through the city, leaving destruction in its wake. A powerful shadowy figure descends over the ruined city. As dusk settles, another catastrophic energy beam slams into the ground, triggering a massive explosion that tears the earth apart. When the chaos finally subsides, the crowd erupts in celebration, praising the hero who defeated the god of destruction. A muscular man kneels, channeling energy into his sword while struggling to steady his breathing. A hand grips the glowing blade amid the ruins, acknowledging the weapon's decisive role. A system message announces that the all-slashing Heavenly Blade has been returned to the Heavenly Blade Treasury. An injured man forces himself upright amid the rubble. After the brutal battle, a battered survivor surveys the burning remains of the city. Stunned by the devastation, Ilshin steels himself and begins searching the ruins for number 1 and the clones. Suddenly he freezes as bloody debris crashes down in front of him. Under a glowing sky, a muscular man strides forward with unwavering determination. Ilshin realizes that he has entered Miss Mina's illusory space as mysterious lights swirl around him. A figure steps onto the rippling surface of woven energy, sending waves outward. A woman floats above the swirling darkness, admitting surprise at how far her opponent has pushed her. She gazes forward with a confident, enigmatic smile, hinting at deeper intentions. A battered man learns that an important person survived. She endured being struck by the heavenly blade as a determined man releases a hidden power from within his chest. Two figures face one another on a cliff beneath a purple night sky, acknowledging the power of the attack that just passed between them. The lone figure declares that such force is still far from enough to defeat him. Another voice claims that even death cannot keep him down, promising resurrection. A mysterious woman vows to destroy the world while awaiting the resurrection of the god of creation. One character wonders whether the revived god will resent him for the countless worlds that were destroyed, reflecting on the ages spent waiting for this moment. Beneath the purple sky, the woman stands alone. Fearing he cannot endure that resentment, Ilshin presses the glowing pen against his chest, bracing himself. As he prepares to respond, an unspoken warning hangs in the air, born from the fear of an unbearable outcome. He declares that losing his life's work would plunge him into despair beyond endurance. A character's eye ignites with power as a hidden ability prepares to awaken. A bloodied figure acknowledges another's intent in a tense, ominous exchange. A powerful beam of energy slams into the dark surface below, sending luminous ripples outward. She admits that her actions will inevitably breed resentment. A figure with a glowing, bleeding purple eye rejects the demand outright, refusing to comply. The injured man grits his teeth and fights to remain standing as ominous energy coils around him. Finally, a powerful figure reveals the truth. Having failed to become a god of eternity, he cannot create a perfect world. Suspended amid swirling darkness, a woman announces that the destruction of creation has only strengthened her powers of death and annihilation. She explains that if she were to disappear, the god of creation would regain his power and be resurrected, setting the stage for a fate still unresolved. A wounded man clutches his bleeding chest, struggling to remain standing. Pain and frustration wash over him, yet he smirks through bloodied lips, already resigning himself to a harsh decision. As the situation spirals further out of control, a glowing woman releases the last of her divine power, imprisoning her foe while vowing to destroy the earth itself. Beneath a burning sky, a battered figure declares that the world created for the god of creation is finally complete. Sweat streams down the young man's face as he confronts his opponent, openly calling him insane. A woman raises a glowing magical orb, using it to imprison or observe a distressed young man. A hand crackles with red energy, channeling its remaining strength into fading light. A massive bolt of lightning slams into the ruins before a lone woman, illuminating the devastation around her. Radiating confidence, a powerful woman declares her overwhelming strength as energy dances across her body. Far above, a female figure floats silently in space, gazing down at Earth. Another powerful being plummets toward the planet, unleashing a cataclysmic rain of fire. Fiery meteors streak through the sky, threatening total annihilation as two young men sprint desperately through collapsing streets. Amid the chaos, a woman stares ahead with quiet resolve, violet light shimmering in her eyes. The scene shifts abruptly as sunlight filters through trees, revealing a peaceful city street and a cafe marked by a bomb coffee sign. Inside, two women discuss the uncertainty surrounding someone's return from a journey. Nearby, a girl silently reflects on how that journey is essential to completing dream-eating hunter Yu Ilshin. At her desk, a young woman smiles and confidently reassures everyone that he will return soon. Elsewhere, a cloaked girl recoils in shock as she confronts a swirling cosmic void. Staring at the burning remains of Earth, a figure realizes that the planet he destroyed may have been nothing more than an empty shell. Suspended in the vastness of space, a woman suddenly comprehends the terrifying scale of godlike creation. A smug taunt breaks the silence as a towering figure confronts a much smaller opponent, asserting overwhelming dominance. The smaller figure reacts with a nervous, strained smile, while a woman bathed in glowing light laughs mockingly. Fragments of fabric disintegrate against a star-filled backdrop as an ethereal figure reveals himself as the god of creation, floating amid radiant cosmic beams. Cracks spread across another character's face as hidden power erupts, eyes blazing with intense light. Overcome. A powerful being finally submits before the radiant presence. Bathed in golden light and surrounded by drifting fragments, the character affirms that their role is complete and offers a final farewell to the only god. An existence was chosen to stand against the goddess of destruction and bring her rampage to an end, a feat only the god of creation could accomplish. Having pushed two immense powers beyond their limits, the protagonist ascends, fully becoming the god of creation. Alone, he rises into divinity. As everything draws to a close, a solitary figure walks through the ruined city. At sunset, a dirt-stained hand slams into the ground, releasing a surge of magic. A young man surveys the devastation anxiously, wondering if anyone can still be saved, before deciding that his writing skills may yet achieve what power alone could not. With flames swirling around him, the muscular young man crouches and commands someone to try writing again. Thus, the epilogue of the dream-eating hunter begins. Feathers drift gently over the city beneath a clear blue sky. Three figures march down the sidewalk with purpose, one carrying a massive sword trailing smoke. A figure steps forward and announces his arrival with a single word. One young man bursts into laughter as another looks on in surprise, and soon all three laugh together, sharing a rare carefree moment. They continue walking calmly down an empty street. A character wearing dark sunglasses quietly admits that he misses Ilom more than usual today. One companion passionately pledges loyalty, prompting another to shout a sharp warning. In the ruins, a woman in a red dress charges forward as her sword-wielding opponent braces for a serious fight. Elsewhere, a stern man scolds two women into silence under threat of being fired, and they immediately comply. The group strolls along the sidewalk, chatting about how one of their friends has settled into a peaceful family life. Far away, a massive spaceship glides through brilliant outer space, introducing the domain of the Great Space Empire. A cheerful man and a regal woman laugh as they play with their baby. The world has changed since the death of the goddess of destruction. A character announces that he rewrote the epilogue, resurrecting three fallen allies through a miracle. Upon returning to the Empire, he reunites joyfully with his family. She now rules over Antrea, while he quietly acknowledges that everyone else has finally found peace. A large crowd gathers outside a modern building, awaiting the start of a fan meetup. A massive banner announces the Dream-Eating Hunter event. Behind a glass window, three figures stand confidently, one resting a massive sword on his shoulder as they assert their presence together. A young man grumbles about needing bodyguards, while a cheerful girl explains they are only there to handle minor issues. The group jokes about one uncle criticizing another, with a girl defending him and laughing it off. And at last, A young man in a suit boasts proudly to the audience about having fans who came just to see him. Another man, equally confident, declares his life perfect as a woman listens nearby. The story closes not with destruction, but with laughter, peace, and a world finally allowed to move forward. A cheerful young man warmly welcomes two women as they arrive, apologizing for being late and explaining that traffic delayed him. One of the women hesitates, her uncertainty obvious despite the determination in her eyes as she voices her doubts. Nearby, two women watch as a newly assigned bodyguard remains close to Ilshin, sparking a moment of jealousy that is quickly met with reassurance about each person's role. Anger flares as another character vows revenge after realizing her warning had been ignored. A woman strides forward with urgent determination, while someone else notices an energetic figure approaching, sensing that trouble is imminent. An angry man demands that the blue-haired woman follow him, the confrontation unfolding under the watchful eyes of two others. Tense and alert, another man steels himself, prepared to intervene before the situation escalates into a fight. Ilshin suddenly grabs Mina's wrist to stop her, prompting her to flinch in surprise. Elsewhere, someone recalls the sudden mention of marriage with stunned disbelief. Two colleagues walk through a sleek modern hallway, quietly discussing a plan to bring someone closer to Sword Phantom by hiring him as a bodyguard. One reassures the other, who shyly agrees to go along with the idea. A young man smiles nervously as he asks whether the other person is free that evening, and his unexpected dinner invitation leaves the woman flustered, visibly shocked, and unsure how to respond. Later, a nervous woman approaches a surprised young man in the hallway, clearly struggling to begin a difficult conversation. She soon excuses herself to use the restroom, and he nods, watching her leave. Alone, she grows anxious, fearing she might receive a confession, while the man behind her looks on in confusion. Ilshin notices that someone is acting more strangely than usual, his concern quietly growing. In the office, a man approaches Ilshin and asks for a private conversation, abruptly questioning the identity of someone present. Moments later, the CEO enters, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Two men sit across from one another in a modern office, reflecting on how much time has passed since their first meeting. A man wearing glasses criticizes the protagonist for his inability to choose an ending for his novel, while an older man offers congratulations, crediting his success to patience and perseverance. The young man recalls his early failures with web novels and the unwavering support he received from the publishing company. Another man mentions that a woman once came looking for him, prompting surprise. At his desk, someone explains that a young woman had visited, asking about the rumored genius teen author. Ilshin sits in tense silence, troubled by the thought that Nether might have been observing him all along. One man reminds another that a reader once bought books worth 100 million and promised to return when the novel was finished, though no one expected the project to take more than 10 years. The young man urgently asks for the reader's contact information, only to be told that it has changed, causing visible anxiety. Sitting alone on a bench, he worries about the mysterious person who stopped responding after asking to be notified once the novel was complete. He briefly considers using abundance as a solution, but while lost in thought, a heart-shaped creature delivers a system message explaining that such a request would require an excessive amount of cause and effect principality points. Ilshin pauses and considers the possibility of nightmare instead. Later, he sits alone on a couch in a sunlit room, waiting quietly. Suddenly, he sits upright and confronts someone, accusing them of stalking him. Soundless Nightmare shyly reveals her true reason for approaching him. She wanted to confirm whether he truly is the reincarnation of the god of creation. Harsh feedback follows, expressing regret over money and principality points spent on work that later turned out poorly. Flustered, the young man hurriedly explains that he was suffering from writer's block at the time. A bold promise is then made to purchase more than 10 million copies of the completed novel. A blond man in a suit reacts with barely contained excitement, already anticipating the enormous profit. A concerned colleague checks on another man who appears unusually cheerful despite the circumstances. He admits he was simply lost in thought and quickly regains his composure. An excited announcement follows, revealing that a photo shoot will take place before the fan meetup begins. Three men stand from the lounge and prepare to leave together. Dressed in suits, they walk down a marble hallway, discussing the importance of preparing projects properly to avoid personal interruptions. On stage, a group urgently calls for Ilshin to join them, gesturing toward an empty spot as he approaches. Surrounded by supportive friends, the protagonist is encouraged to keep writing. He responds with a light-hearted remark, joking about his preference for beef. A cheerful young man gathers everyone's attention and prepares to take a group photo. The group assembles closely, smiling together as the moment is captured, bringing the long journey to a warm and hopeful pause.